Lu Chen, who to kill? Luo Feng, are you not aware that he is my beloved friend and brother? More money is required. Luo Feng, who in the vast universe can fight the best? Of course, it's Lu Chen, not me. Foster parents, are you ready to devour the starry sky alongside Lu Chen? Chapter 1. Absorbing Qi from Afar. In the year 2245, at the First Martial Arts Academy of Donghai City, the expansive outdoor training arena was alive with a cacophony of voices. The annual branch assessment was in full swing. The air was thick with youthful fervor, laced with a hint of unrelenting cruelty. Lu Chen stood beneath the third arena, his gaze eerily calm. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade into oblivion. His focus was fixed on the spirited youth at the center of the stage. Li Hao, a prominent figure in the academy, came from a prestigious family, and at the tender age of 16, he had already attained the rank of advanced martial disciple. He was merely a step away from becoming a true martial artist. In contrast, Lu Chen was just one among the multitude of ordinary students. He was a year older than Li Hao. His cultivation level was even a notch lower than Li Hao's. Had he not recently broken through to intermediate martial disciple, he would have been 2 ranks behind. His aptitude could be described as exceedingly mundane. Next, Lu Chen versus Li Hao. The referee's cold voice echoed throughout the arena, and a soft snicker rippled through the stands. Is it him again? Wasn't he knocked down by Li Hao's single strike last time? I really don't know where he finds the courage to challenge again. I heard both his parents perished at the hands of beasts outside the city. A child no one cares for, devoid of resources, practicing is futile. The whispers pierced like needles. Lu Chen remained unfazed. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the arena. Fragments of memories not belonging to this era flashed through his mind. It was the future, 300 years hence, a scene of blood and fire where he was crushed like an ant during an alien invasion, and a forbidden tome titled Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong. Having been granted a second chance at life, he vowed never to repeat his past mistakes. Lu Chen, you truly have a short memory. Li Hao crossed his arms, chin slightly raised, his tone dripping with disdain. I'll give you a chance. Kneel and concede now, and you might suffer less. Lu Chen did not respond. He merely gazed silently at Li Hao, akin to observing an ant. This expression unsettled Li Hao immensely. Seeking death, Li Hao's eyes turned cold, and he ceased his verbal sparring. He abruptly stomped his foot, causing a dull thud to resonate from the arena floor. His figure darted forth like a cheetah, his right fist aimed directly at Lu Chen's face. The wind from his punch howled, ominously carrying the sound of breaking air. This was the Academy's introductory martial technique, the crushing fist. He had mastered it to a minor success, capable of shattering stone. Everyone anticipated the scene of Lu Chen being left battered and bruised, sent flying. Some girls even shut their eyes in sympathy. However, faced with this fierce punch, Lu Chen neither flinched nor evaded. He simply raised his right hand slowly, fingers splayed, aimed at the oncoming Li Hao. This peculiar stance caused the referee and the instructors below to furrow their brows. What was he doing? Was he preparing to surrender? In the blink of an eye, Li Hao's fist was almost upon him. At the moment the punch was about to graze Lu Chen's nose, a resonating hum erupted. An invisible yet immense force field exploded from Lu Chen's palm. Li Hao's forward momentum abruptly halted. The sneer on his face froze, replaced by sheer terror and confusion. That he felt his entire vital energy surge out of control, akin to a dam bursting, flooding away from his body. No, not just escaping. It was being forcefully siphoned away. Ugh! Li Hao emitted a short, pained grunt. His once powerful strike, mere inches from Lu Chen's nose, fell limply to the ground. He collapsed, as if his bones had been extracted, kneeling before Lu Chen. His complexion turned pale at an alarming rate, cold sweat soaking through his martial attire. In stark contrast, Lu Chen stood erect and unwavering. That a pure and gentle vital energy streamed through an invisible channel into his body. This force coursed through his limbs, nourishing his withered meridians. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment and strength welled within him. He could distinctly see or sense that the vital energy orb within Li Hao's dantian was rapidly shrinking. Moreover, his own bottleneck had begun to loosen. This was the pinnacle of Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong, the technique of absorbing qi from afar. No physical contact was required. Where the mind reached, one could seize another's cultivation for oneself. The entire process unfolded in a mere 2 to 3 seconds. To onlookers, it appeared as though Li Hao had charged forward only to inexplicably collapse before Lu Chen, trembling as if in a seizure. What just happened? What's wrong with Li Hao? A recurrence of an old injury? No, wait. Look at Lu Chen, someone exclaimed. They beheld Lu Chen radiating an even more potent aura than before. The referee dashed forward, supporting the swaying Li Hao, and upon checking his pulse, his expression shifted drastically. Vital energy dispersed, Dantian nearly depleted. What did you do to him? The referee shot up, demanding answers from Lu Chen. Suspicion and scrutiny etched in his gaze. Lu Chen slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the surge of power within him, and spoke with calm assurance. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly across the suddenly hushed arena that he merely miscalculated his practice. It has nothing to do with me. This statement ignited the crowd. A miscalculation in practice? How could it be so coincidental? Countless eyes converged on Lu Chen, filled with shock, confusion, and a tinge of fear as Li Hao was assisted away. His glance at Lu Chen brimmed with resentment and a hint of fear he himself was unaware of. Lu Chen disregarded these gazes that he lowered his gaze to his palm. Just now, the range of his absorption technique was roughly 1 meter. This was merely the beginning. He understood that as his cultivation advanced, this range would continually expand 0.1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, until it enveloped entire stars. He lifted his head, surveying the faces below, some astonished, others apprehensive. He gazed further towards the towering teaching buildings of the academy. He looked beyond the city to the perilous wilderness that lay beyond. That a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, conveying a meaning only he could grasp. It could be said that the cicadas sing in spring and autumn, heralding the youth's return, though he possessed no such cicadas. Yet, he held the profound technique of Jiao Chaoshan Mo Gong, specifically the highest tier of absorbing qi from afar. The blood debts owed to him by past adversaries would be repaid in full, soon. The ripples from the branch assessment spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Have you heard? Lu Chen from Class 3 is remarkably uncanny. Li Hao was directly incapacitated by him. He's currently in the medical bay, reportedly with his vital energy completely drained and martial foundation half-ruined. Is that true? They say Lu Chen has mastered a demonic technique. The enforcement team has already intervened for investigation. Amidst the swirling rumors, Lu Chen returned to his modest dormitory as if nothing were amiss. He sat cross-legged upon his bed, feeling the ceaseless flow of true energy coursing through him. Having absorbed all of Li Hao's cultivation, he not only solidified his status as a mid-level martial apprentice, but also remarkably ascended to the rank of a high-level martial apprentice. The efficiency is commendable, yet still insufficient. That a glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. The caliber of nourishment provided by someone of Li Hao's level was woefully inadequate, rife with impurities. The Jiao Chaoshan Mo Gong autonomously operated, gradually refining this foreign true energy and completely transforming it into the purest essence of primal energy. Who shall my next target be? The corners of his mouth curled into a perilous smile, that in his previous life, he had not forgotten the names of those who had humiliated him and betrayed him, along with the forces they represented. As he pondered his future plans, a knock echoed at the door of his dormitory. Lu Chen, please accompany us. 2 stern-faced men clad in black uniforms stood outside, their expressions devoid of warmth. Emblazoned on their chests was the insignia of the academy's enforcement team. Their formidable presence unmistakably marked them as martial artists. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. Lu Chen rose calmly, his demeanor unperturbed. Chapter 2. Ultra SSS level qualification. In the inquiry room of the academy, the atmosphere was stifling. A stern-looking middle-aged man sat at the head, who was the deputy captain of the enforcement team, Zhou Xiong, a formidable martial artist. Lu Chen explained the situation regarding Li Hao. Zhou Xiong's voice was low, laced with an undeniable sense of oppression. Why did his true energy mysteriously vanish? What is your connection to this? A powerful mental pressure surged towards Lu Chen like a tidal wave. A typical student would have succumbed to the overwhelming force, but Lu Chen merely lifted his eyelids slightly. Captain Zhou, I have already mentioned that he encountered a mishap during training and fell into a trance. As for why it happened in my presence, Lu Chen paused, meeting Zhou Xiong's piercing gaze, and slowly added, only heaven knows. Presumptuous. A member of the enforcement team beside Zhou Xiong slammed the table and shouted angrily. You have a sharp tongue. It seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you will not come clean. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, the team member directly attacked, his fingers clawing towards Lu Chen's shoulder with fierce wind, aiming to incapacitate him and diminish his spirit. The claw was as swift as lightning, about to seize Lu Chen's scapula. Zhou Xiong did not intervene, tacitly approving this action. However, at that very moment, Lu Chen moved. He seemingly raised his right hand casually, preemptively and precisely grasping the team member's wrist. What? The team member's expression changed dramatically, feeling as if his wrist was locked in an iron grip, rendering him immobile. Instinctively, He summoned his entire true energy to force Lu Chen away. But in the next second, a horrifying event transpired. The true energy within him surged uncontrollably towards his wrist, as if drawn by a black hole, and then vanished without a trace. He let out a muffled groan of pain, his face instantly paling, his body going limp. Lu Chen casually pushed him away. The team member stumbled a few steps, barely steadied himself against the wall, his eyes filled with shock and fear as he looked at Lu Chen. You truly possess demonic arts. Zhou Xiong stood up abruptly, his aura erupting with overwhelming force, the pressure of a martial artist enveloping the entire inquiry room. The tables and chairs creaked under the strain. He fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, his expression filled with uncertainty. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed his subordinate's true energy draining away, with the destination being Lu Chen. This is not demonic arts. Lu Chen brushed off his hands as if shaking off dust, his tone remaining calm. This is merely a power that transcends your understanding. Now, may I leave, Captain Zhou? He looked at Zhou Xiong, his eyes deep as an abyss. Zhou Xiong's expression darkened, fluctuating as he realized he could not discern this youth. The calmness in his eyes was not a facade, but a detachment stemming from absolute strength. You cannot go anywhere until the matter is clarified, Zhou Xiong replied coldly, though he himself was unaware that his tone was no longer as firm as before. Oh, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. In that case, let us investigate differently. I recall the Academy stipulates that those who achieve S-level qualifications are entitled to special exemptions, correct? Zhou Xiong was taken aback, then scoffed. S-level? Do you think S-level qualifications are as common as cabbages? Our Academy might not produce even one in a decade. Lu Chen, I have investigated your records. Your qualification is merely C-level. Otherwise, you would not still be an intermediate martial apprentice at 17. C-level qualifications are exceedingly mediocre. That was then. Lu Chen stood up and walked directly towards the door. This is now. Lead the way to the testing hall. His demeanor suggested that he was the one issuing commands. Zhou Xiong watched his retreating figure, his gaze flickering, ultimately huffing coldly. Very well. I will ensure you lose all hope. If you fail to demonstrate S-level qualifications, you will face multiple penalties. Do not blame the enforcement team for being ruthless. At the Academy's testing hall, Lu Chen's arrival once again stirred a commotion. Look, it's Lu Chen. He has been brought by the enforcement team for a qualification test. I heard he is requesting an S-level qualification to avoid punishment. Is he out of his mind? A C-level waste thinks he can turn the tide? What a joke. The derisive comments echoed around him, but Lu Chen remained unfazed, calmly approaching the enormous, crystal-like qualification testing device. He placed his palm on the cool testing panel. The device emitted a faint glow. All eyes were fixed on the crystal column, and Zhou Xiong wore a mocking smile, eager to witness Lu Chen's downfall. At the base of the crystal column, the light began to ascend. D-level, C-level, B-level, A-level. The light climbed at an astonishing speed, showing no signs of slowing down, directly breaking through the A-level threshold. What? Zhou Xiong's smile froze. The gathered students widened their eyes in astonishment. A-level. He is actually A-level. Impossible. He was clearly C-level. However, what stunned them further was yet to come. As the light burst through A-level, it showed no signs of abating, transitioning from blue to purple, becoming even more radiant. S-level. He had attained the legendary S-level qualification. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone gaped in disbelief at the dazzling purple light emanating from the crystal column. Zhou Xiong's expression turned exceptionally grim. S-level was indeed S-level. What on earth had happened with this boy? Yet at that moment, the testing device emitted an unprecedented, intense hum. The purple light transformed into an incredibly noble, blinding golden hue. The light shot skyward, nearly breaking through the ceiling of the testing hall. The entire hall was illuminated in resplendent gold. A cold, synthesized electronic voice resonated throughout the academy. Warning. Unknown energy response detected. Qualification level exceeds the instrument's limits. Unable to determine. Preliminary estimate exceeds SSS level. The testing hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Exceeding SSS level. The echoes of the electronic voice reverberated in the air, striking every individual's eardrums and psyche. The soaring golden pillar of light cast Lu Chen's figure as if he were a deity descending to the mortal realm. Everyone appeared frozen in place, their expressions a mixture of shock and absurdity. Zhou Xiong's muscles twitched, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of fear he was unaware of. This had transcended his realm of understanding. The academy had been established for a century, let alone SSS level. Even S-level qualifications were rare. Exceeding SSS level? What concept was that? The fabled divine level qualification? No, impossible. The instrument must be malfunctioning. A student's shriek shattered the suffocating silence. This scream seemed to awaken others, and a tide of discussions erupted. The instrument malfunctioned. Yes, it must be so. He was merely a C-grade incompetent. How could this be possible? Yet amidst the skepticism, an increasing number of astonished gazes mingled with the doubts. The golden radiance was so tangible, so brilliant, exuding an aura of authority that sent shivers through the soul. Lu Chen gradually withdrew his palm from the testing device, causing the celestial golden light to dissipate. His past experiences had endowed him with a profound understanding of the underlying logic of such instruments. If he so desired, he could reveal any rank from D-grade to beyond SSS grade. Turning around, his gaze calmly swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on the ashen-faced Zhou Xiong. Captain Zhou, are you satisfied with the results? His voice, though not loud, cut through the cacophony with clarity. Zhou Xiong swallowed hard, opening his mouth, yet found himself incapable of uttering a sound. Satisfied? How could he dare to be dissatisfied, even if the instrument were truly malfunctioning? The extraordinary phenomenon it had produced was enough to indicate that Lu Chen had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. A genius possessing seemingly divine qualifications was no longer someone he could easily manipulate as the deputy captain of the enforcement team. According to the Academy's regulations, Lu Chen advanced step by step toward Zhou Xiong, each stride seeming to echo the heartbeat of the onlookers. An S-grade qualification afforded one special exemptions, an allocation of resources, and privileges equal to that of the dean without the need for deference to mentors. What of my status, surpassing SSS grade? He halted before Zhou Xiong, tilting his head slightly, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Zhou Xiong felt cold sweat bead at his temples. An invisible pressure weighed upon him, heavier than when facing the dean. I will report to the Academy's higher-ups immediately. Zhou Xiong's voice was parched, betraying an unrecognized hint of submission. This matter was beyond my capacity to handle. The case of Li Hao must be set aside for now. Set aside? Lu Chen chuckled coldly, the laughter devoid of warmth. You say we investigate, yet you also say we set it aside? Captain Zhou, should not the rules of the enforcement team be revised? Zhou Xiong's pupils constricted. What do you mean? Lu Chen's tone suddenly turned frigid, akin to the icy daggers of midwinter. From this day forth, my rules shall reign supreme. His gaze swept over Zhou Xiong, over the enforcement team member from whom he had drawn a portion of vital energy, and over every individual present who harbored ulterior motives or was simply bewildered. Li Hao serves as the example. Dominating. Unparalleled dominance. A high-ranking martial artist audaciously proclaimed in front of a martial master and the entire academy faculty and student body that his rules were the only ones that mattered. What an outrageous display. What unparalleled arrogance. Yet, in that moment, no one dared to stand in opposition. The golden light surpassing SSS grade and the declaration of an example loomed over everyone like twin mountains, weighing heavily upon their hearts. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. All were rendered speechless by Lu Chen's sudden and forceful declaration. Zhou Xiong's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor, his chest heaving violently, clearly infuriated to the utmost degree. However, in the end, he clenched his jaw tightly, refraining from a violent outburst. He could not afford to gamble. The price of losing against a genius of divine caliber was too steep to bear. Lu Chen no longer regarded him, treating him as an inconsequential figure. He strode directly toward the hall's exit. The crowd parted like the Red Sea before Moses, creating a wide path. All eyes were filled with reverence, fear, curiosity, and a complex mix of emotions. No one dared to reveal even a hint of disdain or mockery. Strength is eternally the finest weapon to shatter rules. As Lu Chen reached the entrance, he paused momentarily. Without turning back, his voice resonated clearly throughout the hall. Additionally, notify the resource department to elevate my student status to the highest authority. I demand every resource due to me, not a fraction less. He slightly tilted his head, revealing a glimpse of his stern profile. I do not mind personally retrieving them. With that, he stepped out of the testing hall, disappearing into the bright sunlight, leaving behind a roomful of bewildered individuals, their minds turbulent and unable to settle. News spread like wildfire, engulfing the entirety of Donghai City's first martial arts academy, and rapidly extending to the broader region, surpassing SSS grade qualifications. A once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Was Lu Chen truly the same Lu Chen who had previously been rated C-grade? How could this be? The testing device had emitted a golden light that reached the heavens. Faculty and students alike had witnessed it firsthand. He boldly declared that his rules would prevail. Even Zhou Xiong, the deputy captain of the enforcement team, dared not utter a word. Audacious. Utterly audacious. Yet this was precisely the demeanor befitting a genius. In no time, Lu Chen's name became the focal point of heated discussion throughout the academy and even in Donghai City. Some were astonished, some envious, some eager to curry favor, while others harbored nefarious intentions. Deep within the academy, in a quaint building, a white-haired elder opened his eyes after listening to a report from his subordinate, a glint of brilliance fleeting in his gaze. Surpassing SSS grade is indeed intriguing. Investigate why he was previously rated C grade. What has he experienced during this time? Yes, headmaster. Lu Chen returned to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he discovered a meticulously crafted metallic box placed at the entrance. The box was embossed with the academy's emblem and a prominent character indicating its special status. Resources at the highest authority. That was efficient. A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips as he lifted the box and entered his room. Inside, the box was neatly arranged with 10 crystalline gene energy potions, brimming with vitality, 5 perfectly cut, standard energy crystals, and a black card bearing his name, signifying his elevated privileges. These resources would undoubtedly make any martial artist envious, even enticing to warriors. Yet for Lu Chen, possessing the Jiao Chaoshan Mo Gong, this was merely an appetizer. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. He casually picked up a gene energy potion, not even glancing at it, and activated his absorption technique. The potion swiftly turned murky, dimming before finally transforming into a lifeless residue devoid of energy. The pure energy flowed into his meridians. Though it was not as exhilarating as absorbing from a warrior, its purity necessitated little refinement. Following suit, Lu Chen rapidly consumed the 10 potions and 5 energy crystals, solidifying his cultivation at the pinnacle of a high-ranking martial artist. He was but a step away from breaking into the warrior realm. However, the resources were still insufficient. Lu Chen toyed with the black privilege card between his fingers. It appeared he needed to actively seek out additional nourishment. His gaze shifted toward the academy's task hall, where awaited prey and a broader stage beckoned. Certain old acquaintances from his past were due for an early collection of interest. A cold yet expectant glimmer flickered in his eyes. The academy's task hall was abuzz with activity, more lively than the training ground or testing hall. A massive electronic screen displayed a multitude of task information. From the simplest task of clearing low-level beasts from the academy's periphery to the perilous venture into the wild to gather rare herbs, there is an abundance of opportunities. Groups of students huddle together, discussing and selecting tasks suited to their abilities. The moment Lu Chen stepped into the hall, the previously boisterous chatter abruptly diminished by an octave. Countless gazes converged upon him, a tapestry of curiosity, awe, envy, and fear interwoven in their expressions. It is Lu Chen, the monster who surpasses the SSS rank. What brings him here? With his caliber, the Academy would undoubtedly bestow resources upon him directly. Why would he need to undertake tasks? Hush, keep your voices down. Haven't you heard? His rules are the law. Whispers surged through the crowd. Lu Chen paid no heed to the stares as he strode towards the task acceptance window. A path opened before him in the throng, none daring to obstruct his passage. This was the intimidation born of power and notoriety. The staff member behind the window was a young girl whose demeanor shifted to one of nervousness upon his arrival, her fingers trembling slightly. I wish to accept this task, she began, but before she could finish, a timid voice interjected from beside her. A small-framed boy clad in a faded martial arts uniform pointed at the screen displaying the E-rank task of clearing low-level beasts, hyenas, from the Academy's outskirts. His eyes sparkled with a mix of longing and trepidation. This task offered minimal rewards, but was relatively safe, serving as a primary means for lower-tier students to earn meager resources. Zhang Fan, you, a mere novice martial artist, dare to accept the task? Don't let the hyena drag you away and embarrass our class. A sharp voice cut through the air as a group of well-dressed, imposing students approached. The leader, Wang Xiao, wore a sneer that was anything but subtle. As a senior martial artist with a notable family background, he wielded considerable influence within the academy. Upon seeing them, Zhang Fan's face paled, instinctively taking a step back, lowering his gaze and refraining from retort. Wang Xiao, reveling in his superiority, reached out to shove Zhang Fan aside to claim a higher-paying task for himself. At that moment, a hand gently pressed on Wang Zhao's shoulder. Cue, a flat voice intoned. Wang Zhao's expression darkened as he spun around, furious. Who dares meddle in my affairs? Seeking death? His words faltered upon recognizing the figure behind him. Lu Chen. Wang Zhao's arrogance evaporated, replaced by shock, then unmasked panic. His companions behind him turned ashen, retreating in haste. Lu Chen. Wang Zhao's voice trembled. Ignoring him, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the frail boy named Zhang Fan. He recalled this Zhang Fan from his past life, during his darkest days. It was only this lowly student who had secretly assisted him. Though insignificant, that act of kindness lingered in Lu Chen's memory. Do you wish to accept this task? Lu Chen inquired, his tone neither gentle nor malicious. Zhang Fan, taken aback, nodded vigorously. Yes, Senior Lu E-rank tasks offer such low rewards. Lu Chen shook his head, his eyes scanning the large screen before pointing directly at the crimson task marked E-rank, extremely dangerous. Eradicate the Leiwen Tiger's lair and obtain the Leiwen Tiger's heart core. Location, Black Wind Ridge, 100 miles west of the city. Recommendation, a team of martial artists should undertake this. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the hall. An A-rank task. The Leiwen Tiger. A single ordinary Leiwen Tiger equates to the pinnacle of human martial prowess. Moreover, Leiwen Tigers usually form packs. Even established martial artist teams approach such tasks with utmost caution, for a single misstep could lead to annihilation. How could a mere martial artist dare to lay claim to this task? What is the reward for this task? Lu Chen inquired of the staff. The girl, trembling, stuttered. Upon completion of the basic requirements, the reward is 100 academic credits and 5 high-grade genetic energy potions. Additional materials will be compensated based on their value. That will suffice. Lu Chen interrupted her, handing over his black privilege card. I will undertake this task, solo. Boom. The hall erupted in chaos. He intends to accept an A-rank task alone. Has he lost his mind? That is the lair of the Leiwen Tiger. Those who venture their face near certain death. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Wang Xiao, emerging from his initial shock, could not restrain his exclamation. You're courting death. Who do you think you are? Lu Chen slowly turned his head to regard Wang Xiao, his gaze as frigid and indifferent as if observing a mere fly. You are quite noisy. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen's hand on Wang Xiao's shoulder moved slightly. 9 aperture divine devil technique, a distance-sucking force. Wang Xiao emitted a harrowing scream, feeling his essence and energy drain away like a burst dam. His previously formidable aura plummeted like an avalanche. In just 2 to 3 seconds, he appeared as if his soul had been siphoned, his complexion ashen, his eyes sunken, collapsing to the ground, devoid of the strength to stand. His cultivation had been reduced by more than half. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the hall as all eyes fixed on Wang Xiao, now resembling a lifeless mass on the floor. Turning to the expressionless Lu Chen, a chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. In a mere moment of disagreement, one's cultivation was obliterated. This method was more ruthless than any devilish technique, 100-fold more merciless than the rumors suggested. Lu Chen withdrew his hand as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. His gaze swept over Wang Xiao's terrified companions. Remove him. Trash, do not obstruct the way. The underlings, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly lifted the unconscious Wang Xiao and fled the hall in panic, not daring to look back. Lu Chen then turned his attention to the nowadays Zhang Fan. You come with me. Zhang Fan snapped back to reality, pointing at himself in disbelief. Me? A-rank task rewards. I'll take 90%. Lu Chen spoke with an unyielding tone, devoid of room for debate. The remaining 10% is yours. You have 3 seconds to decide. Zhang Fan trembled, glancing at the remnants of Wang Xiao's presence on the ground, then at Lu Chen, who appeared as a god of war. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Lu Chen, bowing his head as his voice quivered with excitement. Zhang Fan is willing to follow Senior Lu. I will brave fire and water without hesitation. He understood this was a chance to alter his fate. Even a mere 10% of the reward far surpassed the meager returns of 100 E-rank tasks. To cling to Lu Chen, a colossal figure of undeniable strength, was the true priceless treasure. Lu Chen regarded the kneeling Zhang Fan with a slight nod. A wise choice indeed. He accepted the task certificate, quivering in the girl's hand, without a glance, tossing it casually to Zhang Fan. Take it. Assemble at the academy gate tomorrow morning. With that, he disregarded the multitude of shocked, fearful, and complex gazes in the hall, turning to depart. Zhang Fan tightly grasped the certificate representing an A-class mission, trembling with excitement as he felt the envious and resentful gazes directed at him from all around. He understood that from this day forth, his destiny would be irrevocably transformed. This profound change stemmed from a single utterance of that man. Watching Lu Chen's tall silhouette disappear at the doorway, Zhang Fan's eyes brimmed with fervor and reverence. The entire mission hall remained immersed in a state of profound shock. A solitary individual had undertaken an A-class mission, effortlessly dispatching a senior martial artist, accepting a subordinate and bestowing opportunities. Dominant, assertive, and ruthless, yet exuding an irresistible charm. Lu Chen's name, accompanied by deeper fear and legend, swept through the academy once more. Everyone realized that this hidden dragon was no longer content with merely stirring up waves within the academy. His ambitions lay in the treacherous yet boundless opportunities of the wilderness beyond the city. On the following morning, at the academy gates, the thin morning mist had yet to dissipate, carrying the unique brackish scent of the wild. Zhang Fan waited eagerly, clad in slightly oversized old combat attire. With a standard combat knife at his waist, his expression a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. Upon spotting that familiar figure emerging from the mist, he immediately straightened his back. Lu Chen, still dressed in the academy's standard martial arts uniform, appeared leisurely as though embarking on a picnic, his hands empty. "Senior brother Lu," Zhang Fan greeted respectfully. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Fan's combat knife. "The blade is commendable." Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It was left by my father, merely a common iron blade. I hope it does not amuse you, senior brother." Lu Chen said nothing further and turned towards the direction outside the city. "I will follow." Zhang Fan inhaled deeply, gripping the hilt of his knife, and quickened his pace to keep up. The two moved in tandem, passing through the heavily guarded city gate checkpoint. The soldiers stationed there, recognizing Lu Chen's face, one that had recently stirred a tremendous uproar within the city, bypassed the usual checks and respectfully allowed them to pass. Beyond the city lay an entirely different world. Crumbling roads, abandoned vehicles, and wildly growing mutated plants surrounded them. The air was thick with faint scents of blood and decay. In the distance, haunting beast roars echoed, causing Zhang Fan's heart to race involuntarily. This was his first genuine venture beyond the relatively safe confines of the city. In contrast, Lu Chen's demeanor remained unchanged, his steps steady, as if he were strolling through his own backyard. After approximately half an hour, they distanced themselves from the city's influence, and the surroundings grew increasingly desolate and silent. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air from the rocky outcrops ahead. 5 figures darted forth like phantoms, blocking their path. Clad in matching gray attire, their eyes were fierce, and they emanated a palpable aura of menace. Clearly, they were seasoned desperados, accustomed to living on the edge. At the forefront stood a burly man with a grotesque scar across his face, exuding a formidable presence, unmistakably a junior martial artist. The 4 behind him were all skilled senior martial artists. "You there, are you Lu Chen?" The scarred man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed and malice. "There's a hefty bounty on your head." Zhang Fan's complexion drained of color as he instinctively drew his combat knife to shield Lu Chen, despite his trembling hands. "Senior brother, be careful. They are from the Blood Wolf gang. They specialize in murder and smuggling in the wilderness." Lu Chen regarded the scarred man with an expression devoid of surprise, tinged instead with understanding. "The Wang family certainly has far-reaching hands." The scarred man's pupils constricted, followed by a sinister grin. "Clever. Unfortunately, the clever often meet their end faster. Disable him. Leave him barely alive for the employer. And the little brat, just chop him up." The glint of blades flashed, targeting Lu Chen's vital points. To them, these 2 martial artists were mere trifles. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth, preparing to charge forward with everything he had. However, he witnessed Lu Chen gently raise his hand, pressing forward into the air against the advancing 4. A wave of invisible force instantly expanded. The 4 fierce senior martial artists abruptly froze mid-stride, their grinning faces contorted into sheer terror. They felt their true energy, blood, and even their life force being violently extracted, flowing towards the boy who resembled a demon. "No, my power." Their shrill screams abruptly ceased. For emaciated bodies, akin to desiccated corpses, crumpled to the ground, their faces frozen in the terror of their last moments. Their essence had been completely drained. Silence. An oppressive silence. The scarred man's malicious grin vanished, replaced by boundless horror. Behind him, Zhang Fan gaped in disbelief, his mind blank. He understood that Lu Chen was formidable, even eerie, yet he never anticipated such overwhelming strength. To annihilate 4 senior martial artists with a mere gesture? What kind of sorcery was this? Lu Chen reveled in the influx of pure energy coursing through him. Though chaotic, it was substantial. The pinnacle of his senior martial artist realm's bottleneck suddenly loosened. "It's your turn." Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the last standing scarred man. The scarred man jolted, awakening from his overwhelming fear. "But I am a martial artist. My true energy can form a protective barrier. Stop your theatrics. You shall perish." The scarred man bellowed, summoning his courage. His true energy erupted, enveloping him in a faint red aura. He propelled himself forward, the ground cracking beneath him, launching like a cannonball. His right fist, brimming with all his power, surged toward Lu Chen's face. The yellow tier intermediate martial technique, explosive flame fist. This was his trump card. Once capable of slaying opponents of the same rank, he was confident that even if this boy was strange, he would not withstand his life or death strike. Faced with a blow potent enough to shatter mountains, Lu Chen remained unfazed. He even slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, targeting the scarred man. Fool! How dare you take it head-on? A flicker of joy flashed in the scarred man's eyes, and he intensified his punch. However, just as his fist was about to make contact with Lu Chen's palm, the protective aura surrounding him melted away silently, like ice under the sun. The fiery explosion around his fist extinguished instantly. The surging true energy within him felt as if it had encountered an abyss, being inexorably siphoned away by an irresistible force. No, this is impossible. The scarred man let out a desperate howl, acutely aware that the true energy he had painstakingly cultivated over the years was vanishing rapidly. The martial artist realm, senior martial artist, intermediate martial artist. His fist came to a halt mere inches from Lu Chen's palm, powerless, his entire being deflated like a punctured balloon. Collapsing to his knees before Lu Chen, his gaze vacant, filled with endless regret and fear. Lu Chen slowly retracted his hand, feeling the surge of power within him. A far purer and more potent true energy flowed ceaselessly through his meridians, ultimately breaking through an invisible barrier. A more formidable aura began to rise from him. He had finally ascended to the realm of martial artists after absorbing the entirety of the 4 senior martial artists and 1 junior martial artist as cultivation. The range of the Kong Kong Shikong has now expanded to 10 meters. Lu Chen gazed down at the scar-faced man, who knelt on the ground like a lifeless dog. Where is the Wang family stronghold? His voice carried an undeniable pressure of authority. The scar-faced man, already mentally shattered, trembled as he pointed in a direction, 30 miles ahead. At the entrance of Haifeng Gorge, there is a temporary supply point controlled by the Wang family. Very well. Lu Chen nodded. You may die now. As soon as the words left his lips, the scar-faced man's body convulsed violently. The last vestige of life was completely siphoned away, leaving behind a withered corpse that collapsed to the ground. Lu Chen did not even glance at the body. He turned, his gaze directed towards the Haifeng Gorge. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. There was no rush for the task. First, he would collect some interest. The Wang family's supply point was sure to be brimming with resources. He set forth, following the direction indicated by the scar-faced man. Sunlight bathed him, casting a long shadow on the ground, akin to a demon returning from the depths of hell. Zhang Fan watched the field littered with corpses, then looked at Lu Chen's retreating figure. He swallowed hard, suppressing the astonishment within, and hurried to keep pace. For the first time, he perceived with clarity the terrifying and formidable entity he was following. The slaughter at Haifeng Ridge had only just begun, and the Wang family's nightmare had already arrived. 30 miles was nothing for the strides of 2 martial artists. As they approached Haifeng Gorge, the surroundings grew increasingly perilous. Jagged rocks jutted out, ancient trees towered high, and the air was thick with a faint yet pungent odor, a mark left by formidable beasts. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a rudimentary stronghold nestled against the mountainside came into view. Several buildings constructed from thick logs and alloy plates were encircled by rudimentary defensive fortifications. A banner embroidered with the character Wang fluttered in the wind. At the entrance of the stronghold, 2 burly men clad in Wang family guard attire leaned against the doorframe, engaged in casual conversation. Their presence was formidable, both being advanced martial apprentices. Have you heard? The scar-faced man took a group to hunt down that kid named Lu Chen. Huh, that kid is out of luck for offending our Wang family. The scar-faced man is merely a junior martial artist. Dealing with a martial apprentice should be a piece of cake, right? I bet he is on his way back to claim the bounty. While they spoke, they suddenly noticed 2 figures approaching from the distance, walking leisurely. The boy in front wore a pristine academy martial arts uniform, which stood out starkly in the wilderness. That kid looks somewhat familiar. One of the guards squinted, and then, as if struck by a realization, his expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly pulled out a portrait for comparison. The image displayed Lu Chen's stern visage. It's Lu Chen. How did he get here? What happened to the scar-faced man? The other guard also reacted in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Lu Chen stopped 10 meters from the stronghold's entrance, precisely within the range of his Kong Kong Shikong. He raised his eyes to glance at the Wang banner, his gaze indifferent. All members of the Wang family, come out. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the stronghold, imbued with an undeniable authority. You brat, you're seeking death. The 2 guards were both astonished and furious. Though they could not comprehend why Lu Chen had appeared there, Their long-standing ferocity from battling in the wild was awakened, and they drew their blades, ready to advance. However, just as they took a step forward, Lu Chen casually lifted a hand and made a grasping motion toward them. Suddenly, the two guards froze mid-attack, their faces draining of color. Their eyes reflected sheer terror and confusion. They felt their strength dissipating like a flood released from a dam, their bodies visibly shrinking. Within mere moments, the two transformed into desiccated corpses, collapsing to the ground. Silence ensued. The previously cacophonous sounds within the stronghold vanished instantaneously. Moments later, hurried footsteps and shouts erupted from within. Enemy attack. Who dares to wreak havoc at the Wang family stronghold? 7 or 8 figures surged from various buildings. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a grim countenance, exuding a robust aura, unmistakably a mid-level martial master. He was none other than Wang Zhishur, the head of this stronghold. Following him were several martial artist guards, ranging from junior to mid-level. Upon witnessing the two eerie corpses at the entrance, alongside the calm and composed Lu Chen, everyone's countenance shifted dramatically. Lu Chen, Wang Zhishur's pupils constricted, a tempest of shock surging within him. The scar-faced man has failed. This kid is indeed sinister. You dare to kill my Wang family members. Self-destruct your cultivation, kneel and submit. And perhaps I might spare your corpse. Wang Zhishur bellowed, though a hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the group, as if appraising his prey. 1 mid-level martial master, 5 junior martial artists, and 2 mid-level martial artists. Quite a decent bounty, he murmured to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chapter 6. Submit or Perish Arrogance. Wang Zhishur was completely incensed by Lu Chen's demeanor, sweeping his hand dismissively. Altogether, life or death, it matters not. The 8 adversaries simultaneously unleashed their true energy. Various colored auras glimmered, blades and swords flashed, accompanied by a fierce intent to kill, surging towards Lu Chen from all directions. Such a display would compel even a typical advanced martial master to retreat. Zhang Fan, watching from behind, felt his heart race, beads of cold sweat forming on his palms. However, in the face of this tempestuous assault, Lu Chen merely stood in place. It was only moments before the attacks reached him that he made his move. Instead of dodging, he spread his arms wide. The 9 apertures divine demonic technique operated at full power. A terrifyingly potent field of absorption erupted from him, centered on his being, enveloping a 10-meter radius. Within 10 meters, I am the sovereign. What is happening? My true energy. No. Stop. The anguished wails of despair erupted simultaneously. The 8 attacking martial artists seemed to collide with an invisible net, suspended midair or halted just meters away from Lu Chen. The protective auras surrounding them shattered like bubbles. Their internal true energy, blood, and life essence became entirely uncontrollable, transforming into 8 visible streams of pale energy that surged toward Lu Chen. Their bodies, akin to deflated dolls, rapidly withered. Skin lost its luster, muscles atrophied, and the light in their eyes was consumed by boundless fear and despair, eventually fading into darkness. This scene was more horrifying than hell itself. Wang Zhishur, as a mid-level martial master, struggled the most fiercely. He felt the power he had painstakingly cultivated over decades rapidly slipping away, his face contorted in terror. Devil. You are a devil. He longed to flee, to resist. Yet the force of absorption acted as invisible shackles, binding him firmly. He could only watch helplessly as he approached his demise. Lu Chen closed his eyes, reveling in the infusion of this pure energy from the 8 martial artists. Particularly notable was the energy emanating from Wang Zhishur, a manifestation characteristic of an intermediate martial artist. Robust and refined. This power accelerated the cultivation of Lu Chen, who had only just entered the realm of martial artists, allowing him to solidify his foundation at an astonishing pace, progressing toward the pinnacle of a junior martial artist. The range of his energy absorption seemed to subtly expand as well. Moments later, the agonized cries ceased. 8 corpses, each uniquely formed, lay scattered around Lu Chen, frozen in the terror of their final moments. The stronghold was enveloped in a profound silence, with only the Wang flag fluttering feebly in the wind. Zhang Fan, now completely numb, gazed at the figure standing amidst the lifeless bodies, resembling a demonic deity, his heart flooded with reverence. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, savoring the surging power within him, nodding in satisfaction. The interest had been sufficiently collected. He cast his gaze toward the warehouses containing supplies within the stronghold, eager to discover what might be of use. Zhang Fan, jolted back to reality, quickly responded, "Yes, Senior Brother Lu." He hastened into the warehouse, soon filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Senior Brother Lu! So many items. Energy crystals, medicinal herbs, weapons and materials from exotic beasts." Lu Chen strolled into the stronghold as if surveying his domain. He casually picked up a high-quality energy crystal, activating his energy absorption technique, reducing it to mere powder in an instant. "Rubbish," he muttered, turning his attention to the medicinal herbs. He found most were too immature to be of any use to him. However, some sharp alloy sabers and intact materials from exotic beasts held some value. "Pack up whatever can be taken," Lu Chen instructed. "Yes." Zhang Fan eagerly began gathering, stuffing all valuable items into several large backpacks he found. While Zhang Fan busied himself, Lu Chen's gaze drifted deeper into the heart of Haifeng Ling, where a muffled roar of a beast resonated, infused with an aura of violent thunder. The Lei Wenhu. His true objective for this expedition awaited. The preliminary tasks had been completed. It was time to enjoy the main course. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. After tidying up the Wang family's stronghold, he and a triumphant Zhang Fan continued their journey deeper into Haifeng Ling. The further they ventured, the trees grew taller and denser, shrouding them in darkness, while the air thickened with the ferocious essence of the Lei Wenhu. Enormous claw prints began to mar the ground, and the trees bored deep gashes. Occasionally, one could glimpse the remains of large exotic beasts, nearly devoured. Zhang Fan tightened his grip on his saber, his breath growing shallow. They had entered a genuinely perilous zone. A thunderous roar erupted from a nearby ravine, the sound reverberating through the air, shaking leaves from the trees with its thunderous might. One could even faintly hear the crackling of electricity. "Senior Brother Lu, it's just ahead," Zhang Fan whispered, pointing toward the source of the sound. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. Rather than feeling fear, he quickened his pace. Navigating through a thicket, they emerged into a vast valley strewn with jagged rocks. In the valley's center lay 5 colossal tigers, their fur a grayish-brown adorned with striking blue patterns resembling lightning. Muscles rippled beneath their skin, fangs bared, their eyes gleaming with a fierce, electric light. Their presence exuded an aura of at least intermediate martial artist level. Behind them, at the entrance of a massive cave, lounged a gigantic tiger nearly double the size of an ordinary Lei Wenhu, reclining atop the highest rock. Its fur was darker, the blue patterns more densely packed and radiant, seemingly alive as they flowed across its body. With every breath, sparks of electricity flickered around its snout. The terrifying pressure radiating from it reached a peak of grade C, equivalent to the pinnacle of human martial artists. This was the king of the Lei Wenhu. At that moment, the 5 ordinary Lei Wenhu noticed the intruders, immediately rising to their feet and issuing threatening growls. Blue arcs of electricity danced between their claws. The Tiger King slowly raised its head, its eyes, forged like thunder, coldly locking onto Lu Chen. Under its gaze, Zhang Fan felt a jolt of paralysis coursing through him, as if struck by an electric current, nearly collapsing. "Stay here," Lu Chen instructed Zhang Fan, then boldly advanced toward the center of the valley, undeterred by the fierce glares of the 5 Lei Wenhu. His actions were perceived as a blatant provocation by the tiger pack. With a collective roar, the 5 Lei Wenhu sprang into action, transforming into streaks of blue lightning as they lunged at Lu Chen from different directions. Their claws tore through the air, accompanied by a deafening crack of thunder. Their speed was astonishing. Faced with an assault capable of instantly shredding a team of martial artists, Lu Chen remained unfazed. He merely raised his hands, drawing back to unleash his technique, pressing lightly against the oncoming tigers. Jiao Qiaoshan Mo Gong fully engaged in the act of absorption. A resonant hum filled the air as an invisible field of absorption unfurled, extending over a radius of 10 meters. The 5 Lei Wenhu, mid-leap, collided with an unseen barrier, their movements abruptly halting. The blue arcs of electricity coursing over their bodies seemed to be drawn away, wildly converging into Lu Chen's palms. Their immense vitality and the electrical energy within surged forth like a bursting dam. A mournful roar transformed into a cry of despair as their robust forms visibly shrank before his eyes. The magnificent blue patterns rapidly faded and vanished. In mere moments, the 5 Lei Wenhu became mere skeletal remains, their once mighty bodies collapsing to the ground. All their essence, including the rare electrical attributes, had been completely devoured by Lu Chen. His internal energy surged once more, breaking through barriers to enter the intermediate martial artist realm. Moreover, he sensed a faint, numbing electrical attribute had infused itself within his energy. The range of his energy absorption officially expanded from 10 meters to 20. Perched above, the Lei Wenhu King witnessed the entire spectacle. For the first time, Disbelief and a flicker of fear appeared in its icy eyes. This human was too extraordinary, too terrifying. Rising to its feet, it let out a furious roar. A blend of rage and warning. Brilliant blue lightning erupted from its patterns, coalescing into a crackling electric shield surrounding it. It was ready to unleash its full might. Lu Chen regarded the Lei Wenhu king, its demeanor foreboding, his expression unperturbed. Submit or perish. His voice, though soft, resonated with a commanding authority that pierced the very soul. In response, the Lei Wenhu king unleashed a violent breath of thunder. A colossally thick blue lightning bolt, akin to a divine sword of retribution, hurtled toward Lu Chen, emanating an aura of annihilation. The ground charred black in its wake, the air contorted. This strike was enough to severely injure or even kill an ordinary human martial artist. Zhang Fan was utterly petrified at the sight. However, Lu Chen stood resolute in the face of the ferocious lightning pillar, unwavering and undeterred. To everyone's astonishment, he even opened his mouth wide. He audaciously swallowed the thunderous breath capable of shattering colossal boulders in a single gulp. With a resounding gulp, akin to savoring a delectable meal, the tempestuous energy of the thunder surged into his body, instantly refined and absorbed by the Jiao Qiaoshen Emogong, transforming into the purest form of energy, nourishing his meridians and fortifying the faint trace of his lightning affinity. The Lei Wen Tiger King was utterly dumbfounded. Its beastly eyes filled with bewilderment and despair. What manner of creature is this? It can even consume its primal lightning essence. At the moment of its stupor, Lu Chen sprang into action. With a powerful step, the ground beneath him erupted into a shallow crater. His form moved like a specter, crossing a distance of 20 meters in an instant, appearing directly above the Lei Wen Tiger King's massive head. His right hand, fingers splayed, aimed at the gigantic cranium of the Tiger King. He invoked the technique of energy absorption. A mournful cry of agony escaped the Lei Wen Tiger King. It felt its strength, its very essence of lightning, being savagely siphoned away. The lightning shield enveloping its body shattered in an instant, and its immense form trembled violently. It yearned to struggle but found that the devouring force acted like an invisible shackle, binding it with unyielding restraint. The ferocity in its gaze swiftly dissipated, replaced by profound fear and a plea for mercy. It did not wish to perish. It did not want to become one of those lifeless corpses below. It sensed an absolute suppression emanating from this human, rooted in the very essence of life itself. Lu Chen gazed down at the quaking giant tiger and gradually relaxed his grip on the absorption. This was the final opportunity. Submit and forge a soul pact with me, or face complete annihilation. His voice resonated like the decree of ultimate judgment. The colossal body of the Lei Wen Tiger King quivered. Ultimately, it bowed its proud head and emitted a whimper that signified submission. A faint mental connection was established between Lu Chen and the Lei Wen Tiger King. The soul pact was formed. From this moment forth, this pinnacle C-grade Lei Wen Tiger King would become Lu Chen's most loyal steed and combat companion. Lu Chen descended onto the broad back of the Tiger King, feeling the still potent energy coursing within it, nodding in satisfaction. From now on, you shall be known as Leia. The Lei Wen Tiger King, now Leia, nuzzled Lu Chen's calf affectionately with its massive head. Seated upon the back of the Tiger King, Lu Chen surveyed the valley, finally resting his gaze upon a deep cave. Let us explore your lair and uncover any treasures that lie within. He urged Leia towards the cave. Zhang Fan looked on, witnessing the once fearsome Lei Wen Tiger King, now akin to a docile house cat, bearing Lu Chen upon its back. He trembled with excitement and hurried to follow. One man, one loyal companion, and one tiger ventured into the cave. Deep within, they discovered a trove of glittering minerals collected by the Lei Wen Tiger, alongside a few rare plants emitting a faint lightning glow. Among them, a purple grass resembling a lightning bolt captured Lu Chen's attention. The Lei Ling grass was quite valuable. It could slightly enhance his lightning affinity. He collected the Lei Ling grass and other precious items. This expedition concluded successfully, having not only accomplished an A-grade mission, but also advanced his cultivation to that of an intermediate warrior and expanded his range of energy absorption. Moreover, he had tamed a C-grade pinnacle battle beast of immense potential. Emerging from the cave upon the formidable back of Leia, Lu Chen welcomed the sunlight streaming into the valley. He patted Leia's head. Let us return. I can only imagine the astonishment of those at the academy upon seeing you. A roar that resonated through the mountains echoed, heralding the rise of a new king. At that moment, all beasts of Haifeng Ridge bowed in submission towards the valley, acknowledging their new ruler. Lu Chen, riding the majestic Lei Wen Tiger King Leia, followed closely by Zhang Fan, set forth on their return journey. Lei Ya's imposing form moved with steady grace, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The fierce aura of a C-grade pinnacle emanated from it unabashedly, silencing all in its wake. The lowly beasts that had rustled through the underbrush vanished in an instant, retreating to their lairs in terror. Nearby warrior teams, sensing the palpable dread emanating from Lei Ya, turned pale and hastily avoided its path, casting bewildered glances in the direction of the overwhelming presence. What a formidable aura! Is that the Tiger King of Hafeng Ridge? Why has it ventured beyond its territory? Is it heading towards the city? Wait, look, there appears to be a person atop the Tiger King. As someone caught a glimpse of the indistinct figure on Lei Ya's back, all were left in astonishment, nearly convinced they were hallucinating. The C-grade pinnacle Leiwen Tiger King, one of the dominators of the wilderness, had been tamed as a mount. This news spread like wildfire, racing back to Donghai City faster than Lu Chen and his companions could travel. At the city gate, the guards were on high alert. They had already received word of a C-grade pinnacle Leiwen tiger approaching the city. The blaring alarm sounded. Heavy runed ballistae were readied on the walls, and energy shields began charging, casting a hazy glow. All entry and exit routes were sealed, the atmosphere charged with tension. Report to the captain. The target has entered a 3-kilometer radius. All units prepare. As soon as it enters range, we will engage. The captain of the guard anxiously monitored the radar screen, poised to issue the command for attack. Suddenly, an astute officer exclaimed, "Captain, look, there is someone on the Tiger King's back. It's Lu Chen." "What?" The captain swiftly seized a high-powered telescope. In the distance, amidst a cloud of dust, a magnificent tiger with radiant lightning patterns approached at a measured pace. Upon its broad, platform-like back sat a young man clad in black, appearing utterly at ease, as if he were not atop a notorious wild beast, but rather a loyal steed of his own. Who else could it be but Lu Chen? Behind him, Zhang Fan followed closely, his face aglow with excitement and pride. It truly is him. He has tamed the Leiwen Tiger King. The captain lowered the telescope, disbelief etched across his face. He raised his hand, voice hoarse with urgency. "Sound the all clear. Open the gates. It is a friend." Despite the incredulity, the evidence was undeniable. The youth who had achieved a miracle beyond the SSS grade had once again performed an astonishing feat, riding a C-grade pinnacle Leiwen Tiger King back into the city. Zhang Fan. Disregard. The news exploded at the city gates, rapidly spreading like wildfire within the city. As Lu Chen rode Lei Ya through the towering gates, all guards instinctively stood taller, their eyes filled with reverence. They dared not meet the Tiger King's imposing gaze, nor could they bear to look directly at the inscrutable young man seated upon its back. On either side of the passage, countless citizens and warriors gathered, drawn by the commotion, forming an impenetrable sea of humanity. My goodness, it truly is the Leiwen Tiger King. I once saw it from afar in the wilderness. There is no mistaking it. He has truly accomplished it. He single-handedly completed an A-grade mission and even tamed the Beast King. How formidable. Is this the power possessed by someone with divine-level aptitude? Look, the Tiger King is so docile before him. Gasps of astonishment and admiration merge into a chorus. All eyes are fixated on the pair of man and tiger, filled with fervor and reverence. Lu Chen, astride the back of the tiger, calmly surveys the excited crowd, akin to a sovereign surveying his subjects. This sensation of being the center of attention, mingled with awe, is not unfamiliar to him. In his past life, he experienced it at his peak. In this life, he shall ascend to even greater heights. He does not linger, urging Lei Ya toward the academy. As Lei Ya strides forward, the crowd parts, creating a broader path, no one daring to obstruct its advance. Wherever it passes, deep claw marks are left behind, along with a lingering, subtle pressure, as if heralding the arrival of a new king. At the academy, in the headquarters of the enforcement team, Zhou Xiong abruptly stands up from his seat, knocking over his teacup. "What did you say?" He returned riding the Leiwen Tiger King. The team member before him turns pale, nodding repeatedly. "Absolutely true. Captain, the entire city is in an uproar. The aura of the Leiwen Tiger King is undoubtedly at the peak of C-grade." Zhou Xiong's expression darkens considerably. As he plops back into his chair, his gaze complex. He had harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking Lu Chen was heading to his doom by undertaking an A-grade mission alone. Yet, he never imagined that not only did Lu Chen complete the task, but he returned in such a flamboyant manner, taming a C-grade peak beast king. His strength likely far surpasses Zhou Xiong's. The thought of having previously underestimated Lu Chen sends a chill of sweat down Zhou Xiong's back. In the dean's office, an elderly man with white hair stands by the window, gazing at the crowd gathering in the distance, all focused on the moving figure and the striking Leiwen Tiger King. a meaningful smile gracing his face. This little fellow truly knows how to surprise people every time. It seems this situation is becoming increasingly murky. Send the word down to elevate Lu Chen's status to core seed level, with no cap on resource allocations. Yes, Dean. Lu Chen finally returns to the academy's gates, which are already surrounded by students who rushed over upon hearing the news. Upon seeing the majestic Lei Tiger King and feeling the suffocating pressure it exudes, all voices of doubt and jealousy vanish, leaving only boundless shock and silence. Lu Chen leaps down from the tiger's back and pats its massive, lightning-patterned head. Leia emits a low growl, obediently lying down like a small mountain, guarding Lu Chen from behind. Lu Chen's gaze sweeps across the crowd, finally resting on the task hall, where he turns to Zhang Fan and calmly states, "Go, submit the task." Zhang Fan responds with excitement, puffing out his chest. Under the envious gazes of countless onlookers, he strides confidently toward the task hall. From this day forth, he, Zhang Fan, will no longer be the bullied underclassman. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stands still, hands clasped behind his back. He needs neither words nor actions. The C-grade peak Lei Tiger King prostrating at his feet serves as the finest declaration, the ultimate display of power. His authority, from this moment forward, is beyond question. The shock of Lu Chen's return riding a tiger continues to sweep across Donghai City like a tidal wave. On the streets, during meals, everyone discusses the youth who has risen like a comet, and his imposing Lei Tiger King. News of the core seed privileges and unlimited resource allocations spreads like wildfire, propelling Lu Chen's reputation to unprecedented heights. Countless factions begin to investigate, strategizing on how to engage with this future giant. Should they befriend him or eliminate him? The following morning, Lu Chen is in his newly assigned villa with a training ground, leisurely observing Leia devouring the academy's premium exotic beast meat. Zhang Fan, meanwhile, excitedly counts the spoils from their recent mission. The base rewards from the A-grade task, along with the loot from the Wang family stronghold, have been converted into a wealth of credits and resources. Just the 1/10 Lu Chen generously allocated to him has transformed him overnight from resource poor to moderately affluent, sufficient to support his cultivation to the martial artist realm. Senior Lu, here is the list for your review. Zhang Fan respectfully hands an electronic tablet to Lu Chen. Lu Chen glances at it casually before tossing it aside. You keep these. Use them to enhance your strength quickly. Do not tarnish my reputation. Zhang Fan trembles with excitement, his voice choked with emotion. Yes. Thank you, Senior Lu. I will not disappoint your expectations. He realizes that from this moment on, he has truly been recognized as one of Lu Chen's own. At that moment, the doorbell rings. Zhang Fan immediately looks alert, glancing at Lu Chen. Lu Chen remains unfazed, calmly instructing, "Go answer the door." Outside stands 3 middle-aged men in deep blue military uniforms, standing tall. The leader, adorned with 2 stars on his shoulder, exudes an imposing aura, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He is unmistakably a grandmaster-level powerhouse. The 2 men behind him also radiate the presence of peak martial artists. Such a display signifies the importance of their visit. Lu Chen, hello, the grandmaster greets with a seemingly warm smile. I am Qin Wu, vice commander of the Songlong Army from the Eastern War Zone. Songlong Army, one of the 3 elite legions safeguarding humanity on the Abyssal Front. Zhang Fan gasps in astonishment, instinctively standing straighter, even moderating his breathing. However, Lu Chen merely raises an eyebrow, remaining seated, showing no intention of standing up. Is there something you need? A flicker of displeasure crosses Qin Wu's eyes before he swiftly conceals it. As a grandmaster and vice commander of the Songlong Army, he is accustomed to being revered, never having been so disregarded by a mere martial artist. Yet, recalling the commander's instructions and the report on Lu Chen's unparalleled SSS-level aptitude and the taming of the Lei Tiger King, he suppresses his irritation. Lu Chen, let us get straight to the point. I represent the Songlong Army and formally invite you to join us. We will offer you the highest level of treatment in the Songlong Reserve, preferential resources, and personal guidance from the commander. Once you reach the Grandmaster realm, a rank of Major General will be directly conferred upon you. The conditions are undeniably generous. The Songlong Reserve is a prestigious sanctuary that countless prodigies covet to enter, not to mention the personal guidance from the commander and the future position of a star general. Zhang Fan, listening from the side, feels exhilarated, recognizing this as an unparalleled opportunity. Yet, Lu Chen merely scoffs. The Songlong Reserve? High-level treatment? He shakes his head, his tone laced with disdain. I'm not interested. What? The expressions of the 2 peak martial artists behind Qin Wu shift dramatically, unable to contain themselves. Lu Chen, do you even comprehend what you are rejecting? This is an opportunity that countless people can only dream of. Qin Wu furrows his brow. Lu Chen, while youthful pride is admirable, being overly rigid can lead to a downfall. The brutality of the abyssal front is far beyond your imagination. Joining the Songlong army is your finest choice. And it is also the swiftest path to contributing to the human race. Contributing to the human race? Lu Chen finally rose to his feet. His gaze calm as he regarded Qin Wu. My power is solely under my control. As for opportunities? A smirk played on his lips, radiating absolute confidence. I, Lu Chen, am the greatest opportunity. Arrogance. One of the peak martial masters could not help but shout in anger. A mere intermediate martial artist dares to speak such bold words. Does he truly believe that conquering a beast makes him invincible? Before he could finish, Leia, who had been gnawing on meat beside him, suddenly lifted his head. The frigid gaze of the beast locked onto the martial master, a low growl of threat emanating from his throat. Thunderous patterns illuminated his body, and a violent aura instantly enveloped the area. The peak martial master turned pale, forced to take a step back, utterly humiliated by the intimidation of a beast. Qin Wu's expression hardened as he raised his hand to halt his subordinate. He turned to Lu Chen, his tone now icy. Lu Chen, I acknowledge your extraordinary talent. Yet talent does not equate to strength. This world is vast. Oh, Lu Chen arched an eyebrow. It seems that General Qin wishes to test my strength. He took a step forward, his gaze fixed on the peak martial master who had spoken earlier. Take my punch. If you cannot withstand it, then leave my presence. The peak martial master, upon hearing this, laughed in rage. Good. I shall see how much weight your divine talent truly holds. After all, he was a seasoned warrior. A peak martial master. How could he fear an intermediate martial artist? Even if the opponent was a genius, the gap in realms was an insurmountable chasm. He took a deep breath, his true energy surging, muscles taut. He assumed the initial stance of military combat techniques, bracing for the encounter. Qin Wu did not intervene. He too wished to witness the source of this youth's confidence. Chapter 9. The winds begin to rise. It is time for the Wang clan to perish. Lu Chen made his move. Without any elaborate techniques, without any build-up. He simply launched a straightforward punch toward the peak martial master. The fist moved slowly, almost languidly. Yet in the perception of the peak martial master, this punch seemed to seal off all avenues of evasion. What terrified him further was that his internal true energy suddenly became erratic, as if facing a natural enemy. Trembling uncontrollably. Not good. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he desperately tried to muster all his strength to defend. However, it was already too late. Lu Chen's fist lightly struck the crossing arms of the martial master. Crack! The sound of splintering bones resonated. Immediately after, the peak martial master was sent flying as if struck by a speeding train. His body soared through the air, a spray of blood painting a vivid crimson arc. Bang! He crashed heavily against the training grounds wall, a specially designed alloy wall that crumpled upon impact. Then, he slid down softly, losing consciousness. His arms bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Silence. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Qin Wu and another peak martial master stared wide-eyed, as if they had encountered a ghost. One punch. Merely one punch. An intermediate martial artist had utterly overwhelmed a battle-hardened peak martial master. This completely defied their understanding of martial arts. Lu Chen slowly retracted his fist, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He gazed at the pale-faced, astonished Qin Wu and spoke coolly. Now can you leave? Or do you wish to test it for yourself? Qin Wu looked into Lu Chen's unfathomable eyes. He glanced at his unconscious subordinate and then at the watchful and poised Leia, the thunder-pattern Tiger King. A chill coursed through him. He realized he had vastly underestimated this youth. This individual was no longer a mere fish in the pond. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, and spoke solemnly. We leave. He cast a lingering glance at Lu Chen, as if etching the youth's image into his memory. Then, he turned and quickly departed with his unconscious subordinate, his demeanor oddly hurried. Zhang Fan watched the military personnel retreat in disarray, then turned to the composed and unperturbed Lu Chen. His admiration had reached its zenith, defeating a peak martial master with a single punch, and outright rejecting the Songlong army's recruitment. What extraordinary might! What an invincible presence! Lu Chen gazed in the direction where Qin Wu had vanished, his eyes profound. The military's recruitment was within his expectations. The refusal was also inevitable. His path is to devour the myriad realms and transcend all beings. How could he bow down to others? At the front lines of the abyss, in the battlefield of the myriad realms, he murmured softly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. There, he would find the stronger sustenance he sought. However, Before venturing onto a grander stage, there were a few buzzing flies in the academy that required extermination. For instance, the Wang clan, which lurked in the shadows and dispatched the Blood Wolf gang. It is time to uproot them completely. The news of Lu Chen's victory over the Canglong army's peak martial master detonated like a bombshell, igniting a fervor within the upper echelons of Donghai City. If taming Leia showcased his potential and peculiarity, then directly overwhelming a peak martial master proclaimed his possession of an extraordinary and terrifying combat power. Countless factions began to re-evaluate the threat level and recruitment value of this youth. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Lu Chen made a decision that left everyone astounded. He did not wait or strategize. Less than half an hour after Qin Wu departed, he mounted the thunder-patterned Tiger King, Leia, and set forth alone toward the Wang clan's residence in Donghai City, unhurriedly striding forward. He did not conceal his whereabouts, boldly parading through the streets. The imposing figure of Leia, coupled with its C-grade peak ferocity, served as the finest flag of passage. As they moved, pedestrians fled in terror and vehicles halted. Countless gazes, some filled with dread, others with shock or curiosity, followed the duo. Where could they be headed? That direction leads to the Wang clan's territory. My heavens! Is he truly seeking trouble with the Wang clan all on his own? Madness! The Wang clan is a prominent family guarded by masters. News spread like wildfire, and numerous onlookers and spies from various factions flocked toward the Wang clan's residence. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. The Wang clan residence, nestled in the luxurious district of the western area of Donghai City, was fortified with high walls and vigilant defenses. Yet within, chaos reigned, with panic gripping every heart. The clan head, Wang Tianhao, a junior master, sat in the main hall with a grim countenance. Below him were a group of pallid elders and core disciples. They had received the news that their stronghold had been uprooted, that Wang Xiao had been incapacitated, and that the likes of Wang Ji and others had perished. They had also just learned of Lu Chen's return atop the tiger, having defeated a martial master with a single punch. Fear slithered like a cold serpent, coiling around each person's heart. Clan head, that monster is heading this way. A guard company scrambled into the hall, their voices tinged with despair. What? An uproar instantly erupted within the hall, and a few timid youths even felt their legs weaken in fear. Calm down. Wang Tianhao slammed his hand on the table, feigning composure. Yet, his slightly trembling hand betrayed the terror within. My Wang family has stood resilient in Donghai for decades. What tempests have we not weathered? No matter how formidable he is merely a martial artist. I am a grandmaster. Moreover, I have activated the family's grand formation. Even if he is a grandmaster, he will find it impossible to breach it in a short time. As if to affirm his words, a pale yellow protective shield illuminated the surroundings of the estate, emanating an impressive energy fluctuation. This was a defense array set up by the Wang family at great expense, sufficient to withstand the sustained assaults of a peak grandmaster. The appearance of the shield offered a semblance of calm to the panicked members of the Wang family. However, this sense of security lasted barely 3 minutes. Thud, thud. The heavy, rhythmic footsteps approached, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground, drawing nearer. It was as if the heartbeat of a colossal beast struck against the hearts of every Wang family member. All held their breath, gazing toward the estate's main door. Finally, the majestic yet terrifying Leiwen Tiger King appeared, along with the youth on its back, who resembled a demonic deity, standing outside the shield. Lu Chen rode upon Leia, his gaze calmly sweeping over the pale yellow barrier and the Wang family members who seemed prepared for battle. His eyes bore the indifference of one surveying a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Wang Tianhao, Lu Chen's voice resonated through the shield, clearly reaching every ear. Come out to die? His tone was flat, yet it contained boundless murderous intent and dominance. Wang Tianhao's complexion turned ashen as he leaped to the front of the courtyard, shouting fiercely across the barrier, his bravado faltering. Lu Chen, do not be so overbearing. Do you truly think the Wang family fears you? If you have the capability, break this grand formation first. The formation? A smirk curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. Merely the shell of an ant. He didn't even dismount from Leia, slowly raising his right hand. Fingers splayed, aimed at the pale yellow shield. Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong activated the ability to absorb energy from afar, targeting the array's energy. Buzz. An overwhelming and terrifying force of absorption erupted, far greater than when he consumed the life essence of martial artists or the Leiwen tiger. This time, it was not aimed at the essence of life, but directly at the energy itself. The pale yellow shield began to tremble violently, visibly oscillating around Lu Chen's palm. The energy constituting the formation surged towards Lu Chen's hand, like rivers converging into the sea. The glow of the shield dimmed rapidly, its color fading, even emitting the sound of cracking under pressure. What? He is absorbing the energy of the formation. How is this possible? The color drained from Wang Tianhao and all the Wang family members' faces, their eyes filled with boundless fear and absurdity. Absorbing life essence was already terrifying enough. Now he could directly absorb the energy from the formation. What manner of monster is he? Chapter 10. Confusion. Killing you is also mine. No. Quickly. Increase the energy output. Stabilize the formation. Wang Tianhao screamed hoarsely, frantically injecting his Grandmaster's true energy into the core of the formation. Yet, all was in vain. Before the bug-level absorption ability of Jiao Qiaoshen Mo Gong, this level of formation was akin to mere dessert. Break. Lu Chen uttered a single word. Bang. The sound echoed as if glass had shattered. The pale yellow shield completely collapsed, transforming into a myriad of light points that were then wholly consumed by Lu Chen. The Wang family's greatest reliance, a defense array said to withstand peak grandmasters, could not endure even 3 breaths before Lu Chen. The main gate of the estate swung wide open. Wang Tianhao's face turned ashen as he gazed at Lu Chen, who rode the giant tiger and slowly stepped into the Wang family's entrance. A chilling dread coursed through him from his feet to the crown of his head. Flee! It was unclear who shouted, but the Wang family members instantly crumbled, crying out in panic as they scattered in all directions. Now, you wish to escape? It is too late. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he leaped down from Leia. He moved like a ghost through the courtyard, where no technique was needed. Merely raising his hand sufficed. Jiao Qiaoshen Mo Gong unleashed its full power, covering a radius of 20 meters. Ah, no, spare me. The wails of terror resounded in waves. Regardless of whether they were martial apprentices, martial artists, or elder martial masters attempting to resist, none could escape the horrifying field of absorption. Their true energy, blood essence, and life were extinguished as easily as a candle in the wind, transforming into pure energy that flowed into Lu Chen's body. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. Wang Tianhao watched in agony, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, yet he felt a profound chill in his heart. He realized the Wang family was finished. With a roar, he unleashed his Grandmaster's true energy, transforming it into a streak of light. He was not charging at Lu Chen, but rather darting toward the backyard. He sought to flee. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. You wish to leave? Lu Chen let out a cold snort, reaching out toward Wang Tianhao's direction from afar. Return to me. A terrifying force of attraction suddenly enveloped Wang Tianhao. His forward momentum abruptly halted. As if he were caught in an invisible quagmire, his speed plummeting. In terror, he discovered that the Grandmaster true energy he had painstakingly cultivated was leaking out uncontrollably. No, I am a Grandmaster. You cannot kill me. He struggled desperately, burning his essence blood to break free. Yet, before Lu Chen, who had already ascended to the rank of advanced martial artist, the struggles of a junior Grandmaster appeared utterly futile. Lu Chen's hand slowly retracted. Wang Tianhao was pulled back as if bound by invisible ropes, uncontrollably flying back, crashing heavily at Lu Chen's feet. His Grandmaster cultivation reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. His breath was weak to the utmost. He raised his head to meet Lu Chen's indifferent gaze from above. Finally, utterly broken, tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Spare me." Lu Chen, no, Lord Lu. It was my Wang family that was blind. I am willing to offer all of the Wang family's assets. I merely ask for your mercy. Lu Chen looked down upon him as one would a mere insect. Foolish. Killing you means all your Wang family's possessions become mine. As his words fell, Lu Chen stepped down. Uffed. The sound was akin to crushing a watermelon. Wang Tianhao, the head of the Wang family and a junior Grandmaster, had his skull shattered, dying on the spot. The residual essence of his Grandmaster was instantly absorbed by Lu Chen. In less than 10 minutes, the Wang family, which had dominated Donghai for decades, saw its core members slaughtered, its head fallen, and its estate transformed into a graveyard. Lu Chen stood amidst the sea of corpses in the courtyard, his aura surging. He had already reached the pinnacle of advanced martial artists, a mere step away from becoming a martial master. He surveyed the bloody battlefield, his expression betraying no emotion. The law of nature is survival of the fittest. He took out a communicator and dialed a number. Zhang Fan. Arriving at the Wang family estate, he began to tally the spoils of war. From this day forth, Donghai City shall no longer bear the name of the Wang family. After delivering these words, He tucked away his communicator and mounted the patiently waiting Leia. Amidst the terrified gazes of numerous onlookers in the distance, he departed slowly. His silhouette remained upright, yet it was shrouded in an oppressive aura of ferocity. The major factions of Donghai City, upon witnessing the grim state of the Wang residents through various channels, fell into stunned silence. All covert maneuvers aimed at Lu Chen ceased entirely at that moment. They understood that a formidable dragon had crossed the river, descending with an unmatched might. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. As the aftershocks of the Wang family's downfall had yet to settle, Lu Chen's name resonated like a thunderclap, instilling fear throughout Donghai. No one dared to question his authority any longer. The resources from the supply department arrived punctually and in abundance, with no one daring to delay even a fraction. In his new villa, Lu Chen consumed the wealth accumulated by the Wang family along with the resources bestowed by the academy. Energy crystals crumbled into powder, and medicinal herbs lost their luster. A torrent of energy surged into his meridians like rivers converging into the sea. The pinnacle barrier of advanced martial artists shattered under this violent onslaught. A presence, tenfold stronger than that of a mere warrior, erupted from within him. The air around him trembled, subtly forming a vortex. He had ascended to the realm of martial master. After several days, he had broken through yet again, officially entering the martial master realm. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt a newfound fluidity in his connection with the energies of heaven and earth, and his intangible devouring force expanded dramatically. The range of his ability to absorb energy from a distance extended from 20 meters to 100. Within this radius, life and death lay at the mercy of a single thought. Leia seemed to sense his master's breakthrough, letting out a low, joyful roar. Its thunderous markings glimmered even brighter, and its aura subtly heightened. As Lu Chen familiarized himself with his martial master powers, a transmission talisman transformed into a stream of light. Floating before him, it bore a message from the Dean, Lu Chen, that Songlong Army Commander seeks an audience with you regarding the 10,000 Realms battlefield. The message was concise, yet heavy with significance. That Songlong Army Commander was a titan defending a realm, his strength far surpassing that of a Grandmaster. Existing above the Grandmaster tier as a martial sovereign, Lu Chen's gaze flickered. Was he finally to engage with the 10,000 Realms battlefield? Without hesitation, he instructed Zhang Fan to keep watch and proceeded alone to the tower where the Dean awaited. Inside the tower, apart from the silver-haired Dean, there sat another man. He appeared middle-aged, with an unremarkable face, clad in a dark military uniform devoid of insignia. Seated casually, he seemed to be the very center of the space. No powerful aura emanated from him, yet Lu Chen felt an inexplicable sensation, as though he were confronting not just a man, but an unfathomable ocean or a towering ancient divine mountain. Martial sovereign. Moreover, he was far from a novice in this realm. Young friend Lu Chen. This is the Songlong Army Commander, Long Zhantian, the Dean introduced, his tone tinged with respect. Long Zhantian's gaze fell upon Lu Chen, penetrating and curious. Indeed, he nodded slightly. His voice calm, yet commanding. Your foundation is solid, and your aura is well honed. It is no wonder that Qin Wu faltered before you. He directly referenced a prior displeasure without any intent of reproach. Lu Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Commander Long, you did not summon me to discuss this, did you? A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Long Zhantian's eyes. He wasted no time in getting to the point. Do you wish to venture to the 10,000 Realms battlefield? It connects the myriad realms and serves as the front line for humanity's clashes with foreign races, as well as the swiftest forge for the rise of the strong. There, the battles are most brutal, yet the resources are abundant, including ancient opportunities. He gazed deeply into Lu Chen's eyes. Your abilities are quite unique. On the battlefield, you could wield an unexpected influence. Remaining in the rear would be a waste. I can offer you the identity of a free hunter, unbound by ordinary military regulations, only required to respond to summons in critical moments. You will possess an independent base, shared intelligence, and the ability to exchange military achievements on par with high-ranking officers. The conditions were exceptionally generous, akin to inviting him as a guest rather than a subordinate. The Dean, listening from the side, was taken aback by this unprecedented treatment. Lu Chen required no time for contemplation, nodding in agreement. I accept. He was in dire need of a broader hunting ground and stronger sustenance. The 10,000 Realms battlefield was precisely what he sought. Long Zhantian appeared to have anticipated his response, snapping his fingers. A dark golden dragon-shaped token flew before Lu Chen. This is your identification credential. In 3 days, there will be a teleportation array within the academy leading directly to the 7th defense zone. You may proceed at your leisure. With that, Long Zhantian's figure gradually faded, ultimately merging with the air, vanishing without a trace. Such was the enigmatic and extraordinary method of a martial sovereign. 3 days later, deep within the academy, before a massive white jade altar inscribed with countless intricate runes, Lu Chen sat astride Leia. Zhang Fan stood nearby, his eyes filled with reluctance and yearning. "Wait for me to establish my footing. Perhaps I will call you over," Lu Chen remarked, glancing at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, overcome with excitement, knelt on one knee. "I, Zhang Fan, will not disappoint my senior brother's expectations and will strive to cultivate diligently." Radiance enveloped both man and beast. The space warped, and a powerful tearing force surged forth. Yet for Lu Chen and Leia at this moment, it posed little challenge. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing a dramatically altered scene. The sky was a dull gray, devoid of sun or stars, only an eternal, muted yellow. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, sulfur, and an indescribable chaotic energy that unsettled the mind. Beneath them lay dark red earth, seemingly soaked in blood. In the distance stood towering, undulating steel walls reminiscent of a dragon's spine. The walls bore mottled scars and dried bloodstains. Beyond them stretched an endless expanse of rugged terrain, shrouded in faint black mist. This was one of humanity's outposts in the 10,000 Realms battlefield, the 7th Defense Zone. Chapter 11. The feast begins. A heavy, murderous, and ironclad atmosphere assailed them. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, absorbing the energies of this realm, so distinct from Earth. His eyes sparkled not with discomfort, but rather with a flicker of excitement. Although the energy here was wild and chaotic, it served as delectable sustenance for the Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong. He urged Leia towards the formidable city gates. The guards stationed at the gates exuded a fierce aura, each at least a martial artist. Upon seeing Lu Chen and his mount, their eyes widened in astonishment. However, they did not impede his passage. After verifying his dragon-shaped token, they respectfully allowed him entry. Inside the city, it was not solely a military camp. Streets, shops, and even taverns thrived, yet the populace hurried by, each radiating a menacing air, with scarcely any ordinary people in sight. The architecture here was rugged and sturdy, constructed largely of massive stones and metals, embodying the essence of a battlefield. Following the guidance of his token, Lu Chen arrived at a relatively isolated area, home to numerous stone fortresses of varying sizes. His residence is a moderately sized stone fortress situated in a favorable location. As he approached the stronghold, a cacophony of boisterous voices erupted nearby. "Newcomer, do you understand the rules? The protection fee for this area is due." A group of fierce-looking warriors clad in ragged leather armor surrounded a young man who appeared to have just arrived, extorting him with threats. The leader, bearing a scarred face, emanated a formidable aura indicative of a mid-tier martial master. Upon spotting Lu Chen riding on Leia, his eyes gleamed with interest, particularly as he sensed Lu Chen's nascent martial prowess and the impressive stature of Leia. The glint of greed was unmistakable. Another fat sheep? Kid, that tiger of yours is quite impressive. I have my sights set on it. Hand over your valuables, and I will ensure your safety in this region under my blood blade." He swaggered forward with his subordinates, eyes mocking as if gazing at a lamb awaiting slaughter. In this chaotic front line, it was commonplace to bully newcomers. Lu Chen regarded the encroaching figures with an unflinching gaze. He gently patted Leia's neck and uttered a calm command: "Kill." The words were devoid of emotion, yet they rang like a death sentence. Leia, having already attuned to his master, received the command, and its icy, beastly eyes locked onto the scarred man, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy. The peak of sea-level martial prowess exploded without restraint. "What? Peak sea level?" The mocking grin on the scarred man's face instantaneously froze, transforming into boundless terror. His subordinates behind him were paralyzed with fear. They had struck a steel plate. No, it was more like hitting a steel wall. With a roar, Leia surged forward, transforming into a streak of blue lightning, moving at blinding speed. Its claws slashed out, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap and a piercing shriek that rent the air. No, the scarred man barely had time to emit a desperate scream before his protective aura crumbled like paper. A splatter of blood followed. The mid-tier martial master, along with his 2 subordinates, was obliterated in an instant by Leia's claw, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage. The remaining few collapsed in terror, wetting themselves as they prostrated on the ground, begging for mercy. "Spare us, my lord. We were blind to your power. Have mercy." Lu Chen did not even glance at the groveling rabble. Mounted on Leia, he walked slowly through the pool of blood and entered his own stone fortress. A chilling voice echoed in the ears of the survivors. Inform others. Here, my rules are the law. Those who defy them shall perish. The gates of the fortress closed slowly, sealing off the bloodshed and terror outside. The few survivors scrambled to escape, eager to spread the word of the new harbinger of doom. The 7th defense zone, marked by the arrival of this ferocious tiger and its even more terrifying master, would no longer know peace. Lu Chen stood at the lookout of the fortress, gazing out at the boundless expanse beyond the city walls. A land rife with slaughter and opportunity. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. I have returned to the battlefield of myriad realms. The news of Lu Chen's establishment in the fortress, along with the annihilation of the Bloodblade gang, sent ripples akin to stones cast into a still lake, stirring considerable unrest in the outer regions of the 7th defense zone. However, soon a greater turmoil engulfed the entire defense zone. The beast tide was upon them. A piercing alarm echoed through the skies. The runic cannons atop the walls began to charge, emanating a disquieting energy pulse. Countless soldiers surged onto the battlements like a tidal wave. The atmosphere instantly tightened to an extreme. Couriers riding swift exotic beasts dashed through the encampment, shouting at the top of their lungs. All free hunters, immediately proceed to reinforce the 3rd segment of the wall. Repeat, all free hunters. To the 3rd segment of the wall. The command was relayed directly to Lu Chen's fortress. Lu Chen opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He felt the surging power of a martial master within him, coupled with the absolute dominion over a 100-meter radius. A smile of anticipation graced his lips. Leia, let us go. Let us see what sustenance this battlefield of myriad realms can offer. He rode majestically on Leia, ambling toward the designated 3rd segment of the wall. Along the way, he spotted many other free hunters who had also received the summons. A diverse array of beings, humans and a few allies from other races. Each radiated a fierce aura, all at least at the martial master level. Upon seeing Lu Chen and his mount, they cast astonished glances, but with the imminent threat at hand, none dared to linger. Upon ascending the towering walls, an awe-inspiring sight met their eyes. Beyond the battlements, a menacing beast tide surged like a churning black sea, stretching endlessly. Among them were various twisted, grotesque, low-level magical creatures. Yet interspersed were a significant number of powerful C-level, martial master level, and even a few B-level, master level, elite exotic beasts. They emitted deafening roars, relentlessly battering against the energy shields and physical defenses of the walls. In the sky, a multitude of flying exotic beasts swirled like dark clouds, periodically diving down to spew acid or flames. On the battlements, runic cannons roared. Energy beams cleaved through the beast tide like scythes of death, carving out swathes of empty ground. Soldiers shouted furiously, raining down boulders, boiling oil, and arrows imbued with true energy. The free hunters displayed their unique abilities, sword energies, blade energies. Elemental attacks erupted in dazzling, yet deadly fireworks amidst the beast tide. From the very outset, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Bloodshed and slaughter were the sole themes of this place. Lu Chen was assigned to a defensive area approximately 50 meters in length. He had scarcely arrived when below. A few exceptionally strong sea-level mid-tier exotic beasts known as bone-biting hellhounds, clad in skeletal armor and resembling hunting dogs, seemed to detect his relatively weaker aura. With a powerful leap, they transformed into shadows, their claws glimmering ominously as they ascended the wall. A foul wind swept toward him. The faces of a few nearby soldiers, embroiled in fierce combat, changed dramatically. These hellhounds were notoriously difficult to handle. However, Lu Chen merely cast a casual glance. He did not even dismount from Leia. Instead, he simply raised his right hand and grasped at the air toward the hellhounds leaping toward him. 9 Aperture's divine demon technique, airborne absorption. 100-meter radius lay within his control. A woo. The ferocious bone-biting hellhounds, mid-leap, suddenly froze in their tracks. The bloodthirsty glint in their eyes was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. Their robust muscles deflated as if punctured, and their hardened skeletal armor lost its luster, their life force extinguished as if gripped by an invisible hand. In the blink of an eye, several withered hellhound corpses plummeted heavily onto the battlements before rolling off. The pure exotic beast blood energy surged into Lu Chen's body. Though mixed, the quantity was substantial. Nearby soldiers and free hunters who witnessed this scene were left dumbfounded, gasping in astonishment. What kind of technique is this? Instantaneously killing mid-tier sea-level beasts from a distance? Lu Chen paid no heed to their astonishment. His gaze shifted to the endless tide of beasts surging below the city walls. His gaze resembled that of one surveying a field ripe for harvest. He gently patted Leia, who, understanding the cue, unleashed a soul-shattering roar akin to that of a tiger. Lightning crackled around him as he leaped down from the towering city wall, which stood at a height of over 100 meters. Had he lost his mind? Below lay a horde of monstrous beasts. In the incredulous eyes of the onlookers, Leia, its claws entwined with lightning, descended as if riding the tempest, landing steadily and crushing several low-level magical creatures beneath its paws. Lu Chen, seated upon the tiger's back amidst a sea of countless beasts, maintained an air of tranquility. He slowly extended his arms, as though embracing the entire world. The feast had commenced, he murmured to himself. In the next moment, an invisible vortex, with a diameter of 100 meters, erupted around him. The Jiuqiao Shen Mo Gong was propelled to the pinnacle of his current realm. A terrifying field of devouring power enveloped the surroundings. Within this force field, be it the lowest tier of magical creatures or the formidable C-rank beasts, even a newly arrived B-rank giant lizard-like creature, all roars and bellows instantaneously transformed into cries of despair. They were horrified to discover their strength, vitality, and life essence uncontrollably escaping their bodies, rushing towards the human riding upon the thunderous beast like rivers flowing back to the sea. Their bodies withered visibly, losing their luster, their scales turned dull, and their robust frames became mere husks, collapsing like wheat stalks blown down by the wind. The area within 100 meters was instantly cleared, leaving behind a ground strewn with various dried corpses. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's aura began to surge at an alarming rate. From the initial stage of a martial master to the peak of that stage, then advancing into the mid-stage, an immense amount of energy, a melange of various beast essences, was forcibly refined and purified by the Jiuqiao Shen Mo Gong, transforming into the most exquisite nourishment, propelling his realm skyward. This scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Upon the city wall, both ordinary soldiers and freelance hunters, including a master general stationed there, stood agape, as if petrified. What had they witnessed? A single individual plunging into a horde of beasts, and then rendering a 100-meter radius around him utterly vacant? The fallen corpses formed the eeriest and most terrifying battleground of death. Is he a demon? A soldier stammered. It seems he is absorbing the powers of those beasts, exclaimed a knowledgeable freelance hunter in shock. Leia, guarding Lu Chen, would violently shred any stray beast attempting to breach the 100-meter boundary. Lu Chen remained on the tiger's back, eyes closed, relishing this unprecedented infusion of energy. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing. His meridians expanded, and his true energy became denser and more potent. The range for siphoning energy appeared to subtly extend beyond 100 meters under the onslaught of this vast energy. He resembled an insatiable black hole, voraciously consuming all surrounding life energy. The beast horde seemed momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, their onslaught faltering. But soon, more creatures, driven by some primal instinct, unleashed even more frenzied roars and surged towards the deadly zone, attempting to overwhelm that terrifying human by sheer numbers. Yet, all was in vain. Entering the 100-meter zone was akin to stepping into a realm of death. For every beast that approached, a life was extinguished. Before the segment of the city wall where Lu Chen stood, a bizarre vacuum zone manifested solely due to his presence. The pressure lessened significantly. My heavens! He has single-handedly defended a segment of the wall. The Master General muttered in disbelief. He gazed at Lu Chen, who stood amidst the beast tide like an unwavering anchor in a storm, witnessing the ever-expanding circle of dried corpses, his heart tumultuous with awe. What manner of being was this? What kind of monster had the dragon army summoned? Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him and the imminent breakthrough to the later stage of a martial master. He nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept over the still boundless horde of beasts, his expression icy. It was not enough. He directed Leia to move slowly along the city wall, and wherever he passed, the devouring force field acted like a highly efficient harvester, mercilessly claiming all life. Swathes of beasts fell as dried corpses, providing him with a continuous stream of energy. Thus, he strode upon the tiger amidst the myriad of beasts, invincible. One man was akin to an army. In the 7th defense zone, a legend belonging to the devouring demon began to quietly circulate from that moment onward. The scene of Lu Chen harvesting amidst the beast tide became the most shocking image on the battlefield of the 7th defense zone. He appeared as a moving natural disaster, carving out stark white spaces amid the surging black tide, while an overwhelming, mixed essence of beast energy continuously surged into his body. The Jiuqiao Shen Mo Gong operated frantically, purifying and refining this chaotic energy into the most pristine nourishment. His cultivation soared like a rocket, from the mid-stage of a martial master to the peak, then into the later stage, a level that ordinary martial masters required years, even decades, of arduous training to reach. He achieved within a mere half-hour. However, this vast energy was still unspent, propelling his cultivation further towards the pinnacle of a martial master. On the city wall, all were rendered numb. They beheld the figure moving unimpeded amidst the sea of beasts, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. A monster? No, a god of war. One soldier murmured. As long as he is here, this segment of the wall is secure. Another freelance hunter exclaimed with excitement. The master general stationed there observed the increasingly terrifying aura emanating from Lu Chen, his eyes filled with shock and anticipation. This young man was likely to ascend to the ranks of masters during this battle. As if to affirm his words, at the battlefield's center, Lu Chen, astride Leia, experienced a sudden transformation in his aura. The already surging true energy seemed to shatter some invisible shackles, achieving a qualitative leap. It became even more refined and robust, exuding an authority that could summon the forces of heaven and earth. A powerful cyclone erupted around him, brutally shredding and consuming dozens of beasts that attempted to approach. He had transcended. After devouring countless beasts, Lu Chen seamlessly stepped into the coveted realm of martial masters. From this moment forth, his true energy could manifest as a tangible force, enabling him to command the elements, soar through the skies, and extend his lifespan. Meanwhile, he distinctly sensed a transformation in the realm of his existence. His soul's power surged dramatically, and his perception of the surrounding world became extraordinarily clear. The core ability that had accompanied his rise, the art of remote energy absorption, underwent an astonishing metamorphosis. Its range expanded from 100 meters to a staggering 1,000 meters in an instant. Within this 1,000-meter domain, I am the sovereign. I shall devour all. Yet, this was not the most significant change. Upon stepping into the realm of a grandmaster, enlightenment dawned upon him, granting him a deeper understanding of Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong. Instinctively, he raised his hand towards the dense tide of beasts ahead and activated his devouring ability once more. However, this time, the method was different. It was no longer a mere act of energy plundering. In front of his palm, the void seemed to distort slightly. A minuscule, almost imperceptible black vortex flickered and vanished. The next moment, a shocking event transpired. In a small area 100 meters ahead, approximately a dozen exotic beasts and the very space they occupied appeared to be eradicated by an invisible hand. There were no sounds, no bloodstains, no corpses. They simply vanished into thin air. What remained was an absolute void, where even the light seemed to undergo a faint distortion. The spatial structure of that area became somewhat unstable. Spatial devouring. This was the deeper, awakened ability of Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong after entering the Grandmaster realm. No longer confined to absorbing energy and the essence of life, it began to directly consume space itself. Though the range was still limited and the consumption immense, it undoubtedly marked a qualitative change. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The power of space. This is one of the supreme forces related to the fundamental laws of the universe. The potential of Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong far exceeded his imagination. With a mere thought, he attempted to infuse a trace of the faint spatial power into his protective aura. Instantly, his aura became denser, subtly imbued with the essence of distorted space, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. He even sensed that his perception of distance had become more precise. As he moved, it seemed he could faintly disrupt the space around him, enabling him to travel faster and with greater unpredictability. Roar. Beneath him, Leia also seemed to benefit immensely from Lu Chen's breakthrough. Its lightning aura surged, and its power skyrocketed from the peak of C rank to the initial stage of B rank, beginner grandmaster. Both master and servant achieved a breakthrough. Congratulations on your advancement, master. Leia's excited mental waves resonated. Lu Chen patted its head, feeling the vast ocean of power within him, along with the newly awakened, boundless potential of spatial devouring. A surge of ambition arose within him. He gazed at the still endless tide of beasts. His expression transformed from that of a mere observer to that of a hunter relishing the chase. The warm-up was over. Now, the true hunt begins. Chapter 13. Assembling forces, he rode Leia, no longer confined to the vicinity of the city walls, but actively charged deeper into the beast tide. The devouring power field expanded to its fullest extent within 1,000 meters. Wherever he passed, it was as if the Grim Reaper wielded an invisible scythe. All exotic beasts within that range, regardless of their rank, were reduced to ash, their energy completely plundered. This sensation surpassed any mere game of mowing down grass by countless folds. He even began to experiment with the nascent spatial devouring power. Occasionally, he flicked his fingers, and an almost imperceptible ripple of spatial energy shot forth, erasing the head of a distant B-rank exotic beast in an instant. At times, he pressed his palm, causing a localized spatial collapse that consumed a group of elite exotic beasts along with their energy attacks. Elusive and unpredictable, he and his tiger traversed through the myriad of beasts as if they were in an uninhabited realm. They were invincible. The pressure on the 7th defense zone was significantly alleviated due to his solitary actions. Countless soldiers and freelance hunters watched the figure stirring an endless storm of slaughter deep within the battlefield, their hearts racing with fervor. Lu Chen. It was uncertain who shouted first. Soon, thousands joined in a thunderous chorus, their voices drowning out the chaos of battle. Lu Chen, Lu Chen, Lu Chen. This name reverberated like war drums across the skies of the 7th defense zone. In that moment, he was no longer the young prodigy from Donghai Academy. He was the new star of humanity on the battlefield of myriad realms, the devouring grandmaster that struck fear into the hearts of the alien races. Lu Chen stood atop the back of the tiger, listening to the roaring cheers behind him, feeling the surging power within and the nascent spatial energy. His gaze turned towards the depths of the abyssal battlefield. There, stronger alien races awaited, along with richer resources, and a staircase leading to the pinnacle of divinity. His journey was to the stars and seas, to the myriad realms. And this was merely the beginning. Lu Chen broke through to Grandmaster amidst the beast tide, showcasing his eerie and formidable spatial devouring capability. His singular act of reversing the local battle's tide spread like a storm throughout the entire 7th defense zone, transmitting at an accelerated pace to higher echelons. As the beast tide gradually receded under the relentless resistance of the human army and the rampage of Lu Chen, this monstrous killing machine left behind a battlefield strewn with devastation and countless carcasses of exotic beasts. The 7th defense zone held strong. The jubilant cheers of survival echoed across the city walls. Countless gazes, filled with gratitude, awe, and admiration, were focused on the figure returning slowly from the depths of the battlefield atop Leia. His presence was enveloped in a powerful aura that had yet to fully subside, the might of a grandmaster radiating around him. Together with the now B-rank Lei Wan-Hu Wang, they resembled a war deity descending to the mortal realm. As he stepped onto the city wall, a messenger officer quickly approached, saluting respectfully with a military gesture, his voice booming. Lord Lu Chen, the Dragon Army commander has issued an order for you to proceed immediately to the command center. The surroundings fell silent. All present understood that this was a summons for rewards, and it was ordered personally by the commander. Lu Chen maintained a calm demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement, guiding Leia to follow the messenger officer toward the command center located at the core of the defense zone. As they passed, both ordinary soldiers and freelance hunters spontaneously cleared a path, casting reverent glances. The command center was a massive fortress, forged entirely from some black metal, imbued with an atmosphere of iron and blood. Upon entering the command hall atop Leia, Lu Chen found a number of individuals already gathered. Aside from the previously encountered Commander Long Zhantian seated at the head, there were several generals with profound auras and gleaming epaulets, as well as representatives from allied races. All eyes focused on Lu Chen the moment he entered. Curiosity, scrutiny, shock, and trepidation intermingled in the air. Long Zhantian regarded Lu Chen with a rare smile. Lu Chen, you have rendered outstanding service, turning the tide against overwhelming odds, and deserve the foremost commendation. His voice resonated through the hall, carrying an undeniable affirmation. A general responsible for the tally of military achievements stepped forward, reporting in a deep voice, after verification. Master Lu Chen single-handedly eliminated over 300 C-grade, Martial Master level, beasts and 17 B-grade, Master level, beasts in this defensive battle, including 3 peak B-grade beasts. This has alleviated the pressure on our military front by more than 40%. His achievements are extraordinary and immeasurable. The report trembled slightly with the weight of such astounding accomplishments. An oppressive gasp filled the hall, single-handedly slaying 17 master-level beasts. Is he even human? The expressions of the few representatives from other races turned grave as they regarded Lu Chen. Long Zhantian nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before finally resting on Lu Chen. His voice suddenly took on a serious and authoritative tone, in light of Lu Chen's contributions and strength. The decision of the Zonglong military headquarters has been made and submitted for approval by the highest council of the human race. Lu Chen is hereby granted the rank of Major General in the Zonglong Army. He enjoys independent command authority and may form a special operations team at his discretion. with resource allocations provided at the standard of a lieutenant general. He will report directly to this military command. As his words concluded, an aide approached, holding a tray that bore a neatly folded ceremonial uniform of a major general adorned with dark golden dragon patterns, along with a diamond-shaped badge representing the authority and identity of a major general. A major general, at the tender age of 17 or 18, in the rigid military hierarchy. This is a remarkable exception. It should be noted that many seasoned masters who have fought on the battlefield for decades have not necessarily attained the rank of general. The hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. The gazes of several generals towards Lu Chen were imbued with a sense of recognition and anticipation. Strength is always the swiftest means to earn respect. Lu Chen regarded the uniform and badge with a calm demeanor. He was indifferent to such hollow titles. But the convenience and resources this identity provided were what he sought. He reached out, grasping the weighty badge of Major General, pinning it onto his ordinary academy martial arts uniform. The dark golden badge contrasted sharply with his youthful visage, exuding an aura of compelling authority. "Thank you, Commander," he stated calmly. Long Zhantian observed his unflappable demeanor with growing admiration. Major General Lu Chen, by convention. Newly appointed leaders have the right to select their deployment area or mission. Long Zhantian's tone shifted as his gaze fell upon a colossal star map hanging on one side of the hall. The map illustrated the various regions controlled by the human race in the myriad realms, as well as numerous perilous territories occupied or contested by other races. "Are you interested in heading to the fractured Star River region?" Long Zhantian pointed to an area on the star map, sparkling with countless points of light, dense like shattered stars. This was one of the regions with the most frequent skirmishes recently. The space was unstable, often traversed by extraterrestrial beings from various realms, posing a high level of danger, yet offering even greater opportunities. It was said that this area was once an ancient battlefield of gods and demons, leaving behind many fragmented realms and legacies. His implication was clear. This location was more suited for a monster like Lu Chen, who craved challenges and abundant resources. Lu Chen's gaze turned towards the area known as the Fractured Star River. He sensed a faint yearning emanating from within his body, as if something there was calling to him. Was it a more powerful alien race, or the remnants of ancient divine origins? He hesitated not at all. "I will go." His words were succinct, yet brimming with absolute confidence. Long Zhantian seemed to have anticipated this, nodding. "Very well. 3 days hence, a dedicated starship will transport you and your troops to the outpost of the Fractured Star River, the Meteorite Fortress. I hope you can achieve further glory there." With the ceremony concluded, Lu Chen became the youngest general in the history of the Songlong army. This news swept through the 7th Defense Zone like a tempest, spreading to the broader territories of the human race. Without delay, upon returning to the Stone Fortress, Lu Chen immediately utilized his authority as Major General to announce the recruitment of members for a special operations team. The requirements were simple: a minimum strength of martial master, obedience to orders, and fearlessness in the face of death. The benefits included abundant resources, with contributions calculated at the highest standards. Once the news was released, applicants flocked in droves. Not to mention Lu Chen's terrifying achievements and potential, simply the direct command from the military leader, the independent structure, and the resource allocation at the lieutenant general standard were enough to entice countless powerful individuals yearning for merit and resources. Within just 2 days, Lu Chen selected 50 individuals from a multitude of applicants. Each member possessed at least mid-tier martial master strength, including 5 master-level warriors. They were either weary of the constraints of ordinary military life or eager to seize opportunities in more perilous environments, all drawn to Lu Chen's illustrious reputation. Zhang Fan was also summoned by Lu Chen through the teleportation array to the battlefield of the Myriad Realms, serving as his personal aide, responsible for daily management and liaison. On the 3rd day, a medium-sized military starship, carrying the newly appointed Major General Lu Chen, his 50 elite team members, along with his aide Zhang Fan and his steed Leia, slowly ascended, departing from the 7th Defense Zone. They set sail towards the more dangerous and expansive Fractured Star River region. Chapter 14, Martial Sovereign. The starship traversed the bizarre and colorful subspace corridor. Lu Chen stood before the porthole, observing the swiftly passing kaleidoscopic light outside. He felt a faint allure emanating from the direction of the Fractured Star River, his gaze profound. He understood that this would be a more brutal hunting ground, as well as a stage for him to ascend towards the pinnacle more swiftly. A subtle ripple of spatial energy emanated from his fingertips. After a lengthy journey through subspace, the starship finally exited the jump state. The scene outside the porthole, even for someone like Lu Chen, accustomed to the sights of Earth and the 7th Defense Zone, sparked a flicker of astonishment within his eyes. Before him lay not the endless starry sky he had imagined, but a magnificent and fragmented spectacle. Countless shards of varying sizes and shapes floated amidst a backdrop of profound void, resembling toys carelessly scattered by an invisible giant hand. Between these fragments swirled vibrant energy currents, sometimes calm as ribbons, sometimes tumultuous as raging waves. Remains of crumbling edifices could be seen on some fragments, telling tales of the glory and tragedy from ages long past. This was the renowned chaotic realm of the Myriad Realms battlefield, the fractured Star River. Lu Chen's destination was one of the most crucial outposts of the human race in the fractured Star River, the Meteorite Fortress, established upon an enormous dark red star fragment comparable to a small planet. The fortress exuded a cold metallic sheen, with countless turrets standing like a porcupine, and an energy shield enveloping the entire structure like an inverted giant bowl. Amidst the chaotic energy backdrop, it stood resolute like a steadfast lighthouse. The starship slowly entered the fortress's spaceport. As Lu Chen dismounted, riding his even larger steed, Leia, a low-tier B-grade creature, accompanied by his specially formed operations team of 50 elite members, all at least mid-tier martial masters, with 5 being master-level warriors. They immediately garnered the attention of everyone in the spaceport. This formidable team, equipped to the teeth, radiated a palpable aura of menace, especially the exceedingly youthful general leading the charge, accompanied by the imposing Leiwen Tiger King radiating an aura of mastery. Together, they exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. They were from the Canglong army. Could that youth be the newly arrived Major General Lu Chen? The very same who single-handedly pierced through the beast tide in the 7th Defense Zone? So young. Is he truly a master? His troop possesses formidable strength. Whispers of curiosity, reverence, and a subtle hint of disdain spread among the crowd. Yunqing Fortress is a melting pot. In addition to the regular human army, it harbors a multitude of free hunters and adventurer groups from various worlds, even some morally ambiguous lone wolves. A newly arrived general, deeply rooted and immensely powerful, would undoubtedly disrupt the existing balance of power in this place. A brigadier dressed in the fortress's guard uniform hastened forward, his demeanor relatively polite, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of bureaucratic detachment. Major General Lu Chen, welcome to Yunqing Fortress. I am Brigadier Zhao from the fortress's staff, here on the orders of General Locke to arrange accommodations for you and your troops. General Locke, the supreme commander of Yunqing Fortress, is a seasoned grandmaster. Lu Chen nodded slightly, refraining from further words. Under Brigadier Zhao's guidance, they arrived at an independent barrack area located in the eastern district of the fortress. The environment was acceptable, though somewhat remote, clearly not situated in the core area. Major General Lu, this will be your residence. Relevant permissions have been recorded in your identity badge. General Locke is currently busy with military affairs and will arrange a time to meet you later. Brigadier Zhao stated before excusing himself on the pretense of official duties. His attitude was neither neglectful nor particularly warm. Zhang Fan observed Brigadier Zhao's departing figure and quietly remarked, General, they seem. No need to worry, Lu Chen interrupted, his gaze calmly sweeping across the barracks. It was entirely normal to be scrutinized and even looked down upon as a newcomer. What he sought was not the warmth of others, but a foothold and permission to hunt. The rules, he would establish himself. After settling in and familiarizing himself with the environment, Lu Chen instructed Zhang Fan, gather intelligence on the major factions within the fortress, particularly the free hunter groups and large adventuring parties. Yes, General. The members of the Special Operations Team, all seasoned veterans, quickly took their positions and settled in. Lu Chen, meanwhile, rode on Leia, leisurely patrolling the territory that belonged to him, akin to a lion surveying its new domain. However, as the trees long for tranquility, the winds are unrelenting. Just as Lu Chen was acclimating to his surroundings, a group of rugged and boisterous warriors brazenly intruded into the barracks. At the forefront was a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, with bronze skin and a face marred by intersecting scars. His wild aura unmistakably marked him as a mid-level master. Following him were a dozen individuals, each a peak martial artist in their own right. With defiant eyes and unabashed provocation, they strode directly toward Lu Chen. Hey, you, the newcomer. The scarred giant's voice boomed, filled with derision. I heard you're some sort of insignificant major general? Have you even sprouted hair yet? Laughter erupted from his subordinates. Let me tell you, in this eastern district, it's me, the Baoxiong, who calls the shots. If you know what's good for you, pay me 3/10, no? 5/10 of the resources you gather each month. Otherwise, I'll make your life in Yunqing Fortress a living hell. The man known as Bao Xiong was evidently a local bully, preying on new arrivals and extorting resources. Noticing Lu Chen's youth and the relatively small size of his troop, he sought to establish dominance and extract a hefty profit. Meanwhile, spies from other factions, who had been covertly observing, displayed expressions of amusement. Bao Xiong is at it again, bullying the newcomers. This time, he has bitten off more than he can chew, hasn't he? That's a major general from the Canglong army. So what if he is a major general? A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Bao Xiong is backed by the Black Skull adventurers. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Lu Chen slowly turned to face the imposing Bao Xiong and his entourage. His gaze remained tranquil, as still as a deep pool. Have you finished speaking? Lu Chen asked softly. Bao Xiong was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected reaction, quickly replaced by rage. You're asking for death, he bellowed, his muscles bulging, bronze skin shimmering with a metallic sheen as he launched a punch toward Lu Chen. The force of the punch howled, imbued with a raw, primal power. Xian-tier, low-level martial skill, Li Di Xiong Wang Quan. This punch could shatter small mountains. His subordinates brandished their weapons, grinning maliciously as they surrounded Lu Chen, their intentions evident. Yet, in the face of a punch powerful enough to make an ordinary mid-level master brace for impact, Lu Chen did not even dismount from Leia. He simply raised his right hand, extending his index finger toward the oncoming fist, gently tapping it. The gesture was casual, as if brushing away dust. However, at the moment Lu Chen lifted his hand, the space within 1,000 meters around him seemed to momentarily stagnate. Jiao Chao Shin Mo Gong allowed him to absorb power from afar, with a range of 1,000 meters. A hum resonated. An invisible yet colossal force of devouring energy instantly enveloped all those led by Bao Xiong. The once ferocious momentum of Bao Xiong's punch dissipated as if a balloon had been punctured. His previously mocking expression froze, morphing into sheer terror and confusion. He felt his years of arduous cultivation, boundless vital energy, and even the essence of his life surge uncontrollably outward like a floodgate opened wide. Not just him. The dozen peak martial artists behind him didn't even have time to grunt. Their bodies withered like plants deprived of moisture, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, transformed into desiccated corpses. As a mid-level master, Bao Xiong barely managed to hold on for a breath longer. However, that was all. His robust frame deflated like a punctured tire. His bronze skin turned gray and wrinkled. His eyes filled with endless regret and fear. Mid-level master? Not a martial sage. His pleading words had yet to complete when the last vestige of life was completely drained from him, leaving behind a gaunt corpse frozen in a forward charge, slowly toppling before Lu Chen. From the moment Bao Xiong and his group intruded to their complete annihilation, the entire process took less than 3 breaths. Lu Chen hadn't even left the back of the tiger. He merely extended a finger. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the area, all the spies secretly observing, along with other free hunters drawn by the commotion, stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, faces etched with boundless fear and astonishment. A single finger, an aerial strike that eliminated a mid-level master and over a dozen peak martial artists? What terrifying power is this? Is this truly within the realm of what a master can achieve? Could it be a martial sage? The mere thought sent a chill racing up their spines. Chapter 15. The relic. Lu Chen slowly retracted his hand. His gaze calmly swept over the hidden eyes lurking in the shadows. His voice, though soft, cut through the air like a chilling blade, resonating clearly in every ear present. Remember, here, my rules are the only rules. Violators shall face utter annihilation. After delivering these words, he gently patted Leia, who let out a low growl and turned, carrying him towards the barracks. Ignoring the scattered corpses and countless terrified gazes outside, Zhang Fan immediately moved forward, his expression impassive as he began to clear the scene with practiced efficiency, as if he had long grown accustomed to such tasks. The news of the complete annihilation of the Bao Xiong gang at the hands of the newly arrived Major General Lu Chen spread like a tempest, sweeping through the entire meteorite fortress in an instant. At that moment, all factions regarded this excessively youthful, yet terrifyingly formidable young general as an entity not to be trifled with. Lu Chen's name was etched into the Broken Star River in the most domineering and blood-soaked manner, marking the first imprint of his existence. The downfall of the Bao Xiong gang extinguished any lingering thoughts of rebellion within the meteorite fortress, like a bucket of ice water dousing flames of unrest. The fearsome reputation of Lu Chen, who could obliterate sects with a mere snap of his fingers, spread rapidly. Even his elite team of 50 was no longer underestimated. Their station barracks in the Eastern District became a veritable forbidden zone, off-limits to all. The personnel from the resource department no longer dared to delay, promptly delivering the substantial allocation befitting Lu Chen's rank as a major general, their attitude bordering on obsequiousness. Inside the barracks, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, a mountain of energy crystals and rare herbs before him rapidly losing their luster and transforming into mundane substances. A pure torrent of energy surged into his body, solidifying his entry into the realm of a master and gradually advancing him towards the mid-master stage. The refining efficiency of the Jiuqiao Shen Mo Gong was exceptionally high, yet these conventional resources barely sufficed for his current needs. General, here is the intelligence circulating within the fortress recently, along with exploration reports regarding the known regions of the Broken Star River, Zhang Fan said, respectfully handing Lu Chen a document. Since arriving at the Wanja battlefield, he had witnessed a broader world, growing increasingly aware of Lu Chen's unfathomable depths, and thus dedicated himself even more earnestly to his duties. Lu Chen accepted the document, his consciousness sweeping over it as a torrent of information flooded his mind. Among the distributions and conflicts of various factions, as well as traces of activities from alien races, one piece of information caught his attention. An exploration team organized by the Heishui merchants had discovered what appeared to be the outskirts of an ancient sect's ruins in the K-73 fragment region, suffering heavy losses before retreating and now recruiting powerful individuals for a second exploration. He lightly tapped his finger on this piece of information. Ancient sect ruins often signified lost techniques, elixirs, divine weapons, and even the remains and essences of powerful beings. For one possessing the ability to absorb energy, the latter was even more enticing. Just as he pondered whether to intervene, an unexpected, subtle pain pricked at his mind's eye. Fragmented, blurred images surfaced like debris from a sunken ship. Image 1, an endless void of darkness, a colossal hand overshadowing the stars slowly pressed down, its palm lines resembling treacherous mountain ridges, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers through his soul. Image 2, a collapsed bronze temple, where a broken plaque bore an ancient, twisted character flickering with dim light, which he vaguely recognized as Huang. Image 3, a blurred silhouette, drenched in blood, wielding a broken spear, standing defiantly against a sky filled with demonic shadows, letting out an indomitable roar imbued with a familiar sorrow. The images flashed fleetingly, yet the impact left Lu Chen's spirit shaken, causing a momentary disarray in his breath. Were these fragments of memories from a past life? He furrowed his brow, sensing they felt older, more distant, like a mark imprinted deep within the veins of his soul. The Jiuqiao Shen Mo Gong also responded with a surge of unusual activity, seemingly resonating with these fragments of memory. K-73 fragment, Lu Chen murmured to himself, a glint in his eyes. It seemed that this ruin was indeed a destination he must reach. He instinctively felt that there might lie clues to unraveling these memory fragments and the true origins of the Jiuqiao Shen Mo Gong. Zhang Fan, at your service. Prepare. We shall join in this excitement. Yes. 3 days later, at the third spaceport of the Meteorite Fortress, a medium-sized exploration vessel belonging to the Heishui merchants was preparing to set sail. Surrounding the vessel were dozens of powerful individuals, each radiating distinct auras, the weakest being late-stage martial masters, with no less than 10 masters among them. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe, sporting a goatee, was warmly welcoming the various experts recruited for this exploration. He was the head of this expedition, a steward of the Heishui merchants, Qianfu Gui. When Lu Chen arrived riding Leia, accompanied only by Zhang Fan and 2 meticulous master-level team members, Qianfu Gui's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached, his demeanor more enthusiastic than towards the other masters. General Lu, your presence truly elevates this exploration, bringing stability akin to a mountain. Qianfu Gui's smile was genuinely warm. Lu Chen's notorious reputation had become a golden emblem within the fortress. The other recruited experts regarded Lu Chen with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, instinctively making space as they sensed his formidable aura. Lu Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement, scanning the crowd and noting a few particularly profound figures. An elderly man in gray robes, eyes closed in meditation, exuded an aura of unfathomable depth, a peak master. A fiery-haired woman clad in leather armor, with 2 curved blades at her waist, radiated sharpness, a late-stage master. Another cloaked in black, his aura cold and inscrutable. Steward Qian, we may set off now, Lu Chen stated with a calm demeanor. Certainly. Everyone, please board the ship, Qianfu Gui promptly called out. The exploration vessel slowly ascended, departing from the meteorite fortress and heading towards the K-73 fragment region marked on the intelligence. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, with individuals from different factions remaining vigilant. Only Qian Fu Gui moved about, attempting to lighten the mood by sharing known information about the exploration. Everyone. The outskirts of the ruins are fraught with chaotic energy currents and spatial folds. Our previous team faced dire straits there. Additionally, it seems there are peculiar stone golems guarding the area, impervious to blades and possessing immense strength, with strong resistance to energy attacks. Lu Chen closed his eyes in meditation. Yet his consciousness extended outward, perceiving the chaotic spatial energy outside the ship and the subtle reactions of his internal cultivation. After several hours, the vessel jolted violently, breaking free from its sublight speed journey. Outside the porthole, a colossal fragment of dark yellow land, covered in bizarrely twisted patterns, hovered quietly in the void. Surrounding the fragment were swirling energy storms of various colors, with fleeting small spatial rifts appearing intermittently. This was the K-73 fragment. Everyone, we have arrived. The energy is too chaotic ahead. The ship cannot approach, so you will need to fly over yourselves. Qian Fu Gui pointed towards a vaguely visible cluster of ruins on the fragment. Everyone rose, showcasing their abilities as streaks of light shot from the vessel towards the ruins. Lu Chen rode Leia, following at a leisurely pace. Leia, with its 4 claws treading upon the lightning, navigated the chaotic currents of energy with remarkable ease, maintaining an impressive speed. As it approached the periphery of the ancient ruins, a wave of desolation and antiquity, imbued with a faint sense of pressure, enveloped the atmosphere. The remnants of crumbled palaces and toppled stone columns were scattered throughout the landscape, with certain areas still exuding powerful fluctuations of restrained energy. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries and roars echoed ahead. Several hulking humanoid puppets, towering over 3 meters and composed entirely of a peculiar dark yellow stone, were locked in fierce combat with earlier explorers. Although the movements of these stone constructs appeared sluggish, their strength was formidable. Each punch and kick carried the might to shatter mountains and crack stones, coupled with a surface that seemed capable of absorbing most energy attacks, rendering them exceedingly troublesome. In a moment of distraction, a formidable practitioner at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm was struck by one of the stone constructs, shattering his protective energy shield instantly. He was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. Be careful. These creatures can devour true energy. Someone cried out in alarm. The notion of energy absorption piqued Lu Chen's interest, prompting him to guide Leia closer to a stone construct that was targeting an elderly man in gray robes. The elder wielded his sword with remarkable finesse, unleashing sword chi that traversed the air, but on the stone construct, it left only faint white marks, achieving little effect. Extending his hand, Lu Chen unleashed the Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong, this time aiming not at the essence of life, but at the core energy that constituted the stone puppet. With a resonant hum, the stone construct abruptly trembled, its attacking motion freezing in place. The dark yellow sheen that absorbed energy faded at a visible rate, and fine cracks began to appear in the stone that formed its body. Seizing the opportunity, the gray-clad elder unleashed a meticulously refined sword chi, which pierced precisely into an energy node at the creature's chest. With a resounding crash, the stone construct collapsed, shattering into countless fragments, from which a dim yellow crystal rolled free. The elder cast a surprised glance at Lu Chen, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Lu Chen, maintaining a stoic demeanor, felt a stir within. The energy core of these stone constructs, though inferior to the blood essence of extraordinary beasts and the origin of martial artists, was remarkably pure and ancient, imbued with a hint of the earth's profound essence. This would greatly aid him in solidifying his realm and refining his foundation. Moreover, the ability to absorb energy, even from such non-living entities, intrigued him. His gaze drifted deeper into the ruins, where it seemed more delectable treasures awaited. Lu Chen's peculiar ability instantly captured the attention of all present explorers. The stone constructs, which had been a source of considerable frustration, appeared almost soullessly vulnerable in his presence. A mixture of apprehension, astonishment, and even a hint of deeply concealed greed flickered in the eyes of many. Qian Fu Gui's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had glimpsed the key to unlocking the ruins. Approaching with increasing reverence, he exclaimed, "General Lu, your might is unparalleled. With you here, our expedition is surely secure." Lu Chen paid no heed to their gazes. His focus instead fixed on the subtle changes brought about by absorbing the core energy of the stone constructs. The earthy energy was exceptionally dense and pure. Once integrated into his dantian, It further solidified his recently attained Grandmaster realm and even refined his true energy slightly. Continuing deeper into the ruins, he urged Leia to traverse the remnants of the shattered stone constructs, leading the way into the heart of the ancient site. Observing this, the others followed suit, unintentionally designating Lu Chen as their leader. The interior of the ruins was even more dilapidated than the exterior. Collapsed palaces, fractured corridors, and debris shrouded in dust and strange vines filled the space. The air was thick with the scent of antiquity and decay, occasionally punctuated by faint waves emanating from residual restraints. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the stone constructs became, transitioning from the early to mid and even late stages of the Grandmaster realm. Their larger forms boasted increasingly intricate patterns, and during their assaults, they could even channel the power of the earth's veins, exhibiting terrifying might. Yet, Lu Chen's Jiu Chaoshan Mo Gong seemed to serve as their natural nemesis. His energy-absorbing range had extended to a kilometer, allowing him to extract their core energy from a distance without the need for proximity. As their movements stiffened and defenses diminished, the constructs were swiftly shattered by other explorers or his own team members. He moved like a walking purifying force, leaving a trail of fallen stone constructs in his wake. Most of the core energy crystals he absorbed for himself, while a portion was generously bestowed upon Zhang Fan and two other notable Grandmaster team members, eliciting their heartfelt gratitude and a subtle enhancement in their cultivation. The other explorers watched with envy, yet none dared voice dissent. The elder in gray robes and the red-haired woman, among the most powerful Grandmasters, regarded Lu Chen's retreating figure with increasing gravity. They pondered that while they could contend with the stone constructs, they could never achieve such effortless ease, let alone wield such a peculiar method of energy plundering. This youth, they concluded, was not an enemy to be trifled with. The gray-clad elder communicated telepathically to the red-haired woman, who licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. As they delved further, they discovered a relatively intact plaza ahead. At its center stood a towering stone monument, reaching a height of 100 feet. The monument glimmered with a dark golden hue, inscribed with a multitude of ancient characters, twisted like dragons and serpents, emanating a profound and oppressive aura. Its surface was marred with fissures, as if it could collapse at any moment. Yet the overwhelming essence from the ancient times remained awe-inspiring. The Huangshenbei, Qian Fugue exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Ancient texts have mentioned this as the divine monument of the Huangshen sect, used for worshipping heaven and earth and preserving their doctrines. What is inscribed upon it may well be the supreme techniques of the Huangshen sect. Breathless anticipation gripped everyone as they contemplated the value of such an ancient sect's ultimate inheritance. However, surrounding the monument was a visibly shimmering, pale yellow barrier, rippling like water. The runes upon the barrier shifted, radiating an energy wave far surpassing any restraint encountered thus far. More crucially, beyond the barrier stood 8 stone constructs clad in tattered armor, wielding stone halberds. These 8 constructs towered even larger than their predecessors, nearing 5 meters in height. Their armor was engraved with intricate cloud patterns, and dark red light flickered ominously within their eye sockets. Their aura unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. They stood like the most loyal sentinels, guarding the divine monument behind them. An explorer at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm turned pale, instinctively stepping back. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. 8 pinnacle Grandmasters, coupled with an unfathomable barrier. Should they attempt a direct assault, the casualties among the gathered would surely be catastrophic. Just as hesitation loomed and strategies were contemplated, a melodic, innocent voice piped up from behind. Oh, what a lively gathering. Everyone jolted in shock, spinning around to find a young girl clad in a light purple dress, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. Unbeknownst to them, she had silently materialized at that spot. Her beauty was striking, skin like snow, and her large eyes sparkled with vibrant curiosity. She stood barefoot, suspended an inch above the ground, surrounded by faint, almost imperceptible spatial fluctuations. How did she get in here? What about the chaotic energy currents and the stone sentinels outside? Tension gripped everyone, for her sudden appearance was exceedingly enigmatic. Even Lu Chen felt his pupils constrict slightly. He had not sensed her approach with his divine consciousness. The girl in purple disregarded the wary gazes of the crowd, curiously surveying the central plaza's Huangshen Bei and the 8 stone sentinels standing guard. Tilting her head, she remarked, "The aura of the desolate is still quite unsettling. These big fellows are rather dull and not entertaining at all." Her gaze swept over the crowd before finally resting on Lu Chen, who was mounted on Leia, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Ah, your aura is quite peculiar. It seems to yearn to consume everything. She exhibited no fear whatsoever, instead stepping closer with keen interest. Leia let out a low, warning growl, with lightning crackling around it. Lu Chen met her gaze calmly, though his heart stirred with unease. This girl was not only mysterious, but could also vaguely sense the attributes of his martial arts. Who are you? Lu Chen asked, his tone even. Me? The girl in purple blinked, tapping her chin thoughtfully. I'm called Zili, just here for some fun. I saw something interesting here and thought I'd take a peek. She spoke nonchalantly, as if this perilous ruin were merely her backyard. Qianfu Gui and the others exchanged glances. Her origins were unclear. Yet, her ability to infiltrate this place silently indicated formidable strength. Miss Zili, the gray-cloaked elder spoke solemnly. This place is fraught with danger. The restrictions and stone sentinels are no trifles. Do you have any strategies? Zili glanced at the faint yellow barrier and the 8 stone sentinels, pouting slightly. This shabby barrier has some energy nodes misaligned. Breaking it by brute force could be troublesome. As for these big oafs, she flashed a cunning smile at Lu Chen. Hey, how about we team up? I'll reveal the weakest point of this barrier, and you handle these big oafs. We can split whatever's inside. Lu Chen regarded her deeply. This girl was not only mysterious, but possessed remarkably sharp insight. Agreed, he replied succinctly. In Chapter 17, The Desolate, Zili grinned widely, extending her delicate finger to point at an inconspicuous spot on the upper left of the barrier. Right there. Give it a good hit, will you? But be quick. Once you strike, those big oafs will definitely go berserk. Without further hesitation, Lu Chen inhaled deeply, merging his master-level true energy with the nascent spatial force, concentrating it at his fingertips. The next instant, he formed his fingers into a blade and gently slashed toward the point Zili indicated. A subtle, nearly transparent ripple of spatial energy, as sharp as a knife, silently shot toward the barrier. Spatial slicing, with a soft pop, akin to a bubble bursting. The seemingly impenetrable pale, yellow barrier instantly developed a fist-sized hole at the point of impact. The surrounding runes flickered rapidly, and the entire barrier began to tremble violently, becoming exceedingly unstable. Roar! Almost simultaneously with the rupture of the barrier, the 8 stone sentinels, resembling statues of peak masters, suddenly flared with red light in their eye sockets. A frenzied killing intent surged skyward. They were on the move. The 8 stone sentinels erupted simultaneously, akin to 8 awakened mountains. Their ferocious aura stirred the entire plaza into chaos. The 2 closest explorers had no time to react before being swept away by the massive stone spears. Their protective auras crumbled like paper, instantly transforming into 2 clouds of blood mist. Form a formation. Quickly, form a formation. Qianfu Gui cried out in sheer panic. The gray-cloaked elder and the red-haired woman, along with other powerful beings, also changed countenance. They quickly gathered, connecting their true energy to form a defensive array, bracing themselves for the onslaught. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, having executed the spatial slice, leapt down from Leia's back. He was acutely aware that these stone sentinels were formidable and required his utmost effort. Leia, intercept the 3 on the left. Roaring, Leia, now intelligent after its promotion to B rank, unleashed a thunderous roar. Bursting with lightning, it transformed into a blue bolt, charging toward the 3 stone sentinels on the left. The violent clash of thunder and the heavy stone spears erupted in a cacophony, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Simultaneously, Lu Chen faced the 5 stone sentinels charging directly at him, his gaze chillingly focused. Activate the Jiao Chao Shin Mo Gong to its fullest. The swallowing force field expanded across a kilometer radius once more, but this time, he sensed a slight resistance. These peak master stone sentinels possessed exceptionally refined core energy. Moreover, they seemed to have a connection with the earth beneath and the Huangshan Bay, granting them a resistance far surpassing the previous stone sentinels. As the 5 stone sentinels charged into the force field, their momentum barely faltered, their dark yellow aura flickering wildly, as they withstood the swallowing force. The 5 massive stone spears whistled through the air from various angles, hurtling toward Lu Chen. Humph! Lu Chen scoffed, standing firm and unyielding as he unleashed both fists. His fists not only radiated overwhelming master-level true energy, but were also entwined with subtle ripples of spatial energy. Boom, 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 boom. 5 thunderous explosions erupted almost simultaneously. Where their fists met the spears, the very fabric of space warped slightly. The colossal forms of the 5 stone sentinels shuddered violently, their advance abruptly halted. Fine cracks even appeared on the stone spears. Yet, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming force surge back at him, propelling him backward several meters. The ground was gouged, leaving deep ruts. Such tremendous power. Lu Chen's expression tightened. The strength of these stone sentinels was nearly on par with that of a novice grandmaster. Moreover, at the moment of impact, he attempted to absorb their core energy, but found it exceedingly difficult, as if an invisible barrier shielded them. They are connected to that broken steel. If we don't sever the connection, it will be challenging to drain their energy. Zili, watching from the sidelines, cupped her hands around her mouth and cheerfully chimed in, showing no intention of assisting and appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Sever the connection? Lu Chen's mind raced as he instantly fixated on the fluctuating, unstable Huang Shunbei's barrier. With a swift movement, he executed an increasingly elusive and unpredictable technique imbued with spatial power, dodging the subsequent attacks of the stone sentinels as he darted toward the Huang Shunbei. Stop him! One of the stone sentinels emitted a deep, resonant mental pulse, while the other four lunged at him in a frenzy. Your opponents are me. The gray-cloaked elder's eyes flashed with intensity as he unleashed a surge of sword energy from his long sword. A streak of azure sword chi, extending several dozen meters, cleaved through the air, fiercely striking two of the stone sentinels. Hee, count me in two. The red-haired woman giggled, drawing her dual blades that transformed into a whirlwind of crimson blades, sweeping toward another stone sentinel. The other explorers, witnessing the unfolding scene, gritted their teeth and joined the fray. Various attacks poured forth, barely managing to stall the remaining stone sentinels. Lu Chen seized this fleeting opportunity and charged towards the Huang Shunbei, feeling the weight of its ancient and vast pressure up close. The inscriptions on the stone tablet writhed as if alive, emanating an enigmatic aura of the Tao. He had no time to ponder. Following Zili's guidance, he concentrated the power of space once more and pointed his finger like a sword. He struck the area surrounding the slowly repairing hole in the light shield 7 times in quick succession. Each strike landed precisely on a node of energy circulation. With a series of soft pops, it was as if he had burst 7 balloons. The pale yellow light shield flickered violently, the runes visibly dimming and disintegrating. With a crack and a roar, the barrier enveloping the Huang Shunbei shattered completely, dispersing into countless motes of light. At the very moment the barrier broke, the 8 pinnacle stone puppets engaged in fierce combat suddenly froze in their movements. The crimson glow in their eyes flickered wildly, becoming erratic. The thick layer of dark yellow sheen on their surfaces receded like a tide, their aura plummeting. The connection to the Huang Shunbei was severed. Now was the moment. A brilliant light shone in Lu Chen's eyes as he unleashed his power without hindrance, exerting all his strength. A terrifying devouring force, like 8 invisible chains, instantly coiled around the 8 stone puppets. Deprived of the energy support from the Huang Shunbei, they could no longer resist the plundering of the Jiu Qiao Shin Mo Gong. The 8 stone puppets emitted reluctant wails, their massive forms crumbling like weathered sand sculptures. They rapidly withered, cracked, and ultimately collapsed into 8 piles of lifeless rubble. 8 streams of pure, dense energy, far exceeding the previous earth element energy, surged into Lu Chen's body like the mighty Yangtze River. This overwhelming energy caused the protective aura around Lu Chen to erupt uncontrollably, his aura rising steadily. From the initial peak of the master stage to the mid-stage of the master realm, his cultivation had boldly advanced, nourished by the essence of the 8 pinnacle stone puppets. Moreover, due to the high refinement and shared attributes of the energy, his foundation was exceptionally solidified. The faint essence of the earth was now even more pronounced within his vital energy. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone gazed at the figure standing before the shattered barrier, whose aura surged like a volcanic eruption, filled with awe. Had the 8 pinnacle stone puppets truly been drained? What kind of devilish technique was this? Zili clapped her hands and leaped over, exclaiming, "Wow, you're amazing. Even more voracious than I imagined." Lu Chen gradually calmed the surging vital energy within him, casting a profound gaze at Zili. "Now, we should inspect our spoils." His gaze turned towards the now unobstructed Huang Shunbei. Qian Fuguei and the others also reacted, their eyes instantly igniting with fervor. They hurriedly surrounded him but instinctively halted several meters away, unwilling to overstep. Lu Chen's strength and methods had thoroughly subdued them. Approaching the stone tablet, Lu Chen reached out to touch its cold surface. In that instant, a vast and desolate stream of information surged up his arm and into his consciousness. It was not a complete transmission of techniques, but rather a fragment of an ancient scripture titled Huang Shunji Ling Pian. This fragment was not a method of cultivation but an extremely ancient and profound ritualistic and communicative technique. Through specific rituals and visualizations, one could condense and purify the power of faith or bloodline, sacrificing it to the unseen Huang Shun to temporarily gain enhanced strength or to communicate with certain dormant ancient beings. Chapter 18, Dark Star Belt. At the end of the information stream, there was a faint star map and several fragmented ancient syllables, seemingly pointing to a distant coordinate. The sacrificial communication star map stirred Lu Chen's heart. Although this Huang Xinji Ling Pian was incomplete and appeared contrary to his path of devouring all, its principles and the levels of power involved were exceptionally high. Especially the method of communicating with ancient beings resonated vaguely with the memory fragments he had glimpsed before. More importantly, he sensed a faint yearning from the Jiao Chao Shen Mo Gong towards the star map. What do you have? Is there something good? Zili inquired curiously as she leaned closer. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, the light from the inscriptions gradually receding, restoring the tablet to its ancient appearance. He glanced at the eager faces surrounding him and replied nonchalantly, a fragment of a sacrificial technique, of little use in battle. He did not fully disclose the truth. The Huang Xinji Ling Pian and the star map held significant importance and could not be easily revealed. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Qian Fugue and the others' faces. A sacrificial technique? In this precarious multiverse battlefield, something that could not directly enhance combat power was considerably devalued. The gray-clad elder and the red-haired woman remained skeptical, yet they dared not press for further investigation given Lu Chen's evident strength. Lu Chen turned to Zili. As per our agreement, this item belongs to me. The remaining treasures from the ruins can be distributed amongst you. He referred to the Huang Shenbei and the Huang Xinji Ling Pian. Zili shrugged nonchalantly. All right. That dull tablet looked boring anyway, so you can have it. But, she flashed a cunning smile, you owe me a favor. Bring me along for any fun adventures in the future. Lu Chen regarded the enigmatic girl thoughtfully and nodded. All right. He sensed that Zili's origins might be even more extraordinary than those of the Huang Shin sect's ruins. This expedition into the ruins had proven immensely rewarding for Lu Chen. Not only did he make a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Master Realm, but he also obtained the Huang Xinji Ling Pian and the star map, which seemed related to the Jiao Chao Shen Mo Gong and his own memory fragments. The expedition concluded. Lu Chen temporarily secured the Huang Shenbei, citing military and personal authority. Although Qian Fugue and the others were reluctant, they had no choice but to accept. They could only return with a few meager remnants of broken pills and ores scavenged from other areas of the ruins as compensation. Lu Chen returned to the meteorite fortress, carrying the inheritance of the Huang Xinji Ling Pian and the imprint of the mysterious star map. Along with the newly joined enigmatic girl, Zili, he chose not to rush back into the hunt, but instead decided to retreat temporarily and meditate on his recent gains. In the quiet chamber, Lu Chen sat cross-legged. Within him, the vital energy of the mid-stage master surged like a torrential river, powerful and overwhelming. The earth element energy provided by the 8 pinnacle stone puppets was exceptionally pure and dense. Not only did it facilitate his breakthrough, but it also solidified his foundation like rock, enhancing the quality of his vital energy beyond that of his peers. He delved into his consciousness, examining the Huang Xinji Ling Pian closely. The techniques were obscure and profound, involving spiritual visualization, bloodline resonance, energy sacrifice, and many other mysteries. They stood in stark contrast to his path of devouring and plundering, resembling an ancient contract and exchange instead, condensing faith, sacrificing all, communicating with the Huang Shun. Lu Chen pondered, what kind of existence was this Huang Shun? An ancient powerhouse or an embodiment of some principle? He attempted to visualize the vague image of the Huang Shun according to the most basic methods recorded in the fragment. In the moment of mental convergence, he seemed to see a towering figure, surrounded by chaotic energies, shrouded in obscurity. Its features were indistinct, but the overwhelming will that could support the heavens and bear all things left his mind in a state of awe. At the same time, the Jiao Chao Shen Mo Gong within him stirred slightly, not in rejection, but rather as if in resonance. It seemed that this sacrificial technique and the devouring method possessed a peculiar connection at an elevated level. How intriguing! Lu Chen withdrew from his contemplation, a flicker of enlightenment crossing his eyes. Devouring is akin to plunder, while sacrifice represents exchange. Although they appear antithetical, perhaps their ultimate purpose is to touch the very essence of supreme power. He then redirected his attention to the blurred star map. The star map was severely fragmented, barely allowing him to discern the relative positions of a few stars, along with a fragmented coordinate pointing to a region of the cosmos that was not among the known realms. It felt as if it existed in a forgotten corner or an overlapping spatial layer. The Jiuqiaoshan Mo Gong continued to harbor a faint, persistent longing for the star map. It appeared that unraveling more mysteries and locating the destination indicated by this star map was crucial. Lu Chen etched the star map deeply into the recesses of his memory. After several days of seclusion, his cultivation had firmly stabilized at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. He had gained a preliminary understanding of the Huang Shunji Lingpian and had become more adept in wielding spatial power. Although his cultivation had not surged once more, his foundation had grown more profound, and his clarity regarding future paths had sharpened. Upon exiting seclusion, he sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere of the camp. Zhang Fan promptly approached to report, "General, during your retreat, there has been a surge of undercurrents within the fortress. Speak." "There are three main matters," Zhang Fan articulated clearly. "First, the Black Skull Adventurers Guild has expressed dissatisfaction regarding the death of the Violent Bear and our acquisition of the Huangshan Steel. Although they have not acted overtly, subtle maneuvers are incessantly underway, seemingly gathering strength. Second, within the military of the fortress, the conservative faction led by General Locke appears to harbor some distrust towards you. This parachuted young general. They consider your methods excessively ruthless, potentially jeopardizing the balance of the fortress. Only a handful of radical leaders have expressed support for you. Third, and most importantly, according to reliable intelligence, deep within the Shattered Star River, near the domain of the Yu Ming clan, a vast ancient cave relic has been discovered, suspected to be related to the long-extinct Starry Human clan. Currently, the information is still in a restricted phase, but several major factions have already discreetly dispatched personnel to investigate. The Starry Human clan? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. This was a powerful branch recorded in the annals of human history, said to have been obliterated in the ancient wars. However, the legacies and technologies they left behind have been the pursuit of many. Indeed, it is said that the outer barriers of that cave are exceptionally strong, and no one has yet managed to access the core. Yet, even the mere hints of energy emanating from the periphery have attracted the attention of numerous formidable alien races and cosmic beasts. Zhang Fan added. Just then, Zili stepped out from the void like a phantom, grinning. Hee hee, this sounds far more entertaining than that broken steel. We've been cooped up for days. Shouldn't we seek some amusement? She seemed to possess an extraordinary affinity for space, moving unnoticed. Lu Chen glanced at her, but did not respond. Instead, he instructed Zhang Fan, enhance surveillance on the Black Skull Guild and various factions within the military. Additionally, gather all information regarding the Dark Star Belt and the Starry Human Clan's cave. Understood, General. Zhang Fan accepted the order and departed. Zili leaned closer to Lu Chen, her large eyes twinkling. Hey, are you also intrigued? That's a relic of the Starry Human Clan. Who knows what treasures it might hold? Lu Chen gazed out at the chaotic yet magnificent Shattered Star River. His eyes seemed to penetrate the void, landing on the distant Dark Star Belt. A new storm was brewing. The hostility of the Black Skull Guild, the internal power struggles within the military, the emergence of the mysterious Starry Human Clan relic, and the enigma that was the girl, Zili, all rendered this star domain increasingly fascinating. Prepare yourselves, Lu Chen spoke calmly. A new hunting ground is about to unfold. His tone was serene, yet carried an undeniable decisiveness. The elevation of his cultivation required a foundation, while the testing of power and new nourishment necessitated engagement on a more perilous and expansive stage. The undercurrents of the meteorite fortress could no longer satisfy him. His objective lay in the Dark Star Belt, a realm teeming with formidable beings and opportunities. Chapter 19, It's My Turn. Just as Lu Chen made his decision, at the Black Skull Adventurers Guild headquarters within the meteorite fortress, a middle-aged man adorned with a black skull tattoo, exuding a venomous aura akin to a serpent, listened to his subordinates report. He was the leader of the Black Skull Guild, a formidable figure at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm, Guegua. Leader, it has been confirmed that the Violent Bear was indeed slain by that Lu Chen. The Huangshan Steel was also taken by him. Should we? One subordinate gestured as if to cut his throat. Guegua's eyes darkened, his voice gravelly. No rush. Locke, that old fox, is still observing. Moreover, the situation at the Dark Star Belt is of greater significance. Have the subordinates continue to create some trouble for him, testing his limits. Once we return from the Dark Star Belt, we shall deal with him slowly. Understood. Meanwhile, at the Fortress Command Center, General Locke, tall and resolute in appearance, scrutinized the reports concerning Lu Chen's recent activities, his brow furrowed. The mid-stage Grand Master with the mysterious devouring magic. He tapped his fingers on the table. Dragon Tian, what kind of monster have you sent to the fortress? Behind him, an aide murmured. General, this individual possesses immense potential, yet acts recklessly. he is not easily controlled. Locke remained silent for a moment before slowly stating, "The Dark Star Belt is a mix of fish and dragons. It is apt to utilize the alien races to gauge just how capable he is. Relay orders, permitting Lu Chen's unit to freely hunt in the Dark Star Belt region. Additionally, selectively disclose some intelligence regarding the Starry Human Clan's cave. Understood." Orders were discreetly communicated through the undercurrents. An invisible net seemed to be casting its shadow over Lu Chen. Yet he had already mounted Leia, accompanied by his elite troops and the enigmatic girl, Zi Li, boarding the starship bound for the more chaotic and perilous Dark Star Belt. A storm was approaching. The starship sailed at the fringes of the shattered Star River. Outside the window, the vibrant chaos of energy currents had given way to a profound darkness that seemed to consume light. Countless shattered stars, distorted spatial rifts, and drifting dark matter dust formed this desolate region known as the Dark Star Belt. Here, light was dim, energy was scarce and frigid, making it a favored lair for many dark-aligned alien races and cosmic beasts. An intangible pressure pervaded the air, inducing unease. "This place feels truly uncomfortable," Zhang Fan remarked. Gazing at the near-endless darkness outside the porthole, his brow slightly furrowed. Under Lu Chen's resource support, he had also broken through to the Martial Master realm. Yet he still felt a sense of oppression in this Dark Star Belt environment. The members of the Special Operations Team remained on high alert, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Even the usually languid Leia had perked up his ears, his dark golden pupils gleaming with caution. Only Zi Li maintained her carefree demeanor. Curiously, she leaned against the porthole, gazing at the occasional passing, phosphorescent remnants of peculiar stars. "Wow, doesn't that one resemble a giant mushroom? And over there, it looks like a sleepy old turtle," she exclaimed enthusiastically while pointing outside. Lu Chen paid little attention to her playful antics. His consciousness, akin to an invisible web, meticulously sensed the darkness surrounding them. Unlike the chaotic turbulence found in other fragments of the shattered Star River, the energy here was more subdued, cold, possessing a quality of lifelessness and erosion. The operation of Jiu Qiaoshan Mo Gong seemed to experience a subtle suppression in this area, yet simultaneously brought forth a faint thrill at encountering something novel. "General, according to the intelligence provided by General Locke, the general location of the human race's ruins lies within the nearby Silent Nebula, approximately 3 light-years ahead," Zhang Fan stated, pulling up the star map and indicating a vast cloud of gray, resembling enormous cotton fluff. However, the information also noted that at least 5 different exploratory teams from various races were currently present there, including our old adversary, the Yuming race. The barriers surrounding the ruins were exceedingly potent, and no faction had yet managed to breach them. A flicker of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes at the mention of the Yuming race, one of the primary hostile races of the human race on the battlefield of 10,000 realms, adept at manipulating shadows and soul energy, making them particularly elusive and formidable. The starship cautiously navigated around several evident spatial folds and gravitational traps, steadily heading toward the Silent Nebula. Hours later, an alarm sounded. High-energy response detected ahead. Identified signal, Yuming Race Hunter Squad. The starship's intelligence system blared. Outside the porthole, 3 small warships, sinister in design and resembling black, skeletal bats, stealthily emerged from behind a massive star remnant, surrounding them in a triangular formation. The surface of the warships shimmered with ghostly green runes, exuding a chilling psychological pressure. "It's the Yuming race S-bone erosion ships. They are indeed active in this area," an expert member familiar with alien races stated solemnly. The public communication channel was forcibly intercepted, and a hoarse voice, layered with echoes, emerged, speaking in the universal language of the cosmos. "Inferior human race. This area is the hunting ground of the Yuming race. Immediately halt your starship and submit to inspection. Otherwise, face utter annihilation." The tone was haughty, filled with an undeniable arrogance. Zhang Fan looked at Lu Chen. "General, what should we do? Should we fight? 3 warships are present, each equivalent to a peak master in terms of energy response. Moreover, the Yuming race employs treacherous methods and is not easily dealt with." Zi Li turned her head, her large eyes gazing at Lu Chen, seemingly curious about his next move. Lu Chen observed the 3 approaching Yuming warships with a calm gaze, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Inspection? Just these lurking phantoms?" His voice resonated through the communicator, dripping with open disdain. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed promptly by an eruption of furious psychic waves, seeking death. "Attack! Tear them apart!" The ghostly green runes on the surfaces of the 3 bone erosion ships flared to life. The bows of the ships coalesced dark energy, shooting forth 3 black-purple beams powerful enough to obliterate an ordinary master, akin to venomous serpents targeting Lu Chen's starship. Activate the energy shield. Zhang Fan ordered immediately. No need. Lu Chen replied casually, his figure flickering as he appeared outside the starship, facing the 3 destructive beams alone. He floated in the dark void, the aura of a master naturally circulating around him. Under the dim starlight, he resembled a deity. As the black-purple beams approached, he neither evaded nor defended. He simply raised his right hand slowly. Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong allowed him to absorb energy from afar, targeting the dark energy. A formless vortex formed in front of his palm. The 3 beams, capable of penetrating stars, upon contact with the vortex, vanished without a trace. Swallowed whole, without stirring a ripple. The pure, chilling dark energy surged into his body. Unlike the previously absorbed earth-based essence, this energy carried a strong corrosive and spiritual taint. However, Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong was overwhelmingly domineering, efficiently refining and purifying this foreign energy into the most fundamental nutrients. It even extracted a fragment of the laws concerning shadows and souls, integrating it into his sea of consciousness. Lu Chen's aura subtly solidified further. What? Our annihilation beams were absorbed? The Yuming race within the 3 bone erosion ships were stunned, having never witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon. This person is uncanny. Activate the soul screech. Destroy his spirit. The commanding officer of the Yuming race shrieked. In the next moment, 3 formless, intangible sound waves, piercing directly at the soul, shot toward Lu Chen like lethal spikes. This was the Yuming race's racial talent, specifically designed to attack the soul, nearly impossible to defend against. Yet, Lu Chen merely raised an eyebrow. Soul attack? A futile display. Within his sea of consciousness, the formidable spirit forged through Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong, along with the recently absorbed fragment of soul law, trembled slightly. A more refined, domineering mental force surged out in retaliation. Poof! Simultaneously, anguished shrieks erupted from the 3 bone erosion ships. Those who had initiated the soul screech were struck as if by a heavy blow to their spirits, instantly suffering backlash. Green blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and their spirits became listless. It's my turn. Chapter 20. Lu Chen made his move. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as his figure vanished like a ghost. In the next moment, he appeared directly above one of the bone erosion ships. With his right hand outstretched, fingers spread wide, he pressed down toward the warship. Devour. A terrifying force of absorption erupted once more. This time, it was not aimed at energy attacks, but directly at the entire ship and the Yuming race within. No. What kind of power is this? The ghostly green runes on the surface of the bone erosion ship flickered wildly, attempting to resist. Yet, under the consuming force within a 1,000-meter radius, it was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The ship's energy core dimmed rapidly, its exterior showing signs of decay. Inside, the Yuming race let out desperate wails, their bodies shriveling like water-deprived wood, rapidly withering. Even their soul essence was forcibly extracted and drawn into Lu Chen's body. In just 2 or 3 breaths, a bone erosion ship, comparable to a peak master of the Yuming race, along with all its occupants, was reduced to a heap of metallic debris and dust floating in space. The remaining 2 bone erosion ships were terrified, abandoning their mission and turning to flee. Can you escape? Lu Chen's figure flickered again, as if teleporting, pursuing the next ship and executing the same method. The second bone erosion ship met the same fate as the first. The last ship accelerated to its utmost, fleeing frantically. Lu Chen made no attempt to chase further. Instead, he extended a finger toward the ship that was about to disappear into the darkness. At his fingertip, an imperceptible ripple of spatial distortion rippled outward. Spatial devour. Although the range was minute, it sufficed for targeted elimination. In the distance, the frantically fleeing Shi Gu Jian suddenly revealed an absolute void in its midsection. The surrounding structure, along with the Yomingzu within, seemed to be erased from existence. The entire warship lost its balance in an instant, tumbling toward a distant piece of star debris, where it erupted in a deafening explosion, transforming into a fleeting burst of flames. Darkness once again enveloped this expanse of space. Lu Chen slowly retracted his hand, feeling the cold energy newly infused within him, alongside his increasingly refined spirit, nodding in satisfaction. Although the energy of the Yomingzu differed in attribute, its quality was exceptionally high, serving as superb nourishment. He turned and flew back to the star vessel. Inside, silence reigned. All crew members, including Zhang Fan, regarded him with eyes akin to those of deities. In the blink of an eye, he had annihilated 3 elite Yomingzu hunting vessels, What immense power was this? Zili clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wow, you can even devour those shadowy beings. How delightful." Lu Chen disregarded the astonishment of the others and instructed Zhang Fan, "Clean up the battlefield and see if there is any valuable intelligence. Proceed at full speed toward the Qingjing Xingyun." He understood that the disturbances here had likely attracted the attention of other entities. The hunt in the Dark Star Belt had only just begun, and the relics of the Xingkong Renzu awaited his arrival. Surely, there would be more formidable opponents and a more abundant feast there. The star vessel consumed the wreckage of the 3 Yoming Zhu hunting vessels, collecting fragments of information regarding the Qingjing Xingyun and the relics, before silently entering the vast, gray, cotton-like nebula. Upon entering the nebula, both vision and consciousness faced significant interference. Dense stardust and peculiar energy mists obscured everything, rendering visibility under a kilometer. The atmosphere was suffused with a sense of oppression and deathly stillness, to the extent that even the star vessel's engine sound seemed absorbed by the chaos. "General, the detection system is experiencing severe interference. It can only barely maintain basic navigation. The energy fluctuations of the relics are located to the left front, but the precise position cannot be accurately determined," Zhang Fan reported solemnly, staring at the snowflake-covered screen. Lu Chen stood before the porthole, his eyes subtly swirling with chaotic energy. The powerful perception granted by the Jiao Chao Shenma Gong pierced through a portion of the stardust mist, capturing the faint call emanating from the relics. "Follow the feeling," he commanded softly. The star vessel glided like a specter through the nebulous expanse. Suddenly, intense sounds of energy collisions and roars erupted ahead. A battle was underway. The star vessel stealthily approached, and through the thin stardust, they beheld a scene of chaos. In a relatively open star domain, several factions were embroiled in a fierce melee. One faction was comprised of Yomingzu clad in bone-like armor, enshrouded in black mist, numerous in number and employing strange tactics. Shadow arrows and soul-piercing shrieks flew in unison. The opposing faction consisted of the colossal Julingzu, their skin resembling rock. They roared as they wielded war hammers comparable to small star debris, each strike sending shockwaves through the space. Additionally, a small team of the Guangyu Zhu, adorned with transparent wings and moving as swiftly as light, darted along the battlefield's edge, unleashing purifying arrows from their luminous bows. At the battlefield's center stood a human faction, identifiable by their attire as a large adventurer group, the Xinghui. Their formation was precariously teetering under the onslaught of 3 factions, suffering heavy casualties. Clearly, these powers had encountered each other during their explorations, igniting conflict over routes or certain discoveries, with the relatively weaker human adventurer group becoming the focal point of fire. It's the Xinghui adventurer group. Their leader, Luo Feng, is a late-stage master. Zhang Fan recognized the human team. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the battlefield, his expression devoid of any fluctuation. He was not a savior. The lives and deaths of these humans were of no concern to him. However, just as he prepared to bypass the battlefield, his attention was suddenly drawn to an inconspicuous dark red star debris floating at the battlefield's edge. Roughly the size of a house, its surface was coarse. Yet, within his perception, it emanated an exceedingly subtle ancient wave that resonated with his Jiao Chao Shenma Gong and even the Huang Shinjiling Pian. This object was extraordinary. At that moment, a Yomingzu master seemed to have sensed the anomaly of the dark red star debris. Abandoning his opponent, he transformed into a plume of black smoke, rushing toward the star debris. "Stop him!" The bloodied Luo Feng, witnessing this, appeared frantic, seemingly aware of the star debris' significance. Yet, he was ensnared by 2 Julingzu masters, unable to escape. Just as the Yomingzu master was about to seize the opportunity, a crisp voice echoed, "Hee, that redstone looks quite delicious." Zili had appeared outside the star vessel, barefoot, lightly tapping the void and gently blowing toward the direction of the Yomingzu master. A ripple of invisible spatial energy spread forth, causing the black smoke of the Yomingzu master to collide with an unseen wall, momentarily halting his advance and revealing his form. He was horrified to discover the surrounding space had become exceedingly viscous, akin to being trapped in a quagmire. His speed drastically reduced. Spatial confinement. He shrieked in alarm. At that moment, Lu Chen moved. Chapter 21. Chong Tsue is a red egg. He appeared before the dark red star debris as if teleporting. Without glancing at the ensnared Yomingzu master, he directly pressed his hand upon the star debris. Jiao Chao Shenma Gong, devour. This time, he was not consuming energy, but rather the ancient essence and origin contained within the star debris. The dark red star debris trembled violently, its surface adorned with countless intricate, profound natural patterns, emanating a dark red glow that resisted the devouring force. This resistance was extraordinarily tenacious, far exceeding that of the previous stone puppet and Yomingzu. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Chen's eyes, and he immediately intensified the operation of his technique. Within his consciousness, the indistinct figure of the Huangshan stirred slightly, a vast will descending upon him. With a crack, the star debris' resistance shattered like ice. A surge of scorching, pure power, seemingly imbued with the mysteries of star birth and demise, surged into Lu Chen's body like a breaking dam. This power, though limited in quantity, was of a remarkably high tier, instantly solidifying Lu Chen's mid-stage master cultivation and propelling him significantly toward the late stage. More importantly, his consciousness felt as though it had been cleansed by this power, becoming more refined. His comprehension of stars and space deepened. As for the dark red star debris, having lost that fragment of origin, its glow faded entirely, transforming into an ordinary cosmic rock. Bastard, daring to seize my clan's treasure. The Yomingzu master, trapped by spatial confinement, watched helplessly as Lu Chen seized the opportunity. His soul fire burning with fury, Lu Chen slowly turned, his icy gaze landing upon him. Treasure? It is mine now. As for you, he pointed his finger as if wielding a sword, and a fine black line, merging the powers of space cutting and devouring, swiftly sliced through the void. The master of the Yuming clan felt his pupils constrict sharply, struggling fiercely, yet rendered powerless under the confinement of space and the terrifying blow. No. A black line swept across, erasing his body along with his spirit, as if wiped away by an eraser. In an instant, a significant part of him vanished, while the remnants turned to ash, dissipating within the nebula. Silence. The once chaotic battlefield momentarily stilled due to the abrupt intervention of Lu Chen and Zili, coupled with the sudden fall of the Yu Ming clan's master. All gazes, filled with uncertainty, converged upon Lu Chen and Zili. The leader of the Xinghue brigade, Luo Feng, gasped for breath, his expression complex as he regarded Lu Chen, a mix of gratitude and profound apprehension in his eyes. He recognized Lu Chen, the newly appointed general of the Meteor Fortress. Members of the Juling clan and the Guangyu clan ceased their attacks, warily observing these uninvited guests. The methods displayed by Lu Chen had instilled a tremendous sense of threat within them. The remaining members of the Yuming clan were both astonished and furious, fixating their glare on Lu Chen. Human, how dare you slay our clan's master? You dare seize the sacred artifact we discovered first. A peak elder of the Yuming clan shouted vehemently. Surrounding black mist surged forth, and a formidable mental pressure crashed upon Lu Chen like a tide. Before Lu Chen could speak, Zili wrinkled her petite nose and exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "You're so noisy. Clearly, it was your brawl that blocked our path. And that red stone is unclaimed. Whoever takes it owns it. Keep this up, and I'll gobble you all up." Her words were both innocent and domineering, yet carried an unsettling conviction. The elder of the Yu Ming clan faltered, rendered speechless, his gaze towards Zili filled with even greater suspicion. The spatial abilities she exhibited earlier were also remarkably formidable. Lu Chen, disinterested in conversing with these insignificant beings, had his sights set on the core of the ruins. He swept his gaze across the three factions, ultimately landing on the Xinghue brigade, and spoke in a calm tone. "Which direction is the ruin?" Luo Feng was taken aback, hesitating momentarily before pointing deeper into the nebula. "Just go straight ahead for about half a day's journey, and you will see a cluster of shattered palaces. The entrance to the ruins is there. However, the restrictions are stronger there, and more powerful beings are guarding it." "Thank you." Lu Chen nodded, disregarding everyone else, and urged Leia to fly in the direction indicated by Luo Feng. Zili giggled and followed suit. Zhang Fan and the others quickly piloted the star vessel to keep up. This left the three factions staring at one another, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. A leader of the Juling clan rumbled, "That human is quite strong, and that girl is rather peculiar." The leader of the Guangyu clan flapped his wings, his gaze sharp. "Their goal is also the core of the ruins. They are our fierce rivals." The elder of the Yuming clan, however, looked grim, informed the powerful members of our clan. "This person must be eliminated. The source of that sacred artifact must be reclaimed." The brief clash was momentarily halted by Lu Chen's intervention. Yet a greater storm brewed at the core of the ruins. As Lu Chen and his companions traversed the increasingly dense stardust, they were finally met with a breathtaking sight. A majestic, dilapidated palace complex, exuding an ancient and melancholic aura, floated in the void. Most of the palaces had collapsed, broken colonnades and fallen domes narrating tales of former glory and calamity. At the forefront of this palace cluster, a relatively intact grand plaza had already gathered several groups of individuals. The strongest presences belonged to the three factions, one being the Yuming clan, whose numbers were several times greater than the hunters previously encountered. Leading them was a figure shrouded in dense black mist, obscuring their features, emanating an aura as deep as the abyss, a formidable master of the Yuming clan. Behind him trailed several peak elders of the clan. The second faction was the Juling clan, led by a giant over 10 meters tall, with dark golden skin and sinewy muscles resembling a mountain, exuding a terrifying presence of a master. The third faction comprised the Guanyu clan, led by a female member adorned with 4 pairs of luminous wings, holy and noble, wielding a staff, her aura ethereal yet powerful. Also a master. Besides these 3 dominant clans, there were other smaller factions and scattered strong individuals observing from afar, hesitant to approach. The 3 factions stood in a triangular formation, on high alert. Their gazes were all fixated on the plaza's end, where a massive metallic gate, intricately engraved with countless star patterns, stood tightly shut. That was the entrance to the ruins of the Starry Sky human race. At this moment, the gate remained closed, its surface flowing with a mercury-like sheen, radiating a powerful and ominous restrictive aura. The powerful beings of the 3 factions seemed to have attempted to attack it, but found the gate unyielding. The arrival of Lu Chen and his party instantly attracted all attention, particularly due to the majestic Leia beneath him and the enigmatic Zili by his side. Coupled with his exceedingly youthful visage and mid-stage mastery, he appeared exceptionally conspicuous. Here come a few more human insects, the master of the Juling clan boomed, his voice like thunder, laced with disdain. The master of the Yuming clan's black mist rippled slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over Lu Chen, lingering for a moment on the badge of Major General of the Canglong army at his waist, emitting a sound of ambiguous disdain. The female master of the Guanyu clan merely cast a fleeting glance before returning her attention elsewhere. Clearly, they did not regard Lu Chen, a mid-tier master, with any seriousness. Zhang Fan and the others felt the overwhelming pressure from the masters, their faces paling as they looked nervously at Lu Chen. However, Zili, full of curiosity, glanced around, ultimately landing her gaze on the starry gate, tilting her head and exclaiming, "This gate seems a bit interesting." Lu Chen ignored the oppressive gazes, his focus entirely captivated by the starry gate. In his perception, this gate was not merely sturdy. It seemed to harbor a complex and vast formation that drew upon the celestial forces of the universe. To forcefully attack, it would likely be futile, even for a martial sovereign. Moreover, he sensed from this gate a trace of an ancient essence, akin to that of the Huang Shinji Lingpian, yet more profound and ancient than the dark red star skeletal source he had previously absorbed. This starry sky human race relic was undoubtedly intertwined with the ancient mysteries of the wasteland. His arrival was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Before the entrance of the relic, surrounded by formidable figures, a new variable had undoubtedly entered the fray. The fates of all seemed to subtly shift from their original trajectories due to his presence. The true contest had yet to commence. Yet the invisible smoke of conflict had already begun to permeate. Chapter 22. Devouring the Starry Sky. The disdain of the masters from the 3 factions did not stir the slightest ripple within Lu Chen's heart. Why bother concerning oneself with the gaze of ants? His entire focus was immersed in the perception of the starry gate. The formation on the gate intertwined with the celestial forces, intricate and meticulously detailed. It also contained an ancient charm resonant with the Huang Shinji Lingpian, indestructible, yet concealing enigmas. To forcefully breach the gate was not a wise course of action. "Hey, do you perceive any clues?" Zili had unknowingly moved beside him, her head tilted as she scrutinized the starry gate. A rare glimmer of ancient insight flashed within her lively eyes, contrasting her youthful appearance. Lu Chen felt a stir in his heart and looked at her. "Do you have a method?" Zili grinned mischievously. Extending her fair fingers, she pointed towards the door, where several seemingly random star-like engravings subtly formed an extraordinary array. These dots resembled keyholes, yet it was evident that a unique force was required to activate them. Her words carried an almost imperceptible hint of guidance. Following her indication, Lu Chen focused his consciousness and indeed discerned that the energy flow surrounding those star engravings exhibited a slight stagnation, as if awaiting a specific frequency of resonance. A special power? His Jiao Chao Shen Mo Gong devours myriad laws. Perhaps it could simulate such a force? Or perhaps he should look to Zili. This enigmatic maiden had displayed an extraordinary affinity and insight into spatial and energy restrictions since her arrival. "What do you require?" Lu Chen inquired directly. Zili blinked, grinning as she extended 2 fingers. "2 conditions. First, if you encounter something I find delectable, I must have the first taste. Second, you owe me a favor. Plus one more. Observing her bargaining demeanor, Lu Chen felt somewhat speechless but nodded in agreement. Agreed. Deal. Zili clapped her hands joyfully. Though her expression grew slightly serious thereafter, she closed her eyes, and an indescribable aura, ancient and majestic, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the starry cosmos, began to radiate from her petite form. This aura was exceedingly subtle, yet the eminent masters present sensed it immediately, casting bewildered glances in her direction. The female master of the Guangyu tribe furrowed her brow, instinctively tightening her grip on her staff. The master of the Yuming tribe experienced a violent surge in the dark mist surrounding him, while the master of the Juling tribe displayed a flicker of gravity in his large, bell-like eyes. At that moment, Zili opened her eyes. In that instant, her pupils transformed from pure black to an unfathomably deep, dark golden hue, rich with the essence of the infinite cosmos. A barely perceptible strand of dark gold emerged from her fingertips, gracefully darting towards the star engravings she had previously indicated as if it possessed life. Without any grand display, these strands seamlessly merged into the star engravings, akin to droplets dissolving into the sea. In the next moment, the entire starry door trembled violently. The silvery brilliance adorning the door, which resembled a frozen river of stars, suddenly came to life, swirling with renewed vigor. Countless star engravings illuminated in succession, radiating a gentle yet vast starlight. An ancient aura, far clearer and more profound than before, began to emerge, akin to a colossal beast that had slumbered for eons awakening to breathe, wafting forth from behind the door. What? She can actually activate the Stargate's restrictions? This is impossible. We could not even budget with our combined efforts. The representatives of the three factions were utterly stunned, gazing in disbelief at the transforming starry door and the enigmatic figure of the girl in purple. The master of the Yuming tribe's eyes glimmered with a haunting light. Fixating on Zili, his hoarse voice tinged with incredulity. Is this primordial pressure akin to that of the ancient devourers of the cosmos? No, that cannot be. That lineage has long. His words trailed off, yet his gaze towards Zili brimmed with insatiable greed and a hint of fear he scarcely wished to acknowledge. The masters of the Juling and Guangyu tribes seemed to recall ancient legends, their expressions turning remarkably vivid. With a resounding rumble, amidst a low, primordial roar, the starry door, which had remained closed for countless ages, slowly began to part. Though merely a crack, the purest essence emanating from beyond, seemingly containing the universe's primordial secrets, surged forth. Simultaneously, a more potent pressure cascaded outward, causing the masters to feel an unsettling trepidation. The door has opened. An opportunity. Almost instantaneously upon the door's slight opening, the leaders of the three factions sharpened their gazes. Enter. Block them. The chance is at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, the three masters transformed into streaks of light, akin to hunting leopards, racing towards the opening. Their elite followers immediately followed suit. The one who entered first would seize the advantage. However, one figure moved even faster. At the moment the door cracked open, Lu Chen, who had long been prepared, struck lightning tooth, merging with the tiger as if they were one. He transformed into a shadow entwined with thunder and spatial ripples, arriving first, nearly brushing against the door's edge. You seek death, the master of the Yuming tribe bellowed, unleashing a palm strike from afar. A massive claw, forged from pure darkness, tore through space, reaching for Lu Chen's back. The master of the Juling tribe also launched a punch, the violent energy coalescing into a fist akin to a meteor. The female master of the Guangyu tribe pointed her staff, unleashing a purifying holy light that surged forward. The combined fury of these three masters was enough to obliterate any master in an instant. Yet, Lu Chen seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. Without turning, he countered with a palm strike, not to meet force with force, but to devour. An invisible black hole formed instantaneously before his palm. The terrifying energy contained within the three attacks, upon contact with the black hole, was consumed and disintegrated as if it were a drop of water in the ocean. Although he could not fully absorb energy vastly exceeding his realm, through the dominance of Jiu Chao Shen Mo Gong and the exquisite nature of spatial power, he managed to deflect a significant portion of the lethal strike. Despite this, the residual force still caused his blood to surge, and he tasted copper in his throat. However, leveraging this power, he accelerated, completely merging into the light behind the door. You scoundrel! The three masters watched in fury as Lu Chen was the first to breach, their rage boiling over. They were equally astonished by the ability that could devour their combined assault. They no longer hesitated, racing toward the door's crack. The moment Lu Chen entered, Zili smiled mischievously, her form blurring like a phantom as she melded into the space, the next instant appearing at the door's edge, effortlessly slipping through as if the three masters' obstruction was meaningless. Zhang Fan and the others, witnessing this, commanded their starship, seizing the moment when the door had yet to fully close, racing into the ruins amid the distraction of the three factions. With a thunderous roar, just as the last few entered, the starry door emitted a heavy sound, gradually closing once more, completely isolating the tumult and peril from outside. Outside remained the three factions, exchanging glances filled with frustration, anger, and bewilderment, while inside lay a brand new, unknown world brimming with opportunities and dangers. Lu Chen steadied himself, wiping away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharply surveying the unfamiliar realm before him. Though he had been the first to enter, he had also paid a price. Nevertheless, all of this was worthwhile. In his mind, the unfinished words of the great master of the Yuming clan still echoed. He glanced at the seemingly carefree Zili beside him, who appeared as if she had merely engaged in a game moments ago, and his gaze deepened significantly. The identity of this young girl was likely more astonishing than he had imagined. Moreover, the remnants of the human race within this starry expanse seemed to conceal a monumental secret intricately linked to her, the Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong, and his past life and present existence. Chapter 23. 3 items. The Stargate thunderously closed behind him. The world within was not the palatial structures he had envisioned, but rather an immense corridor that seemed boundless. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the corridor were forged from a metal as dark as the night sky, embedded with countless shimmering star-like gemstones that outlined vast star maps and flowing galaxies. A gentle yet chilling radiance fell upon them, casting the corridor in a celestial glow. The air was frigid, permeated with an ancient, deathly stillness, interrupted only by the echo of their own breaths and heartbeats. The pure essence of spiritual energy surged forth, a richness exceeding that of the outside world by over tenfold, mingled with an ancient Tao rhythm that stirred their souls. What a profound power of the stars! Zhang Fan inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of vitality within him. The other team members expressed their astonishment as well. Leia let out a low growl, displaying signs of excitement, its lightning patterns glimmering even brighter under the starlight. Only Lu Chen and Zili remained relatively composed. Lu Chen was accustomed to the storms of life, while Zili curiously explored her surroundings, seemingly fascinated by the luminous star gemstones. She attempted to pry one loose with her nail, only to discover that the gemstone was inseparably fused with the metallic wall, proving incredibly resilient. Stingy, she pouted, abandoning her endeavor. "Commander, which way shall we proceed?" Zhang Fan inquired, surveying the corridor's depths. Both forward and backward stretched into an unfathomable abyss, resembling 2 diverging paths of fate. Lu Chen closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to spread like mercury. However, it appeared that this corridor bore some peculiar restrictions. His perceptive range was significantly compressed, extending merely a kilometer before being obstructed by an invisible barrier. Activating the Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong, he focused intently. The technique did not exhibit any particular reaction to the corridor itself, yet something deep within seemed to faintly beckon him, resonating subtly with the essence of the dark red star skeleton and the profound meaning of the Huang Shunji Lingpian. Simultaneously, he sensed powerful energy fluctuations emanating from another direction within the corridor, evidently the 3 major factions that had followed closely behind, seemingly transported to different starting points. "Let us proceed forward." Lu Chen opened his eyes, resolute in his decision. He trusted his instincts and the guidance of his technique. The group cautiously advanced along the starlit corridor. The corridor was not static. At times, side chambers or forks appeared along its sides. Some chambers were empty, filled only with dust, while others contained decayed implements or stone tablets inscribed with indecipherable characters. Occasionally, they encountered weathered bones, frozen in postures of cultivation or guardianship, as if they had perished in their duties. Lu Chen attempted to absorb the feeble energy remaining in one of the bones, only to find it had long since dissipated, leaving behind a vestige of stubborn desolation that was of no use to him. It appeared that this place had undergone a significant transformation. Or perhaps time flowed much faster here than in the outside world. After approximately half an hour of progress, 3 paths emerged before them. Each path's entrance boasted a distinct arrangement of star gemstones, emanating different energy fluctuations. The left path blazed with fervent starlight, with faint flames flickering upwards, exuding a scorching and explosive aura. The central path radiated a calm and gentle starlight, reminiscent of moonlight, instilling a sense of tranquility and serenity. The right path was shrouded in a deep, dark starlight, imbued with a chilling air of slaughter, as if it led to the underworld. These three paths exhibit entirely different energy properties. It seems like a test or a selection, Zhang Fan analyzed. Lu Chen stood at the junction, his gaze sweeping over the three paths. His Jiuqiao Shen Mo Gong detected a faint response from all three, but the strongest resonance emanated from the dark and ominous right path. The icy aura of slaughter subtly echoed with the energy of the Yuming clan he had devoured and resonated with his own decisive nature regarding battle. We shall take the right path. Lu Chen did not hesitate. That path seems perilously dangerous. Zili blinked, pointing at the peaceful central route that appeared more inviting. Safe paths often yield mundane rewards, Lu Chen remarked, glancing at her. If you wish to go, feel free to venture alone, he added. Zili wrinkled her nose and huffed. I certainly do not want to be alone. Very well, let us proceed right. Perhaps there are even more delectable treats to be discovered. Her extraordinary fixation on food was evident. The group stepped into the right path. As they entered, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The corridor remained, yet the star gemstones embedded in the walls emitted a frigid and piercing light. The air was thick with a tangible sense of murderous intent and sharpness, as if invisible blades were slicing through flesh and spirit. Be cautious. There are restrictions, a team member warned, raising a protective barrier. Just as the warning was uttered, the dark star gemstones on the walls glowed ominously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless solidified blades of dark energy shot forth from the walls like a torrential downpour, enveloping the entire corridor. These energy blades were extraordinarily sharp, carrying a chilling aura capable of inflicting serious harm upon ordinary masters. Form a defensive formation, Zhang Fan bellowed, quickly coordinating with the other two masters to establish a triangular formation. Their energies linked, creating a luminous shield that sheltered most of the team behind them. Leia roared, its body surrounded by a shield of lightning that shattered and obliterated the incoming energy blades. Lu Chen, however, stood firm and unyielding, not flinching or retreating. As the menacing energy blades approached within 100 meters of him, they seemed to enter an invisible quagmire, their speed drastically diminishing. The dark energy clinging to them was swiftly stripped away and devoured, transforming into pure nourishment that replenished his own essence. The now energy-depleted blades were effortlessly shattered by a wave of his hand. He stood as a steadfast rock amidst turbulent waters, unmovable. Zili's response was even more extraordinary. She made no defensive moves whatsoever. As the energy blades neared her within 3 feet, they collided with an insurmountable spatial barrier, veering off course and dissipating. While she yawned in boredom, this spectacle left Zhang Fan and the others, who were struggling to defend themselves, utterly astonished, deepening their understanding of the mystery and power possessed by these two individuals. The onslaught of energy blades persisted for what felt like an incense stick's duration before gradually subsiding. Silence returned to the corridor, yet the chilling aura of slaughter remained palpable. Let us continue onward. Lu Chen appeared to merely be strolling forward. Yet the journey ahead was fraught with an array of traps and restrictions. There existed an icy mist capable of freezing blood, a corrupting wind that eroded vital energy, and a mesmerizing starlight that could conjure inner demons. Each peril was exceedingly treacherous. Were it not for the presence of the two anomalies, Lu Chen and Zili, it was likely that Zhang Fan and his companions would have suffered grievous losses. Lu Chen also noted that with each restriction, he unraveled and consumed its core energy. His comprehension of the laws pertaining to slaughter, darkness, and frost deepened ever so slightly. This path of carnage, while perilous, served as an exceptional crucible for refining oneself and grasping the principles of the universe. His aura grew increasingly profound and concentrated through repeated acts of consumption and confrontation. Ultimately, after dismantling an innumerable amount of restrictions and shattering countless energy-formed guardians, the passage ahead opened up remarkably. At the end of the corridor lay a vast circular hall. Suspended in the center were 3 remarkable objects. To the left was a short blade, entirely black and entwined with ominous mist, exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness and bloodlust, a weapon of the highest caliber. To the right rested an ancient scroll crafted from unknown beast hide, its surface adorned with flowing runes, resonating with the echoes of powerful laws, evidently inscribed with formidable secret techniques. At the very center, there floated a dark blue crystal the size of a fist, seemingly embodying the entirety of the galaxy, slowly revolving. Within the crystal, nebulas flickered in and out of existence, radiating an extraordinarily pure force of stellar origin. far surpassing any energy he had encountered thus far. The three treasures shimmered enticingly, captivating the soul. However, at the entrance of the hall loomed a thin, undulating dark blue light curtain, akin to rippling water. The curtain was adorned with intricate runes, emanating an aura more potent and arcane than any restriction encountered before. Before the curtain stood two groups of individuals. One group belonged to the Yuming clan, led by an elder at the pinnacle of mastery, comprising around 10 members, each bearing wounds, evidently having endured significant peril to reach this point. The other group was from the Juling clan, similarly led by a master-level giant, albeit slightly larger in number, though in poor condition as well. Both factions were on high alert, their gazes fixed warily on the three treasures behind the curtain, yet powerless against the barrier. The arrival of Lu Chen's party instantly disrupted the equilibrium. The Yuming and Juling members turned their vigilant eyes toward them, and upon recognizing Lu Chen and the mysterious girl in purple beside him, their expressions soured considerably. Once again, you, the elder of the Yuming clan hissed venomously. Humans, this treasure was discovered by us first. If you know what is good for you, be gone at once. The leader of the Juling clan echoed. The treasures should go to those who are fated, but we must adhere to the order of arrival. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the three treasures, lingering for a moment on the dark blue crystal at the center, where the Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong resonated with a clear yearning. Ignoring the clamor of the two factions, he strode directly toward the dark blue light curtain. Seeking death, scoffed the elder of the Yuming clan. That barrier is beyond even our capabilities. Yet, his words were abruptly interrupted. Lu Chen extended his finger, a barely perceptible thread of energy, merging the powers of absorption and space, delicately tapped at the curtain. Rather than a direct confrontation, that energy acted like a key, precisely embedding itself into a minuscule node of the curtain's energy flow. With a hum, the curtain quivered violently and centered around Lu Chen's fingertip. A passage large enough for a single person to traverse rapidly emerged, akin to melting ice and snow. Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong, unrivaled in breaking restrictions. How is this possible? Both factions stood agape. Lu Chen turned back, calmly instructing Zi Li and Zhang Fan, step inside. With that, he was the first to cross the threshold of the curtain. Zi Li giggled and easily followed. Zhang Fan and the others suppressed their excitement and hastened after them. The members of the Yuming and Juling clans quickly regained their wits, their eyes reddening with fury. Stop them. The treasures belong to us. The two factions could no longer afford to maintain their standoff, roaring as they charged toward the opening in the curtain. However, just as they were about to reach it, the gap in the curtain abruptly closed. Simultaneously, a powerful rebound force erupted, sending several individuals at the forefront hurtling back, blood spewing from their mouths. No. Amidst the despairing and enraged roars of the Yuming and Juling clans, Lu Chen stood resolutely in the center of the hall. The radiance of the three treasures illuminated his youthful and stern visage, casting shadows of light and dark. The black short blade to the left buzzed ominously, its murderous intent palpable. The ancient scroll on the right exuded an innate charm that captivated the senses. Yet, Lu Chen's gaze was unwaveringly fixated upon the slowly rotating dark blue crystal at the center. The yearning emanating from Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong surged to a boiling point, as if a famished traveler had stumbled upon a divine elixir. This crystal was infused with stellar essence, pure, ancient, and vast, far exceeding any energy he had previously absorbed. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to seize the dark blue crystal. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, the crystal shuddered violently, and a profound will, akin to an ancient star beast awakening from slumber, forcefully surged into Lu Chen's consciousness. This was a test, a remnant will from a powerful being of the starry skies. In an instant, Lu Chen found himself amidst an infinite cosmos, facing a colossal apparition composed of stars. The visage was indifferent and majestic, exuding an air of detached scrutiny, applying an invisible pressure that threatened to shatter his consciousness and compel him to submit. Ordinary masters would likely suffer immediate spiritual trauma or even collapse under such overwhelming will. But who was Lu Chen? He was the reincarnated demon lord, a devourer trained in forbidden arts. His will had been tempered through countless life and death struggles and plunders, forged into an indomitable force. Moreover, it bore a trace of resilience that transcended his current realm, originating from the pinnacle of his past life. A mere remnant. Dare you compel me to submit? Within Lu Chen's consciousness, his spirit coalesced, visualizing the wild god apparition from the Huang Xinji Lingpian. Simultaneously, Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong activated autonomously, unleashing an overwhelming will of absorption that reigned over all beings. Boom. The two intangible wills clashed violently within his consciousness. The stellar apparition emitted a sound of astonishment. It sensed a quality within Lu Chen's will that was alien to this realm, subtly brushing against the edges of a certain reality. The stalemate lasted but a moment. In the next instant, the devouring will expanded like a black hole, commencing to absorb the residual will of the stars in return. No, not your soul. The stellar will emitted a fragmented, terrified, and bewildered mental wave. Soon after, like a candle in the wind, it was utterly consumed, obliterated. The resistance of the stellar crystal vanished completely, obediently falling into his palm. A cool touch, infused with boundless vitality and mystery, enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong. Gulp. Like a great whale drinking water. The fist-sized dark blue crystal shrank at a visible rate. The immense stellar essence within transformed into a brilliant blue torrent, surging frantically into Lu Chen's body. This energy was colossal. It was exceptionally pure. Lu Chen was enveloped in a radiant glow, with his pores exuding starlight, illuminating the entire hall as if it were midday. His aura surged like a rocket, transcending from the pinnacle of the mid-stage master to the late-stage master. The bottleneck before this vast source of power crumbled like paper, easily shattered. His meridians expanded, his true energy refined and compressed, adorned with a profound starry sheen. Under the nurturing of the stellar essence, his sea of consciousness grew broader, more stable, and the intensity of his spiritual awareness surged dramatically. More importantly, he sensed that the very essence of his life was becoming denser and more robust under the onslaught of this power, significantly increasing his lifespan. In just a few dozen breaths, the starry crystal that had made even grandmasters envious was completely consumed by Lu Chen. His cultivation firmly anchored in the late-stage master realm, he stood merely a step away from becoming a grandmaster, feeling the surging true energy within him. Imbued with the attributes of the stars, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, as if the galaxies were shifting within his gaze, emanating an overwhelming pressure naturally. Zhang Fan and the others were left in awe, their hearts racing with excitement. The stronger their general, the brighter their future. Zili tilted her head, observing Lu Chen, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her large eyes as she murmured softly, "You consume so quickly, even more than I do," her last few words somewhat unclear. Yet her gaze towards Lu Chen was filled with curiosity. Outside the light barrier, the Yoming and Jiuling clans, having witnessed Lu Chen devour the precious star crystal, were nearly driven to madness. "Kill him. Retrieve the creation." An elder from the Yoming clan shrieked hysterically, launching a frenzied assault on the barrier. The Jiuling clan roared in unison, joining the fray. Lu Chen cast a cold glance at them, as if regarding mere clowns. He casually stowed away the remaining obsidian dagger and ancient scroll without a second glance, tossing them to Zhang Fan. "You handle it." Zhang Fan hurriedly accepted, his breath quickening as he scanned with his spiritual awareness. The dagger was at least a ground-level divine weapon. The scroll contained a top-tier technique, the Dark Star technique, capable of leading one to the Grandmaster realm. To them, it was a priceless treasure. "Thank you, General," the crowd exclaimed in unison, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Let us depart. This place is no longer safe." Lu Chen sensed that after devouring the star crystal, the restrictions in the hall were waning, and the outer barrier would not hold much longer. He led everyone towards a teleportation portal at the opposite end of the hall. Just before stepping through the portal, he glanced back, as if his gaze pierced through layers of barriers to peer deeper into the ruins, seemingly gazing into an unknown reality. He vaguely felt that the world he inhabited was perhaps not as simple as it appeared. Zili's peculiarity, the uniqueness of the technique, and even the truth behind his rebirth left one in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 25. Collaborating in a flash of light. The figures of Lu Chen and his companions vanished from the hall. Almost instantaneously after their departure, the dark blue barrier shattered. The Yoming and Jiuling clans rushed in with red eyes, only to find the empty hall and the fading teleportation portal. "Ah, Lu Chen, my Yoming clan will never rest until you are dead. Pursue." He must have gone to the core of the ruins. The frantic roars echoed throughout the vast hall. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and his party arrived at the next level of the ruins, a realm far more perilous and closer to the core secrets. As the light of the teleportation faded, they emerged on a colossal bridge suspended in the boundless void. The bridge was constructed from a type of transparent crystal that shimmered with starlight, spanning 100 meters wide, flanked by an abyssal darkness that seemed to consume all light. Only the starry bridge beneath their feet emitted a faint, yet resolute glow, guiding their path. At the bridge's end, a magnificent palace complex, shrouded in hazy starlight, could be faintly discerned. The ancient and vast aura emanating from there surpassed any previous location. That was the true core of the ruins. However, the path to the core was fraught with peril. An intense battle had already erupted upon the Starry Bridge. The Huangyu clan, who had teleported in before them, was currently facing grave trouble. Their opponents were not other explorers, but guardians manifested by the bridge itself, for towering giants, each over 5 meters tall, coalesced from resplendent starlight. These starry giants lacked facial features and appeared to move slowly, yet each strike summoned the power of the surrounding stars. A punch unleashed a meteor shower, showcasing astonishing might, equivalent to that of a pinnacle stage master. Even more troubling was their apparent ability to siphon energy from the bridge itself. As long as they remained on the bridge, their energy seemed inexhaustible. The female grandmaster of the Huangyu clan refrained from joining the fray. She hovered behind her team, her 4 pairs of wings gently fluttering, her solemn face seemingly attuned to something. The attack came from her subordinates, several elder masters, and elite warriors. The Huangyu clan excelled in purification and ranged attacks, unleashing a torrential rain of holy arrows and purifying halos upon the starry giants. They struck with such ferocity that starlight scattered, their forms flickering in and out of visibility. Yet, the giants possessed formidable defenses and astonishing recovery rates. The portions that were dispersed quickly absorbed energy from the bridge to reconstitute themselves. Despite the intensity of the Huangyu clan's assaults, they could not completely vanquish the giants, who instead pushed them back, causing their formation to falter. The arrival of Lu Chen and his group immediately drew the attention of both sides. The female grandmaster of the Huangyu clan cast her gaze upon Lu Chen, lingering momentarily, a flicker of surprise brightening her eyes. She seemed astonished that he had reached this place so quickly and appeared even stronger than before. One of the starry giants then diverted its attention, lumbering towards Lu Chen and his companions. Clearly, the rules of the bridge deemed all intruders as foes. General Zhang Fan and the others immediately assumed defensive stances. Lu Chen remained calm, observing the approaching starry giant, sensing the pure stellar energy within it, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. A fine supplement indeed. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward. The starry giant, noticing Lu Chen's boldness, let out a silent roar, its massive starry fist descending like a meteor, intent on crushing him. The force of the punch stirred the air, causing Lu Chen's garments to flutter. In the face of this earth-shattering blow, Lu Chen stood firm, retaliating with a punch of his own. His fist bore no radiant aura, only a layer of profound darkness that seemed capable of devouring light, accompanied by an almost imperceptible distortion of space. The devouring fist. As their fists collided, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull thud, akin to the sound of space being compressed. The starry giant's powerful fist dimmed rapidly upon contact with Lu Chen's hand, as if it had encountered its nemesis, the brilliant starlight fading at an observable rate. Not just its fist, the devouring force spread along the giant's arm like a virus. Arm, torso, head. The massive form of the starry giant, composed of pure stellar energy, began to disintegrate before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Like weathered sand sculptures, they rapidly crumbled and disintegrated, transforming into the most primordial force of the stars, devoured entirely by Lu Chen's fist. In the brief span of a heartbeat, a towering giant of starlight, comparable to the pinnacle of a master, dissipated into nothingness. The purest celestial energy surged into Lu Chen's body. Although it was far inferior to the previous star crystal, it nevertheless fortified the recently advanced late master realm within him, subtly enhancing his vital energy. Silence. Upon the Star Bridge, both the Guanyu clan and Zhang Fan and his companions were momentarily entranced. One punch, merely a single punch, had he dispatched a starlight giant that had caused them so much distress. This was no longer mere strength. It was uncanny. It was terrifying. The female grandmaster of the Guanyu clan narrowed her eyes, gazing at Lu Chen with a newfound wariness. She mused that she could also defeat a starlight giant, but it could never be so effortlessly done. Not to mention the method of directly devouring energy. Zhang Fan and the others trembled with excitement. Zili clapped her hands and laughed, exclaiming that she had said there was something entertaining here. Lu Chen paid no heed to the crowd's reactions. His gaze fixed upon the other 3 starlight giants currently entangled with the Guanyu clan. To him, they were no longer obstacles, but rather mobile energy reservoirs. With a swift movement, he infiltrated the battlefield like a wraith. Roar. The remaining 3 starlight giants seemed to sense the demise of their companion and the threat posed by Lu Chen, letting out silent roars of fury. Abandoning the Guanyu clan, they all charged toward Lu Chen. Meteoric fire rain, beams of starlight, and powerful energy strikes intertwined to form a deadly net, enveloping Lu Chen. Caution! One of the Guanyu clan masters could not help but warn. Yet, Lu Chen, in the face of this assault that would make even grandmasters wary, merely snorted disdainfully. With both fists raised, he shifted his form within the confines of space, akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers. With each punch, he accurately met the core attacks of a starlight giant. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled thuds resonated almost simultaneously. The devouring fist intent re-emerged. The meteor fire rain from the first starlight giant was consumed by his fist, along with half of the giant's body, vanishing into the void. The starlight beam emitted by the second giant was absorbed entirely by the fist's edge, resulting in the giant's collapse. The energy strike from the third starlight giant met Lu Chen's punch, holding firm for less than half a second before succumbing like the previous 2. 3 breaths. In merely 3 breaths' time, 3 starlight giants at the pinnacle of masters were rendered non-existent beneath Lu Chen's fists, becoming sustenance for his cultivation. The Star Bridge momentarily regained its tranquility. The members of the Guanyu clan gazed at the solitary black-clad youth standing resolutely at the bridge's center, his aura profound and imposing, leaving them momentarily speechless. Their formidable foe, which they had struggled to vanquish, had been reduced to mere dust in his hands. The female grandmaster of the Guanyu clan regarded Lu Chen with deep contemplation and slowly spoke, her voice ethereal yet imbued with solemnity. "I am Huiyue of the human clan. Lu Chen, thank you for your assistance." She set aside her pride as a grandmaster and a senior member of the Guanyu clan, extending a gesture of goodwill. Lu Chen's displayed strength and potential warranted such treatment. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze still directed toward the core palace at the end of the Star Bridge. "Huiyue, how about a collaboration?" Lu Chen suddenly proposed. "The path ahead may not be peaceful. Joining forces to traverse the Star Bridge and reach the core area, each relying on their own capabilities thereafter." He did not require the Guanyu clan's aid, but having several temporary allies could alleviate some troubles, especially considering the imminent pursuit of the Yuming and Juling clans. Huiyue pondered for a moment, sensing the ominous aura emanating from the core area. Acting alone indeed posed greater risks. Although Lu Chen's methods were peculiar, he did not appear to be a bloodthirsty individual. Agreed. Huiyue nodded in affirmation. Thus, a temporary alliance was formed. The 2 groups merged into one, swiftly advancing along the Star Bridge toward the hazy Starry Palace. Meanwhile, from the opposite direction of the Star Bridge, the Yuming and Juling clans emerged, their members in disarray amid spatial fluctuations. They gazed at the empty bridge and the distant figures of Lu Chen and the Guanyu clan converging, their expressions darkening to the point of dripping with fury. They actually joined forces. The elder of the Yuming clan gritted his teeth. "Pursue. The core inheritance must not fall into others' hands," roared the leader of the Juling clan. The contest upon the Star Bridge was far from over. It had only grown more convoluted with the arrival of various factions. After devouring 4 starlight giants, Lu Chen sensed something at the core palace's end resonating with his Jiu Qiao Shen Mo Gong like never before. There, perhaps lay what he truly sought. Chapter 26. A subtle atmosphere. The Star Bridge spanned the void, seemingly endless. Lu Chen and the team, led by Huiyue of the Guanyu clan, traveled together at a remarkable pace. Though each harbored their own thoughts, their immediate goals aligned, allowing them to coexist peacefully. As they approached the Star Bridge's terminus, the oppressive aura emanating from the core palace intensified. The pure celestial spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, nearly materializing into tangible liquid essence. Everyone felt their pores instinctively breathing, a subtle sense of elevation in their cultivation. However, opportunity often coexists with peril. After advancing merely a few miles, the Star Bridge abruptly widened, forming a vast circular platform. Upon this platform stood 36 puppets clad in starry armor, brandishing various celestial weapons. These puppets were denser than the previous starlight giants. Their armor was inscribed with arcane star map runes, and cold blue flames flickered in their eye sockets, their auras harmonizing to a peak master level. Moreover, their formations were intricate, their energies interlinked, forming an exceedingly formidable battle array. A battle array composed of 36 peak master puppets. Its might was sufficient to challenge even the strongest grandmasters. Behind the battle array, at the platform's edge, stood 3 energy portals radiating different glows. The left portal gleamed a dark golden hue, adorned with carvings depicting the sun, moon, and stars encircling a divine mountain. exuding a heavy aura that seemed to bear all things. The central portal shone silver-white, flowing with strange runes reminiscent of data streams, emanating a brilliance of precision, calculation, and foresight. The right portal glimmered a dark purple, intricately depicting a black hole devouring the galaxy, radiating a terrifying essence of destruction, termination, and all-consuming annihilation. The three portals appeared to lead to different inheritances or realms. At the platform's edge, a group was already engaged in fierce combat with the puppet battle array. They were the Yuming clan. They had arrived here earlier than Lu Chen and his companions. The Grandmaster of the Yuming clan, Yu Yin, hovered in midair, surrounded by swirling black mist that transformed into countless grotesque, ghostly heads. He emitted a piercing soul shriek, assaulting the mental connection of the puppet battle array. Simultaneously, he formed seals with his hands, summoning dark chains from the void to entangle the puppets, attempting to dismantle their formations. His subordinates, elite masters of the Yuming clan, formed their own battle array, unleashing various shadow spells and corrosive energies to clash head-on with the puppet formation. The deafening roar echoed continuously, as dark energy clashed violently with the brilliance of the stars, sending explosive energy ripples crashing against the void barriers surrounding the platform. The strength of the Yuming clan was formidable, particularly that of the Yumian Grandmaster, whose methods were enigmatic and unpredictable. Yet, confronted with 36 peak puppet masters arrayed in battle formation, they still appeared to struggle immensely. Their advance was sluggish, and occasionally, members of the Yuming clan were struck by the starry blades of the puppets, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. The arrival of Lu Chen and his companions immediately captured the attention of both combatants. The Yumian Grandmaster cast a fleeting glance, noting Lu Chen's unexpected alliance with the Guanyu clan, a shadow flickering in his eyes. With a cold snort, his attacks grew more ferocious, seemingly intent on breaking through the formation before Lu Chen's group could intervene. Meanwhile, 12 of the starry puppets redirected their assault, charging toward Lu Chen and the Guanyu clan. As the formation operated, their energies intertwined. The 12 puppets moved as one, their offensive overwhelming. Form the holy light barrier, commanded the Huiwei Grandmaster, her staff striking the ground. And a colossal barrier composed of pure light feathers materialized before their ranks. Boom, boom, boom. The 12 puppet starry blades crashed against the light barrier, producing thunderous sounds. The barrier trembled violently, its brilliance flickering, showing signs of potential fracture. Huiyue's complexion paled slightly, clearly exerting great effort to maintain it. The Guanyu warriors behind her infused their strength into the barrier. The power of these puppets' formation was immense, and a direct assault would incur tremendous losses. Huiyue quickly conveyed to Lu Chen that they needed to locate the formation's core or use overwhelming force to instantly demolish several puppets, disrupting their array. She was inquiring if Lu Chen possessed a method to break the formation. Lu Chen's earlier feat of devouring the Starlight Giant had left a profound impression on her. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the approaching 12 puppets and the 24 others poised in the rear, his expression tranquil. There was no need for such complexity. He stepped forward, directly traversing the holy light barrier established by the Guanyu clan, confronting the 12 puppets that charged as a formation. General Lu. Huiyue gasped in surprise. The Yuming clan's Yumian also noticed the commotion, a smirk of derision gracing his lips, seemingly anticipating Lu Chen's imminent dismemberment by the puppet formation. Faced with the onslaught resembling a torrent of steel, Lu Chen stood resolutely, slowly raising his hands. 9 apertures demon god technique. He unleashed his power, extending his reach to 1,000 meters. This time, however, the devouring force did not disperse evenly. Rather, it coiled like countless invisible tendrils, precisely entwining the pivotal energy nodes of the 12 puppets formation. Simultaneously, he discreetly activated the divine essence he had recently comprehended from the Huangshan Jilingpian, simulating a higher-tier starry pressure to disrupt the formation. Buzz! The 12 advancing puppets suddenly faltered. The starry glow flowing around them became distinctly chaotic, their energy connections wavering. The entire formations might diminish instantaneously. Now was the moment. A spark ignited in Lu Chen's eyes as he ghosted forward. He did not opt to devour the core of these puppets, as it would require excessive energy and could yield unpredictable consequences. Instead, he chose destruction. His fists, imbued with the essence of devouring, retracted, condensing the starry primordial power he had just absorbed. Radiating with brilliant starlight, they surged forth like 2 falling meteors, striking fiercely at the core of 2 puppets. Crack, crack. 2 crisp shattering sounds resonated. The starry cores at the chests of the two puppets shattered like glass beneath Lu Chen's potent fists. The blue flames in their eyes extinguished instantly, their massive forms freezing in place before crashing down, reduced to two piles of lifeless metal. The formation was broken, with the loss of two puppets. The energy connections among the remaining 10 collapsed entirely, throwing the formation into disarray and significantly reducing its power. Attack! Hui Wei seized the opportunity, sweeping her staff, transforming the holy light barrier into countless sharp light feather arrows, which fell upon the remaining puppets like a torrential downpour. The Guanyu warriors joined the fray. Zhang Fan and others were equally unwilling to lag behind, launching various attacks. Without the formation's augmentation, these individual peak puppets, though still formidable, were swiftly dismantled under their concentrated fire, scattering into remnants upon the ground. From Lu Chen's initial strike to the obliteration of all 12 puppets, the entire process spanned less than 10 breaths. It was astonishingly effortless. On the Yuming clan's side, the Yumian Grandmaster's eyelids twitched, his heart racing with shock. After toiling against the puppets, how could the opposing side so casually dispatch 12? This young man's methods were unfathomable. Hui Yue's gaze toward Lu Chen was filled with complexity. She increasingly believed that collaborating with Lu Chen might indeed be the wisest decision of their expedition. Lu Chen shook his hands, sensing the slight depletion of his qi, his attention turning to the remaining 24 puppets and the 3 energy portals. Proceed, he stated calmly, once again advancing toward the puppet formation. At this moment, both the Yuming and Guanyu clans instinctively slowed their assaults, their eyes irresistibly drawn to his figure. Lu Chen moved with an air of leisure, weaving through the onslaught of the starry puppets. Each of his strikes accurately targeted a puppet's energy node or core, either incapacitating its movements with devouring intent or violently obliterating it with starry power. Wherever he passed, puppets fell like harvested wheat. The once indomitable puppet array appeared remarkably fragile before him. The Yumian and Hui Wei grandmasters exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared astonishment and resolve in each other's eyes. Unleash all our might, and coordinate with General Lu. Hui Wei commanded. Attack. Do not let that human boy seize all the benefits. Yumian growled through clenched teeth. In an instant, dark energy and holy brilliance erupted simultaneously, complementing Lu Chen's precise and efficient disassembly, and the remaining puppets diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Within the span of a single incense stick, the cacophony gradually subsided. Upon the platform, 36 peak puppets lay in ruins. The 3 energy portals, each radiating distinct pathways of resonance, stood silently, resembling 3 ancient, silent deities awaiting the choices of intruders. The atmosphere turned palpably tense and nuanced. The brief alliance, having achieved its purpose, came to an abrupt end. Chapter 27. The Seed of Devouring. The Yuming clan, the Guanyu clan, and Lu Chen stood on guard, their gazes flitting between the 3 portals. Their consciousnesses remained locked onto potential rivals. The leftmost portal exuded the essence of sealing and containment, seemingly connected to defense or sealing inheritances. Hui Wei Grandmaster's gaze settled upon the dark golden portal. The Guanyu clan leaned towards purification and protection, and this portal resonated subtly with her path. The central portal emanated an aura of deduction and wisdom, possibly linked to the mystical techniques of the starry human race or technological inheritances. The Yumian Grandmaster rasped, noting that although the Yuming clan embraced darkness, they too were eager for this direct wisdom that pointed towards the essence of the laws. Finally, the dark purple portal, radiating a sense of destruction and devouring, caused both grandmasters to furrow their brows slightly. Such extreme power contradicted their own paths and felt exceedingly perilous. However, Lu Chen, undeterred, strode directly towards the dark purple portal amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Had he chosen the devouring gate? A flicker of surprise passed through the eyes of Yumian, which soon transformed into a cold smirk, seeking death. Such an extreme inheritance could backfire at the slightest misstep, turning one into a monster that only knows how to devour. Hui Wei also shook her head slightly, considering Lu Chen's actions overly reckless. Yet, Lu Chen remained oblivious to their concerns. The longing within him for Jiu Qiaoshan Mo Gong had reached its zenith. The significance of what lay beyond this door far surpassed the combined value of the other 2 gates. He arrived at the entrance of the dark purple portal and gently pressed his palm against it. A hum. The portal seemed to awaken, and the pattern of a black hole devouring the stars on its surface suddenly began to spin. A powerful, cold, and pure force of devouring energy emanated from the door, attempting to consume Lu Chen's palm and true energy. Were it an ordinary master, they would likely have been drained dry at that moment. Yet, Lu Chen was not alarmed. Instead, he felt a surge of joy. How foolish. He snorted coldly, channeling all his might into Jiu Qiao Shen Mo Gong, a force even more domineering and profound. As if originating from the essence of devouring itself, erupted forth. The devouring power from the portal, upon contact with Lu Chen's technique, instantly transformed from a subject into a vassal, becoming docile. It even exhibited a hint of eagerness and submission, willingly guiding his strength. With a soft click, it was as if a latch had been released. The dark purple portal silently slid open, revealing a profound darkness behind it, as if it could consume even light itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen stepped inside. Leia let out a low growl, following closely behind. Zili, with her big, curious eyes, eagerly hopped in after them. Although Zhang Fan and the others felt trepidation, they too followed without hesitation. The portal gradually closed behind them, leaving the members of the Yuming and Guangyu clans exchanging glances. Humph, they are overestimating themselves. Yumian scoffed and shifted his gaze toward the silver-white portal in the center, declaring, "This inheritance belongs to my Yuming clan." Huiwei immediately added, "The left portal is fated for my Guangyu clan." The two parties quickly reached an understanding and rushed towards their chosen portals. As for whether they could open them and what dangers awaited, it would be up to their own abilities. Stepping through the dark purple portal felt like traversing a frigid water curtain. The scene behind the door exceeded Lu Chen's expectations. It was not the chaotic energy maelstrom or destruction he had imagined, but rather an extraordinarily vast and tranquil circular hall. The walls of the hall were a pure darkness that seemed capable of absorbing all light. Only in the center of the hall floated an object. It was not the jade slips of techniques or divine weapons he had envisioned, but a black hole model roughly the size of a human head, slowly rotating. No, it was not merely a model. It was a genuine, miniature black hole constrained here by some supreme power. Its darkness was as deep as ink, warping the surrounding space slightly, causing it to collapse inward. It did not emit a violent pulling force. All the devouring energy was restrained to the utmost, as if in slumber. Yet at its core, there existed an exceedingly tiny singularity, seemingly condensed with the ultimate mysteries of the universe, emanating an aura that sent shivers through Lu Chen's very soul. Below the miniature black hole floated an ancient, unadorned emblem that was neither gold nor jade, its color somber. The front of the emblem bore an insignia resembling the black hole's symbol from the portal, depicting it devouring the stars. The back was blank. The yearning of Jiu Qiao Shen Mo Gong originated from that miniature black hole and the emblem. Lu Chen could sense that if he could devour even a trace of the essence of this miniature black hole, his Jiu Qiao Shen Mo Gong would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. He might even awaken new abilities. However, he also understood that although this miniature black hole appeared calm, the energy contained within could annihilate a Grand Master in an instant. Any reckless contact would lead to certain death. His gaze fell upon the ancient emblem. Extending his divine sense, he made contact with it. In that instant, a stream of information flowed into his heart. Star Devouring Order. The bearer of this order may invoke a fragment of the power of the Star Devouring Array, drawing upon the essence of the stars and refining the foundation of the black hole. Yet, the path of devouring is extraordinarily perilous. Only those of great will and fortuitous destiny may dare to touch it. Refining this order grants access to the introductory chapter of Star Devouring Technique and allows temporary control over the star core, miniature black hole, for the duration of a joss stick's burning. Whether one can comprehend the true meaning of devouring and condense one's own seed of devouring depends on one's fortune. The information concluded here. Star Devouring Order. Star core of the Star Devouring Array. Lu Chen's heart trembled. This emblem was, in fact, the key to controlling that miniature black hole, star core. Moreover, it offered access to the introductory chapter of Star Devouring Technique. Though it was merely an introductory chapter, its resonance with Jiu Qiao Shen Mo Gong was undoubtedly beyond imagination. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen grasped the Star Devouring Order. The emblem felt icy in his hand, and a clearer, more mysterious essence of devouring flowed into his being, merging seamlessly with Jiu Qiao Shen Mo Gong. He immediately sat cross-legged, channeling his technique to begin refining the emblem. As he refined it, the law of the introductory chapter of Star Devouring Technique was inscribed into his sea of consciousness like a brand. The principles of the technique were profoundly intricate, directly pointing to the core of devouring laws. Although it was merely the introductory chapter, it opened a new door for him, illuminating many obscure aspects of Jiu Qiao Shen Mo Gong. More importantly, through the emblem, he sensed a faint connection to the star core. He cautiously attempted to invoke the power of the emblem, following the methods of star devouring technique to communicate with the star core. Ahum. The previously silent miniature black hole quivered slightly, its rotation seeming to accelerate. A thread of black energy, finer than a hair, yet pure and refined to the utmost, was drawn from the edge of the black hole, as if guided, slowly drifting towards Lu Chen. This thread of energy represented the most primal devouring power of the star core. Lu Chen held his breath, channeling Jiao Chao Shen Mo Gong in the newly comprehended introductory chapter of star devouring technique with all his might. When the black energy touched his body, it did not cause destruction. Instead, it smoothly merged into his meridians as if returning to its origin, ultimately converging in his Dantian's energy sea. Boom! It felt as though the heavens and earth were being split apart. Lu Chen sensed his entire Dantian violently tremble and expand. That seemingly trivial thread of black energy contained power and resonance as vast as the ocean. His true energy was purified and compressed at an unprecedented speed, taking on a layer of eternal, pitch-black hue, its quality soaring. His cultivation directly ascended from the late stage of master to the pinnacle of the late stage of master. Yet, this was not his greatest gain. Under the stimulation of that primal devouring power, at the center of his Dantian, a minuscule point, seemingly capable of devouring all things, was slowly coalescing. The seed of devouring. According to the records of star devouring technique, only by condensing the seed of devouring could one truly step onto the path of devouring. This seed could eventually grow into a black hole that devours, even to the extent of devouring stars and the universe. Although the seed he was currently coalescing was still weak and merely a rudimentary form, its significance was profound. It signified that his Jiao Chao Shen Mo Gong had finally touched upon the true core principles. His comprehension of devouring has ascended to an entirely new realm. Although the scope of his ability to absorb energy has not immediately expanded, its efficiency, precision, and compatibility with various elemental energies have undergone a qualitative enhancement. The fleeting moment of incense burning has passed, severing the connection between the token and the star core. The miniature black hole has reverted to its previous stillness. Lu Chen slowly opens his eyes, and deep within his gaze, it seems as if two minuscule black hole vortices flicker and emit a disquieting aura. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the late master stage, and he is but a single opportunity away from stepping into the grandmaster realm. More significantly, he has successfully condensed the nascent form of the seed of devouring, acquiring the introductory chapter of tuning the stars, thereby establishing an unparalleled foundation for his path. The gains from this devouring gateway have far exceeded expectations. He rises, feeling the transformative changes surging within him, his gaze resolute. It is time to depart from here and meet the other two factions to discover the opportunities they have encountered. The coarse secrets of the celestial human race's remnants seem to have only just begun to reveal themselves. Chapter 28. The Core Trial Initiates. He stows away the tuning star token, accompanied by the still eager Leia and the expression of Purple Lee that suggests she has also partaken in something delightful. Along with the exhilarated Zhang Fan and others, toward a newly appeared teleportation portal at the opposite end of the Grand Hall. The teleportation portal transports Lu Chen and his companions away from the desolate hall, which was steeped solely in devouring silence. As the light dissipates, they find themselves in a hall whose magnificence and grandeur are beyond verbal description. The ceiling of the hall stretches infinitely upward, seemingly bearing the entire expanse of the starry sky, with countless real stars moving languidly within. A cool, ethereal luminescence cascades down. The surrounding walls are adorned with flowing light bands reminiscent of a liquid Milky Way, and the overwhelming spiritual energy of the stars has nearly solidified, causing their cultivation to subtly increase with each breath. Here lies the true core of the celestial human race's remnants. At the center of the hall, there is not a throne or altar, but a colossal, slowly rotating three-dimensional star map. The star map is composed of innumerable points of light, intricately complex, as if a genuine universe has been miniaturized within, exuding an immeasurable aura of the Tao. Merely gazing upon it induces dizziness, as though one's soul is on the verge of being drawn into its depths. Below the three-dimensional star map, three artifacts hover. On the left side is a jade slip enveloped in gentle starlight, emanating a sense of inclusivity, endurance, and eternal stillness, as if it records the ultimate principles governing the movement of stars. On the right side is a luminous sphere composed of ever-changing forms, constructed from pure data streams. Its cold, calculating radiance flickering, deducing infinite possibilities. At the center, there lies an irregular black crystal, approximately palm-sized, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. It floats silently, devoid of any energy fluctuations, yet it imparts a feeling that it is the very core of the star map and the hall itself. These three artifacts are undoubtedly the most crucial legacies left by the celestial human race. However, at this moment, the atmosphere within the hall has reached a peak of tension. Lu Chen and his companions appear on one side of the hall, while on the opposite sides, space ripples almost simultaneously as the members of the Light Feather clan and the Netherworld clan materialize. The three factions have finally converged within this core hall. The Grand Master of the Light Feather clan, Hui Yu, and his subordinates appear somewhat disheveled, as if they have endured a fierce battle, yet their eyes are bright, clearly having gained something from the prior silver portal. In Hui Yu's hand, there is an ethereal staff formed from pure light energy, radiating a powerful aura of wisdom and deduction. On the other hand, the Grand Master of the Netherworld clan, Yu Yan, appears rather beleaguered, his surrounding black mist having thinned significantly, and nearly half of his clan members have suffered losses. Yet, he wears an expression of barely contained excitement and ferocity. A dark golden mountain-shaped mark has appeared on his brow, emanating a heavy sealing power. Upon seeing each other, an intense aura of killing intent and vigilance pervades the hall. Humph, I didn't expect you to reach this place as well. Yu Yan's cold gaze sweeps over Lu Chen and Hui Yu, lingering the longest on Lu Chen, revealing an unhidden murderous intent. Lu Chen's previous performance has instilled within him a profound sense of threat. Hui Yu, her expression grave, grips the light energy staff, the sacred radiance enveloping her team, standing in stark contrast to Yu Yan's dark aura. Lu Chen remains the most composed, sensing the nascent seed of devouring within him and the eternally dark attribute true qi in his dantian. His gaze transcends both Yu Yan and Hui Yu, settling upon the three legacy artifacts at the center of the hall. His 9 apertures divine demon art and the seed of devouring elicit only a faint response to the jade slip on the left that embodies the principle of bearing and to the luminous sphere on the right that deduces possibilities. Yet, the unassuming black crystal at the center invokes an unprecedented, almost fervent longing from his techniques and the seed of devouring. That object is of paramount importance to him. It may even surpass the significance of the introductory chapter of Tuning the Stars. The core legacy of the celestial human race lies before him. Yu Yan's hoarse voice breaks the silence. 3 artifacts, perfectly suited for the 3 factions. How about we each take one? He appears to propose a distribution. Yet the greed and flickering light in his eyes reveal that he would never be satisfied with merely taking one. Hui Yu furrows her brow slightly, not immediately responding, but instead looking toward Lu Chen. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Chen's strength and mystery have already compelled her to regard him as an equal, even as someone to be taken seriously. Lu Chen finally withdraws his gaze from the black crystal and turns towards Yu Yan, a cold smile gracing his lips. Each take one. Very well. I will take the stone in the center. His tone is calm, yet imbued with an undeniable determination. Yu Yan's expression darkens. Kid, your appetite is quite large. That black crystal, though its intricacies are not apparent, must be the most precious artifact to occupy the center. Why should it belong to you? Hui Yu also looks toward the black crystal, unable to discern its peculiarities, yet her intuition tells her it is extraordinary. Lu Chen, disinterested in further discussion, steps forward, his aura no longer concealed, as the overwhelming power of the late master stage erupts forth. It carries with it an aura of terrifying devouring intent that signifies the end of all things. Why? Simply because my fist is hard enough. Boom. The formidable aura sweeps through the hall like a tempest, subtly establishing a tripartite equilibrium with the auras of the 2 Grand Masters, Yu Yan and Hui Yu. Late Master Stage. Both Yu Yan and Hui Yu are taken aback. How much time has passed? Has he truly broken through again? Moreover, this bizarre devouring intent is deeper and more terrifying than before. This child cannot be left alive. Yu Yan's murderous intent surges, as Lu Chen's rapid growth instills him with fear. Hui Yu, let us join forces to subdue this brat first. Then we can divide the inheritance equally, shall we? Hui Yu's gaze flickers, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Lu Chen is indeed mysterious and powerful, yet the Netherworld clan remains the mortal enemy of the celestial human race. At the very moment of Hui Yu's hesitation, a roar erupts from within the Netherworld clan's ranks. An elder at the peak of the master stage seems unable to contain himself, perhaps emboldened by Yu Yan's presence or believing Lu Chen's recent breakthrough makes him vulnerable. He suddenly strikes. Transforming into a distorted shadow, he weaves around the front, conjuring a pitch-black soul-stabbing spear aimed directly at Lu Chen's back. This strike is insidious, targeting the soul. Watch out. Zhang Fan exclaims in alarm. However, Lu Chen appeared to possess a keen awareness, not even bothering to glance back. With a casual motion, he extended his hand, fingers splayed, as if a miniature black hole vortex had materialized in his palm. In that fleeting moment, the formidable strike from the elder of the Yuming clan, which had been aimed at him, was mercilessly devoured by this minuscule black hole, along with all its power, including the soul piercer. Furthermore, the consuming force surged along the trajectory of the attack, swiftly enveloping the elder. What is this power? A chilling scream abruptly ceased. In the horrified gazes of Yu Ming, Hui Wei, and all present, the pinnacle master of the Yuming clan, along with the black mist surrounding him, vanished as if erased by an eraser, leaving no trace, not even a wisp of ash. Silence. A deathly silence. With bare hands, he had consumed a pinnacle master. What kind of technique is this? This transcended their comprehension of devouring. The murderous intent on the face of the Grandmaster Yuming froze, transforming into boundless shock and a hint of fear. Grandmaster Huiyue's pupils contracted, her grip on the staff tightening. With no trace of hesitation left in her heart, she could not afford to be an enemy. Lu Chen slowly retracted his hand, as if he had merely swatted a fly. As the seed of his devouring power had just begun to take shape, the elder of the Yuming clan had unwittingly delivered himself as high-quality nourishment. His cold gaze swept over Yuming and Hui Wei. Now, who dares to voice an objection? Domineering, powerful, unmatched. Within the core hall, the situation was instantly reversed. Lu Chen single-handedly suppressed the two great factions of Yuming and Guangyu, rendering them incapable of any reckless action. The ownership of the inheritance seemed to be devoid of suspense. Yet, just as Lu Chen was preparing to claim the black crystal, an unexpected change occurred. In the center of the hall, the massive three-dimensional star map erupted with an indescribably brilliant light. A grand, cold voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed throughout the hall, detecting fluctuations of the origin devouring law meeting the highest authority activation conditions. Core trial activated. That vast, cold voice resonated like an oracle, reverberating in every corner of the core hall. Chapter 29, Evaluation. The core trial activated. As the words fell, the immense three-dimensional star map in the center of the hall exploded with an unimaginable brilliance. The light surged like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping all within the hall, including Lu Chen, Yu Ming, Hui Wei, and all their subordinates. Everyone felt their vision blur, their consciousness hazy, as if their souls were being forcibly extracted from their bodies. In the next moment, all found themselves suspended in an infinite void. Below them lay the slowly rotating, colossal, three-dimensional star map, while they floated like specks of dust upon its surface. Surrounding them was a dark abyss, with only the star map beneath radiating a vast starlight. Their spiritual awareness had been drawn into this star map space. Lu Chen realized in an instant, sensing a significant weakening of the connection between his physical body and Leia, Zili. However, the powers of Jiao Chaoshan, Mo Gong, and the seed of devouring remained clear and responsive. The two grandmasters, Yu Ming and Hui Wei, quickly regained their composure, vigilantly observing their surroundings while also acknowledging each other's and Lu Chen's presence. Their subordinates had scattered to slightly distant positions, each displaying expressions of astonishment. The cold voice resounded once more, echoing throughout the star map space. Trial content. Comprehend the operation of the celestial star map. Condense the true essence of the stars. Time limit, 3 hours. Judging criteria. Evaluation based on comprehension progress and the grade of the condensed true essence. The victor shall receive preliminary recognition of the star core, miniature black hole, and the priority to choose the core inheritance. The loser shall have their consciousness devoured by the stars. Lightly, their soul shall suffer damage. Heavily, their foundation shall collapse. The rules were simple yet cruel. Comprehend this vast star map. Condense the true essence of the stars. With only 3 hours to spare, failure would entail severe punishment. The expressions of all turned grave. The laws contained within this star map were as vast as a sea of smoke, and 3 hours? Even those with exceptional talent could only grasp the surface. Begin. With the chilling voice's conclusion, no one hesitated further. Grandmaster Yu Ming was the first to sit cross-legged, the dark golden mountain-shaped imprint on his forehead glowing. Exuding a heavy sealing power, he attempted to forcibly stabilize a section of the star map's operation, extracting fragments of laws pertaining to the stability of stars and gravitational cores for comprehension. This was an application of the inheritance he had obtained from the previous portal, a domineering method. Grandmaster Hui Wei, on the other hand, appeared much gentler. Holding the luminous staff, her form was bathed in a sacred radiance. She resonated with the stars within the star map that emitted a gentle glow, her consciousness extending like tendrils, delicately sensing the subtle balance of gravity between the stars, the interplay of light and darkness. She pursued a path of harmony and analysis, although their methods were different. Both exhibited the profound foundation characteristic of grandmasters and their unique understanding of the laws, their consciousness fluctuations intense, clearly having immersed themselves rapidly. Their subordinates also showcased their abilities, some forming arrays to resonate, others meditating alone, striving to capture that elusive opportunity. Yet Lu Chen did not immediately commence his comprehension. He hovered above the star map, his gaze sweeping across the vast cosmic microcosm formed by countless luminous dots. The Jiuqiao Shen Mo Gong and the seed of devouring stirred slightly, not yearning for specific stellar laws, but rather intrigued by the deeper essence of energy and operational principles underpinning the existence of this star map. Devouring was not merely about seizing energy. It was also about understanding the laws governing the operations of all things, ultimately mastering, assimilating, and even supplanting their foundational existence. He slowly closed his eyes. Unlike Yu Ming, who forcefully attempted to fixate, or Hui Wei, who meticulously resonated, he merely released his consciousness while simultaneously activating Jiuqiao Shen Mo Gong and the introductory chapter of Tuning the Stars he had just acquired. His consciousness, imbued with a unique resonance of all things returning to the void, a culmination of all ultimately leading to silence and devouring, began to seep into the three-dimensional star map beneath him like ink diffusing in clear water. He was not comprehending a specific star or trajectory, but rather experiencing the star map as a whole, how its energy was birthed, circulated, gathered, and ultimately decayed, being devoured by the black hole. He was contemplating the life and death of the stars, the gathering and dispersal of energy. This method was unprecedented, domineering, and perilous. His consciousness danced upon the edge of a blade. A moment's carelessness could see him overwhelmed by the immense information and the torrents of laws contained within the star map. Time passed gradually. Within the star map space, most individuals furrowed their brows, sweat pouring down, evidently struggling immensely with their comprehension. Some even turned pale, spitting blood as their consciousness became ethereal, clearly suffering from backlash. Yu Ming was enveloped in swirling black mist, the dark golden imprint intertwining, producing a minuscule dark sphere before him that constantly attempted to collapse but was forcefully stabilized. It radiated unstable gravitational true essence. Progress seemed favorable, yet his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. In front of Hui Wei, a miniature star map composed of luminous points materialized, flowing harmoniously and exuding an aura of serene eternity. Her method was more prudent, progressing steadily. An hour passed. Suddenly, in the realm of the Youyan, a master of the Yoming clan abruptly clutched his head, emitting a chilling scream as his entire consciousness was torn apart by an invisible force, instantaneously collapsing and dissipating. His physical body in reality had likely perished along with his soul. The brutality of the trial began to reveal itself. This caused the remaining participants to grow increasingly anxious and desperate. Yet, Lu Chen remained suspended with his eyes closed. Around his consciousness, the space subtly distorted, as if forming an invisible devouring domain. The fragments of laws within the star map, representing the extinguishing of stars and the return of energy to the void, were drawn to him as if magnetized, being devoured and comprehended by his unique divine awareness. His understanding of the path of devouring was deepening at an astonishing pace. The nascent seed of devouring also became more solid and vibrant during this process. 2 hours passed. The balanced star map before Hui Wei had become remarkably perfected, radiating a profound essence of stellar equilibrium. She slowly opened her eyes, fatigue evident yet accompanied by a trace of satisfaction. She turned her gaze toward Youyan. The dark sphere before Youyan had stabilized. Though small, it emanated a powerful gravitational core essence, seemingly capable of absorbing all surrounding light. He also opened his eyes, meeting Huiyue's gaze with a hint of confidence and provocation. Their eyes inadvertently shifted toward Lu Chen, who remained with closed eyes, yet whose aura grew increasingly profound and enigmatic. Pretentious tricks, Youyan scoffed, unable to believe that Lu Chen could surpass him, a grand master, in such pure comprehension of the laws. Hui Wei frowned slightly, sensing something peculiar about Lu Chen's state. It appeared less like enlightenment and more akin to assimilation. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, the essence of stars no longer fluctuated. Instead, they transformed into two slowly rotating miniature black holes, capable of devouring all. A unique essence, neither purely stellar nor solely dark. Search from him. This essence encompassed the birth of stars, their brilliance, their extinction, and ultimately, the return of all things to the void, where energy and matter were consumed and reverted to the primordial source, the ultimate realm. The essence of stars returned to the void. At the moment this essence manifested, the entire three-dimensional star map trembled slightly, as if encountering some higher-level law. Within the star map, the dark zones representing aging, death, and black holes shone brightly, while the bright zones symbolizing rebirth and brilliance appeared relatively dim. Lu Chen raised his hand, palm upward. A black rune, no larger than a fingernail, yet seemingly containing the mysteries of the universe's end, gradually coalesced and emerged in his palm. This rune was the crystallization of his 2 hours of comprehension, a manifestation of the essence of stars returned to the void. Unlike Youyan's tumultuous gravitational core or Huyue's harmonious stellar balance, Lu Chen's rune of void encapsulated a sense of despair, a destined conclusion, and nothingness. A cold voice resonated at the opportune moment, carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. The trial concludes. The assessment begins. The star map's light flowed, sweeping over the essence runes gathered by the three. Chapter 30, Settling Accounts. Huyue, Essence of Stellar Balance, Superior. Youyan, Essence of Gravitational Core, Superior. Lu Chen, Essence of Stars Return to the Void, Exquisite. At the instant the results were announced, the confidence on Youyan's face transformed into a mask of disbelief. Exquisite essence. How could this be possible? How could he, a mere master, comprehend an essence surpassing that of a grand master? Huyue also appeared shocked. Gazing at the heart-stirring black rune in Lu Chen's palm, waves of astonishment surging within her. The essence of stars returned to the void directly pointed to the ultimate mysteries of the universe. The light once more enveloped all. Consciousness returned. Within the central hall, everyone gradually awoke, most appearing pale and drained, evidently having expended great mental energy. Those who had failed or been injured during the trial collapsed to the ground. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, the illusory rune of stars returned to the void in his palm, gradually fading. He felt the unique insight into the universe's end within his divine awareness, along with the more solid seed of devouring, and remained tranquil. He glanced at the center of the hall, where the previously silent black crystal core fragment now seemed to be stirred. Trembling slightly and emitting waves resonating with Lu Chen's essence of stars returned to the void. The cold voice issued the final proclamation. Victor Lu Chen has gained preliminary recognition of the star core and may attempt to refine the core fragment. Time limit, 1 incense stick. Success will grant core inheritance. Failure will result in permanent sealing of the inheritance. The final test has arrived. All eyes focused on Lu Chen and the mysterious black crystal. Youyan's gaze was filled with resentment, while Huyue looked on with a complex expression. Lu Chen, however, took a step forward, approaching the core fragment that would determine whether he could truly master this relic. Everyone's hearts raced, especially Youyan, who stared intently at Lu Chen and the black crystal. His expression a mix of malice and anxiety, yet too fearful to act recklessly. The rules of the relic, represented by the cold voice, instilled deep trepidation in him. Huyue, the Grand Master, distanced herself, watching with a complex expression. Although she felt unwilling, the trial's outcome had been declared, the rules were set, and as a Grand Master of the Guanyu clan, her pride prevented her from intervening at this moment. Lu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within him stirred by the comprehension of stars returned to the void. He stepped forward, arriving before the floating core fragment. Now closer, he could sense the extraordinary nature of this inconspicuous black crystal. It lacked any radiance, feeling icy to the touch, resembling the most silent stone in the universe. Yet, within Lu Chen, the Jiao Qiao Shenma Gong and the seed of devouring in his dantian resonated, as if encountering their destined counterpart, producing an almost euphoric tremor. He had a strong premonition that if he could refine this object, his path of devouring would establish an unparalleled foundation. No longer hesitating, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, hands positioned to support the core fragment in his palms. His divine awareness and true energy simultaneously reached out, cautiously enveloping the core fragment. However, the moment his power made contact with the fragment, boom! It was as if a drop of water fell into boiling oil. The previously silent core fragment suddenly vibrated, unleashing an indescribable, ancient, and vast will, as if emanating from the dawn of the universe. Like a slumbering, primordial beast awakening, it charged into Lu Chen's sea of consciousness with overwhelming force. This was not an attack, but an instinctive rejection and trial, an absolute suppression on a different plane. Lu Chen felt as though his consciousness had been thrust into the center of a stellar explosion. It was as if he had been cast into the event horizon of a black hole, with countless chaotic and intricate fragments of information regarding the cycle of the universe's birth and demise slicing and battering against his soul like a million steel blades. The pain was excruciating. It far exceeded the impact of the stellar will by 1,000-fold. His sea of consciousness trembled violently, as though it might shatter at any moment. The skin on the surface of his body began to crack, oozing droplets of blood. A muffled groan escaped Lu Chen's lips, his face instantly paling to a ghostly white. His body trembled violently, the veins on his hands bulging as if he were supporting a starfield on the verge of eruption. General, Lu Chen, Zhang Fan, and the others gasped in horror, unable to suppress their cries. The Master of Nightmares was initially taken aback, but soon a look of wild ecstasy spread across his face. Indeed, such divine artifacts are beyond the capabilities of a mere master to refine. He seeks his own destruction. He envisioned Lu Chen's soul shattering, leaving the legacy once more without a bearer. Master Huiyue also displayed a look of astonishment, feeling the ancient pressure emanating from the fragment of the source core, which sent shivers through her very soul. This was no ordinary object. Lu Chen, it seemed, had garnered the attention of Zili, whose playful demeanor vanished as her large eyes fixated intently on him, her slender fingers curling slightly. Subtle spatial ripples surrounded her, as if she were poised to act at any moment. Within his sea of consciousness, chaos reigned. Lu Chen's spirit was buffeted by the onslaught of this primordial will, akin to a fragile boat tossed in a storm, on the brink of capsizing. His consciousness began to blur, and he perceived the first sliver of light at the birth of the universe, witnessing the eternal darkness that followed the silence of the starry rivers. No, I cannot yield. The obsessions of a reborn life, the ambition to reach the pinnacle, and an insatiable thirst for power flashed through his nearly collapsing awareness. My path is one of devouring all. If heaven and earth can be consumed, how can a mere fragment withstand? A defiant roar erupted from the depths of his soul. The Jiuqiao Shen Mo gong was pushed to its utmost limit. The Tunxing Ju began to operate frantically. The nascent seed of devouring seemed to sense its master's will and the imminent crisis, leaping into action, manifesting from his dantian into his sea of consciousness. The once tiny seed, no larger than a fingernail, expanded dramatically upon its emergence, transforming into a miniature, slowly rotating black hole vortex. Though still diminutive, it radiated an essence surpassing energy, matter, and even the laws themselves, the fundamental concept of devouring. This essence bore striking similarity to the ultimate void contained within the source core fragment, yet it was even more pure and more domineering. As the miniature black hole materialized in his sea of consciousness, the once ferocious onslaught of primordial will abruptly faltered. It seemed to encounter a being of similar origin but of a higher order, and the overwhelming force receded like a tide, transforming into a sense of confusion, scrutiny, and even a trace of imperceptible submission. An opportunity. Lu Chen's mind sparked with inspiration as he endured the excruciating pain threatening to tear his soul apart. He guided the miniature black hole, inching it closer to the core while that surged into his sea of consciousness. It was not a confrontation, but an embrace. Assimilation. Devouring. The seed of devouring spun gracefully, like a gentle predator, gradually drawing the vast primordial will into its vortex. This time, the act was not the crude consumption of energy, but rather a melding, a passing of legacy. Boom. An even grander, purer, and more fundamental cosmic mystery surged into Lu Chen's sea of consciousness, merging with his soul, branding itself upon the seed of devouring. His spirit expanded rapidly amidst the fracturing and reassembly, undergoing a transformation. The essence of his soul ascended. His understanding of the principle of devouring surged at an unprecedented pace. In the outside world, as the onlookers beheld the spectacle, Lu Chen's cracked skin healed rapidly. His pale complexion regained its rosy hue, even becoming more lustrous than jade. A profound, ancient aura, as if intertwined with the star map beneath his feet, and the entire relic emanated from him. The fragment of the source core in his palm gradually retracted its black light, ultimately transforming into a stream of light that silently disappeared into his brow. Had he succeeded? The ecstatic expression on the Master of Nightmares froze, giving way to utter shock and disbelief. Master Huiyue's eyes widened, her lips covered in astonishment. Zhang Fan and the others transitioned from despair to joy, nearly bursting into cheers. Zili blinked, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she murmured softly, "I knew I wasn't mistaken." Just then, The cold voice of the relic echoed once more. But this time it carried an inexplicable wave of human emotion. Source core fragment successfully refined. Legacy sequence confirmed. Highest authority transferred. Congratulations, Inheritor Lu Chen. The moment the voice fell, the entire central hall seemed to be infused with life. All the starlight became more vibrant, and the immense three-dimensional star map adjusted its rotation slightly, as if paying homage to its new master. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as profound as the cosmos, calm as an ancient well, yet it seemed to harbor the whirlpool of devouring the starry seas. He sensed the fragment of the source core, now a complex and mysterious black rune, in initial fusion with the seed of devouring within his sea of consciousness. He felt an absolute dominion over this relic, an understanding of the vast repository of knowledge belonging to the starry humanity. A sense of control over all welled up within him. His gaze swept calmly over the stunned master of nightmares and the complexly expressioned master Huiyue. Ultimately, it settled upon the master of nightmares. Now, it is time to settle our debts. Lu Chen's voice was soft, yet resonated like the whisper of death, causing the master of nightmares to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 31, The Reward. Flee. This was the sole thought racing through his mind. A creature capable of refining a source core fragment could not be comprehended through common reasoning. Moreover, the entire relic seemed to have recognized him as its master. Without hesitation, the master of nightmares unleashed a torrent of black mist, transforming into a distorted shadow, darting toward the hall's entrance with reckless abandon. He even burned a portion of his essence, his speed reaching its zenith, almost transcending the limits of space. Attempting to escape, Lu Chen remained seated cross-legged, showing no inclination to rise. He simply lifted his right hand, gently grasping in the direction of the master of nightmares' escape. No surge of energy, no explosion of power. Yet the entire central hall seemed to come alive. The liquid galactic streams flowing along the walls blazed to life, resembling chains of order. The massive three-dimensional star map adjusted its angle slightly, unleashing an invisible, overwhelming force as vast as the starry sky, akin to the will of the entire universe descending upon this space. No, the master of nightmares let out a desperate howl, feeling as though he had crashed into an invisible wall forged from the very cosmos. All speed, all strength appeared so trivial and laughable before this immense power. The black mist surrounding him melted away as if snow under the sun, instantly dissipating. The explosive force from burning his essence was forcibly extinguished. He was like a bug caught in an invisible giant hand, frozen in midair, unable to move. Words become law. The relic grants power. Within the core hall of the starry humanity, Lu Chen, having refined the source core fragment, stood as the supreme deity. His will is the very essence of the relic's laws. The Grandmaster Huiyue and her subordinates from the Guanyu tribe were left in a state of bewilderment, their hearts trembling in fear. Is this the might of commanding the relics? A renowned figure, infamous among the Yuming tribe, found even the thought of escape to be a luxury in the presence of such power. Zhang Fan and the others, however, were aflame with excitement, unable to contain their fervor. This is the general they follow. Such divine majesty. Lu Chen gazed calmly at the Yumian, suspended in midair, his face a mask of terror and despair, as if observing a fish upon the chopping block. The Yuming tribe has repeatedly infringed upon us. Their hearts deserve to be punished. He spoke softly, pronouncing the fate of the Yumian. With your Grandmaster's essence, I shall aid my men in advancing further. As his words fell, Lu Chen extended his hand towards the Yumian, his 5 fingers gently contracting. No, Lu Chen, you cannot kill me. I am an elder of the Yuming tribe. If you slay me, the Yuming tribe will never forgive you. Ah! The Yumian let out a chilling curse and wail. Struggling desperately, yet under the absolute suppression of the relic's power, it was futile. He felt the essence he had painstakingly cultivated over a millennium. The culmination of countless dark and soul laws, being forcibly stripped from his body by an irresistible force. This agony was far more terrifying than 1,000 cuts. It was the deprivation of life and the essence of the soul. Before the horrified gazes of all, streams of pure, rich essence, radiating master-level energy fluctuations, were forcibly extracted from the Yumian's 7 orifices and every pore of his being. These gathered in Lu Chen's palm, coalescing into a swirling sphere of darkness, imbued with terrifying energy. Meanwhile, the Yumian's body visibly shriveled and withered. The brilliance in his eyes swiftly dimmed, ultimately transforming into a lifeless husk. His skin clinging to his bones, unceremoniously discarded by the relic's power, no longer making a sound. A Grandmaster, whose name struck fear across the battlefield for years. was thus obliterated, both body and spirit. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the air. The remaining remnants of the Yuming tribe were already terrified beyond measure, collapsing to the ground, lacking even the strength to plead for mercy. Grandmaster Huiyue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves within her heart. Her gaze towards Lu Chen now imbued with profound respect. She understood well that had Lu Chen wished, it could have been her essence being refined mere moments ago. Lu Chen toyed with the pure essence of the Grandmaster in his palm, his eyes sweeping over Zhang Fan and the 50 members of his special operations team. After numerous battles and the nurturing of the relic's spiritual energy, this team had made significant strides in strength, with the lowest being late-stage martial artists. Among them, 5 master-level members had even reached mid to late stages. But this was still inadequate. His journey spanned the stars and seas. How could his subordinates all be weaklings? Zhang Fan, at your command. Zhang Fan stepped forward, brimming with excitement. You have followed me the longest, your loyalty evident. This 1/3 of the essence is granted to you. May you soon step into the pinnacle of master level and glimpse the path to becoming a grandmaster. With a flick of his finger, Lu Chen separated 1/3 of the dark essence sphere and sent it into Zhang Fan's body. Zhang Fan trembled violently, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy erupt within him, hastily entering a meditative state to absorb and refine it. His aura began to skyrocket at a visibly rapid pace. As for the 5 others, who had fought valiantly, each received 1/10 of the essence. Lu Chen then distributed 5 smaller portions of essence to those 5 master-level members. The 5 rejoiced, expressing their gratitude, and immediately sat down to absorb it. The remaining essence was evenly divided among the others based on their merits and potential. The final essence transformed into dozens of fine streams, precisely entering the bodies of the remaining team members. In an instant, the entire core hall was filled with a colossal wave of energy. The rewarded members promptly entered meditative states, their auras steadily climbing, especially Zhang Fan and those 5 masters, whose breakthroughs were all but assured with the nourishment of the Grandmaster's essence. The overall strength of this special operations team was destined for a qualitative leap. Huiyue gazed at this scene, her heart brimming with emotion. Such grandeur, such audacity, the Grandmaster's essence so freely bestowed. This individual not only possessed terrifying strength, but also wielded extraordinary command over his subordinates. After bestowing rewards upon his men, Lu Chen's gaze finally settled on the remaining remnants of the Yuming tribe and the group from the Guanyu tribe. The remnants of the Yuming tribe, immediately terrified, prostrated themselves. Begging for mercy, Huiyue's heart raced. She tightened her grip on her energy staff, fully aware that resistance might be futile. Yet the dignity of the Guanyu tribe must not be trampled. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on Huiyue for a moment before he spoke slowly. Lady Huiyue, the core inheritance of the relic now belongs to me. In light of the alliance between the Guanyu tribe and the human tribe, and since you have not actively opposed me thus far, take your people and leave. I hope you will handle this matter prudently. He chose neither to kill nor to keep Huiyue against her will. After all, the Guanyu tribe was an ally of the human tribe. Killing her could provoke greater chaos. Allowing them to depart, carrying news of this event, would serve to intimidate the petty and, to a degree, stir the situation, an outcome more beneficial than detrimental for him. Upon hearing this, Huiyue felt a wave of relief wash over her, accompanied by a complex surge of emotions. She gazed deeply at Lu Chen, bowing her head in gratitude. Thank you, Master of the Relic, for your mercy. I will remember today's events and report them faithfully to my tribe. She no longer referred to him as general but as Master of the Relic, signaling her stance. Having spoken, she did not linger, swiftly leading her Guanyu companions toward the entrance of the hall. The remnants of the Yuming tribe were ignored entirely. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the prostrating Yuming remnants, his expression unwavering. As for you, dust returns to dust. Earth returns to earth. With a thought, the rules of the relic descended. The remnants of the Yuming tribe barely had time to scream before they were erased, vanishing into the air like chalk marks wiped away. Thus, within the core hall, only Lu Chen's faction remained, alongside Leia, who was yawning beside him, and Zi Li, who was curiously examining the three-dimensional star map. Lu Chen rose slowly, savoring the sensation of merging with the relic and the surging power still digesting the fragments of the source core and the combat experience of the Grandmaster. His gaze seemed to penetrate the barriers of the relic, gazing out upon the broader, more perilous battlefield of myriad realms and the mysteries hidden behind it all. The relic of the starry human tribe was merely a significant waypoint on his journey. Next, it was time to thoroughly digest this harvest and allow the name of Lu Chen to resound throughout this starry sea. A faint smile graced his lips. Issue orders. Seal the relic. Everyone shall enter closed-door cultivation on the spot to assimilate their gains. The day we emerge will be the day our name resonates across the myriad realms. Chapter 32. Orders issued. Set sail. Lu Chen's command, once given, resonated like a decree. Within the core hall, Zhang Fan and the members of the Special Operations Team, recipients of the Grandmaster's essence, had already eagerly entered a deep state of closed-door cultivation. Colossal waves of energy surged within them, their auras rising and falling like a tide, relentlessly crashing against the barriers of higher realms. The Guanyu tribe had departed, the remnants of the Yuming tribe utterly annihilated, their remains purified by the relic's rules. In the Grand Hall, tranquility returned, interrupted only by the subtle hum of the star map and the rhythmic breaths of the practitioners engaged in their cultivation. Lu Chen did not immediately commence his profound meditation. He first needed to fully grasp the essence of this ancient relic. With a slight stirring of his thoughts, his consciousness melded entirely with the refined fragments of the source core. In an instant, the complete structural blueprint of the starry human relic materialized in his mind's eye, resembling a three-dimensional hologram. Every palace, every passage, every forbidden node, even those unexplored enigmatic regions, became vividly apparent. He observed that the remnants of chaotic energy outside the relic, guided by its inherent power, grew increasingly tumultuous, forming a natural barrier. The star bridge still spanned the void, yet the guardian automatons upon it lay dormant. The three portals of inheritance remained intact, their activation now entirely under his control. He had become the deity of this relic. By consolidating the star array, he absorbed energy from the void, transforming the essence of the stars to nourish the relic itself, while simultaneously veiling the heavenly mechanism and concealing his presence. With the force of his will, the luminous star map at the relic's core surged brightly, as countless stellar trajectories subtly adjusted, forming a more intricate and profound arrangement. Invisible ripples emanated outward, as the relic autonomously drew upon the ethereal yet continuous energy from the shattered star river surrounding it. This not only sustained its operations, but also channeled pure stellar spiritual energy into the central hall, transforming the environment into one akin to a celestial paradise. Concurrently, a layer of invisible spatial folds radiated from the relic's center, its presence becoming exceedingly faint in the vast cosmos. Without precise coordinates and special means, even those passing nearby would find it nearly imperceptible. After accomplishing this, Lu Chen finally felt at ease and began to reflect upon his recent gains. He first assessed his cultivation. With the impact and fusion of the source core fragments, as well as insights gained from devouring the battle experiences of the nightmarish beings, his realm had firmly stabilized at the pinnacle of the master stage, a mere paper-thin barrier away from the Grand Master level. The quality of his vital energy, enriched by the true essence of the stars and the seed of devouring, had deepened and become domineering, far surpassing others of the same tier. Next, he integrated the introductory chapters of the Jiu Qiao Shenma Gong and Tuan Xingjue. Both practices belong to the realm of devouring, complementing each other. The former emphasized plunder and transformation, direct and forceful, while the latter focused on understanding and control, targeting the essence of the loss. Following their synthesis, his devouring power evolved beyond mere voracious absorption, acquiring a quality of analysis and assimilation, exponentially increasing efficiency and potential. The most significant acquisition was undoubtedly the nascent seed of devouring combined with the refined fragments of the source core. Together, they manifested as a complex, obsidian rune, suspended in the center of his mind's sea, continuously rotating. This rune not only embodied the laws of devouring, but also seemed to serve as a coordinate, a key, subtly indicating a higher source of power and bearing a mysterious connection to the great devouring array. Yet, with his current level, he could not delve deeper into it. Lastly, he received an extensive inheritance of knowledge from the starry human race. This knowledge encompassed a myriad of topics, including insights into stellar movements and the essence of energy, fragments of lost formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting techniques, as well as scattered records concerning the cosmic structure and ancient secrets. Although mostly fragmented, its value was immeasurable, requiring considerable time for digestion and absorption. His immediate objective was to break through to the Grandmaster level. Lu Chen understood this clearly. The transition from Master to Grandmaster was a monumental leap in the hierarchy of existence. Only by stepping into the realm of Grandmasters could he truly establish himself on the battlefield of myriad worlds and qualify to uncover further secrets. He sat cross-legged beneath the star map, initiating the operation of his integrated techniques while drawing upon the formidable stellar spiritual energy converging from the relic, alongside the remnants of Grand Master essence still undigested within him, launching an assault on the final bottleneck. Meanwhile, outside during his seclusion, a tempest of turmoil erupted due to his actions. The Huiwe Guanyu tribe returned to their clan, recounting the events of their journey through the relic, especially Lu Chen's refining of the source core fragments, his mastery over the relic, and his effortless subjugation of a grand master from the nightmarish race. The higher-ups of the Guanyu tribe were astounded. A mere human youth at the master level had achieved such a feat. His potential and means were unprecedented. The news could not be concealed and swiftly spread through various channels, sweeping like a storm across the factions monitoring the situation. In the Meteorite Fortress, General Locke stared at the encrypted intelligence in his hand, rendered speechless for a long while. He had initially intended to use Lu Chen as a pawn to gauge his depths, but he never anticipated that the latter would directly become the master of the relic and slay a grand master from the nightmarish clan. This lad truly is. General Locke rubbed his forehead, his emotions in turmoil. He knew that from this moment forth, he could no longer regard Lu Chen as a subordinate easily manipulated. At the headquarters of the Cunlong army, Commander Long Zhantian remained silent for a long time after receiving the news, eventually letting out a cryptic chuckle. Good lad. You have not disappointed me. He commanded that Lu Chen's rank be elevated to that of a 3-star major general, with resource allocations equivalent to those of a lieutenant general. Furthermore, in my name, extend my congratulations to him. The value Lu Chen exhibited warranted the Cunlong army's willingness to invest and recruit him at all costs. On the other hand, the nightmarish clan was seething with rage. The fall of a Grand Master Elder, coupled with the complete annihilation of an elite exploration team, marked an unprecedented loss in hundreds of years. Especially infuriating was that the perpetrator was an unknown human youth. Investigate. I want a thorough inquiry into Lu Chen's background. Issue a bounty for a heavenly-grade divine weapon for his life. Notify all forces in the Shattered Star River that upon discovery of his whereabouts, they are to kill him without mercy. The high-ranking members of the nightmarish clan bellowed, transmitting their murderous commands. In an instant, Lu Chen's name, alongside titles such as Master of the Relic, Devouring Sorcery, and Youthful Master confronting Grand Masters, echoed throughout the Shattered Star River and its surrounding star domains, becoming the focal point of discussion among countless factions and powerhouses. Some were apprehensive, others curious, and some eager to kill him swiftly. Yet, at the epicenter of this storm, Lu Chen remained undistracted, delving deeply into his meditative state within the core hall of the relic. Time slipped by quietly in the midst of his cultivation. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps a month, perhaps several. Within the core hall, a powerful aura erupted. Zhang Fan rose to his full height, his aura surging with vigor, having broken through to the pinnacle of the master stage. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he bowed deeply in the direction of the still-closed Lu Chen. Following this, the 5 master-level teammates who had received the essence of the Grand Master also achieved breakthroughs. 3 reached the late master stage, while 2 attained the pinnacle of the late master stage. The remaining team members also largely advanced by 1 or 2 minor realms, resulting in a monumental transformation in the entire Special Operations team's strength. All were filled with excitement, their gazes towards Lu Chen brimming with fervor and loyalty. Just then, Lu Chen, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly retracted his aura to the utmost degree, as if he had transformed into an ordinary person devoid of any energy fluctuations. But the very next moment, boom, a vast and profound force, far exceeding the moment of Zhang Fan's breakthrough, surged forth as if it had awakened the majestic energy of the entire relic and the stars. It erupted like a slumbering volcano. The celestial movements in the Great Hall's dome accelerated abruptly, the galactic light bands on the walls flowed endlessly, and the 3-dimensional star map beneath glowed brilliantly. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. No longer did his gaze resemble a swirling black hole. Instead, it transformed into 2 miniature, evolving cosmic phantoms. An imposing aura, transcending that of a Grand Master and invoking the laws of heaven and earth, naturally permeated the space. He had become a Grand Master, drawing upon the power of the relic, the fragments of the source core, the fusion of his martial arts, and his prior profound accumulation. He seamlessly stepped into the realm of Grandmaster, a stage that countless martial artists yearn for. His life level surged, his lifespan expanded, his divine consciousness soared, and his mastery over the energies of the universe became unparalleled. He felt a new power within him, surging like a roaring sea, imbued with the characteristics of celestial return and devouring. A sensation of boundless freedom arose, akin to fish leaping in vast waters and birds soaring in the sky. Rising to his feet, he cast a sweeping gaze over his excited subordinates, finally fixing his eyes on the boundless starry sky beyond the relic. It was time. A confident yet austere smile graced his lips. He issued orders. The relic would set sail. The destination, the buried star ancient path. Chapter 33, Renown in the Star Sea. Wherever Lu Chen's will directed, the relic resounded. The immense relic, composed of dark red star fragments, saw the turbulent energy currents surrounding it suddenly calm. They transformed into a gentle yet resilient star shield. At the bottom of the relic, the base that had originally merged with the void illuminated with countless arcane runes. Boom. An invisible force acted upon the entire relic. This sacred ground of the human race, silent for countless millennia, gradually deviated from its original orbit, beginning its steady and resolute journey towards the buried star ancient path designated by Lu Chen. What a grand undertaking. What audacity. Inside the core hall, Zhang Fan and all the other team members who had completed their breakthroughs felt the movement of the relic. Their hearts surged with excitement, filled with ambition. Following such a leader, they feared nothing, not even the treacherous mountains of blades or the collapsing star rivers ahead. Lu Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the edge of the hall. Through the invisible barrier, he observed the swiftly passing star fragments and energy currents outside the window. Zili, having approached him unbeknownst, tilted her head and asked, "The buried star ancient path? What kind of place is that? Is there good food?" Lu Chen's gaze deepened as he replied slowly, "According to the remnants of the starry sky human race, it is an ancient path that traverses the core region of the Broken Star River. It is said to have once been a passage used by ancient gods and demons in battle, as well as for the migration of colossal beasts in even more ancient times. The journey is fraught with danger, with spatial storms, ancient relics, and the lingering souls of lost powerful beings in abundance." He paused, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in his tone. However, it also conceals the remains of countless lost civilizations, the wreckage of fallen gods and demons, and even some spatial nodes connected to unknown worlds. It can be said that it is both a grave for the strong and a paradise for adventurers. For one who possesses the Jiu Qiao Shun Mo Gong, it is undoubtedly an exceptional hunting ground. Sounds incredibly interesting. Zili's eyes sparkled, as if she envisioned some delectable treat. As the relic sailed onward, Lu Chen's actions within the starry sky human race's relic had already become a superstorm, sweeping across the surrounding star regions and expanding towards the broader battlefield of the myriad worlds. Have you heard? That human named Lu Chen, merely at the Grandmaster level, has refined an ancient relic and slain the Grandmaster of the Netherworld clan. Not only that, he is now commanding the entire relic, heading towards the buried star ancient path. My heavens, using a relic as a vessel? Isn't he afraid of becoming a target for all? A target for all? Huh. Go ahead and provoke him if you dare. He is capable of subduing Grandmasters. Moreover, controlling a relic. Who knows what trump cards he possesses? The Netherworld clan has already issued a bounty for him, offering a heavenly tier divine weapon as a reward. The Songlong army has also elevated his status to that of a 3-star major general, with resources comparable to those of a lieutenant general. This is clearly a bid to protect him at all costs. The Guanyu clan seems to have kept silent. It is said that after the Grandmaster of Huiwei returned, he held Lu Chen in high regard. In various star regions, countless taverns, marketplaces, and strongholds are abuzz with discussions about the name Lu Chen. His rise has been too swift, his methods too enigmatic, and his actions too domineering. Countless young prodigies view him as a target, eager to challenge him. Meanwhile, many veteran powerhouses harbor trepidation and observe him from the shadows. Furthermore, a multitude of desperate individuals and adventurers covet the exorbitant bounty offered by the Netherworld clan, converging towards the direction of the buried star ancient path. The name Lu Chen has stirred immense waves upon his initial entry into the Star Sea. In the command center of the meteorite fortress, General Locke gazed at the slowly moving light point on the star map, representing the starry sky human race's relic, his expression complex. He truly dares to venture into the buried star ancient path. He sighed, instructing his men to avoid conflict while operating on the outskirts of the buried star ancient path. Additionally, the latest intelligence and movements regarding him should be transmitted to the military command with the highest priority. Understood, General. At the Songlong Army headquarters, General Long Zhantian listened to his subordinate's report, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. The buried star ancient path? What a choice of location. Relay orders to our forward outposts near the ancient path. If Lu Chen requires assistance, we may provide appropriate support. provided it does not contravene our principles. He lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers. Any movements from the Netherworld clan? Report to the commander. The Netherworld clan Shadow Hall has dispatched a hunting squad composed of 3 Grandmasters, led by the late-stage Grandmaster Ghostblade, targeting Lu Chen directly. Additionally, several dark races and interstellar pirate bands allied with the Netherworld clan are also making their moves. 3 Grandmasters? Huh, they truly regard him highly. A cold glint flashed in Long Zhantian's eyes. Have our people keep a close watch on this hunting squad. We can create some trouble for them if necessary. Understood. In the domain of the Netherworld clan, on a planet shrouded in eternal darkness, 3 figures radiating terrifying energy knelt on one knee before a colossal skeletal throne. The figure atop the throne, enveloped in thick, deathly energy, spoke slowly, its voice as chilling as a millennium of ice. Ghostblade, the humiliation of the Netherworld. The blood of our kin must be cleansed with the soul of that human boy. Bring the soul-devouring mirror, find him, capture him, and bring his soul back for eternal torment. Understood. The foremost figure, the most sinister among them, adorned with 2 curved bone blades at his waist. Ghostblade lowered his head in obedience, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Somewhere amidst the floating giant star skeletons of the broken star river, a monk clad in tattered robes, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity, stroked his bald head. Looking at the jade slip in his hand containing information about Lu Chen, he grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. A little fellow capable of devouring grandmasters? I, the Buddha, am quite interested in offering some guidance. Near the entrance area of the buried star ancient path, behind a desolate dead star, a menacingly designed pirate ship, adorned with a blood-red skull insignia, lay in quiet ambush. At the bow of the ship, a burly one-eyed man licked his lips, gazing at the predicted course of the Lu Chen ruins on the star chart. His single eye filled with avarice. Tianjia Shenbing, listen up, my little ones. A fat sheep is about to arrive. The winds of fate converged, and dark currents surged. Countless gazes, whether bright or dim, benevolent or malevolent, were directed towards that legendary and hazardous ancient star route. They focused on the moving ruins, and on the young man named Lu Chen. At this moment, within the core hall of the ruins, Lu Chen remained oblivious to the storm brewing outside due to his presence. Or perhaps he simply did not care. He was engrossed in familiarizing himself with the powers of the Grand Master, further refining the fragments of the source core. He was integrating the subsequent fusion of the Jiu Qiao Shen Mo Gong and Tun Xingju. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his mind. As the detection array of the ruins issued a warning, ahead lay a vast maelstrom of shattered stars, distorted space, and raging energy, blocking their path. This was the essential route to the Zhongxing Ancient Road, the first natural barrier. For an ordinary starship to traverse, it would be a perilous endeavor. Zhang Fan approached Lu Chen respectfully, reporting, "General, we have detected a massive star maelstrom ahead with extremely high energy levels. Should we deter?" Lu Chen opened his eyes, looking towards the chaotic and perilous void, a slight smile curving his lips. Deter? Why waste time? He slowly raised his hand and pressed toward the maelstrom capable of shredding stars. Devour. Boom. An invisible vortex seemingly emerged in the void before the ruins. The raging star maelstrom, distorted space, and tumultuous energy were instantly torn apart and consumed as they came into contact with this colossal whirlpool. Akin to rivers flowing into the sea, being violently ripped apart, devoured, and refined. Pure and complex energy continuously flowed into Lu Chen's body through the ruins array, effortlessly transformed and absorbed by the Jiu Qiao Shun Mo Gong. His aura subtly solidified further beyond the initial stage of the Grand Master. Before them, the formidable star maelstrom had been forcefully gnawed into a broad and tranquil passage. The ruins maintained their speed, gliding serenely along this forcibly created route. Zhang Fan and the others stared in awe, their blood surging with excitement. This was their general. This was the might of the devouring magic. Even the greatest of dangers could be devoured and transformed into resources. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, calmly gazing towards the end of the passage, where a deeper and more mysterious star domain awaited. There, the entrance to the Zhongxing Ancient Road was already in sight. Chapter 34. Flourishing extravagance. As the ruins completely emerged from the maelstrom, the scene before them opened up dramatically, yet it bore a haunting desolation and silence. Ahead lay not the usual chaotic star debris and energy storms of shattered star rivers, but rather a relatively orderly ancient path paved with countless colossal remnants of stars. These star remnants were mostly dim and lifeless, resembling the carcasses of great beasts, silently floating in the void, extending towards the horizon. They varied in size and form. Some retained the outlines of planets, while others had completely shattered. Yet they were eerily arranged into an immensely wide passage. Within this passage, the space was relatively stable, but it was suffused with an ancient atmosphere of annihilation and a faint, primordial pressure. This was the Zongxing Ancient Road, a path built upon the remnants of stars, burying countless glories and lives. Merely standing at the entrance, one could feel the weight of ages and the aura of danger that rushed forth. "General, we have arrived." Zhang Fan stood behind Lu Chen, his tone tinged with reverence. Even having ascended to the pinnacle of the Grand Master, he still felt small in the face of this legendary ancient road. Lu Chen nodded slightly. He sensed that within him, the Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong and the seed of devouring were developing a heightened appetite for the various mixed energies and deathly auras emanating from the depths of this ancient road. Indeed, this was his hunting ground. Maintain a concealed status and proceed at low speed, Lu Chen commanded. As they entered the ancient road, the situation remained unclear, and it was unwise to be overly ostentatious. The star shield on the surface of the ruins dimmed, gliding silently into the entrance of the Zongxing Ancient Road. As they began to delve deeper along the path paved with star remnants, it was not an absolute silence within the ancient road. Occasionally, strange lights flickered in the distance. These were the residual energy waves not yet fully quelled, or perhaps the remnants of ancient beings manifesting. Some colossal, grotesque starry remnants quietly prowled among the massive star carcasses. Having adapted to the desolate environment, becoming part of the ancient road's ecosystem, exuding an aura of danger. It was even possible to see remnants of starships from other races or temporary outposts established upon the star remnants, indicating that this place was not devoid of visitors. After approximately half a day's journey, the ruins had not encountered significant danger. However, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Through the ruins detection array, he sensed 3 powerful energy sources brimming with malice, accompanied by a familiar ghostly aura, rapidly approaching from the rear. Their target was unmistakably the ruins they occupied. As anticipated, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pursuit by the Yuming clan had come even faster than he had expected. "General?" Zhang Fan also sensed the anomaly. "No worries. Just a few pesky flies," Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. "Perfect. I shall use them to test my strength and see just how powerful this Grand Master truly is." With a thought, the ruins gradually came to a halt, hovering beside a colossal star remnant that resembled a mountain, as if merging with it. Moments later, 3 twisted black streaks of light, like blades tearing through the void, swiftly closed in on the ruins. They revealed themselves as the hunting squad dispatched by the Yuming clan. Leading them was the late-stage Grand Master, Gui Ren. He was tall and slender, resembling a bamboo pole, with 2 strangely curved bone blades hanging from his waist. An aura of chilling malice radiated from him, akin to the coldness of 10,000-year-old ice. His pair of ghostly green eyes locked onto the ruins, as if piercing through the shield to see the interior where Lu Chen resided. To either side of him were 2 mid-stage Grandmaster Yuming clan warriors, one wielding a black banner entwined with vengeful spirits, and the other bearing a spiked bone shield, both exuding fierce auras. 3 Grandmasters. Such a formidable lineup was solely aimed at hunting down a young human who had just broken through to Grandmaster. This demonstrated the Yuming clan's lethal intent towards Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, come out and face your death." Gui Ren's hoarse voice resonated through the space, directly reaching the interior of the ruins, carrying a chilling aura and a mental assault. The shield of the ruins rippled slightly, dissipating the impact. Lu Chen's figure appeared outside the ruins, suspended in the void, facing the 3 Grand Masters of the Yuming clan from a distance. Leia attempted to follow, but was stopped by Lu Chen's gaze. Zili, on the other hand, lay against the shield of the ruins, her large eyes brimming with excitement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. 3 Grandmasters from the Yuming clan are indeed willing to invest heavily. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the trio, his tone remaining calm. "To kill you is sufficient." A murderous glint flashed in Gui Ren's eyes, and without further ado, he commanded, "Form the formation." Do not allow him the opportunity to employ that strange devouring technique. He was acutely aware of Lu Chen's peculiarities and intended to launch a full-scale assault from the outset, leaving no room for error. Yuming soul-locking formation. The 3 Yuming Grandmasters swiftly spread out, arranging themselves in a triangular formation that encircled Lu Chen at the center, simultaneously forming hand seals. Buzz, countless chains, as dark as night, coalesced from pure soul energy and the laws of darkness. Like venomous serpents, they erupted from the void, rapidly filling the space within dozens of miles, creating a colossal cage. These chains not only confined the space, but also directly assaulted the soul, emitting a spine-chilling wail, attempting to imprison and tear apart Lu Chen's essence. Concurrently, the Yuming Grandmaster wielding the black banner abruptly waved it. Countless distorted wraiths surged forth like tidal waves, rushing towards Lu Chen, imbued with potent corrosive and cursed energies. The Yuming Grandmaster bearing the bone shield let out a low growl. The bone shield soared into the air, instantly expanding into a massive wall. With immense force, it descended upon Lu Chen. The spikes on the shield gleamed coldly, harboring horrifying power capable of shattering souls. Ren himself silently melded into the shadows. Two bone blades unsheathed, resembling the fangs of death, seeking the opportunity for a lethal strike. The trio coordinated seamlessly, employing formations, soul assaults, physical suppression, and stealthy assassination, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught that sealed off all avenues of retreat for Lu Chen. Such an arrangement would leave even a late-stage grandmaster in disarray. And a moment's lapse could spell doom. Zhang Fan and the others, witnessing this scene within the ruins, were filled with trepidation, their fists clenched tightly. However, at the eye of the storm, Lu Chen remained unperturbed. Faced with an assault capable of instilling despair in those of equal rank, his expression bore no hint of turmoil. He even slowly closed his eyes, remarking, "Flashy." The next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes wide. The cosmic phenomena of creation and destruction reappeared within his gaze. A far more terrifying and profound field of devouring energy erupted from him, centered upon his being. Grandmaster-level remote energy absorption. The range expanded not merely to kilometers, but directly to 100 miles. Within 100 miles, I am the sovereign of devouring. The myriad of shrieking soul chains, upon entering the devouring field, melted away like snow confronted by the blazing sun, disintegrating into pure soul energy consumed by Lu Chen. The wraiths surging forth like a tide were unable to even emit a cry before they vanished, akin to moths drawn into a fiery inferno, dissolving in swathes into nothingness. Their cursed and corrosive powers instead nourished Lu Chen's soul. The immense bone shield, descending upon him, dimmed its luminous energy the instant it entered the devouring field. Its suppressive force dissipating like a mud cow sinking into the sea, its speed drastically reduced. Ultimately, Lu Chen casually punched, sending it hurtling back, riddled with cracks. What? Our attacks were devoured again. The two mid-stage Yuming Grandmasters were struck with horror, their eyes brimming with disbelief. What manner of monster is this? The Grandmaster-level Yuming soul-locking formation and Wraith Assault could not even scratch him. Just as the two were stunned, Lu Chen moved. His figure, akin to a specter, seemed to disregard the distance of space, instantaneously appearing before the Yuming Grandmaster with the black banner, still employing the same simple punch. The essence of devouring coalesced upon his fist, as if bearing the strength of the entire cosmos. The Yuming Grandmaster, gripped by terror, desperately urged the black banner to defend while simultaneously retreating. Yet, it was futile. Where Lu Chen's fist passed, the defensive glow emitted by the banner shattered like paper. His fist solidly struck the Grandmaster's chest. Uft! There was no earth-shattering explosion, but rather a dull sound, akin to something being drained. The Yuming Grandmaster's body stiffened violently, his eyes instantly losing their luster. He felt his life source, Grandmaster cultivation, and even soul being entirely siphoned away by this punch. His body flew back like a torn sack, beginning to disintegrate in midair, ultimately fading into nothingness. One punch, instantaneously killing a mid-stage Grandmaster. Silence. The remaining Yuming Grandmaster, clutching the shield, was paralyzed with fear, turning to flee. But Lu Chen's gaze had already locked onto him. With a finger pointed like a sword, he executed remote space absorption. A thin black line swept across the void. The Yuming Grandmaster, along with the bone shield he had just summoned back, simultaneously bore a fist-sized hollow in their chests, as if gnawed away by an invisible force. His forward momentum halted abruptly, the vitality in his eyes swiftly dimming. His body suspended in the void. In the blink of an eye, two Grandmasters had fallen. Damn it! Concealed in the shadows, Ren could no longer contain himself. Unleashing a furious roar, he erupted from the darkness like a malevolent specter, crossing his two bone blades in a vicious strike. Two streaks of dark blade light, imbued with all his late-stage Grandmaster power, coupled with extreme malice and killing intent, surged towards Lu Chen from behind. This strike was swift, brutal, and precise. The timing was exquisitely perfect. However, Lu Chen seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He did not even turn around. Instead, he retaliated with a palm strike. In his palm, the black rune, formed from the fusion of the devouring seed and core fragments, flickered briefly. A miniature, yet seemingly all-consuming black hole vortex appeared before his palm. The two-blade lights, capable of shattering stars, upon contact with the vortex, vanished as if thrown into an abyss, not even stirring a ripple before being entirely devoured. The devouring power along the trajectory of the attack swiftly enveloped Gui Ren. The malevolence on Gui Ren's face transformed into boundless terror. He felt as though he had fallen into a spider's web, all his strength rapidly dissipating. Desperately, he struggled, burning his essence in a bid to escape this horrific devouring. No, I am a late-stage grandmaster. How could you possibly? His words were abruptly cut off. Lu Chen slowly turned around, his cold gaze fixated upon him. Late-stage grandmaster? Is that truly impressive? He clenched his fingers tightly. Devour. Boom. Gui Ren emitted a final, desperate wail. His entire body exploded as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, transforming into the purest essence of darkness, ruthlessly consumed by the black hole in Lu Chen's palm. As the dust settled, within the void, only Lu Chen remained, quietly suspended. The three formidable Yuming grandmasters had been completely annihilated, serving as yet another bountiful resource for Lu Chen to solidify his grandmaster realm. He felt his strength coalescing further within. Alongside a sense of satisfaction emanating from the devouring seed, his gaze calmly directed towards the depths of the ancient path. Yuming clan, I hope the sharpening stone you send will be of greater hardness. He murmured softly, his figure flickering as he returned to the ruins. The ruins reactivated, gliding leisurely along the ancient path of Zongxing, venturing deeper into a realm that was not only more perilous, but also brimming with opportunities. Only the residual energy waves, not yet fully quelled, remained in this expanse, whispering tales of the brief yet harrowing slaughter that had just transpired. Chapter 35. Clamor. The ruins navigated the ancient path of Zongxing at a deliberate pace. Having absorbed the essence of three grandmasters from the Yuming clan, Lu Chen's cultivation was firmly established at the initial stage of grandmaster, and he was subtly approaching the mid-stage. The seed of absorption had grown increasingly solid, enhancing both the efficiency of energy plunder and transformation. The ancient path stretched endlessly, littered with the remains of celestial corpses. After several days of travel, aside from the occasional encounter with some oblivious starry remnants, which were effortlessly dealt with by Leia or the ruins' defense system, no significant obstacles were encountered. Yet, the pervasive silence and ancient pressure that clung to every corner of the ancient path remained ever present. On one particular day, an extraordinary scene unfolded ahead. Countless translucent creatures, resembling jellyfish and emitting a soft white glow, drifted languidly through the void. They were colossal, with the smallest being the size of a mountain, while the largest rivaled a small asteroid. Lacking any aggression, they floated aimlessly, radiating tranquil and harmonious mental waves. Amidst these gigantic jellyfish, one could faintly discern exquisitely crafted, star-shaped vessels nimbly weaving through the currents. Standing aboard these vessels were slender beings, their skin pale, with pointed ears, and their bodies suffused with pure starlight. They were the Xingling tribe. Zhang Fan recognized these beings, reputedly among the ancient aboriginals of the Zongxing ancient path, naturally attuned to the power of stars. Their temperament was relatively serene, yet they were exceedingly insular, seldom engaging with the outside world. The Xingling took notice of the slowly traversing dark red ruins. Their gazes bore a mix of curiosity and wariness, but they did not approach, merely observing from a distance. The news of Lu Chen's suppression of the Yuming grandmasters had evidently not reached this place. Lu Chen harbored no ill will towards the Xingling, but had no intention of making contact. He maneuvered the ruins, preparing to circumnavigate the periphery of this cluster of starry jellyfish. However, just as the ruins were about to pass through this area, an explosion erupted in the distance. A lifeless star's remnant suddenly detonated, revealing a colossal creature, resembling a centipede and adorned with countless ghastly white claws, tearing through the stars with a terrifying ferocity. Lunging towards the nearest Xingling vessel, the creature exuded an aura of savage might, unmistakably at the peak of Grandmaster. Countless claws swept through the air, ripping apart space and carrying with them a putrid energy that corroded all. It was the Qianshou Xinghai demon. Quick, activate the defenses. On the besieged Xingling vessel, an elder, seemingly the leader, turned pale and urgently commanded. The ship instantly illuminated with a brilliant starlight shield. Yet, the might of the Qianshou Xinghai demon was too formidable. Countless claws battered against the shield like a tempest, causing it to tremble violently, its brilliance fading rapidly, on the verge of shattering. The Xingling warriors aboard the vessel fought desperately, firing starlight arrows at the monster, but they merely left shallow white marks, proving ineffective. Other Xingling vessels sought to render assistance, but were obstructed by the demon's fierce aura, unable to approach. The situation was dire. Amidst the chaos, even young Xingling children aboard the vessel began to cry in terror. A flicker of despair crossed the elder's eyes. At this critical juncture, a calm voice resonated through the void, clearly reaching the consciousness of every Xingling and the monster alike. Clamor. The voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. In the next moment, to the astonished gazes of all, including the creature, a figure clad in black appeared above the quietly sailing dark red ruins. It was Lu Chen. He did not glance at the panicking Xingling or the ferocious Qinshu Xinghai demon. Instead, he casually extended his 5 fingers towards the direction of the creature's charge. Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong Devour. An invisible, vast field of absorption, spanning 100-mile radius, descended in an instant. The once mighty and fearsome Qinshu Xinghai demon halted abruptly. Its enormous body trembled violently, emitting a terrifying and anguished howl. It felt its boundless ferocity, putrid energy, and even its life essence being frantically siphoned away by an irresistible force. Its once impenetrable bone armor dimmed, its flailing claws grew feeble, and the ferocity in its eyes rapidly faded. In the incredulous gazes of the Xingling, the creature that had rendered them helpless and could obliterate a fleet began to shrink rapidly as though deflated like a balloon, wilting away. Within mere moments, the colossal monster transformed into a vast skeletal frame covered in dried membranes. Then, it shattered into fragments, ultimately disintegrating into the most fundamental particles, dissipating into the void. Even its peak Grandmaster essence was transformed into pure energy, wholly consumed by Lu Chen. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. All the starry jellyfish ceased their drifting. Every Xingling vessel stood frozen in place. Whether warrior, elder, or even the crying children, all gazed wide-eyed and agape at the figure hovering above the ruins, as if he had merely swatted a fly. What manner of power is this? That was the Qinshu Xinghai demon, an ancient remnant at the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Just like that, it was gone. The elder of the Xingling was the first to regain his composure. Suppressing the tumult within, he hurriedly maneuvered the vessel forward and deeply bowed to Lu Chen. Using the universal language of the cosmos, his tone was filled with gratitude and reverence. Thank you immensely for your timely rescue. I am the Xingling tribe's Starwatch elder, Huiguang. I am profoundly grateful. May I inquire your esteemed name? Lu Chen cast a calm glance at him and replied coolly, Lu Chen. Lu Chen. This name resonated like thunder in the minds of the Xingling. Recently, the human youth who had risen to fame amidst the shattered starry rivers, refining ruins and vanquishing Yuming grandmasters, had appeared here. Moreover, he had already broken through to Grandmaster. His power was even more terrifying. Elder Huiguang's heart churned with tumultuous waves, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful. So it is Elder Lu Chen. Your reputation has preceded you, and today's encounter indeed lives up to its renown. The debt of gratitude for saving our lives will be etched in the hearts of the Xingling. Lu Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging the sentiment. His intervention was not out of benevolence. Rather, the creature had merely obstructed his path, and its essence held some utility for him. Are you planning to delve deeper into the ancient path of Zongxing? Elder Huiguang inquired tentatively. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Elder Huiguang seemed to arrive at a resolution. He produced a diamond-shaped crystal, formed from condensed starlight, and presented it with both hands. Elder Lu Chen, this is our tribe's token, the Xinghui Yindao. Holding this item will help you avoid unnecessary troubles in the first half of the ancient path. In our clan's temporary stronghold, we can attain certain conveniences, which I hope you will graciously accept as a token of goodwill from my lineage. He was actively extending an olive branch, seeking to befriend this promising young powerhouse, whose potential seemed boundless. Lu Chen cast a glance at the Xinghui Yin, sensing the pure celestial energy and a hint of unique coordinate information it contained. He casually pocketed it. Upon seeing Lu Chen accept the token, Elder Huiguang exhaled in relief and continued. Additionally, according to our clan's observations, deep within the ancient path, near the meteor vortex, there have been recent, exceptionally potent energy fluctuations. It is suspected that an ancient cave or battlefield relic has manifested, attracting numerous formidable beings, including several peak grandmasters and even those on the verge of becoming martial sovereigns. Should you decide to venture there, please exercise utmost caution. This was his way of reciprocating kindness by providing invaluable intelligence. A half-step martial sovereign? A flicker of interest passed through Lu Chen's eyes. The essence of a half-step martial sovereign should offer him a considerable feast. Thank you for the information, he replied, choosing not to elaborate further. his figure vanished. Returning to the relic. The relic reactivated, navigating around the luminous star jellyfish region, heading deeper into the ancient path. The members of the Xingling clan gazed longingly in the direction of the relic's disappearance, their emotions tumultuous. Elder, is he truly Lu Chen? How powerful? A young warrior from the Xingling clan murmured. Elder Huiguang took a deep breath, his expression solemn. Send word back to our clan. The human Lu Chen has entered the ancient path. His strength is unfathomable, and he likely possesses the ancient devouring heritage. Relay my orders. All affiliated with the Xingling clan must refrain from initiating hostilities with him and strive to cultivate amicable relations. Understood. Elder Huiguang contemplated the depths of the ancient path, pondering the impending tumult that Lu Chen's arrival might incite. Within the relic, Lu Chen toyed with the Xinghui Yin, his gaze contemplative. The mention of a half-step martial sovereign at the meteor vortex suggested that he would not find himself bored. A smile of anticipation graced his lips, as the hunting ground appeared to have grown even more intriguing. Chapter 36. The Sacred Academy of 10,000 Paths. The relic traversed the vast ancient path. With the Xinghui Yin bestowed by the Xingling clan, the journey became significantly smoother. Many weaker starry sky remnants sensed the aura of the Xingling clan emanating from the Xinghui Yin and opted to steer clear. Occasionally, those who were oblivious became practice targets for Leia or members of the action team. Lu Chen, meanwhile, focused intently on assimilating the immense energy brought forth by the devouring Qianshou star skeleton demon and 3 grandmasters from the Yuming clan. The bottleneck at the peak of the early grandmaster stage had loosened, leaving him but a step away from the mid-stage. The seed of devouring grew ever more profound, with an insatiable thirst for energy. One day, a tremendous roar and a powerful suction emanated from the void ahead. Through the relic's observation array, he discerned a distant star domain seemingly ensnared within a colossal vortex. Countless remnants of stars, energy currents, and even light were being drawn into this irresistible force, spiraling madly around a central point, collapsing into a cataclysmic supervortex with a diameter exceeding billions of miles. The meteor vortex. This was the perilous area mentioned by the Xingling clan elder, rumored to harbor ancient relics. Even at such a distance, one could feel the soul-chilling terror emanating from the vortex's center, a chaotic force that could shred a typical Grand Master in an instant. Surrounding the perimeter of the vortex were dozens of powerful figures, along with various flying artifacts and starships. Some even rode extraordinary celestial beasts. These figures belonged to diverse races, humans, demons, rock spirits, elemental beings, and more. Yet, without exception, their auras were overwhelmingly potent, with the weakest being at the Grandmaster level. Among them, a few figures stood out like torches in the darkness, their deep and unfathomable auras surrounded by faint ripples of law, clearly peak Grandmasters. They maintained their distance from one another, wary and vigilant, their gazes fixated on the depths of the vortex, where a shattered palace complex flickered amidst the raging energies. Indeed, the scene was bustling with activity. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the relic, his gaze sweeping across those figures. He sensed a few exceptionally potent presences scrutinizing him the moment the relic appeared, exuding an air of examination and inquiry. One emanated from a 5-meter-tall demon, its body cloaked in dark golden scales and sporting a single horn, exuding a wild and brutal aura, clearly a peak Grandmaster. Another came from a mysterious being enveloped in a rainbow of elemental light, its visage obscured but its elemental fluctuations boundless, also a peak Grandmaster. The strongest presence, however, emanated from an inconspicuous human elder, clad in a gray robe and seated calmly upon a meteorite. His aura was so restrained that it seemed to merge with the surrounding void. Yet, Lu Chen's devouring seed could sense the immense, terrifying power within him. Akin to a star, a half-step martial sovereign, he had truly encountered an unparalleled powerhouse at the threshold of martial sovereignty. The gray-robed elder seemed to sense Lu Chen's distinctiveness as well. His tightly shut eyes fluttered open slightly, revealing murky eyes that briefly regarded Lu Chen with a hint of surprise, before slowly closing again, as if indifferent to the world. Lu Chen's arrival did not stir significant ripples, for the aura he projected was merely that of an early Grandmaster. Although the relic he controlled was somewhat peculiar, the powerful beings present were numerous. An early Grandmaster was hardly worthy of their concern. The relic halted at the vortex's periphery, maintaining a safe distance from other factions. Zhang Fan and the others felt the overwhelming auras outside, akin to monstrous beasts from primordial times, causing them to hold their breath in tension. A mere individual among them could effortlessly annihilate an entire legion. Yet Zili remained unfazed, gazing at the gigantic meteor vortex with a lick of her lips, remarking, "The treasures within appear to be quite delectable." Lu Chen paid her no mind, his focus fixed on the palace complex's phantom deep within the vortex. The Jiuqiao Shen Mo Gong and the seed of devouring resonated strongly with the aura emanating from that place, as if something was beckoning him. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A thunderous roar erupted from the vortex's center, unleashing an even more violent surge of energy. A chaotic light pillar, 1,000 miles in diameter, shot skyward, stirring the winds and clouds. Accompanying this pillar were 3 orbs of light, each radiating different colors and containing astonishing energy and Tao rhythms, seemingly expelled from the shattered palace complex, hurtling toward various directions at the vortex's periphery. The treasures of inheritance had emerged. Seize them. The previously tense standoff was shattered in an instant. Numerous powerful figures surged into action almost simultaneously, transforming into streaks of light, akin to hunting falcons, racing toward the 3 orbs of light. The fastest was the peak demon grandmaster, whose target was unmistakably the orb radiating a blazing golden hue. Seemingly infused with the essence of the sun's true fire, he manifested part of his true form, a massive claw covered in dark golden scales, tearing through the void as it lunged for the orb. The peak elemental life grandmaster transformed into a cascade of 7-colored light. The swirling mass displayed an icy blue hue, emanating an extreme chill, while the last orb, characterized by a chaotic sheen and an aura of profound mystery, became the focal point of contention among the crowd. At least 7 or 8 grandmasters, including several in the late stages and peaks of their power, simultaneously engaged in the fray. Various divine abilities and the brilliance of magical artifacts illuminated the void, causing the surrounding space to collapse under the rampant energy, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Lu Chen's gaze was fixed upon that chaotic orb, as the yearning from the seed of devouring emanated from this very object. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped out of the ruins, seamlessly melding into the void. In the next instant, he appeared near the chaotic orb like a specter. "Get away. This object belongs to the Yinling clan," roared a towering Grand Master of the Yinling, his body composed entirely of hard black rock. As he hurled a fist towards Lu Chen, the force of his blow was formidable enough to shatter mountains. "Humph, a mere early-stage practitioner dares to covet a treasure?" sneered another Grand Master of the Undead clan, who rode a bone dragon, brandishing a skeletal scepter. A gray death ray surged forth, striking first. Faced with the dual assault from 2 late-stage Grand Masters, Lu Chen's eyes were icy. He did not even summon the power of devouring. Instead, he simply unleashed a punch with each hand. The left fist, imbued with the essence of starry annihilation, met the giant fist of the Yinling. The right fist, containing the repressed power of devouring, twisted the very fabric of space as it confronted the death ray. The sounds of impact rang out simultaneously. The Yinling Grand Master felt an indescribable, terrifying force imbued with notions of termination and annihilation seeping through his fist. His rock-like arm, comparable to divine metal, crumbled as if weathered by eons. He let out a scream, his massive form hurtling backward, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief. Meanwhile, the death ray from the undead Grand Master vanished upon contact with Lu Chen's fist, like a cow sinking into the sea. While the bone dragon beneath him was sent flying by an invisible shockwave, its soul fire flickering violently. With 2 punches, Lu Chen had vanquished 2 late-stage grandmasters. This scene sent chills through the other contenders, causing their movements to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen extended his hand to grasp the chaotic orb. "You young brat, insolent!" bellowed a voice like thunder. It was the peak grandmaster of the demon clan, who had subdued the golden orb and was enraged upon witnessing Lu Chen's attempt to seize the chaotic orb. Abandoning his opponents, he transformed into a golden streak, crossing the void in an instant. A colossal claw, covered in scales and ablaze with demonic flames, descended upon Lu Chen like a dark sun, embodying the full force of his peak grandmaster power. The demonic fire blazed skyward, accompanied by the laws of the universe, capable of pulverizing a small star. "It's the golden-scaled demon emperor. That brat is doomed," gasped someone. In the face of such a terrifying strike, Lu Chen finally ceased his earlier nonchalance. His gaze sharpened as the seed of devouring and the fragments of the source core within him vibrated simultaneously. He no longer held back, unleashing the full extent of his grand master-level devouring domain. The expanse of the void seemed to transform into his absolute domain of control. At the same time, he activated the 9 apertures divine demon art and the star devouring technique. A miniature vortex, akin to a black hole capable of consuming all, suddenly formed atop his fist. Star-devouring fist, he proclaimed, meeting the descending demonic claw head-on. When their fists collided, the anticipated explosion of energy did not occur. Instead, an exceedingly peculiar sound, reminiscent of the universe leaking air, filled the air. The golden-scaled demon emperor's strike, aimed at annihilation, was met with the miniature black hole at the moment of contact. The overwhelming demonic power, the blazing flames, and the very laws contained within were all voraciously consumed and disintegrated. The massive claw, capable of crushing stars, visibly shrank and withered before their eyes. What? The sneer on the golden-scaled demon emperor's face instantly morphed into sheer horror. He felt the foundational essence of his demon emperor lineage, cultivated over millennia, being ravaged. He attempted to withdraw his claw, only to find his hand ensnared by a terrifying pull emanating from the black hole. No, he howled in panic, struggling desperately, even willing to sacrifice part of his essence to break free. But Lu Chen would not grant him such an opportunity. Devour, Lu Chen commanded, and the black hole expanded violently. With a sound like a whale swallowing water, the golden-scaled demon emperor's massive essence, along with a fragment of his soul imprint, was forcibly extracted from his body and drawn into the black hole. His immense form rapidly shrank and withered. The brilliance in his eyes faded completely, leaving behind a colossal, desiccated corpse draped in dim scales, floating in the void. The peak Grand Master of the demon clan, the golden-scaled demon emperor, had fallen. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. All who witnessed this spectacle, whether engaged in the struggle for treasures or observing from afar, were frozen in place as if ensnared by a binding spell. One punch had devoured a peak grandmaster. This was no mere challenge across tiers. It was sheer domination, a slaughter. The peak grandmaster of elemental life paled, the vibrant colors of his aura dimming as he fled without hesitation. Other contenders retreated in horror, as none dared approach the chaotic orb, their gazes towards Lu Chen fraught with immense fear and reverence. Lu Chen remained expressionless as he grasped the now inert chaotic orb in his hand. Upon contact, he was enveloped by an extraordinarily pure essence, as if it contained the mysteries of the primordial universe, eliciting a joyous tremor from the seed of devouring within him. He cast a calm glance at the surrounding figures, now rendered mute, before resting his gaze upon an elder in gray robes, who had opened his eyes at some point, now gazing intently at him. A half-step martial sovereign. The elder's murky eyes sparkled with astonishment and scrutiny. Their gazes locked, the void seemed to solidify. All held their breath, eager to discern how this half-step martial sovereign would respond to the emergence of this exceptionally formidable youth. Unfazed, Lu Chen offered a slight bow, a gesture of respect. The gray-robed elder scrutinized him for a moment before speaking slowly, his voice gravelly yet imbued with a unique resonance. Young friend, impressive skills. Might I inquire if you are interested in joining my Wandao Sacred Institute? Wandao Sacred Institute. The name resonated like a spell, sending a tremor through all present, including the peak Grand Masters, igniting their eyes with fervent longing. For the first time, genuine astonishment flickered in Lu Chen's gaze. The Sacred Institute? Was he finally on the verge of making contact? Chapter 37. You choose. The Wandao Sacred Institute. It stood above the myriad realms, a supreme academy that had endured countless epochs, gathering the essence of innumerable races and civilizations. It was the true cradle for nurturing the powerful, a shortcut to the path of transcendence. It is said that within the Holy Academy, there exists a martial sovereign as a mentor and ancient ruins as a testing ground, alongside a supreme inheritance that directly points to the essence of the laws. Those who successfully graduate from the Holy Academy are all renowned figures, even having the qualification to glimpse the legendary realm of the Divine King. Every millennium, the Academy opens its doors to recruit talents from myriad worlds, and each occasion is accompanied by bloodshed and fierce competition, a cataclysmic opportunity that countless prodigies and factions vie for at any cost. To be invited by the emissary of the Holy Academy is, in itself, an unparalleled honor and affirmation. All eyes are fixed intently upon Lu Chen and the gray-robed elder, brimming with envy, jealousy, and an indescribable complexity. Lu Chen's astonishment was fleeting. He gazed at the gray-robed elder, whose aura was profound as an abyss. Though merely a half-step martial sovereign, he emanated a far greater danger than the previous golden-scaled demon emperor. The depth of the Holy Academy's foundation was indeed unfathomable. Rather than responding immediately, he countered, in a calm and composed tone, as if discussing a transaction. What are the conditions for entering the Holy Academy? What benefits does it entail? A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the elder's eyes, and he rasped, "Conditions? You must withstand 3 of my strikes without perishing, or, like my young friend here, display an invincible stance by overcoming the pinnacle at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm." His gaze swept across the void, and those Grandmasters who had been competing earlier all lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. As for the benefits, the gray-robed elder continued nonchalantly: resources, inheritance, guidance from esteemed mentors, and the chance to compete with the prodigies of all races are self-evident. More importantly, the Holy Academy possesses the qualification to access the celestial ladder of myriad worlds. Ascending the ladder allows one to temper the soul and body, and comprehend the essence of the universe. There is even a chance to obtain the ancient marks of gods and demons, laying the foundation for becoming a divine king. Celestial ladder of myriad worlds. Marks of gods and demons. Foundation for the divine king. Each word caused the powerful figures present to breathe rapidly, their eyes burning with fervor. This was the true allure of the Holy Academy. Lu Chen's gaze shifted slightly. While he could acquire resources and inheritance through devouring, the celestial ladder and the marks of gods and demons indeed piqued his interest. Of course, the gray-robed elder's tone shifted as he directed his gaze toward the chaotic light sphere in Lu Chen's hand and the ruins behind him. The Holy Academy forbids internal conflict among its members, yet encourages competition. All resources must be earned through one's own strength. The chaotic essence in your possession and these ruins could potentially yield considerable initial capital for you within the Academy. He subtly indicated that the Academy was not a utopia, but rather a realm where power reigned supreme. Upon hearing this, a smile curved at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. Competition? That was to his liking. Very well, I accept. He did not hesitate in the slightest. The platform offered by the Holy Academy perfectly aligned with his current needs. Excellent. A barely perceptible smile graced the gray-robed elder's face. He flicked his finger, and an ancient bronze token flew toward Lu Chen, inscribed with a robust character for holy. This is the token of invitation from the Holy Academy. 1 year from now, bring this token to the entrance of the holy domain, and someone will guide you into the Academy. After the elder spoke, his gaze swept across the assembly once more, lingering momentarily on the faces of several peak Grandmasters. I still possess 3 recommendation slots. Let us finalize them today. As his words fell, the hearts of all the powerful figures raced with anticipation, particularly those peak Grandmasters, whose expressions sharpened with fierce intensity. The slots for the Holy Academy were far too precious. The gray-robed elder's gaze first settled on a distant, undispersed spectrum of elements. Elemental clan. Kai Li, your elemental heart has reached a remarkable state, and your potential is commendable. You may claim a position. The 7-colored aura shimmered, and a cool female voice responded, "Thank you, emissary." Next, the gray-robed elder shifted his focus to another direction, where a massive war hammer crackled with thunder, beside which stood a robust barbarian resembling a towering iron pillar. Barbarian clan, Lei Gang, your thunder war body is unmatched, and your will is resilient. You may claim a position. The barbarian, Lei Gang, beamed with joy and respectfully bowed. I, Lei Gang, thank the emissary. 2 of the 3 slots were now filled, leaving only 1 remaining. The tension in the air grew palpable, particularly among those peak Grandmasters who believed their strength rivaled that of Kai Li and Lei Gang, their auras flaring as if on the verge of a confrontation. However, the gray-robed elder appeared oblivious to their reactions, his gaze returning to Lu Chen with a weighty significance. As for this last slot, he deliberately paused, observing the tense figures, and slowly continued. Let it be designated by young friend Lu Chen. What? Designated by Lu Chen? The proclamation caused an uproar among the crowd. The peak Grandmasters' countenances shifted dramatically, a mix of shock and fury evident. How could they entrust their fates to a mere junior who had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm? Yet, facing the inscrutable gray-robed emissary, none dared to voice their dissent, casting glances of either supplication, threat, or complex emotions towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the elder's intention. This was an opportunity for him to establish his authority and a test of his ability to handle affairs. His calm gaze swept over the formidable peak Grandmasters. One was a human swordsman with an ancient sword, exuding a soaring sword aura. Another was a shadowy figure exuding an enigmatic presence, a dark elf. The last was a fierce monk, radiating an intertwining aura of Buddha light and malevolence. He did not need to know them. His eyes ultimately passed over them and settled on the exquisite starship belonging to the Xingling clan, which had been quietly hovering in the background. At the bow of the starship stood the elder Hui Guang, whom he had previously encountered, anxiously gazing this way alongside several clan members with a glimmer of hope, recalling the starshine beacon and the relatively peaceful demeanor of the Xingling clan. Lu Chen raised his hand and pointed towards the starship, speaking softly yet clearly, "The last slot goes to them." His words were not loud, yet they resonated through the void with clarity. Elder Hui Guang and the Xingling clan members were momentarily stunned before erupting into overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, the expressions of the peak Grand Masters darkened instantly, particularly the fierce monk, whose murderous intent surged as he stepped forward, voice raised in protest. "Emissary, this is unjust. My strength as a Kuchuo." Before he could finish, the gray-robed elder merely cast a sidelong glance at him. Just that single glance. The monk was struck as if by lightning, his Buddha light and malevolent aura dissipating in an instant. With a muffled groan, he staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with horror and dread, no longer daring to utter a word. The might of a half-step martial sovereign was indeed terrifying. "The slots are decided. No further discussion is necessary." The elder's voice returned to its prior flatness, yet carried an undeniable authority. "If any of you wish to enter the academy, a year from now, you may proceed to the entrance of the holy domain to participate in the competition of prodigies from all races. Should you secure a position within the top 100, you will also earn the qualification to enter the competition of prodigies from all races." This represents another method for the Xingyuan to recruit disciples, one that is far more ruthless and intense. It is a veritable mountain of corpses and sea of blood, where the proud spill their blood. The several peak grandmasters, upon hearing this, changed their expressions, ultimately suppressing their unwillingness. They subtly etched this resentment upon Lu Chen and the Xingling tribe. The old man in gray robes paid them no heed, nodding towards Lu Chen, Kai Li, Lei Gang, and the excited Xingling tribe members. "1 year hence, at the gate of the sacred domain, I expect you all to arrive punctually." With that, his figure dissipated like a mirage, as if he had never been there. Outside the meteor vortex, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Lu Chen collected the chaotic source qi without glancing at the variously colored grandmasters, turning back into the ruins. The relic activated, departing this land of turmoil without a second thought. The ruins sailed through the vast ancient road, leaving behind the clamor of the meteor vortex and the myriad gazes. Within the core hall, the atmosphere grew tense. Lu Chen casually placed the bronze token symbolizing direct admission to the Xingyuan aside. His gaze swept over the assembly, Zhang Fan, 5 Grandmaster team members, and the remaining 45 core members, all of whom had ascended to the peak of martial masters, some even half a step to Grandmaster. They all held their breath, awaiting the general's command. They had witnessed the general's invincible demeanor outside the vortex and had heard the awe-inspiring invitation from the Xingyuan. That was a ticket to the highest sanctum. Lu Chen slowly began to speak, his voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable power. "I shall go to the Xingyuan." The crowd's eyes sparkled, but they were soon rendered speechless by his next words. "However, I shall not require this token." He picked up the coveted token that countless prodigies dreamt of, flicking it with his finger. The token transformed into a streak of light, hovering before Zhang Fan. "Zhang Fan, this token is for you." Zhang Fan's head snapped up, disbelief flooding his eyes, almost thinking he had misheard. All the team members behind him were equally astounded. "The general intends to grant him the direct admission quota?" "General, no." Zhang Fan knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is a reward earned through your strength. How could I, as your subordinate, dare to overstep my bounds? The Xingyuan is where you soar, and I wish to follow you faithfully, serving as your loyal aide. Please reconsider, General." Lu Chen looked at the fervently emotional Zhang Fan and said lightly, "Rise." His voice carried an invisible authority, compelling Zhang Fan to stand. "My path is one of conquest, of devouring, of transcending through blood and fire." Lu Chen's gaze deepened, as if piercing through the relic, gazing into the unknown sacred domain. "A mere direct admission quota is, to me, merely a shortcut that spares some trouble. Yet, this shortcut lacks the tempering and the joy of competing against the prodigies of myriad clans." He paused, his tone filled with absolute confidence and a hint of disdain. "Since there is a competition among the prodigies of myriad clans, I shall undoubtedly step into it. I shall use the prodigies of the heavens and myriad clans as a whetstone, ascending to the pinnacle and justly entering the Xingyuan. This is my path." The crowd was profoundly shaken. From the general's words, they felt an invincible faith and grandeur. To forego shortcuts and choose the most arduous and perilous path, simply to ascend to the unattainable pinnacle. What confidence! What dominance! As for you, Zhang Fan, Lu Chen continued, your talent may not be supreme, but your tenacity is unwavering, and your actions are prudent. Your loyalty to me is unmatched. This directed mission quota is an opportunity, a platform for you. I hope that within the Xingyuan, you shall not tarnish my name and grow swiftly, so that one day you may truly assist me. Zhang Fan trembled all over, tears welling in his eyes. Fully aware that this was the general's immense trust and nurturing, he no longer declined, bowing deeply. His voice choked yet resolute. Zhang Fan will not fail the general's expectations. I shall carve out a space for myself within the Xingyuan and follow the general for eternity. Very well. Lu Chen nodded and turned to the 5 Grandmaster team members and the others. You all must strive as well. 1 year from now, if you can enter the top 100 of the competition through your own strength, you too may enter the Xingyuan. When the time comes, Zhang Fan and I will await you at the gate of the sacred domain. With utmost effort, we shall surely enter the Xingyuan. The crowd roared in unison, their blood surging with fervor. If the general could bestow a directed mission quota, what expectations did he have for them? How could they not fight with all their might? Standing aside, Zili blinked her large eyes, curiously gazing at Lu Chen. You aren't taking the shortcut? You want to compete? It sounds like so much fun. I want to go too. Lu Chen glanced at her, neither agreeing nor refusing. The strength of this mysterious girl was unfathomable. If she wished to go, she would have her methods. After arranging matters for his subordinates, Lu Chen focused his thoughts. He began to probe deeper into the relic through the source core fragments. As his consciousness delved in, previously untouched secret areas gradually unfolded to him. In a side hall sealed by powerful spatial restrictions, he discovered an ancient teleportation array. Beside the array stood a crumbling stone tablet inscribed with the characters of the Starry Sky human race. Virtual Realm Guide Teleportation Array. Can connect to the outer trial battlefield of the 100 Battle Star Domain. Activation requires the power of source core or equivalent energy. Note, this place is extremely dangerous. A battlefield for the ancient selection of the strong, with many perishing. Enter with caution. Virtual Realm Guide. 100 Battle Star Domain. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. This 100 Battle Star Domain sounded like an excellent hunting ground. Spending a year on this Burial Star Ancient Road would yield slow progress. A decisive thought formed in Lu Chen's mind. This 100 Battle Star Domain is perfect for further honing my skills and enhancing my strength before the competition. He estimated the energy required to activate the teleportation array. Given his current early Grandmaster cultivation, combined with the source core fragments and the relic's accumulation, he could barely support a brief teleportation and return. Risks and opportunities coexist. Zili, yes? I am going to a place for closed-door training and will return in a year. Will you stay here or come with me? Lu Chen inquired. He sensed that bringing this mysterious girl along might yield unexpected assistance. Without hesitation, Zili exclaimed joyfully, of course, I will go. The place you are going must be exciting. Very well. Lu Chen nodded and instructed Zhang Fan. I will soon enter closed-door training, returning in a year. During this time, you will oversee the relic, leading everyone in training around the ancient road's periphery, advancing steadily and without recklessness. Upon my return, we shall head to the sacred domain together. Yes, General, I shall safeguard the foundation and await your return. Zhang Fan solemnly accepted his orders. With arrangements concluded, Lu Chen no longer hesitated. He took Zili to that side hall and stepped onto the ancient teleportation array, channeling the source core fragments. Immense energy surged into the array. Buzz. The ancient runes on the array illuminated one by one, and the space began to warp violently, forming a swirling passageway. At the other end of the passage, the faint echoes of endless battle cries, tumultuous energy fluctuations, and the haunting ambience of an ancient battlefield permeated the air. We shall proceed, Lu Chen declared, grasping Zili's hand as he stepped into the spatial corridor. In a flash of light, their figures vanished within the ruins. Zhang Fan, observing the now tranquil teleportation array, clutched the Holy Academy's guiding token tightly, his gaze resolute. He understood that the general was embarking on a perilous trial. He could not disappoint the general's expectations. All personnel, heed my command. Based on the ruins, we shall extend our reach 1,000,000 miles outward, cleansing the remnants of the stars and gathering resources to hone our combat skills. We must ensure that when the general returns, he beholds a mightier force. Yes. The resounding reply echoed through the grand hall. Under Zhang Fan's command, the ruins adjusted their course, steering towards a relatively safe region of the ancient path, commencing a year-long period of seclusion and accumulation. Meanwhile, Lu Chen embarked on his journey towards the 100 Battle Star Domain, the outer battlefield of the virtual realm. a place where the strong shed blood, destined to become the crucible for his own metamorphosis on the path of devouring. Chapter 39. The slaughter commences. The sensation of spatial transmission was far more intense than ordinary experiences. Even with Lu Chen's substantial physique as a grandmaster and Zi Li's unfathomable depth, they both felt a wave of intense dizziness and discomfort. This was not merely a simple spatial leap. It felt as if they had forcibly penetrated some world barrier. When the surrounding scenery stabilized, an overwhelming stench of blood and a chilling aura of slaughter assaulted them like a tangible force. Beneath their feet lay dark red soil, seemingly soaked in countless lifeblood, solidified into an ancient, unyielding ground. The sky was eternally dim, devoid of sun or stars, only a cloud cover that flowed like tainted blood, emanating a suffocating glow. As far as the eye could see, the terrain was riddled with ravines, littered with immense bones, shattered weapons, and the tarnished remnants of battle armor. In some areas, flickering flames of energy still smoldered, while twisted spatial rifts marred the landscape. The air was thick with chaotic, violent energy particles. Although the spiritual energy was rich, it bore an intense corrosive and savage quality. Any ordinary warrior here would likely need to tread cautiously even while attempting to absorb the spiritual energy for cultivation. This was the 100 Battle Star Domain, the outer battlefield of the virtual realm, a selection ground for ancient powerhouses. Wow, this place feels exhilarating. Zi Li inhaled deeply, her discomfort replaced by a sparkle of excitement in her wide eyes, as if she had returned to a familiar environment. Lu Chen's sharp gaze swept the surroundings, his consciousness spreading like a tide. However, the spatial structure here was exceptionally stable, yet chaotic. His probing range was significantly constricted, barely covering several dozen miles. Just as his consciousness expanded, a roar erupted from behind a massive pile of beast bones on the left. 3 shadowy figures sprang forth, creatures resembling leopards, yet entirely encased in bone armor, with tails akin to scorpion stingers featuring venomous hooks. Their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty red light, their ferocious presence unmistakable. All reaching the early stages of Grandmaster level, they regarded Lu Chen and Zi Li as delectable prey. In a flash, they transformed into 3 streaks of black, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, lunging toward them. Their claws and venomous hooks aimed directly for vital points. "Be careful," Lu Chen called out, preparing to act. Yet, he noticed Zi Li giggling, extending her delicate finger toward the attacking bone-armored leopards, giving them a gentle poke. "Freeze." Words manifest the law. The 3 ferocious bone-armored leopards halted mid-lunge, as if ensnared by invisible amber, unable to even move their eyes. Only the tips of their venomous hooks trembled slightly, betraying their inner terror. Spatial confinement. Moreover, it was a precise restraint on 3 early-stage Grandmaster creatures simultaneously. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Zi Li's mastery over space had grown ever more profound. "Hee, I leave it to you." Zi Li clapped her hands, as if she had accomplished something trivial. Lu Chen did not hesitate, reaching out to grasp the air. Devour. An invisible force enveloped the 3 confined leopards. With a series of muffled thuds, the sturdy forms of the bone-armored leopards rapidly shriveled, their life essence and the brutal aura of the battlefield forcibly extracted and absorbed into Lu Chen's body. The pure energy surged within him, albeit carrying the inherent savage attributes of this place. Yet under the refinement of the 9 Aperture's divine demonic art, it swiftly transformed into his own. Lu Chen felt his early-stage Grandmaster cultivation advance slightly, along with an enhanced adaptability to the chaotic energies surrounding him. "A delightful appetizer," he remarked, shaking his hand. This 100 Battle Star Domain was indeed perilous, yet it also served as a treasure trove for rapid strength enhancement. He turned to Zi Li. "Can you sense where the energy is more delectable?" He needed to seek higher quality nourishment. Zi Li closed her eyes, gently sensing her surroundings before pointing in a direction. "Over there are several large entities, and also, a very special and ancient aura." Following her indication, Lu Chen beheld a more ravaged expanse, resembling mountains cleaved by colossal axes, faintly radiating powerful energy fluctuations. "Let us go." They no longer lingered, their forms transforming into streaks of light as they sped towards the mountains. The 100 Battle Star Domain held no rules, only slaughter and survival. The beings here, whether native remnants or intruding entities from other realms, were exceedingly dangerous and filled with aggression. Along the way, they encountered several waves of attacks, from colossal, worm-like corrosive insects burrowing from the earth, to strange moths that spiraled in the air, capable of launching mental shocks, and even a horde of mindless undead, pieced together from remnants of various races, driven solely by the instinct to kill. The strength of these attackers ranged from the pinnacle of master level to numerous grandmaster levels. Lu Chen met them all head-on, resolving each encounter with his devouring fist intent or by siphoning energy from afar. His 9 apertures divine demonic art thrived in this environment, voraciously absorbing all available energy. Steadily advancing toward mid-stage grandmaster level, his resistance to various energy attributes and conversion abilities rapidly improved. Zili, meanwhile, observed the spectacle, occasionally assisting Lu Chen in binding particularly troublesome or numerous foes. Most of the time, she gazed in curiosity at this brutal yet novel world. At last, they reached the ravaged mountain range. The moment they stepped into the mountainous area, a heavy pressure enveloped them. A deafening roar resounded from deep within the mountains, accompanied by earth-shaking footsteps. 3 colossal beasts, resembling small mountains with rhino-like forms, adorned with thick rock armor and crowned with 3 twisted, spiral horns, charged forth with tremendous force. Their collective aura was formidable, all reaching mid-stage grandmaster levels, and they coordinated seamlessly, forming a triangular charge formation, exuding an awe-inspiring might. Beware of the triangular star rock beasts. They possess tough hides and immense strength. Be cautious of their charges and horn beams. Zili seemed to recognize these creatures and issued a warning. Faced with the charge of these 3 colossal beasts, Lu Chen stood his ground, his eyes igniting with a fervor for battle. He yearned for stronger opponents to temper his own prowess. They came as he wished. He shouted lowly, his entire being unleashing the devouring domain, stirring the chaotic energies within 100 miles. On his fists, the essence of the starry void and the power of devouring intertwined flawlessly, as he stepped forward with profound footwork to meet them head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of fists and horns resounded with a thunderous roar. Energy shockwaves rippled outward like waves, shattering surrounding rocks into dust. Lu Chen's fists contained the laws of the void and devouring. With each strike, he not only countered the frenzied power of the triangular star rock beast, but also incessantly eroded and consumed their heavy rock armor and immense life source. One triangular star rock beast was struck thrice in the same spot, and its seemingly indestructible armor finally shattered, revealing the flesh beneath. The devouring power surged in instantly, frantically plundering. Back! The giant beast let out a mournful wail, its massive form visibly withering away. The other 2 beasts, witnessing this, were both alarmed and enraged. They concentrated terrifying beams of destructive energy on their horns, shooting towards Lu Chen from either side. Like a bolt of lightning, Lu Chen dodged one just in time. Simultaneously, he countered with a punch, deflecting the other destructive beam off course, which crashed into a nearby mountainside, creating a massive pit. Meanwhile, his fist devoured a portion of that beam's energy. Death. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed into an afterimage, instantly appearing above the injured beast, delivering a devastating star devourer punch with all his might. Thud. It was as if he had smashed a ripe watermelon. The beast's head along with part of its body exploded violently. Pure earth and stellar essence surged forth, all consumed by Lu Chen. The remaining 2 triangular star rock beasts were so frightened that they turned to flee. Now they wished to escape? Too late. Lu Chen moved even faster. Like a relentless shadow, his devouring fist intent raining down like a torrential downpour. In the span of mere 10 breaths, the other 2 giants followed suit, crumbling into 3 enormous piles of lifeless rock debris, crashing to the ground. Having devoured 3 mid-level grandmasters of the triangular star rock beasts, Lu Chen's aura surged dramatically, officially stepping into the mid-level grandmaster realm. His strength, speed, consciousness, and comprehension of the laws all experienced a comprehensive enhancement. He felt the tumultuous power within him and gazed fervently into the depths of the mountains. The peculiar aura sensed by Zili was right there. He pressed onward, accompanied by a still unsatisfied Zili, traversing over the remnants of the beasts, deepening into the core region of the mountain range. The deeper they went, the stronger the enemies they encountered, some even exhibiting bizarre innate abilities of special ancient species. Yet, with his significantly heightened strength, Lu Chen faced them with greater composure. The devouring fist intent swept all before him, effortlessly absorbing all energy within reach. He became an efficient machine of slaughter and consumption, rapidly accumulating power and foundation on this bloody battlefield. Finally, after slaying a troublesome group of shadow demon bats that could manipulate shadows, they reached the deepest part of the mountain range. It was a vast pit. The bottom of the pit was not the nest or treasure they had anticipated. but rather a dilapidated ancient altar constructed from some form of black monolith. Atop the altar stood a rusted, yet still exuding a chilling aura of slaughter, broken halberd. Surrounding the altar were 5 figures radiating an overwhelmingly powerful presence. 4 of them were various forms of local ancient species rulers from the 100 Battles Star Domain, all exuding a late Grandmaster aura. The last was a humanoid creature leaning against the altar, arms crossed, coldly observing, clad in tattered dark gold armor. Parts of its skin glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, its face obscured by a half mask. The visible half of its face was handsome, yet expressionless, with a pair of electronic eyes flickering with crimson light. Its aura unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Furthermore, it emanated a chilling mechanical sensation distinct from any living being. A member of the mechanical clan? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. The mechanical being seemed to sense Lu Chen's arrival. Its electronic eyes sweeping over, and a cold voice resonated. Human, leave. This fragment of the slaughter god halberd is not something you can covet. Simultaneously, the 4 late Grandmaster ancient species rulers also fixated their hostile gazes on the newly arrived Lu Chen and Zili. The atmosphere instantly became tense. It appeared that to obtain that halberd emanating a special aura, an intense battle was inevitable. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. Late Grandmaster? Pinnacle? Just right to serve as a sacrificial offering for his newly achieved breakthrough. Chapter 40. Devouring Domain at the bottom of the pit. The atmosphere was as stagnant as iron. The 4 late Grandmaster ancient species rulers growled, their bloodthirsty gazes flickering between Lu Chen, Zili, and the mechanical being. Clearly, they regarded all of them as enemies vying for the fragment of the slaughter god halberd. The cold entity of the mechanical clan, codenamed Xingtian, locked its electronic eyes onto Lu Chen, the crimson light flickering, carrying an unmistakable warning and intent to kill. Human, this is your final warning. Leave. Xingtian's voice bore no emotional fluctuation, as if stating an established fact. Lu Chen chuckled, a smile both cold and unrestrained. Leave. With you, a heap of scrap metal. And these beasts. Before he finished speaking, his form had already moved. Not towards Xingtian, but like a specter, he lunged first at one of the ancient species rulers, the Rift Tiger, which bore bone spines on its back. First, he would clear the lesser foes before addressing the boss. Roar. The Rift Tiger, enraged by Lu Chen's audacity, bellowed. Its bone spines radiated an eerie glow, and a claw shadow tearing through the void descended upon him. The other 3 ancient species also launched their attacks simultaneously. A wave of corrosive toxin, a shrill soul scream, and a gravity suppression struck from different directions towards Lu Chen. Facing the onslaught of the 4 late Grandmaster ancient species, Lu Chen did not evade nor even utilize his devouring fist intent. He merely spread his arms wide. Buzz. An immense, more condensed force erupted from him, transforming into a tangible, devouring domain. This time, it was no longer an invisible force field. Instead, it was a visible, surging tide of darkness, akin to ink. This darkness instantly enveloped 100 miles around, drowning the 4 ancient species rulers along with their unleashed attacks. The mid-level Grandmaster devouring domain had manifested into a solid form. Roar. Gur. The 4 ancient species rulers were horrified to discover that within this darkness, they felt as if they had sunk into an absolute mire. Their movements became exceedingly sluggish, and all their attacks were disintegrated, dissolved, and devoured the moment they entered the darkness. Not only that, but they felt their life force, energy, and even fragments of the laws they comprehended being frantically plundered by this terrifying darkness. The claw shadow of the Rift Tiger dissipated before it could even reach Lu Chen. Its robust form withered like a deflating balloon. The colossal python, exhaling toxic breath, was consumed by the darkness, which twisted back upon itself, corroding and dissolving it entirely. The ghostly-faced owl, which unleashed a soul-piercing shriek, suddenly fell silent as its soul fire was forcibly extracted. The stone ape, master of gravity, saw its massive body shatter inch by inch in the darkness, transforming into pure earth essence. In the span of merely 2 breaths, for formidable late-stage masters, once rulers of their realms, vanished without a trace in this manifest realm of devouring, dissipating into the purest torrent of energy, merging into Lu Chen's being. Boom. Lu Chen's aura surged as if propelled by a rocket, escalating to the pinnacle of mid-stage master. The bottleneck loosened. He stepped seamlessly into the late-stage master realm. A torrent of power surged within him, and the solidified devouring realm became even more refined and expansive. In that darkness, it appeared as if countless minuscule black hole vortices were being born and extinguished, exuding an ultimate resonance that summoned all things back to the void. Silence. At the bottom of the pit, only a rusted broken halberd, embedded in the altar, remained, alongside the mechanical being Xingtian, whose expression finally shifted. The crimson light in Xingtian's cold electronic eye flickered violently. Clearly, Lu Chen's sudden retaliation against the 4 late-stage masters and his breakthrough exceeded his calculations. The threat level of the target was reassessed as extremely high. Immediate elimination was advised. Xingtian ceased to waste words, as his mechanical form erupted with blinding energy brilliance. His arms transformed into 2 fearsome cannon muzzles, where terrifying destructive energy rapidly coalesced. Simultaneously, countless minute diamond-shaped energy shields manifested around him, forming a formidable defensive field. The Annihilation Dual Star Cannon. Fire. Boom. Boom. 2 dark red energy pillars, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter and entwined with the laws of destruction, surged forth like 2 fallen Death Stars, carrying an aura capable of obliterating all, hurtling towards Lu Chen in an instant. Wherever they passed, the space was scorched with pitch-black marks. This was one of Xingtian's trump cards as a pinnacle mechanical master, powerful enough to severely injure those of the same rank. In the face of this terrifying strike, Lu Chen, who had just broken through, was ablaze with fervent battle intent. Bring it on, he roared, advancing rather than retreating, unleashing both fists. The solidified devouring realm coalesced intensely atop his fists, transforming into 2 swirling black vortices, seemingly capable of swallowing the galaxy. Dual Star Devourer. The fists and cannons collided with a thunderous clash. There was no explosion, no shockwave, only an excruciating sound, as if the universe were being gnawed upon. The 2 terrifying projectiles, capable of annihilating stars, met the devouring vortices and, like encountering their nemesis, were mercilessly torn apart, swallowed, and digested. The crimson glow in Xingtian's electronic eye dimmed for an instant. He sensed the vast energy he had unleashed rapidly draining away. Impossible. Analysis failed. Energy composition unknown. Priority surpassed known database. For the first time, the cold electronic voice bore a hint of astonished emotional fluctuation. Your attack has a delightful flavor. Now it is my turn. Lu Chen's icy voice resonated. He braced against the remnants of the cannon fire that had yet to be fully consumed. His form darted forward like lightning ripping through the void, instantly closing the distance to Xingtian. The devouring realm contracted, coalescing upon his right fist, transforming into a black fist imprint, seemingly capable of stabilizing the universe and rendering all to silence. The void returning devouring seal. One punch, aimed directly at Xingtian's core. Xingtian frantically calculated, his myriad diamond-shaped energy shields flaring to life, forming the strongest absolute defensive field. Meanwhile, his mechanical arms retracted in an attempt to block. However, with a crack and a boom, the absolute defensive field, capable of withstanding the full force of a pinnacle master, shattered before the void returning devouring seal like fragile glass, instantly cracking and then collapsing. The fist imprint continued unabated, crashing into Xingtian's crossed mechanical arms. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated through the pit. Xingtian's mechanical arms, forged from an unknown superalloy, were twisted and deformed by the might of that punch, even developing fine cracks. The overwhelming force sent him hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the rocky wall of the pit, embedding him within. The crimson light in his electronic eye flickered chaotically, his body triggering alarms in multiple areas. The power of that punch was truly terrifying. The target's strength exceeds calculable limits. Executing final protocol for retreat. Xingtian's cold electronic voice rang out without a hint of hesitation. His core suddenly blazed with blinding white light, an unstable spatial fluctuation swiftly expanding. He intended to self-destruct part of his core to forcefully execute a spatial leap to escape. Trying to flee? Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, preparing to disrupt with spatial devouring. Yet, beside him, Zili nonchalantly snapped her fingers. Clap! The previously turbulent space was suddenly smoothed out, as if an invisible hand had calmed it, stabilizing it in an instant. Xingtian's self-destruct leap was forcibly interrupted. Hee, you think you can just run after the fight? That won't do. Zili chuckled cheerfully. The light in Xingtian's electronic eye solidified completely, filled with incomprehensible despair. Lu Chen offered him no opportunity. His form flickered again, appearing before the embedded Xingtian. His hand, enveloped in the devouring realm, pressed directly against Xingtian's chest, where the flickering white light of his core was on the brink of going out of control. Devour. Boom. Pure, cold, and vast mechanical primordial energy surged into Lu Chen's body like a bursting dam, akin to a torrent from the Milky Way. This energy contained not only immense power, but also a wealth of precious data regarding energy utilization, law analysis, and combat calculations. The crimson glow in Xingtian's eyes extinguished completely, and his massive mechanical form rapidly lost its luster, reducing to a pile of genuine scrap metal. By devouring a pinnacle master of the mechanical race, Lu Chen firmly established his newly attained late-stage master realm, taking a significant stride towards the peak of that stage. More importantly, his mastery over energy and understanding of combat seemed to have become significantly more refined due to the absorption of that data. He slowly withdrew his hand, directing his gaze towards the center of the altar, where the rusted broken halberd remained quietly embedded. The remnants of the god-slaying halberd. He ascended the altar step by step, distinctly sensing the overwhelming aura of slaughter contained within the broken halberd, alongside a faint resonance with his devouring seed, emanating an even more ancient primordial power. He reached out, grasping the cold halberd shaft. In that instant, a domineering and unparalleled will, seemingly intent on slaughtering gods and demons, surged through the shaft into his consciousness. Simultaneously, the devouring seed within him and the fragments of the primordial core erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, colliding forcefully with this will of the God-Slayer. Is it destruction? Is it fusion? Or is it devouring? Lu Chen's consciousness plunged into a perilous confrontation with the ancient will of slaughter. Chapter 41. One against a ship were it a typical grandmaster, even at the pinnacle of power. The onslaught of this will would likely shatter their spirit in an instant, casting them into the abyss beneath the spear. But who is Lu Chen? He is a reincarnator. His will has been tempered through countless life and death encounters and acts of plunder. Moreover, it has merged with fragments of the source core, delving into the mysteries of the universe's essence. How dare mere remnants of will attempt to devour their master? Lu Chen's consciousness converged, envisioning the dark runes formed by the fusion of the devouring seed and source core fragments. Simultaneously, the Jiuqiao Shen Mo Gong and Tun Xing Ju erupted into a frenzy of operation. He neither chose to resist nor submit, but instead opted to consume. His path is to devour all things. If the laws of heaven and earth can be consumed, how much less a soul bound to a fractured spear? A roar erupted from the depths of his soul. The dark runes blazed brilliantly, transforming into an unfathomable vortex that actively welcomed the surging will of slaughter. Not destruction, but inclusion. Not expulsion, but assimilation. He aimed to transmute the murderous will of the god-slaying spear into an integral part of his own path of devouring. Boom. Two equally domineering, yet fundamentally distinct wills collided violently within his consciousness, merging. The will of slaughter surged forth, attempting to obliterate Lu Chen's essence. The devouring vortex remained as steadfast as a rock, continuously dissecting and absorbing the essence of the murderous will, stripping away its brutality and chaos, leaving only the purest truth of the law of slaughter. This was an extraordinarily perilous process, akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. One misstep could lead to irreparable doom. Yet, bolstered by the devouring seed and source core fragments, Lu Chen steadied his footing and gradually gained the upper hand. In the external world, Zili curiously observed Lu Chen, who stood motionless upon the altar, holding the trembling, reluctant rusty spear. She sensed the clash of two powerful wills but refrained from intervening, instead watching with keen interest. Time gradually flowed by, and after an indeterminate duration, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. No longer did they reflect the cycle of cosmic life and death, but transformed into fleeting images of two bloodied spear tips. An unmatched, terrifying aura of slaughter surged forth, imbued with the essence of all things returning to the void, erupting from him skyward. He had succeeded. Not only had he withstood the onslaught of the god-slaying spear's will, but he had also forcibly refined and integrated the core truth of the law of slaughter through the tyranny of the devouring seed. Henceforth, the ultimate attribute of slaughter infused his path of devouring. To devour is also to slay. He gazed down at the spear in his hand. The once rusted surface now appeared to come alive, transforming into dark red, vein-like patterns that flowed languidly across its length. Though the broken section remained incomplete, a faint dark red energy of slaughter coalesced, emanating a chilling brilliance. This shard of the god-slaying spear had acknowledged him as its new master. Lu Chen could sense an extraordinarily unique power within this broken spear, seemingly capable of directly tearing apart and obliterating the essence of life and soul, its might far surpassing that of ordinary divine weapons. Moreover, when combined with the power of devouring, it could forcibly plunder the essence dissipated after slaying an enemy, achieving efficiency far beyond mere remote absorption. What an exceptional spear, Lu Chen praised, casually waving it. With a swish, a dark red crescent-shaped spear light erupted, silently slicing through a distant mountain towering 1,000 meters high. In the next moment, that mountain began to slide away along a smooth cut, its surface polished as a mirror. All life and energy that came into contact with the spear light was utterly obliterated and plundered. The power was astonishing. As Lu Chen familiarized himself with this newly acquired divine weapon, Zili suddenly looked up, gazing at the dimly lit sky. She scrunched her delicate nose. There are many people, no, many iron lumps, approaching us. A vast number. Lu Chen immediately extended his consciousness. Though limited in range, he sensed the dense and cold energy fluctuations emanating from the distant horizon. It was the mechanical clan, and indeed, a fleet. Clearly, the distress signal from Xing Tian or data relayed before his fall had attracted the reinforcements of the mechanical clan. Perfect. He could use them to test the edge of the god-slaying spear. Far from feeling fear, Lu Chen's eyes ignited with fervent battle intent. Having just broken through to the late stage of Grand Master and acquired a divine weapon, he craved a vigorous battle to solidify his newfound strength. Grasping the god-slaying spear, he soared into the air alongside Zili, hovering above the pit. In the distance, a dark swarm of mechanical ships advanced like a locust plague, tearing through the clouds as they raced towards the pit. This fleet was considerable, composed of over 100 vessels of varying sizes. The smallest corvette measured several hundred meters in length, while the largest battleship extended thousands of meters. The hulls gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and countless cannon ports radiated destructive energy waves. Leading the charge was a menacing flagship, shaped like a trident and gleaming in dark gold. Its energy signature unmistakably reached the zenith of Grand Master. Clearly, a mechanical powerhouse no weaker than Xing Tian resided within. High energy response detected, target confirmed, human Lu Chen. Confirming the disappearance of the signal from Commander Xing Tian, designating as hostile target. Commence extermination protocol for the entire fleet, attack. The cold electronic command reverberated throughout the fleet's network. In an instant, hundreds of mechanical battleships opened fire simultaneously. Countless energy beams, plasma shells, disintegration rays, and gravity bombs rained down upon the entire pit area like a tempest. The searing light illuminated the dim sky as if it were day, while the cataclysmic energy waves warped the very fabric of space. This concentrated barrage possessed the capability to transform a small planet into cosmic dust in an instant. In the face of this apocalyptic saturation strike, a cold smirk graced Lu Chen's lips. He did not invoke the devouring domain, nor did he evade. Instead, he slowly raised the god-slaying spear in his hand, infusing the recently integrated truth of the law of slaughter with his own devouring power. Buzz. The god-slaying spear emitted an excited hum, its dark red patterns glowing fiercely. From the broken section, an exquisitely condensed dark red spear light, seemingly composed of countless minuscule black holes and slaughter runes, flickered unpredictably, exuding a terrifying aura that could freeze the soul. God-slaying voidbreaker, Lu Chen bellowed, channeling strength into his arms, and, with a fierce swing, unleashed the spear against the oncoming destructive artillery. Without a sound, a crescent-shaped dark red spear light, its edges warping space, surged forth like the scythe of death, silently meeting the dense barrage. What transpired next caused the mechanical commander within the distant flagship to be engulfed in alarm as his electronic eye emitted a fierce red warning light. The dark red spear light cleaved through everything in its path. Energy beams, plasma shells, disintegration rays, each met their natural nemesis, either split apart or obliterated as if melting away like snow. Wherever the spear light passed, an absolute void was left in its wake. All attacks, unable to even produce explosions, were completely erased. Moreover, the tremendous energy contained within those annihilated attacks did not dissipate. Instead, it was forcibly seized and absorbed by the dark red spear light, enhancing its power during its flight, rather than diminishing. The potency of this spear light grew increasingly terrifying and refined. Impossible. The energy shield is overloaded. Evade. Quickly evade. The flagship commander emitted a sharp electronic sound. However, it was already too late. That dark red spear light, having devoured countless artillery energies, traversed the vast distance at a speed that transcended thought, and struck fiercely at the center of the mechanical fleet. Sizzle, like a hot knife cutting through butter. The several dozen frigates and destroyers obstructing the path of the spear light, along with their energy shields, were silently sliced apart. The cuts were smooth, and all mechanical structures and energy cores instantly lost all vitality, transforming into cold space debris. The spear light continued its relentless course, heading directly for the dark golden flagship. Absolute defense field. Maximum power. The flagship commander screamed in madness. In front of the flagship, layers of diamond-shaped energy shields unfolded in an instant, forming an incredibly thick wall of light. Yet crack. Boom. Before the spear light, embodying the dual principles of slaughter and devouring, that absolute defense field, capable of withstanding the combined assault of several grandmasters at their peak, shattered in less than half a breath. The spear light struck fiercely against the flagship's hull. The ear-piercing sound of tearing metal rang out. The several thousand-meter-long dark golden flagship was forcibly cleaved open, creating a massive gash that pierced through its body. Internal energy conduits ruptured, triggering a chain reaction of explosions, with flames and smoke erupting from the gash. With one strike, the flagship was heavily damaged, and over a dozen warships were annihilated. The entire mechanical fleet's offensive momentum faltered. The intelligence systems of all warships momentarily froze due to this incomprehensible strike. Lu Chen stood wielding the spear of slaughter, surrounded by a blend of murderous intent and devouring essence, resembling a descending demon. He felt the exhilarating waves emanating from the spear, as well as the incredibly pure mechanical energy feedback, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. This spear of slaughter was indeed a weapon of destruction tailored for his path of devouring. Yet it was not enough for him. With a long howl, he actively charged forward. Grasping the spear of slaughter, he transformed into a dark red storm of carnage, plunging into the chaotic mechanical fleet. Wherever the spear tip pointed, warships shattered and artillery fire vanished. A unilateral massacre unfolded in the skies above the pit of the 100 Battles Star Domain. Chapter 42. Mysterious Coordinates. Lu Chen, wielding the spear of slaughter, became a dark red storm, crashing into the mechanical fleet. He no longer needed any flashy techniques, merely the simplest of cleaving, cutting, sweeping, and thrusting. Each strike of the spear was accompanied by a condensed dark red spear light. This spear light embodied the dual characteristics of absolute destruction and the forcible plunder of the spear of slaughter. Wherever it passed, the energy shields of the mechanical warships crumbled like paper. The heavy alloy armor was torn apart effortlessly, like tofu. Even more terrifying was that when the warships were destroyed, the energy released could not harm Lu Chen in the slightest. Rather, it was devoured by the spear light, replenishing his own power. Lu Chen grew more valiant in battle, his momentum soaring. Lock onto the target. Concentrated fire. Do not let him approach. The remaining mechanical warships frantically adjusted their formations, attempting to create distance and overwhelm Lu Chen with dense firepower. However, Lu Chen's speed was ghostly, blending into the space around him, his form flickering unpredictably among the fleet. Each swing of the spear inevitably resulted in one or even several warships transforming into bursts of fireworks, only to quickly fade into cold wreckage. He was like a fierce tiger among a flock of sheep, unstoppable. The third squadron suffered over 70% losses. Energy weapons are ineffective. Repeat, energy weapons are ineffective. Physical intercept missiles were obliterated by an unknown force field. The target is absorbing our attack energy. The database cannot decipher. The cold electronic alarms blared within each warship, filled with a sense of incomprehensible chaos. The heavily damaged dark golden flagship attempted to initiate a spatial jump to escape. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold as he struck out with the spear from afar. Sizzle. An even more condensed dark red spear light ignored the spatial distance and directly appeared at the flagship's jump engine. The jump engine, along with a portion of the ship's tail, was instantly obliterated and devoured. The spatial fluctuations that had just ignited abruptly ceased. The flagship completely lost its ability to maneuver, like a lamb ready for slaughter. Escape? Have you consulted my spear? Lu Chen's voice was icy as he, spear in hand, stepped through the void toward the damaged flagship. The other surviving warships around him dared not fire, only retreating in terror. Inside the flagship's command chamber, the peak mechanical commander, with electronic eyes flashing red, gazed at the figure resembling a demon approaching on the monitor, nearly causing the core processor to overload. Initiate the final purification protocol. He issued a desperate command to obliterate our existence along with the information of the source code. He would rather self-destruct than allow the highest secrets of the mechanical race to fall into the hands of this terrifying human. Yet, just as the flagship's energy core began to reverse, about to trigger a catastrophic explosion, Lu Chen had already appeared before the outer wall of the flagship's command chamber. He did not even break through the wall. He merely lightly touched the tip of the spear against the heavy alloy exterior. Devour. An invisible force, aimed at energy and information, spread through the spear tip, instantly enveloping the entire flagship. The energy core, which was about to explode uncontrollably, calmed instantly. As if all the fuel had been drawn from a stove, its immense energy was forcibly extracted, flowing into the spear and then back to Lu Chen. Even more devastating for the mechanical commander was the realization that fragments of encrypted information regarding the source code, stored within the core database, were also being forcibly stripped, read, and devoured by some unseen force. No, stop him. That is forbidden. The commander emitted a final electronic shriek. Yet all resistance proved futile. Moments later, the entire flagship completely lost all energy, transforming into a massive metal coffin adrift in the void. Within the command chamber, the lights in all mechanical units' eyes dimmed completely. Lu Chen retracted the spear of slaughter, gently closing his eyes to absorb the vast amounts of mechanical energy and those fragmented information streams regarding the source code he had just consumed. The energy solidified his late-stage Grandmaster realm. Though fragmented, the information streams offered him a vague understanding of the essence of the mechanical race and the so-called source code. It seemed not merely a program code, but rather a manifestation of principles of creation and order imprinted within the fundamental rules of the universe. The birth and evolution of the mechanical race appeared intricately linked to this source code virtual realm. Lu Chen sensed, albeit faintly, that there seemed to exist a connection between these two elements. As he pondered, Zili flitted beside him, observing the countless remnants of warships floating around, and blinked. The scent of these iron clumps is rather unpleasant, yet there seems to be something peculiar within. As she spoke, her delicate hand reached out towards the void. A subtle, nearly imperceptible silver data stream was forcibly extracted from the wreckage of a warship, swirling around her fingertip. Oh, this seems rather intriguing, almost like a key. Zili tilted her head, sensing the silver data stream. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He could sense a thread of exceptionally pure energy within the silver data stream, far surpassing the law-like essence of Xingtian in this fleet. Let me have a look. Zili casually tossed the silver data stream to Lu Chen. As it flowed into his hand, it immediately attempted to merge with his body but was thwarted by the devouring force. Lu Chen activated his cultivation technique, analyzing it meticulously. Moments later, a glimmer of insight lit up in his eyes. Is this a coordinate? No, it resembles more of an access permission. This silver data stream pointed towards a special region hidden within the deep spaces of the Baijian Xingyu. It contained a one-time, high-level access privilege. Based on fragmented information he had devoured from the mechanical race's commander, it was highly likely that this was an important outpost of the mechanical race in the Baijian Xingyu, or perhaps a clandestine research facility related to the original code. Fascinating, Lu Chen smirked. Just in time. The quality of resources here is starting to dwindle. Let's explore this place. Perhaps greater rewards await. He sought stronger adversaries and energy to propel him towards the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, preparing for the upcoming Myriad Races Elite competition in a year. Let us see what kind of door this key can open. Guided by the coordinates provided by the silver data stream, Lu Chen sensed the hidden spatial node. Grasping the Lu Chen Ji, he made a swift slash at the void ahead. With a tearing sound, the spear tip, infused with the powers of destruction and devouring, directly tore through the stable space of the Baijian Xingyu, creating a slender, continuously twisting rift. Behind the rift, there was not emptiness but a vaguely visible expanse of cold, orderly space composed of metal and energy. The energy fluctuations emanating from there far exceeded those of the wrecked warships outside. There lingered even the faint scent of the pinnacle of the Grandmaster, or even a half-step martial sovereign-level presence. Indeed, there is something exciting. Zili's eyes sparkled as she swiftly slipped inside. Without hesitation, Lu Chen stepped through the rift. The rift slowly healed behind him, leaving behind the countless floating mechanical remnants in the void, which silently recounted the brief, yet shocking massacre that had just transpired. Lu Chen, armed with newfound divine weapons and secrets, had ventured into a dragon's lair belonging to the mechanical race. A new hunt was about to commence. Chapter 43. The mystery of the source code. The disorienting sensation of spatial transition enveloped them. When Lu Chen and Zili emerged from the rift, the scene before them had dramatically altered. No longer was it the desolate, lifeless battlefield of the Baijian Xingyu, chaotic with energy. Instead, they found themselves in an incredibly vast, enclosed space constructed of cold metal. A towering dome emanated a constant artificial light, and beneath their feet lay a smooth, mirror-like alloy floor extending to the horizon. Countless thick energy conduits coiled like massive serpents along the walls and ceiling, emitting a deep, resonant hum. The air was thick with an intense, exquisitely pure active metallic energy, alongside an absolute, undeniable sense of order. This was the secret base of the mechanical race that the silver data stream had pointed towards. At the very moment of their arrival, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the entire space. Warning: unauthorized life forms detected. Coordinate lock initiated for extermination protocol. The cold electronic voice echoed from all directions. In an instant, the metallic walls of the passageway around them slid open like flowing water, revealing a dense array of cannon ports. Additionally, several formidable mechanical guards, wielding high-frequency particle blades and emanating the aura of mid-level grandmasters, emerged like phantoms from the shadows, their electronic eyes glowing with a chilling red light. Swiftly encircling the two. We are welcomed by so many. Zeely appeared unfazed, finding it rather amusing. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he sensed the energy in this place was far purer and more concentrated than that outside, alongside several powerful auras resonating from deep within, igniting his fighting spirit. Exterminate. The mechanical guards launched their attack simultaneously. Energy beams intertwined, forming a net of death, while high-frequency particle blades sliced through the air from every direction. Lu Chen did not even wield the Lu Shenji. With a mere thought, the corporeal devouring domain unfolded once more. The darkness, akin to an inky tide, spread from him, enveloping an area of several hundred meters in an instant. Those energy beams, capable of severely injuring mid-level grandmasters, vanished without a trace the moment they entered the dark domain, as if they had sunk into the ocean. The advancing mechanical guards found themselves trapped in an absolute quagmire, their movements becoming excruciatingly slow. The energy shields and alloy armor on their surfaces rapidly lost luster and became brittle under the dark encroachment. Annihilate. Lu Chen uttered a single word. The devouring domain suddenly constricted. The mid-level grandmaster mechanical guards, along with their weapons, were crushed as if by an invisible hand, instantly transforming into countless metallic shards, which were subsequently devoured by the darkness, decomposed, and converted into pure metallic energy and data streams that surged into Lu Chen's body. This energy was extraordinarily pure, requiring minimal refinement for immediate absorption. Lu Chen felt his cultivation solidly advance yet again. The alarm grew more piercing. Intruder's strength exceeds expectations. Activating secondary defenses. Releasing hunter units. From the depths of the passageway came the sound of heavy footsteps. 3 massive, streamlined dark silver mechanical entities wielding gigantic chainsaw swords emerged, their steps causing the ground to tremble. Their auras unmistakably reached the late Grandmaster level. Furthermore, their energy cores appeared interconnected, forming a peculiar force field that subtly resisted the encroachment of the devouring domain. This is interesting. Lu Chen's eyes brightened slightly, finally piquing his interest. He still refrained from using the Lu Shenji, opting instead to test whether he could deal with these behemoths using only the devouring domain and his fists. He moved forward, the devouring domain shifting with him, as if donning an invisible suit of devouring armor. A hunter swung its enormous chainsaw sword, shrieking as it came to cleave everything in its path. Lu Chen stood firm, unleashing a punch. The power of devouring coalesced at his fist. Clang. The collision between fist and sword produced a deafening roar. The chainsaw sword, capable of cleaving mountains, dimmed in energy brilliance the moment it met Lu Chen's fist, its serrated edges even beginning to shatter. Yet Lu Chen's fist remained unscathed, the devouring force coursing along the blade, voraciously siphoning the energy from the hunter. The other 2 hunters, witnessing this, flanked him from either side. Lu Chen moved like lightning, swiftly navigating the confined space, his fists raining down like a tempest. Each strike landed solidly upon the joints and energy cores of the hunters, targeting their critical areas. The devouring power disregarded defenses, directly eroding their insides. After just a brief moment, the 3 late-stage grandmasters became rigid and sluggish, the crimson light in their eyes flickering erratically before they collapsed to the ground. Their massive forms rapidly shriveled and decayed, transforming into 3 heaps of scrap metal, completely disintegrated and absorbed by the devouring domain. The pure energy surged into Lu Chen, enriching his aura further. He sensed that the energy in this place was exceptionally nourishing for him, particularly the unique attribute of order it contained. This made his devouring power operate more smoothly and efficiently. Continuing deeper, he, accompanied by Zeely, swiftly advanced along the passage toward the core area of the base. Along the way, various defensive mechanisms and mechanical sentinels emerged incessantly. There were psionic towers capable of releasing mental disruptions, spatial traps known as strange minds, and mechanical spiders capable of self-detonation. Yet, Before Lu Chen's overwhelmingly powerful devouring domain and the elusive god-slaying spear, all these obstacles crumbled effortlessly, devoured. He resembled an insatiable machine of consumption, leaving nothing but a vacuum of energy and matter in his wake. His cultivation advanced rapidly along the path of the late-stage Grandmaster, swiftly approaching its pinnacle. Finally, after breaching numerous defenses and consuming hundreds of mechanical units, they arrived before an enormous door constructed from a dark blue crystal. Countless brilliant streams of data flowed over the door, exuding a formidable energy barrier. Behind it emanated an energy wave so immense and pure that even Lu Chen felt his heart race, along with an aura resembling the primordial laws of the universe. Detected highest authority wave source primary code contact request. Verification failed, non-mechanical life form. Initiating final defense protocol, judge activated. The cold electronic voice turned exceedingly grave. With a rumble, the dark blue crystal door slowly slid open. Behind it lay an immense spherical space. In the center of this space floated a colossal light brain, exceeding a kilometer in diameter, composed of countless intricate mechanical structures and flowing data streams. The core of the light brain was a constantly shifting mass, seemingly containing all the secrets of the universe, a silver data conglomerate. Was this the manifestation of the primary code? Beneath the light brain stood a mechanical entity, crafted entirely from a transparent crystal, liquid energy flowing within. It stood as tall as an ordinary person, yet radiated a terrifying pressure akin to a half-step martial sovereign. It bore no weapons, merely standing there. Its crystal-clear electronic eyes devoid of emotion, gazing at the intruders, Lu Chen and Zili. It was the ultimate guardian of this base. The judge. Intruder, halt. This place is off limits. The judge raised its arm, pointing at Lu Chen. There was no fluctuation of energy, yet an invisible, terrifying force that seemed capable of directly altering reality and defining rules enveloped Lu Chen in an instant. Lu Chen felt the surrounding space solidify as if forged from divine iron, and the energy within him became obscure. It was as if countless invisible codes attempted to invade his body, rewriting the very foundation of his existence. Rule suppression. The judge could indeed manipulate the power of the rules derived from the primary code in this place. How intriguing. This was beginning to feel like a proper challenge. Rather than fear, Lu Chen felt exhilaration, his eyes igniting with fervor. He inhaled deeply, the seed of devouring within him and the fragments of the source core vibrating wildly. The god-slaying spear humming with excitement. Faced with this unprecedented opponent at the level of rules, he was finally ready to unleash his full potential. Zili, help me stabilize the surrounding space. All right. Zili waved her small hand, conjuring an invisible barrier that momentarily isolated Lu Chen from part of the rule suppression. Lu Chen let out a long howl, wielding the god-slaying spear. He infused the power of a late-stage grandmaster, the devouring domain. The true intent of Xing Chun Gui Su, and the recently comprehended laws of slaughter into the spear. The god-slaying spear erupted with an unprecedented dark red radiance. At the fractured point, a condensed spear light flickered, capable of tearing apart and devouring even the rules themselves. Judge, witness how I consume your rules. He stepped forward, merging with the spear, transforming into a dark red streak that tore through all, charging fiercely toward the transparent, crystal mechanical entity. The battle was about to erupt. This was not merely a clash of power, but a contest of laws and rules. Meanwhile, the massive primary code floating at the center of the spherical space seemed to sense a threat, its flow accelerating slightly. In the judge's crystalline electronic eyes, data streams cascaded like a waterfall. It raised its arm, condensing the invisible power of rules into substantial chains composed of countless zeros and ones, ensnaring Lu Chen like a net. These chains did not attack physical energy. Rather, they directly targeted existence itself, attempting to modify Lu Chen's life form, defining it as an error to be deleted. This was the authoritative power of rules derived from the primary code, a terrifying force that transcended ordinary energy attacks, reaching into the fundamental logic of the universe. Faced with these invisible rule chains, Lu Chen felt unprecedented pressure. His devouring domain began to destabilize under the erosion of the rules, as if the program encountered unrecognizable garbled code. Break it, Lu Chen roared, the god-slaying spear erupting with overwhelming malice and devouring blacklight, fiercely slashing toward the rule chains. Clang, the spear's edge collided with the chains, emitting a sound not of metal but akin to shattering glass, a piercing shriek. The spear light, containing the dual laws of slaughter and devouring, managed to forcibly sever several rule chains, annihilating them. However, more chains continued to surge forth, endlessly replenished, and those that had been severed swiftly drew energy from the void to reconstitute. The judge remained expressionless, continuously outputting the power of rules. In this space supported by the primary code, it possessed nearly limitless rule authority. Lu Chen wielded his spear like the wind, dark red spear light intersecting, continually shattering the incoming rule chains. Yet he could feel the immense consumption on his part, while the opponent's rule power seemed inexhaustible. If this continued, he would eventually be drained. A change in strategy was imperative. Zili, disrupt its connection with that light brain. Lu Chen urged urgently. Understood, Zili responded, forming hand seals with her hands, causing the space around her to ripple violently. An invisible force attempted to penetrate the energy connection between the judge and the light brain. The judge's movements momentarily stuttered, the generation speed of the rule chains slowing for an instant. An opportunity. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and he no longer held back. He thrust the god-slaying spear beside him, his hands forming an ancient and intricate seal before his chest. Within the realm of consciousness, a pitch-black rune, born from the fusion of the devouring seed and fragments of the source core, spun wildly with unprecedented velocity. The profound meanings of Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong and Tun Xing Ju flowed through his heart. His intention was not to sever the rules, but to consume them. My path is one of devouring the heavens and earth, embracing the laws and accommodating the rules. With my devouring seed, I shall absorb the primordial order of Gnarl. Boom. A force far more fundamental and tyrannical than the devouring domain erupted from Lu Chen's being. This time, it was not aimed at energy matter, but rather directly at the intangible essence of the rules themselves. Centered around him, it seemed as if a black hole of rules had emerged. Those chains of rules, composed of zeros and ones, upon nearing this black hole, no longer faced destruction but were forcibly twisted, disassembled, and then consumed. In the eternally unchanging crystalline electronic eye of the Arbiter, a semblance of astonishment manifested for the first time in the form of chaotic data turbulence. The rules were being eroded. The target's intrinsic nature was beyond analysis. Priority surpassing the foundational protocols of the primordial code. Error. A grave error. It attempted to summon greater rule power for suppression, only to find that those forces, upon approaching Lu Chen, became sluggish, chaotic, and even turned to be plundered and absorbed by him. Lu Chen felt his consciousness being bombarded by a deluge of rule information. These fragments, originating from the primordial code, contained the fundamental mysteries of the cosmic order. Although fragmented, they were of an exceptionally high tier. His devouring seed operated frantically, acting as the most efficient parser, forcibly disassembling, digesting, and integrating these rule fragments into himself. His aura, amidst the collision and absorption at the level of rules, not only did not weaken but rather surged at an incredible pace. The pinnacle barrier of the late Grandmaster shattered with a resounding crash. Moreover, his comprehension of the rules soared at an unprecedented speed. His mastery over space, manipulation of energy, and even understanding of his own path of devouring were undergoing a qualitative transformation. Impossible. How could a living being devour rules directly? The Arbiter's electronic voice trembled for the first time with echoes of fear. Its rule attack was rendered utterly ineffective, as if the very foundation of its existence was being shaken. There is nothing impossible. Your rules are now mine. Lu Chen let out a long howl, manifesting the power of the devouring seed to its utmost limit. The black hole of rules suddenly expanded, enveloping both the Arbiter and the colossal light brain behind it. Zzz. Countless fine cracks appeared on the Arbiter's transparent crystalline body, as the liquid energy within surged wildly, consumed by the black hole of rules. It attempted to self-destruct, only to realize that even the self-detonation command was disrupted and disintegrated by the devouring power of the rules. Simultaneously, the silver data entity of the primordial code, suspended at the heart of the light brain, began to oscillate violently. It seemed to sense a fatal threat and attempted to vanish and escape. Trying to flee? Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he reached out. The power of devouring transformed into an invisible hand, directly penetrating the core of the light brain, seizing the ever-shifting primordial code. The primordial code erupted with blinding silver light. A vast, ancient will, as if it had existed since the dawn of the universe, surged toward Lu Chen's consciousness. This will represented the ultimate of order, creation, and logic, far grander and more fundamental than the killing intent of the god-slaying spear. Had it been the Lu Chen of before, he would have likely been assimilated in an instant, becoming a mere puppet that knew only to obey order. Yet at this moment, having just devoured a substantial amount of rule fragments, the devouring seed had significantly strengthened and touched upon the essence of the rules. Order? Creation? They too shall be devoured by me. His will was as iron, controlling the rule black hole manifested from the devouring seed as he boldly confronted the primordial will. Not in opposition, but in acceptance. Not in destruction, but in fusion. He sought to integrate the will of the primordial code, which represented the cosmic order, into his path of devouring. Thus, his act of devouring would transcend mere destruction and plunder, encompassing the profound truths of creation and order. This was a process far more perilous and frenzied. Two distinctly different wills, both touching the essence of the universe, clashed violently, merging and consuming within Lu Chen's consciousness. Outside, the entire spherical space trembled violently, energy surged chaotically, and cracks appeared in the metallic walls. Zijing strained to maintain spatial stability, her small face revealing a hint of seriousness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as if only a moment had passed, yet felt like an eternity. The primordial code held captive by Lu Chen gradually reigned in its silver radiance, ultimately transforming into an intricately complex rune composed of countless fine silver threads, slowly sinking into the palm of his hand. Following the meridians, it finally merged into the pitch-black rune within his consciousness. Black and silver intertwined, destruction and order coexisted. The devouring seed underwent another crucial transformation. It was no longer merely about consumption, but now contained a semblance of parsing, reconstructing, and defining the great power of order. The massive light brain and the arbiter beneath it rapidly dimmed and disintegrated upon losing the support of the primordial code core, transforming into the most fundamental particles, completely consumed and absorbed by the lingering black hole of rules surrounding Lu Chen. A torrent of immense energy and information surged into his body. Boom. Lu Chen's aura erupted like a volcano, instantly breaking through the final barrier. Grandmaster Pinnacle. The ascent was seamless. Strength, consciousness, and the essence of life were all elevated. His comprehension of the rules reached a brand new height. He felt as though he had touched some authority of this realm. He slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his left pupil, a black hole vortex pulsated, while in his right pupil, silver data streams flickered and vanished. Devouring and order achieved an uncanny unity within him. A subtle thought stirred in his mind as he extended his finger toward a piece of crumbling metallic debris ahead. Rather than being consumed, that debris swiftly disintegrated under an invisible force, then reassembled according to his will into a small, gleaming dagger. At the level of rules, matter was reconstructed. Though the scope was limited and the consumption immense, this undoubtedly represented a qualitative change. Wow, you seem to have become even stranger. Zijing flew over, curiously inspecting Lu Chen, sensing that the essence surrounding him had grown even more complex and elusive. Lu Chen suppressed his excitement, feeling the surging power within him. Grandmaster Pinnacle. Moreover, he had achieved preliminary mastery over the rules at this pinnacle. Such strength, among the myriad of races and their prodigies, was undoubtedly among the very top. He surveyed the mechanical base, now crumbling due to the loss of its core. The gains from this expedition far exceeded expectations. It was time to depart from the Baijian star domain, return to the ruins, and prepare to step onto the stage that gathered the finest prodigies from all races. The championship of prodigies across the myriad races, I, Lu Chen, am coming. He seemed to envision countless powerful progenitors beckoning him. Let us depart. He grasped Zili, wielding the Lu Chen Ji, and with a sudden stroke directed at the collapsing spatial barrier, a stable spatial passage was forcefully opened. The two stepped inside, their figures vanishing into this mechanical graveyard destined for destruction. Chapter 45. Ascending the heavenly ladder, the spatial passage was stable and swift. As Lu Chen and Zili emerged from the passage, they found themselves back in the familiar ruins, constructed from shattered stars. Within the hall, the ancient teleportation array was slowly dimming. The year-long period was drawing near. Lu Chen felt the overwhelming power of the Grand Master peak within him, along with a new rune interwoven with obsidian and silver, embodying the essence of devouring and order, stirring no ripples in his heart. This expedition to the Baijian star domain had yielded far more than anticipated. Not only had he broken through two realms to reach the pinnacle, but he had also initially refined the remnants of the Lu Chen Ji, devouring portions of the original code, touching upon the realm of rules, leading to a qualitative leap in his strength. Now, even when facing a true half-step martial sovereign, he was confident in his ability to contend. With the Lu Chen Ji and the strange power of rule consumption, victory was not beyond his reach. General. Sensing the commotion in the hall, Zhang Fan, who had long awaited, rushed over. Upon seeing Lu Chen, his pupils constricted sharply, followed by an expression of ecstasy. Although he had successfully broken through to the early stage of Grandmaster with the aid of the ruins' resources, he still felt an unfathomable pressure. akin to facing a vast cosmic sea when in Lu Chen's presence. The general's strength had become even more formidable. Congratulations on your emergence, General, and the completion of your divine skills. Zhang Fan respectfully saluted, his voice brimming with excitement. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Fan, finding him satisfactory. Indeed, no signs of laxity. His consciousness then spread out, instantly enveloping the entire ruins. Over the course of a year, under Zhang Fan's stewardship, the ruins had not acted recklessly but had instead advanced steadily. Using the ruins as a base, they radiated outward, accumulating abundant resources. The members of the Special Operations Team, under the dual nourishment of the ruins' spiritual energy and resources, had made significant progress in strength. All 5 core Grandmaster team members had broken through to the early stage of Grandmaster. Although their auras were still somewhat unstable, they had undergone a complete transformation. The remaining 45 members had also all stepped into the Master realm, with 10 achieving the latter stage, or even the peak of Master. This 50-member team, now comprised entirely of Masters, with 6 Grandmasters among them, was truly elite within any faction. Sensing Lu Chen's consciousness scan, all team members, regardless of their tasks, immediately paused and bowed excitedly towards the central hall. "Welcome back, General." The sound echoed throughout the ruins. A faint satisfaction appeared on Lu Chen's face. This core team he had meticulously forged had finally taken shape, qualifying to accompany him in battles across the cosmic sea. "Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, we shall set forth towards the Xingyu door," Lu Chen instructed Zhang Fan. "Yes, General," Zhang Fan acknowledged, promptly departing to make arrangements. 3 days later, everything was ready. The vast ruins were once again activated, adjusting their course towards the coordinates of the Xingyu door marked on the star chart, embarking on another voyage. This time, the ruins would no longer remain low-profile and stealthy. Lu Chen stood atop the ruins, radiating the unmistakable aura of a Grand Master peak, like a lighthouse in the dark, attracting the attention of all forces along the way. Along the journey, a brazen band of space pirates attempted to covet the ruins, only to be easily eradicated by Zhang Fan's team, with resources being seized instead. Alien fleets harboring animosity towards humanity tried to intercept them, but Lu Chen obliterated them with a single stroke of his spear, annihilating most of their flagship and sending the rest fleeing in terror. Even an ancient star beast comparable to the Grand Master Peak attempted to block their path, but Lu Chen, utilizing the power of rule consumption, forcibly distorted the surrounding space, banishing it to the unknown void. As they traveled, they swept through obstacles like a tempest, unstoppable. Lu Chen's name, along with his mobile fortress of ruins and the formidable team composed entirely of masters and above, surged forth with even greater ferocity, sweeping across various star domains once more. He had returned, and he had grown stronger. A Grand Master Peak. How on earth did he cultivate? His subordinates, heavens, all of them are masters. Moreover, several are Grandmasters. They are heading to the Xingyu door. He is set to participate in the 10,000 Races Young Heroes Championship. Countless discussions, exclamations, and voices of apprehension spread throughout the cosmic sea. Everyone realized that this time, the championship, due to Lu Chen's participation, would undoubtedly be anything but tranquil. After months of sailing, traversing numerous star domains and encountering several minor skirmishes, a breathtaking sight finally appeared in the void ahead. It was a boundless stable star domain, indescribably vast. At the center of this domain stood not a star, but a towering portal, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. The portal was constructed from pure white, jade-like material, adorned with ancient patterns depicting the reverence of myriad races and the manifestation of deities and demons. It emanated a majestic, awe-inspiring, and all-encompassing aura. Within the portal swirled a chaotic light curtain reminiscent of a nebula, obscuring the view of what lay beyond. This was the Xingyu door, the entrance connecting the myriad realms of the 10,000 Paths Sacred Academy. At this moment, the vast void before the Xingyu door had transformed into a temporary, bustling supergathering place. Countless starships, carriages, palaces, and even living giant beasts floated densely in the void. From myriad races, millions of young heroes and their attendants, guardians gathered here, awaiting the commencement of the championship. Powerful auras intertwined and collided, with distinct cultural differences among the races, the cacophony of voices, discussions, and occasional clashes resonating endlessly. There were towering giants sitting cross-legged on meteorites, their breaths akin to storms. Elemental spirits danced in the light, sprinkling stardust. Young demons revealed parts of their true forms, their scales glistening, exuding a fierce aura. Mechanical fleets stood in orderly formation, cold and lethal. Furthermore, There were young heroes from various human factions, some ethereal, some exuding sword energy that pierced the skies, others enveloped in demonic flames. Here, a true gathering of myriad races unfolded, with young talents converging. As Lu Chen piloted the iconic dark red ruins, bearing the unmistakable pressure of the Grandmaster Peak. Accompanied by his team composed entirely of masters and above, he instantly attracted countless gazes. It was Lu Chen. He had truly arrived. What a powerful aura. Indeed, he was of the Grandmaster Peak. The individuals behind him were all masters. How could this be? It seems the rumors were true. This person not only possesses terrifying personal strength, but his faction is also formidable. Whispers surged like a tide, filled with curiosity, trepidation, martial spirit, and hidden malice. Lu Chen paid no heed to all of this, controlling the ruins to halt in a relatively open area before the Xinyu door. He calmly surveyed this congregation of young heroes from myriad races, clearly sensing numerous powerful auras. Among them were several at the Grandmaster Peak, with a few deep and obscure auras, subtly instilling a sense of threat within him. It seems that we have touched upon the threshold of the half-step martial sovereign. A peak genius. This indeed holds some intrigue. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Far from feeling pressure, he was filled with anticipation. In his eyes, these formidable geniuses were nothing less than the finest nourishment. At that moment, several unfriendly gazes were cast upon him without restraint. Not far away, on a menacing skeletal ship adorned with the flag of the Yuming clan, several powerful Yuming geniuses coldly fixed their stares upon him. At the forefront stood a prince of the Yuming clan, a late-stage grandmaster, with a venomous glare. It was evident that news of Lu Chen's slaying of Yuming and others had already reached the Yuming clan. In another direction, among a group of monks radiating both Buddhist light and sinister energy, the bitter ascetic who had once been rebuffed by the gray-robed guide was now casting a resentful gaze towards Lu Chen, clearly still brooding over the issue of qualification. Even further afield, other races' geniuses subtly scrutinized him with challenging glances. Lu Chen's arrival had undoubtedly dropped a heavy bombshell amidst the already turbulent waters of the myriad races' geniuses. In the face of these gazes, Lu Chen merely responded with a faint, cold snort, akin to thunder reverberating in the ears of those harboring malice, causing their blood to surge and their expressions to change slightly. They no longer dared to act so recklessly. He sat cross-legged atop the ruins, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, patiently awaiting the commencement of the competition. Zili curiously looked around, commenting on the various geniuses as if selecting delectable candies. Zhang Fan and others stood guard around the ruins, their gazes sharp and their aura united, exuding an air that commanded respect. Time passed slowly in anticipation. More and more geniuses gathered, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, when the number of geniuses assembled before the sacred domain gate reached a critical mass, a resounding boom echoed, one that seemed to originate from the very primordial cosmos, silencing all clamor. The chaotic light curtain of the sacred domain gate began to ripple violently. A grand and authoritative voice, akin to the very will of heaven, resonated from beyond the gate, clearly reaching the ears of every genius. The competition for the myriad races' geniuses is about to begin. The first trial to enter is to ascend the heavenly ladder. Chapter 46, Ascend to the Pinnacle. The resounding voice echoed across the starry expanse, igniting a surge of fervor among countless geniuses, their gazes fervently fixed upon the towering sacred gate. The chaotic light curtain of the sacred domain gate rippled like water. Countless radiant streaks of light shot forth from within the gate, intertwining in the void before it, coalescing. In the blink of an eye, an enormous staircase, seemingly constructed from countless stars and fragments of laws, materialized out of thin air, spanning between the sacred gate and the multitude of geniuses. The heavenly ladder comprised a total of 999 steps, emanating a hazy, multicolored glow. Each step flowed with a different rhythm of Tao, embodying unimaginable pressure and trials. The higher one ascended, the more intense the radiant glow became, and the pressure emanating from it grew ever more terrifying. At the pinnacle of the staircase lay the sacred domain gate. Merely standing beneath the heavenly ladder, the overwhelming pressure caused many slightly weaker geniuses to turn pale, their breaths quickening. Ascending the heavenly ladder tests one's perseverance, foundation, and potential. Reaching the 3,000th step grants entry to the sacred gate and qualification as an outer court disciple. Ascending to the 6,000th step qualifies one as an inner court disciple. Reaching the 9,000th step earns the status of a core disciple. Should one reach the very top, surpassing all 999 steps, they shall be deemed a true legacy of the Sacred Academy, receiving teachings directly from the Academy Master. The rules are simple yet ruthless. Merely the first trial for entry eliminates countless individuals. The 3000th step serves as a monumental threshold. Charge forth. Opportunities lie before us. After a brief silence, someone let out a battle cry, and millions of geniuses surged forward like a flood unleashed from a dam, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors racing towards the heavenly ladder. The scene instantly transformed into one of awe-inspiring spectacle and utter chaos. Let us proceed. Lu Chen spoke softly, and with a movement, he stood before the heavenly ladder. Zhang Fan, Zili, and 50 team members followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped onto the first step of the ladder, an invisible pressure suddenly descended. This pressure bore down upon both the body and the soul, scrutinizing every ounce of potential within. For ordinary geniuses, this pressure was no small burden, necessitating the activation of their energy to resist it. Yet for Lu Chen, this pressure felt as light as a gentle breeze. He did not even need to mobilize his true energy. Relying solely on his formidable physique, honed through countless trials, he ascended the steps with effortless grace, swiftly climbing several steps at a time. Zhang Fan and the others showcased their own abilities. Though not as fast as Lu Chen, they steadily advanced. All of them were at least masters, with a solid foundation capable of enduring the pressures of the initial thousands of steps. Zili, in particular, appeared almost unfazed, her bare feet lightly tapping the steps as if strolling through a forest, her speed even surpassing Lu Chen's by a fraction. Occasionally, she would turn and make a face at Lu Chen. The speed of Lu Chen and his companions immediately drew attention. How astonishing! That human, Lu Chen, truly lives up to his reputation. Those following him are no ordinary companions. Their speed is truly remarkable. Who is that girl in purple? She seems completely unaffected. Gasps of astonishment arose from below. Lu Chen remained unfazed, his gaze calmly fixed above. On the heavenly ladder, several figures were already racing ahead at incredible speeds. A prince of the demon clan manifested his golden rock form, soaring over hundreds of steps with a single flap of his wings. An elemental clan genius transformed into a streak of light, nearly merging with the radiant glow of the ladder. An ancient deity's descendant stepped upon divine runes, blossoming lotus flowers with each stride. Moreover, a human sword cultivator, merging with his sword, resembled a streak of light cutting through the heavens, even faster than the golden rock. These individuals were the top geniuses among the myriad races, each possessing strength at least at the late-stage grandmaster level, with some even at their peak. A flicker of interest crossed Lu Chen's eyes as he suddenly accelerated. No longer content with a steady ascent, he moved with such agility that it resembled teleportation, appearing hundreds of steps higher with each shift. The powerful aura he exuded created an invisible shockwave, causing nearby struggling geniuses to sway. Some were even directly knocked off the ladder by this overwhelming force, plummeting into the endless void below. Dominant, forceful, despicable. Lu Chen, how dare you act in such a manner? A furious shout erupted from the side. It was the group of Yuming geniuses. They formed a peculiar formation, uniting to resist the pressure. Although their speed was not slow, they were thrown into disarray by the storm of energy caused by Lu Chen's passing, their speed plummeting. The leading Yuming prince, Yu Li, felt a surge of murderous intent, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Lu Chen's rapidly disappearing figure. Lu Chen did not even possess the interest to glance back. His aim was the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder. The pressure intensified with each ascending step. Beyond the 3000th step, the pressure surged dramatically. Many geniuses lacking sufficient strength found their speed greatly diminished, sweat pouring down as each step became a monumental task. A significant number of geniuses began to falter below the 3000th step, their faces etched with frustration and despair, unable to attain the qualification for entry. At the 6,000 steps, the pressure surged once more. Within the glow of the dawn, even the essence of law began to manifest as attacks, testing one's comprehension and resilience against the laws of heaven and earth. By this point, those who could still maintain a rapid pace were truly the elite, their numbers dwindling to less than 10,000. Zhang Fan and the others also began to feel the weight of pressure, their speed noticeably diminishing. Yet they continued to advance steadily. Meanwhile, Lu Chen maintained an astonishing velocity. The assaults of law struck him as if they were mere raindrops, being quietly absorbed and analyzed by the devouring force, transforming into nourishment for his understanding of the rules. 7,000 steps, 8,000 steps. At this altitude, the pressure felt tangible, as if the entire cosmos bore down upon one's shoulders. The attacks of law became increasingly ferocious, at times engulfed in flames. at others frozen in ice, or piercing the soul with anguished cries. Those who could still ascend rapidly at this height numbered fewer than 1,000, each a renowned prodigy in their own right. The prince of the Jinping demon clan, his wings stained with blood, persevered in his flight. The elemental clan prodigy appeared dim, yet transformed into a resilient flicker of light. The descendant of the ancient gods bore fluctuating divine patterns, each step a struggle. The human sword cultivator, despite blood spilling from his lips, retained a gaze sharp as a blade, uniting with his sword to break through layers of obstruction. Lu Chen finally sensed the pressure. His devouring realm manifested around him, continuously absorbing and dissipating the terrifying pressure and the attacks of law, yet his speed inevitably slowed. Scanning the path ahead, he realized that those who had made it this far were indeed no ordinary hands. Lu Chen, this place is your terminus. A voice filled with malice roared from behind. The Ku Tua Tua, surrounded by the intertwining light of Buddhism and malice, manifested as an enraged golden figure. He had forcefully surged to the height of 8,000 steps. Clearly, he had employed some secret technique. His aura was wild, fixated on Lu Chen, eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent. Today, I shall transcend you here. Ku Tua Tua bellowed, recklessly launching an assault on Lu Chen despite the pressure of the stairway. His palm struck forth, conjuring a colossal palm of Buddha, entwined with malevolence, embodying the essence of suppressing evil, crashing towards Lu Chen's back. Engaging in combat on the stairway was exceedingly perilous, easily resulting in backlash from the pressure and laws. Yet, the Ku Tua Tua, driven by hatred for Lu Chen, dared to take the risk. Seeking death, Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he abruptly spun around, not even employing his weapon, merely unleashing a simple punch. The essence of devouring swirled upon his fist. The massive, malevolent palm, upon contact with his fist, had its Buddha light, malevolence, and the laws within forcefully distorted, disassembled, and devoured. The momentum of his punch remained unyielding, penetrating the palm and striking fiercely against the Ku Tua Tuo's chest. The grim smile on Ku Tua Tuo's face instantly morphed into shock and agony. He felt his protective aura, golden figure, and even part of his life essence, hollowed out by this single punch. His enormous form flew back like a kite with a broken string. Blood gushed from his mouth, his aura rapidly dwindling. He plummeted from the height of over 8,000 steps, crashing down like a meteor, oblivious to his fate. With one punch, Lu Chen had incapacitated a top-tier master at the late stage. Those surrounding, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Lu Chen filled with dread. This individual possessed not only formidable strength, but also ruthless and decisive methods. Lu Chen paid no mind to the fallen Ku Tua Tua, turning to ascend once more. 9,000 steps. The pressure here was sufficient to crush an ordinary peak master. The attacks of law had transformed into tangible thunder, slicing winds, and rifts in space. Those still standing here numbered fewer than 100. Each one was a prodigy with an aura that soared to the heavens and formidable depth. Lu Chen finally halted his terrifying speed. Each step he took caused the stairway beneath him to tremble with brilliance. The devouring realm spun slowly around him, consuming all pressure and attacks. He raised his gaze towards the final 999 steps. There, the glow had transformed into a chaotic hue, the oppressive force so potent that even space seemed to solidify. Faintly visible were merely a handful of figures struggling through the chaotic brilliance. These were his true adversaries. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his eyes igniting with fervent battle intent. He stepped forward, boldly entering the final chaotic region. An even more terrifying pressure and storm of law instantly engulfed him. Yet, he stood tall, as steadfast as a divine mountain supporting the heavens and earth. The devouring realm emitted a jubilant hum, fiercely seizing the vast energy and laws infused with the will of the Holy Academy. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace was not swift, yet infinitely resolute, surpassing the figures ahead one by one. 9,500 steps, 9,700 steps, 9,900 steps. When he set foot on the 9,999th step, standing at the pinnacle of the stairway, with the gate of the sacred realm within reach, his aura erupted with a thunderous force, stirring the winds and clouds. He turned to look back. On the stairway, thousands of prodigies struggled below like ants. Only he stood alone at the summit. In that moment, countless astonished, complex, and incredulous gazes converged upon him. The name Lu Chen resonated with the most domineering, irrefutable presence among the prodigies of myriad clans. His gaze remained calm as he turned around and stepped into the radiant gate of the sacred realm. Chapter 47. Overwhelmingly Arrogant. Crossing through the gate of the sacred realm felt as though one had traversed a veil between worlds. The scene before him became clear, no longer the void of the starry sky. Instead, it revealed a vast expanse, rich in spiritual energy condensed into tangible droplets, a realm of immortal paradise. Floating divine mountains adorned the sky, silver waterfalls cascading 3,000 zhang. Winding rivers of stars, like jade ribbons, encircled ancient palaces. Exotic flowers and rare beasts flourished abundantly. In the distance, countless uniquely designed buildings emanated powerful auras, scattered like stars. Faintly visible were myriad figures traversing within, cultivating their skills. This was the Wan Dao Holy Academy, the supreme institution coveted by prodigies from myriad realms. The overwhelming spiritual energy of heaven and earth, interwoven with the essence of countless laws, invigorated all newly arrived prodigies. They felt as though every pore in their bodies was breathing autonomously, and their cultivation subtly enhanced. Lu Chen stood upon an expansive jade square, the gathering place for new disciples. Behind him, the luminescent barrier of the sacred realm's gate continued to shimmer, with figures of prodigies who had successfully ascended beyond 3,000 steps appearing one after another. They landed upon the square, weary yet exhilarated. Zhang Fan, Zili, and 50 team members also gradually passed the stairway trials, congregating behind Lu Chen. Though they did not ascend as effortlessly as Lu Chen, they all surpassed 6,000 steps, attaining the status of inner academy disciples. Several team members even crossed 9,000 steps, becoming core disciples. Such achievements were remarkable in any cohort, drawing the attention of earlier arrived prodigies. Soon, the square was filled with tens of thousands of prodigies who had passed the preliminary screening. Each had surpassed 3,000 steps. Their auras exceptional, and their gazes sharp as they assessed their impending competitors. The atmosphere was both subtle and tense. The arrival of Lu Chen and his entourage, particularly Lu Chen's unreserved aura of a peak Grand Master, along with the formidable group of experts behind him, immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Is this Lu Chen, the one who has ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder? The oppressive presence he exudes rivals that of seasoned core disciples. What is the nature of the individuals accompanying him? They resemble a battalion. Whispers of speculation arose among the crowd. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in the attire of the Holy Academy's stewards soared above the plaza. The elder at the forefront, whose profound aura and solemn countenance commanded respect, spoke clearly, his voice resonating throughout the square. Silence. I am Xianyin, the administrator of the Outer Academy. Congratulations to all for passing the Heavenly Ladder trial and entering our Holy Academy. From this day forth, you shall be disciples of the Holy Academy. You are expected to adhere to the Academy's rules, diligently cultivate, and strive for the path of greatness. The identity tokens, attire, and initial resources will be distributed shortly. With the identity tokens, you may select a foundational cultivation method from the Wan Fa Pavilion, enter the Spirit Gathering Tower for training, and undertake tasks to earn contributions. While competition is encouraged within the Holy Academy, harming others is strictly prohibited, and violators will be severely punished. Xianyin succinctly declared the Academy's regulations and fundamental matters, allowing the stewards to commence distributing items and arranging accommodations. The process unfolded in an orderly fashion. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, undercurrents of tension began to stir. When the steward reached Lu Chen and sensed his unfathomable aura, their demeanor shifted to one of respect. They presented him with a dark golden token engraved with 9 stars, representing the highest accolade for ascending the heavenly ladder, along with the corresponding attire and resources for core disciples. Lu Chen accepted them nonchalantly, yet his gaze drifted to the side. There stood the royal prince of the Yuming clan, Yu Li, who had also successfully ascended more than 9,000 steps, becoming a core disciple. He was accompanied by several prodigies from the Yuming clan, coldly observing Lu Chen and his group, their eyes brimming with venomous resentment. It was evident that the incident involving the incapacitated Ku Tuo and the previous grievances had fueled Yu Li's deep-seated hatred for Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Yu Li could no longer contain himself and spoke with a chilling tone. You have harmed my clan's elder and rendered my comrade Ku Tuo powerless. This grudge shall be remembered by the Yuming clan. Though I cannot slay you within the Holy Academy, I will ensure your path is fraught with difficulties. His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of many prominent figures nearby. Most were aware of the animosity between Lu Chen and the Yuming clan, and their expressions reflected a mix of anticipation and intrigue. Zhang Fan and his companions stepped forward, merging their auras in a united front, unflinching in their confrontation with Yu Li and his cohorts. Yet, Lu Chen merely cast a casual glance at Yu Li, as if regarding a bothersome fly. Remembered? So what? His tone was apathetic, imbued with an air of indifference that belied the gravity of Yu Li's words. Yu Li's fury surged, his dark mist swirling around him. As a prince of the Yu Ming clan, he had never been so contemptuously dismissed. Very well, sharp-tongued. When the Wan Fa arena opens, we shall see how long your arrogance can endure. The Holy Academy encouraged competition and established the Wan Fa arena for disciples to resolve grievances and hone their skills. While killing was forbidden, severe injuries and the crippling of opponents were commonplace. Anytime, Lu Chen retorted, his gaze returning to the front, as if giving Yu Li any further attention was a waste of time. This utter disregard incited Yu Li's rage more than any verbal retort could. His fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly piercing his palms. At that moment, a commotion arose from another direction. A group of human prodigies clad in uniform white robes, exuding an air of unique technological prowess, approached. The leader, strikingly handsome and possessing a gaze as cold and precise as a finely tuned instrument, was also a peak grandmaster. He bore a badge adorned with gears and celestial motifs. They were from the Tiangong Academy. At the forefront was Huangfu Ji of the Huangfu family. It was said that he possessed an innate affinity for mechanical ingenuity, with an extraordinary talent for refining and formations, making him incredibly formidable. Why are they heading toward Lu Chen? In the eye of the onlookers, Huangfu Ji led his group directly to Lu Chen. His gaze swept over Lu Chen, lingering momentarily on the dark golden token at his waist, before breaking into what seemed like a warm smile. You must be Lu Chen, the one who has reached the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder. Your demeanor is indeed extraordinary. I am Huangfu Ji, the chief of the Tiangong Academy. His tone was gentle, yet it carried an undercurrent of subtle superiority. I have heard that you acquired an ancient relic while outside. The Tiangong Academy has a keen interest in ancient technology. Might you consider transferring control of the relic to us? The Huangfu family would certainly offer equivalent treasures or even a divine technique from the Holy Academy as compensation, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. At this declaration, a chorus of gasps reverberated through the crowd. The Tiangong Academy, a specialized division of the Holy Academy dedicated to the research of refining, formations, and mechanisms, held significant power and maintained friendly relations with various factions. The Huangfu family was among the prominent families within the Tiangong Academy. Huangfu Ji's immediate demand for Lu Chen's relic was unexpected. Though framed as a negotiation, his tone bore an unmistakable implication of coercion. Zhang Fan and his companions' expressions darkened. The relic was one of the foundations for their general. It could not be surrendered lightly. All eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, eager to witness his response. On one side stood the aggressive Yu Ming clan, and on the other, the well-connected Tiangong Academy. Lu Chen had barely entered the academy and was already caught between the machinations of two formidable factions. Lu Chen regarded the smiling Huangfu Ji with a calm gaze, even tinged with mockery. Not interested. His refusal was decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Huangfu Ji's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. Why must you distance yourself so? That relic in your possession is merely a means of transport. If entrusted to the Tiangong Academy, we could unravel the lost techniques of ancient times, benefiting the entire Holy Academy, a monumental achievement. Lu Chen interrupted him directly. I said, not interested. Do you not understand? His tone remained flat, yet it carried an invisible pressure that left Huangfu Ji momentarily speechless. Huangfu Ji's expression darkened. As a direct descendant of the Huangfu family and the chief of the Tiangong Academy, he had never been so openly rebuffed. Lu Chen, youthful exuberance is commendable, but too much rigidity can lead to a fall. The waters of the Holy Academy run deeper than you might imagine. The waters run deep? Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Perfect, I rather enjoy stirring the waters. He dismissed Huangfu Ji, turning to Zhang Fan and the others. Let us go. With that, he led his companions directly toward the designated living quarters for core disciples, leaving the visibly displeased Huangfu Ji and the seething Yu Li behind. Dominant, assertive, fearless. Having just entered the Holy Academy, he had already offended both the Yu Ming clan and the Tiangong Academy. This boldness left all surrounding prodigies in awe. What a magnificent Lu Chen! His audacity was truly remarkable. Now, the spectacle was set. How long could he maintain this bravado? Yet, to be fair, he indeed possessed the capital to be audacious. Under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes, Lu Chen and his group gradually distanced themselves from the scene. Chapter 48. Who else in the core disciple area of the Shenyuan, known as the Xingxuan mountain range, Countless floating peaks are adorned like stars amidst the clouds. Each peak serves as an independent cave dwelling, with a richness of spiritual energy that far surpasses the outside world. As a climber of the celestial ladder, Lu Chen has been assigned to the exceptional Tunchi Peak, characterized by its dark hue and its subtle ability to absorb spiritual energy, which aligns perfectly with his intentions. After settling in, Lu Chen commenced his first period of seclusion within the Xingyuan. He needed to assimilate the energies of the Xingyuans that he had absorbed on the ladder, as well as to thoroughly familiarize himself with the powers of a Grandmaster Pinnacle. He aimed to seamlessly integrate the principles of order he gleaned from the Yuanchu Code with the path of devouring. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and the others went to their respective sub-institutes to report in, collect their techniques, and acclimatize to their new surroundings. They were acutely aware of the disparity between themselves and the general, thus they dared not exhibit any slackness. However, as the saying goes, the trees wish to be calm, but the wind does not cease. On the third day of Lu Chen's seclusion, a voice brimming with provocation and resentment thundered through the entire Xingchuan mountain range. Lu Chen, come out. The life and death challenge has been established at the Wanfa Arena. Dare you to fight me? The voice belonged to the prince of the Yuming clan, Yoli. He could no longer contain himself. After a brief acclimatization to the Xingyuan, he was eager to issue a challenge. Moreover, he had directly signed the life and death challenge. This signified that, although still bound by the Institute's rules against intentional murder, one could deal a fatal blow without severe repercussions should an accident occur. It was a challenge imbued with lethal intent. The entire Xingchuan mountain range was stirred. Numerous spiritual senses extended from various peaks, fixated on the direction of Tunchi Peak. It was indeed Yoli. He had truly challenged Lu Chen, a life and death challenge. It was a matter of life and death. Yoli was said to possess the bloodline of the Yuming royal family, his strength ranking among the elite at the Grandmaster Pinnacle. Moreover, he wielded a secret treasure from the Yuming clan for protection. Lu Chen, having just entered the institute, was likely to face adversity. A spectacle was about to unfold. Amidst the murmurs, the entrance of Tunchi Peak's cave dwelling slowly opened. Lu Chen stepped out, his demeanor calm, as if the earlier murderous challenge had no bearing on him. He had just begun to stabilize his realm and was in need of a sparring partner. The general, Zhang Fan, and the others hastily arrived, their faces betraying concern. Though they knew the general's formidable strength, it was evident that Yoli was well prepared. No worries, Lu Chen waved his hand, his gaze directed towards the source of the voice. A cold smile gracing his lips. Perfect, I shall test my spear on him. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light and soared towards the Wanfa Arena in the Xingyuan's public area. Zhang Fan and the others promptly followed suit. Zili emerged from an unknown corner, beaming with delight as she trailed behind, relishing the excitement. The Wanfa Arena was situated within a vast valley. The arena itself was constructed from an indestructible dark blue stone. Surrounding it were powerful protective formations, capable of withstanding the aftermath of battles below the martial sovereign level. At this moment, the area around the arena was already teeming with spectators. Not only the core disciples of the Xingchuan mountain range, but many from the inner and outer institutes, and even some of the Xingyuan's stewards had been stirred to come and watch. A legendary figure, having just ascended the celestial ladder, was pitted against the prince of an ancient powerful clan, the Yuming, and a life and death challenge had been signed. Who wouldn't want to witness such a spectacle? Upon the arena, Yoli donned a black royal robe, surrounded by the ominous energy of the Yuming, resembling a king emerging from the depths of the netherworld. He wielded a bone sword entwined with vengeful spirits, its tip aimed directly at the freshly landed Lu Chen, his eyes gleaming with deadly intent. Lu Chen, you have finally ceased being a turtle. Yoli's voice was hoarse. Today, I shall wash away the shame of my clan with your blood. Lu Chen did not even glance at the bone sword in his hand. His gaze surveyed the protective formations surrounding the arena, nodding slightly. The arena is decent, sturdy enough. His nonchalant demeanor ignited Yoli's fury. Seeking death, Yoli bellowed, no longer wasting words, as the deathly energy within him erupted. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in thick darkness, countless vengeful spirits wailing within, disturbing the minds of onlookers. Yuming Ghost Domain. This is Yoli's signature domain. A wave of fear rippled through the audience. What terrifying death energy. I feel my soul trembling. As the ghostly domain, capable of eroding souls and extinguishing vitality, approached within 3 paces of Lu Chen, it encountered an invisible barrier, unable to advance any further. Lu Chen had not even summoned his devouring domain. Merely relying on his formidable physique and will, integrated with the principles of order, He disregarded the ghostly domain's influence. How is this possible? Yoli's pupils constricted. His Yuming ghost domain. Even formidable opponents at the same level needed to tread carefully. Yet his opponent appeared to handle it effortlessly. If your abilities are limited to this, then it is time to conclude. Lu Chen spoke calmly, finally fixing his gaze upon Yoli. That gaze was serene, yet carried an air of indifference, as if looking down upon insects. Yoli's temper flared at being subjected to such a gaze. Do not be arrogant. Receive my 9-nether yellow spring sword. With a hum, his bone sword resonated. Countless vengeful spirits merging into its form as he swung it forth. A pitch-black river of swords cleaved through the arena, within which spectral images of the yellow spring ebbed and flowed, exuding a terrifying sword intent that could ensnare souls and annihilate all, rushing towards Lu Chen. This was one of the Yu Ming clan's signature sword techniques, immensely powerful. The ground of the arena was deeply corroded in the wake of the sword river. Faced with this strike capable of threatening a half-step martial sovereign, Lu Chen finally moved. He did not employ any complex footwork nor invoke his devouring domain. He simply raised his right hand slowly. In an instant, the rusted yet menacingly lethal weapon, the Lu Chen spear, materialized in his grasp. The moment the Lu Chen spear appeared, a terrifying aura of slaughter, one that could silence all, erupted, mingling with the domineering essence of devouring everything. It roared forth, instantly dispersing the ghostly death energy that enveloped the arena. What weapon is that? Such a terrifying aura of slaughter. I feel as if my soul is being torn apart. The faces of the spectators paled, retreating in alarm. Even with the formations in place, they still felt a shiver run down their spines. Yoli was foremost among them. He sensed his 9-nether yellow spring sword intent quivering violently as the remnants of that spear appeared, as if it could shatter at any moment. Impossible. What kind of demonic weapon is this? Yoli was horrified. Lu Chen, wielding the Lu Chen spear, gazed coldly at the approaching yellow spring sword river. He did not employ any spear techniques. He simply, and straightforwardly, thrust the spear towards the terrifying sword river. The motion was ancient and devoid of embellishments. Yet, at the moment the spear tip pierced forth, a dark red thread, refined to perfection, twisted the very fabric of space. Like the gaze of death itself, it silently met the roaring sword river. There was no earth-shattering collision. In the incredulous eyes of the spectators, the 9-nether yellow spring sword river, capable of annihilating stars, dissolved and disintegrated the instant it made contact with that dark red thread. Along with it, the sword intent, death energy, and vengeful spirits contained within were ruthlessly devoured and obliterated. The dark red thread surged onward, undeterred, as Yoli's eyes widened in terror. In an instant, the protective aura surrounding him was pierced, striking the bone sword he held in his hand. With a sharp crack, that highly esteemed Yoming bone sword shattered like fragile glass, splintering from the tip and disintegrating into fine powder in the blink of an eye. A fine thread swept across Yoli's right arm, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. His entire right arm, along with his shoulder, seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing without a trace. There was no blood, no shattered bones. The wound was smooth as a mirror, as if that arm had never existed. The terrifying power of slaughter and devouring surged through the wound into his body, violently ravaging his vitality and cultivation. Yoli was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. Then sliding to the ground, his breath instantly reduced to a mere whisper, his eyes vacant, filled with boundless fear and despair. With just one strike, the Yoming clan prince was incapacitated, severely damaging his essence. The entire Wanfa arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, akin to ducks caught by their necks, unable to produce a sound. That was Yoli, the prodigy of the younger generation of the Yoming clan, a master at the pinnacle of his realm. How could he not withstand even a single move? What monstrous power did Lu Chen possess? What was the origin of that remaining spear? Huang Fuji stood among the crowd, gazing at Lu Chen, who stood on the arena holding the spear, his expression gravely serious, even tinged with an unrecognized hint of trepidation. While he had harbored other thoughts, he was now compelled to reassess this opponent. Lu Chen slowly retracted the Gushin spear, casting not a glance at the motionless Yoli, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. His calm gaze swept over the astonished crowd below, and he spoke softly. Is there anyone else? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder, exploding in everyone's hearts. Domineering. Invincible. Chapter 49, Reaping Benefits. The battle at Wanfa Arena propelled Lu Chen's name like a tempest throughout the Holy Academy. With a single strike, he incapacitated Yoli, This achievement was sufficient to compel all those with ulterior motives to temporarily retract their claws, and it positioned countless observers to regard him as an entity not to be trifled with lightly. Relishing the tranquility, Lu Chen returned to Tunchi Peak, continuing his seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. He delved into a new rune that fused devouring and order, while also digesting the vast information obtained from the Gushan Spear and the Yuanshu Code. Days later, Zhang Fan came to report. General, the Star Tower of the Holy Academy is about to open. All disciples may enter for cultivation with contribution points. It is said that the tower condenses the essence of the stars, with a concentration and quality of spiritual energy far exceeding the outside world. It is an excellent place for comprehending the laws of the stars, greatly beneficial for breaking through realms. However, the required contribution points are exceedingly high. Star essence? Lu Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of interest flashing within. His Jiuqiao Shenma Gong and the true meaning of Xingqian Guishu possessed an innate affinity and longing for star attribute energy. If he could devour a substantial amount of star essence, it might hasten his progress towards the threshold of the half-step martial sovereign realm. How many contribution points are needed? Depending on the tower level, the prices vary. For the first level, 100 points daily. For the second, 500. For the third, 2,000. It is said that the highest, the 9th level, requires 10,000 contribution points daily. Additionally, there are strength restrictions. Only core disciples are permitted in the higher levels. Zhang Fan replied, his tone tinged with astonishment. Contribution points are exceedingly precious in the Holy Academy. Completing an ordinary task yields merely dozens to hundreds of points. Lu Chen checked his identity token. As a core disciple who had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder, the Holy Academy had granted him an initial sum of 10,000 contribution points. To him, this was but a drop in the ocean. Where would the contribution points come from? There are 3 main avenues: completing various tasks issued by the Holy Academy, submitting rare materials and martial arts manuals, or engaging in duels in the battle hall. Zhang Fan paused. Additionally, it is said that beneath each core disciple's peak, there exists a miniature spiritual vein that produces a small quantity of contribution points each month, but it requires time to accumulate. Lu Chen nodded. Dueling? I have no interest in playing children's games. Tasks? Too slow. Submitting materials? The items on me are either too sensitive to expose or are of personal use. His gaze shifted toward the depths of Tunchi Peak. With a preliminary grasp of the rules, he could faintly perceive the weak, yet pure fluctuations of the spiritual vein deep within the mountain. A smirk graced Lu Chen's lips. Why wait for it to produce naturally? With a thought, he sank into the mountain's interior. Deep underground, a miniature spiritual vein, resembling a silver dragon and emanating pure spiritual energy, flowed slowly. It was bound by the Holy Academy's grand formation, releasing spiritual energy at a slow pace to nourish the peak and crystallize a small amount of contribution points. Lu Chen approached the spiritual vein, and the seed of devouring trembled slightly. He refrained from violently extracting it, as that would trigger the Academy's formation and bring trouble. He extended a finger, and the rune interwoven with deep black and silvery white began to rotate slowly. A thread of devouring power, infused with the rules of order, delicately entered the connection point between the spiritual vein and the Holy Academy's formation. It was not a plundering act, but an acceleration. Under his rule's influence, the miniature spiritual vein seemed to be injected with a stimulant, its flow rate increasing 100-fold. The abundant spiritual energy surged forth, while the efficiency of crystallizing contribution points soared. In the brief span of a joss stick's burning time, Lu Chen found himself holding over 100 contribution point crystals, radiating a soft white light, each containing the special imprint of the Holy Academy. This equated to a year's worth of output under normal circumstances. Meanwhile, the miniature spiritual vein only dimmed slightly, sustaining no substantial harm, and would soon recover under the nourishment of the Academy's formation. The efficiency was commendable. Lu Chen stored away the contribution points and returned to his cave. This act of reaping benefits, as long as it remained within reason, would likely not draw the ire of the Academy's higher-ups against this unparalleled genius over such trivial matters. After several days of accumulation, he gathered 5,000 contribution points and set off for the Star Tower. The Star Tower, located in the core area of the Holy Academy, was a colossal structure entirely built from unknown star crystal stones, soaring into the clouds, divided into 9 levels. Numerous star runes shimmered across the tower, drawing upon the cosmic star power, infusing the surrounding spiritual energy with a rich star attribute. A crowd of disciples had already gathered in the plaza before the tower, most of whom were core disciples with formidable auras. Many glanced at Lu Chen's arrival, their expressions subtly shifting as they instinctively created some distance. The aftermath of the arena battle still lingered. Disregarding the gazes, Lu Chen strode directly toward an elder stationed at the tower entrance. Entering the Star Tower, which level? The elder asked impassively. Third level, for 3 days. Lu Chen handed over his identity token and the corresponding contribution point crystals. Third level? The elder furrowed his brow slightly. Casting a glance at Lu Chen, the pressure at the third level is immense. It's challenging to sustain for anyone below the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. Are you certain? Certain. The elder ceased further conversation, deducted the contribution points, and handed Lu Chen a temporary pass adorned with star brilliance. This pass allows entry to the third level for 3 days. Use it wisely. Lu Chen accepted the talisman and stepped into the tower. Upon entering, a rich aura of celestial energy enveloped him, intermingled with traces of pure primordial celestial power. The first layer hosted the largest number of disciples, most of whom sat cross-legged. Diligently absorbing this energy, Lu Chen did not linger and directly proceeded through the internal teleportation array to the second layer. Here, the celestial energy and primordial essence were even denser, and the pressure significantly intensified. The number of disciples cultivating in this area sharply decreased, with most being mid-stage grandmasters or above. He continued onward, activating a passage talisman, and, in a flash of light, appeared on the third layer. As he stepped into the third layer, he was immediately met with a terrifying pressure that was more than 10 times greater than that of the previous 2 levels. Simultaneously, the almost liquid-like celestial energy surged forth like a tidal wave, its primordial essence distinctly palpable. The space here was limited, with only a handful of independent cultivation chambers, most of which were illuminated by protective light, indicating occupancy. Those capable of cultivating in this realm were undoubtedly the elite among the core disciples of the Holy Academy, all at least late-stage grandmasters. Lu Chen's arrival quickly drew the attention of several figures meditating in the public area. Among them was Huang Fuji, with whom he had previously crossed paths. Surrounded by a precise halo, he seemed to be deciphering the celestial laws of this place. Upon sensing the disturbance, he opened his eyes, recognized Lu Chen, and a flicker of surprise was swiftly replaced by a cold demeanor. The others, belonging to various clans, exuded powerful auras, regarding Lu Chen with scrutiny and a subtle hint of wariness. Disregarding their gazes, Lu Chen made his way toward an empty cultivation chamber. Just as he was about to step inside, a chilling voice commanded, "Halt." The speaker, a young man clad in black robes seated not far from Huang Fuji, possessed a pale complexion and piercing eyes reminiscent of a hawk, emanating a dense aura of shadow power, revealing himself to be a peak grandmaster. "I have set my sights on this cultivation chamber," the black-robed youth asserted, rising with an undeniable air of dominance. "You shall find another." He was Yisha, a prodigy of the Shadow clan, notorious among core disciples for his prowess in ambush tactics. Clearly aware of Lu Chen's reputation, he chose this moment to belittle the newcomer while seeking to impress Huang Fuji. Huang Fuji wore a barely perceptible smile, remaining silent and seemingly entertained by the unfolding drama. The other disciples also observed with keen interest. Lu Chen paused, slowly turning to face Yisha with an expression of calm indifference. "Are you addressing me?" "Indeed." Yisha retorted with a cold laugh. "If you know what's good for you, leave now to avoid an unpleasant confrontation." Lu Chen smiled, his expression frosty. It seemed the duel on the arena had failed to impart wisdom to some fools. He ceased any further dialogue and boldly stepped into the empty cultivation chamber, activating the protective barrier at the entrance. "You seek death," Yisha exclaimed in fury, feeling deeply insulted. In an instant, he vanished like a specter, reappearing at the entrance of the chamber. His claw, imbued with shadow energy, lunged violently toward the newly activated barrier. He intended to forcibly interrupt Lu Chen's cultivation. However, before his claw could make contact, the protective barrier abruptly buckled inward. An indescribable force, embodying the essence of slaughter and devouring, erupted forth like a dormant volcano suddenly awakened. Surging back along his claw, Yisha's menacing grin transformed into one of sheer horror as he felt his shadow energy dissipate as if it were facing its nemesis. The backlash raged into his body, wreaking havoc upon his meridians and consuming his shadow essence. With a pained scream, he was sent careening backward, crashing into the wall of the third layer with a speed greater than that at which he had approached. Blood, tainted with shadow energy, spewed from his mouth, and his aura rapidly dwindled, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Inside the cultivation chamber, Lu Chen's icy voice echoed, "Should you dare to disturb me again, I will cripple your cultivation." The entire third layer fell into an eerie silence. Huang Fuji's smile froze, his expression now grave. The other prodigies displayed visible signs of alarm, their gazes toward the chamber imbued with profound trepidation. Was it possible that a single strike could severely injure a peak grandmaster like Yisha? To what terrifying heights had Lu Chen's strength ascended? No one dared to provoke him further. Lu Chen sat cross-legged within the chamber, immersed in the surging celestial energy and primordial essence surrounding him, a slight smile gracing his lips. The silence was now palpable. He activated the Jiao Qiao Shen Mo Gong, the seed of devouring pulsating with joy. An invisible vortex formed around him, drawing the liquefied celestial energy and pure primordial power into his being like rivers converging into the sea. His aura surged at a visible rate, propelled by the nourishment of the overwhelming celestial essence, as he began to break through to the profound realm of half-step martial sovereign. In the third layer, within the cultivation chamber, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, his being transforming into an insatiable black hole. The Jiao Qiao Shen Gong operated at its peak, merging the devouring power of ordered rules to reveal unprecedented dominance and efficiency. The celestial energy and pure primordial essence, accumulated over countless years by the Holy Academy's grand array, flowed into him like a torrent. This was no mere absorption. It was a plunder, a consumption. Each strand of celestial energy, each trace of primordial essence, upon entering his body, was forcibly dissected, refined, and transformed into the purest form of cultivation, nourishing his body, soul, and the increasingly profound runes within him. His aura skyrocketed, akin to a rocket launched into the stratosphere, swiftly elevating his peak grand master cultivation to perfection, proceeding toward an even more mysterious and terrifying realm. Outside the cultivation chamber, in the public area of the third layer, Yisha struggled to stifle his internal injuries, his face ashen as he leaned against the wall. Fear and resentment filled his eyes as he gazed at the chamber, yet he dared not act further. Huang Fuji and the other prodigies could no longer focus on their own cultivation, acutely aware of the terrifying force emanating from the chamber, akin to that of an ancient beast awakening, along with the alarming fluctuations in aura. Is he breaking through? Such a terrifying devouring speed. What kind of technique could he possibly be practicing? Was he attempting to directly challenge the half-step martial sovereign realm? The disciples exchanged glances, disbelief evident in their eyes. The half-step martial sovereign was a realm that truly touched the threshold of martial sovereign, fundamentally different from the peak grandmaster state. Countless prodigies had been stuck at this juncture for decades, or even centuries without progress, yet Lu Chen had only been in the academy for a few days. Huang Fuji's eyes flickered, his heart in turmoil. He prided himself on his unparalleled talent, yet he was acutely aware that he still had a considerable distance to traverse before attaining the realm of half-step martial sovereign. Within the confines of the training chamber, Lu Chen's spiritual sea was undergoing a monumental transformation. The rune, which had melded with the fragments of the source core, radiated with blinding brilliance, interweaving shades of obsidian and silver, as if it were nurturing something profound. His insights into the laws of the stars, the path of devouring, and the principles of order surged forth like a gushing spring, deepening and merging with unprecedented speed. The birth, splendor, and extinction of stars, along with the predatory nature of devouring and the reconstruction of order, seemed disparate at first glance, yet they were colliding and fusing within his spiritual sea. A resounding boom echoed as if the universe itself had erupted into existence deep within his soul. Suddenly, Lu Chen's aura transformed dramatically, emanating a mysterious presence that transcended even the grandmasters, as if he had grasped a fragment of the authority of heaven and earth, sweeping forth like a tempest. The barrier of the training chamber flickered violently, emitting a hum of overwhelming strain. The true energy within him, which had previously surged like a mighty river, began to undergo a qualitative transformation, now imbued with a faint glow that seemed capable of distorting reality. His consciousness expanded immensely, encompassing a territory far beyond his previous limits, and his control over the surrounding energies reached an unprecedented level of mastery. Half-step martial sovereign, with the unique environment of the third level of the Star Tower, along with his profound accumulation and extraordinary devouring power, he effortlessly stepped into the coveted realm of half-step martial sovereign that countless prodigies yearned for. His life level transcended once more, and his strength experienced a qualitative leap. In this moment, if he were to confront figures like Yu Li or Yi Sha, he would not even need to wield the god-slaying spear. A mere gaze or a suppression of his laws would likely render them powerless to resist. However, just as he had broken through and his realm had yet to stabilize completely, an unforeseen change occurred. The devouring rune within his spiritual sea, stimulated by his advancement to half-step martial sovereign, seemed to awaken a deeper mechanism. It erupted with a potent and directed desire. This desire was not aimed at the starry energies within the training chamber, but rather at the star tower itself, the very core source that constituted the tower. Simultaneously, the god-slaying spear in his grasp trembled faintly, its fractured part glowing with a dark crimson light, seemingly reacting to something within the tower. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, allowing his consciousness to follow the guidance of the devouring rune, quietly penetrating downward like the most delicate tendril. He traversed the floor of the training chamber, breaking through layers of barriers, delving deeper into the star tower. His consciousness, now infused with the principles of order, became increasingly elusive and difficult to detect. At long last, after penetrating countless layers of obstruction, his vision reached the very core of the star tower. Contrary to his expectations of a formation hub, he found a vast crystal, enveloped in chaotic starlight, pulsating slowly like a heart. This crystal was entirely transparent, within which seemed to be sealed a miniature universe, in the throes of birth and extinction. Boundless star essence emanated from it, fueling the entire operation of the star tower. This was the energy core of the star tower, the heart of stars. Deep within the heart of stars, Lu Chen's devouring rune and the god-slaying spear simultaneously sensed a faint yet profoundly high-quality stream of chaotic energy. This energy appeared grayish, reminiscent of the primordial state before the heavens and earth were formed, exuding an ancient aura that left both the devouring rune and the god-slaying spear yearning for it. Is this chaotic energy? Lu Chen's heart trembled violently. This was the source energy that supposedly existed only at the dawn of creation, containing supreme mysteries that had long vanished from the current world. To think that a remnant still lingered at the core of the star tower. Should he manage to devour this wisp of chaotic energy, his devouring seed would undergo an unimaginable transformation. It could even potentially restore parts of the god-slaying spear's original essence. The temptation was immense, but the risks were equally daunting. The heart of stars was the foundation of the star tower. Any disturbance would undoubtedly provoke a fierce reaction from the protective array of the Holy Academy. At that moment, not only would he, a mere half-step martial sovereign, face the repercussions, but even a true martial sovereign might find it difficult to escape the wrath of the Holy Academy's powerful figures. As Lu Chen weighed the pros and cons, the wisp of chaotic energy he sensed seemed to detect the probing of his external consciousness, causing a slight fluctuation. This minuscule disturbance appeared to ignite a fuse. The entire star tower trembled violently, from the 9th level to the 1st. All disciples training within felt the surrounding star's spiritual energy become frenzied and chaotic. The barrier of the training chamber flickered wildly. What is happening? The star tower is in turmoil. Evacuate immediately. Cries of alarm echoed from various levels, and disciples hastily interrupted their training, rushing out of the chamber in panic. On the 3rd level, Huang Fuji, Yi Sha, and others changed their expressions dramatically, bewildered, yet instinctively rushed toward the exit. Only Lu Chen's training chamber remained sealed, its barriers intact. Outside the tower, the elder on duty's expression shifted drastically as he abruptly stood up. The core of the star tower is exhibiting abnormal fluctuations. All disciples must evacuate at once. He rapidly gestured, attempting to stabilize the tower. Yet, the chaos emanating from the core only intensified. Within the devouring peak, Lu Chen's true self slowly opened his eyes, a glint of decisiveness flashing within. Fortune favors the bold. I must acquire this wisp of chaotic energy. With a thought, his consciousness, which had permeated to the core of the tower, no longer concealed itself, and the power of the devouring rune erupted. It transformed into an invisible hand, directly grasping toward that wisp of chaotic energy deep within the heart of stars. Simultaneously, he manipulated the temporary avatar composed of pure energy he had left in the training chamber, which suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, its aura instantly waning. Staggering, it burst through the door of the training chamber and melded into the chaotic crowd of fleeing disciples. It is Lu Chen. He seems injured. Could the disturbances within the tower be related to him? Some disciples, noticing the pale complexion of Lu Chen's avatar, couldn't help but speculate. Meanwhile, at the tower's core, Lu Chen's consciousness, embodied as a colossal hand, had already made contact with that wisp of gray chaotic energy. Buzz. The chaotic energy seemed to possess a will of its own, violently struggling, triggering the energy of the entire heart of stars to spiral out of control. The star tower trembled even more violently, with fine cracks beginning to appear along its structure. How audacious! Who dares to disturb the heart of stars? A thunderous roar, akin to divine wrath, resounded from deep within the Holy Academy. An immensely powerful consciousness instantaneously locked onto the core region of the tower. The might of the Holy Academy had been stirred. In this critical moment, Lu Chen's consciousness hand erupted with its full power, activating both the rules of devouring and the principles of order simultaneously. He forcefully tore a wisp of chaotic energy from the rampaging star energy, then swiftly retreated like a receding tide. That wisp of chaotic energy, guided by the connection of his consciousness, instantly merged into the spiritual sea of his true self at the devouring peak, where it was devoured by the long-desiring devouring rune. Boom! The devouring rune erupted with an unprecedented chaotic radiance. Lu Chen's true self experienced a violent surge of energy, solidifying his recently attained half-step martial sovereign realm, and beginning his ascent into deeper levels of power. His understanding of various laws suddenly became exponentially clearer. The core of the Xingqian Tower, having forcibly torn away a wisp of chaotic energy, instantly fell into disarray. A thunderous roar echoed. The entire Xingqian Tower, starting from the 9th level, rapidly dimmed, and the concentration of spiritual energy plummeted. Particularly in the highest 3 levels, it was nearly devoid of spiritual energy. The tower trembled, and cracks spread across its surface. Was the Xingqian Tower finished? What exactly transpired? Outside the tower, countless disciples gazed in astonishment at the dimming, cracked, giant structure. Deep within the sacred academy, several immensely powerful figures emerged. Their divine senses swept across the Xingqian Tower, only to encounter a chaotic surge of energy and the fading, unfamiliar fluctuations of divine consciousness. And at the core, the missing wisp of chaotic energy was evident. Investigate thoroughly. A furious elder from the Sacred Academy's council thundered. Meanwhile, the culprit Lu Chen was weakly supported by Zhang Fan and others, gazing from a distance at the crumbling Xingqian Tower. A barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That wisp of chaotic energy was worth it. As for the consequences, he was already prepared to face them. Chapter 51. On what grounds do you interrogate me? The collapse of the Xingqian Tower and the dispersal of spiritual energy sent shockwaves through the tranquil Sacred Academy. Akin to a meteor plunging into the sea, countless disciples, stewards, and even some secluded elders were stirred. Powerful divine senses swept over the now dim tower base, filled with shock and disbelief. The Xingqian Tower had stood for countless ages, a core sanctuary for cultivation, yet it had collapsed overnight. The loss was monumental. Investigate. A thorough investigation is imperative. The disciples within the tower had all evacuated, leaving only the core area with exceptionally chaotic residual energy, seemingly interfered with by external forces. The last to retreat were several core disciples from the 3rd level, among them Lu Chen. Soon, a plethora of information converged at the Law Enforcement Hall of the Sacred Academy. The Law Enforcement Hall, which governed the punishments of the Academy, was known for its ironclad impartiality and immense authority. The Hall Master, Tai Xing, was a martial sovereign renowned for his iron-fisted methods. At this moment, the atmosphere within the hall was heavy. Tai Xing sat in a commanding position, his expression stern and imposing. Below him stood several formidable law enforcement elders. According to energy tracing and testimonies from the disciples present, just before the anomalous events at the Xingqian Tower, only Lu Chen's cultivation room exhibited a violent absorption of spiritual energy. His aura had briefly surged to half a step into the martial sovereign realm, only for the tower's core to be besieged by an unknown force, leading to the imbalance of its origin and eventual collapse. An elder reported gravely. Lu Chen. Tai Xing's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Since entering the academy, this youth had initially severely injured the prince of the Yuming clan at the Wanful stage, demonstrating a domineering nature. Now, he had also broken through just before the collapse of the Xingqian Tower, raising significant suspicions. Hallmaster, should we apprehend him for questioning immediately? Suggested another elder with a stern countenance. No, a relatively mild elder shook his head. Lu Chen is an extraordinary prodigy who has reached the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder and is closely watched by the Academy Master. To apprehend him based solely on conjecture would invite controversy. Furthermore, there is no direct evidence linking him to the tower's collapse. And while the residual energy at the core is unfamiliar, it cannot be definitively attributed to him. If not him, then who else? Does the Xingqian Tower simply collapse on its own? The cold elder retorted. Tai Xing pondered for a moment. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Send my order. The left and right envoys of the Law Enforcement Hall are to use the inquiry mirror to summon Lu Chen from the devouring peak for questioning. If he cooperates, well and good. If he dares to resist, humph. The inquiry mirror, an artifact of the Law Enforcement Hall, could reflect the soul and discern lies. While it could not directly probe the soul, it was exceedingly difficult to conceal one's intentions. Sending the envoys was both a show of pressure and a way to leave room for negotiation. Understood. At the devouring peak, within the cave dwelling, Lu Chen sat cross-legged. His aura firmly stabilized at half a step into the martial sovereign realm. Moreover, nourished by that wisp of chaotic energy, his foundation was immensely profound. Far beyond that of an ordinary half-step martial sovereign. He had long anticipated the Sacred Academy's investigation. General, the left and right envoys of the law enforcement hall have arrived outside the peak and wish to invite you for questioning, Zhang Fan reported, his expression grave. The reputation of the law enforcement hall was known throughout the Sacred Academy. Have they arrived? Lu Chen opened his eyes, the chaotic light within fleeting, let them in. Moments later, two figures clad in black law enforcement robes, both exuding the aura of peak half-step martial sovereigns, entered the cave. One, with a stern expression and holding an ancient bronze mirror, was the left envoy, Luo Feng. The other, with a fake smile yet serpent-like eyes, was the right envoy, Jiuyu. Junior brother Lu, we apologize for the intrusion. Jiuyu spoke with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The collapse of the Xingqian Tower is a matter of great importance. Under the Hall Master's orders, we are here to invite you to the Law Enforcement Hall to cooperate with the investigation. We kindly ask for your convenience. His tone, while seemingly polite, carried an unmistakable undertone of coercion. Luo Feng directly raised the inquiry mirror, pointing its reflective surface at Lu Chen, and coldly stated, "Please look into this mirror, Junior brother Lu, and answer a few questions." The inquiry mirror shimmered, an invisible force enveloping Lu Chen, attempting to reflect his soul's fluctuations. The atmosphere in the cave instantly tightened. Zhang Fan and the others clenched their fists, anxiously watching Lu Chen. Unfazed, Lu Chen did not even glance at the inquiry mirror, his gaze calmly sweeping over the two. "You wish to question me? Very well. However, I have a question as well." He paused, his tone turning icy. "By what authority do you come to interrogate me? As fellow disciples? Or as interrogators of a criminal?" Jiuyu's smile faltered. Luo Feng furrowed his brow. "Naturally, we are acting in accordance with the Academy's regulations, a routine inquiry. If this is a routine inquiry, then why employ the inquiry mirror?" Lu Chen's voice grew colder. "I, Lu Chen, am a core disciple of the Sacred Academy, having ascended the heavenly ladder, and am protected by the Academy's regulations. Without evidence, merely because I cultivated within the tower, you use a treasure to coerce me? Is this how the Sacred Academy conducts itself?" His voice was not loud, yet each word struck like a blade, imbued with an imposing presence and the pressure of a half-step martial sovereign, causing even the seasoned half-step martial sovereigns, Luo Feng and Jiuyu, to feel a shiver in their spirits. "Junior brother Lu, we are merely carrying out orders." Jiuyu attempted to ease the tension. "Carrying out orders? Whose orders?" Lu Chen interjected bluntly. "Is it the command of Hall Master Tai? Is this how you treat a prodigious disciple who has contributed to the Sacred Academy?" Lu Chen continued unabashedly. "The collapse of the Xingqian Tower pains me deeply. Yet there were many disciples within the tower at the time, and the energy was chaotic. Why is it that I alone am being singled out? Do you think me, Lu Chen, an easy target? Or is there someone using this opportunity to suppress me?" He stepped forward, his aura pressing down like a mountain. Though the devouring domain had not unfolded, the pressure infused with chaotic energy caused Luo Feng and Jiuyu to momentarily halt their breaths. The light of the inquiry mirror appeared vague before Lu Chen's chaotic essence, which seemed to contain the primordial universe, making it difficult to accurately reflect. Luo Feng and Jiuyu were taken aback. Why was this person's soul so peculiar? Even the inquiry mirror struggled to penetrate. They had originally thought this would be an easy task, but now they felt they had struck a hard wall. "Junior brother Lu, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to resist the law?" Luo Feng barked, his demeanor turning severe. "Resist the law? I wouldn't dare," Lu Chen sneered. "I am merely defending the dignity and rights that I, as a disciple of the Sacred Academy, rightfully possess. If you wish to question me, very well. Put away the inquiry mirror and treat me with the courtesy due to a fellow disciple. Otherwise, please present the evidence of my destruction of the Xingqian Tower, without proof." He cast a sharp glance at the two. "Then I kindly request you both to return whence you came." His demeanor was domineering and unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. Luo Feng and Jiuyu's expressions turned grim. They had come on orders, and if they were to retreat in such a humiliating manner, how would they explain themselves to the Hall Master? Yet, Lu Chen's stance was resolute, and his strength was unfathomable. Should they attempt to act forcefully? It was uncertain if they could prevail, Even the mere act of attacking a core disciple without cause would be enough to land them in severe trouble. The regulations of the Sacred Academy were not to be trifled with. Just as the tension escalated between the two parties, an elderly yet gentle voice suddenly resonated within the cave. Little one, your temper is quite fiery. Accompanying these words was an elderly man dressed in a simple gray robe, wielding a broom, appearing like an ordinary servant. Unbeknownst to them, he had silently materialized within the cave. Upon seeing this individual, Lu Feng and Yin Jiuyu's expressions shifted dramatically, and they hurriedly bowed in respect, their tones imbued with utmost reverence. We pay our respects to Elder Shouzhua. Elder Shouzhua. He was an exceedingly ancient figure within the Sacred Academy, possessing a status that transcended ordinary ranks. It was said that even the Academy Master showed him considerable deference. He was rarely seen, so his unexpected presence here was astonishing. Lu Chen's heart stirred as he regarded the seemingly ordinary elder. In his perception, the elder appeared as one with the surrounding environment, exuding an unfathomable depth. His realm undoubtedly surpassed that of a martial sovereign. Elder Shouzhua smiled benignly and waved his hand, addressing Lu Feng and Yin Jiuyu. You two little ones are not very astute in your actions. Is the heart mirror meant to be used in this manner? What if you frighten the little ones? Cold sweat trickled down their brows as they hastily expressed their apologies. Elder Shouzhua then turned his gaze to Lu Chen, a glimmer of subtle brilliance flickering in his murky old eyes. Little one, as for the matter of the Xingqian Tower, the Academy will investigate thoroughly. However, the tower has indeed been destroyed, and there must be an explanation. After a brief pause, he continued, how about this? I shall mediate. The law enforcement hall will no longer pursue your alleged culpability, but as compensation, in 3 months' time at the 10,000 Races Young Talents competition, you must represent our Sacred Academy and secure the control token for the Star Domain battlefield. If you succeed, this matter will be settled, and the Academy will offer you a substantial reward. Should you fail, Elder Shouzhua smiled enigmatically, leaving the conclusion unspoken, yet the implication was abundantly clear. Lu Feng and Yin Jiuyu exchanged astonished glances. The control token for the Star Domain battlefield. This was a crucial item concerning the Sacred Academy's resource allocation in the forthcoming era. The competition was exceedingly fierce, with previous events being fiercely contested by the Academy's most exceptional talents. How could Elder Shouzhua place such a heavy responsibility solely on this young man? Very well, I accept. Lu Chen responded without a moment's hesitation. Elder Shouzhua nodded in satisfaction. Splendid. Then it is settled. He waved his broom and instructed Lu Feng and Yin Jiuyu. What are you still standing there for? Return and inform Tai Xing that I shall take over this matter. Yes, we shall comply with the elder's decree. The two of them felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, promptly bowing in retreat and not daring to linger for even a moment longer. Within the cave, only Lu Chen and Elder Shouzhua remained. Elder Shouzhua regarded Lu Chen with intrigue, a half-step martial sovereign, with a hint of chaotic essence. You have quite a few secrets, don't you? However, the Academy does not inquire into one's background, only one's future. Prepare well, for the Star Domain battlefield is no child's play. Having said this, his figure gradually dissipated like smoke, as if he had never been there. Lu Chen gazed at the spot where Elder Shouzhua had vanished, his eyes deep and contemplative. The Sacred Academy indeed harbors hidden talents. Yet, it is precisely this that renders it all the more intriguing. The Star Domain battlefield and the control token. His lips curled into a cold arc. Chapter 52. The wolves surrounding Elder Shouzhua's intervention served as a stabilizing force, temporarily quelling the storm surrounding the Xingqian Tower. The law enforcement hall ceased their visits, and it seemed the higher-ups of the Sacred Academy tacitly accepted this arrangement, with Lu Chen offsetting the suspicion of tower destruction by vying for the control token of the Star Domain battlefield. The swallowing peak returned to its former tranquility. Yet beneath this calm lay a surging undercurrent. Everyone was aware that the Star Domain battlefield, occurring 3 months hence, would be an unmissable gamble for Lu Chen. Success would absolve past grievances and earn him a substantial reward from the Academy. Failure, however, would likely result in a reckoning of both old and new accounts. In the outside world, countless eyes, both overt and covert, were fixated on Swallowing Peak, eager to witness how this newcomer, who stirred the winds and clouds, would respond. Lu Chen was fully cognizant of this, yet remained unfazed. Pressure? He had long since accustomed himself to transforming it into motivation. He initially spent several days utilizing that trace of chaotic essence and abundant resources to thoroughly stabilize his half-step martial sovereign realm. He also nurtured the Lucian spear, revitalizing the dark red patterns on its body, with new glimmers of brilliance emerging from the fractures. Subsequently, he directed his attention to the forces under his command. Although Zhang Fan and the others had achieved the ranks of Master and Grandmaster, their current strength was far from sufficient for the imminent 10,000 races young talents competition. They required expedited enhancement. One day, Lu Chen summoned Zhang Fan and 5 Grandmaster team members to his side. General, the 6 of them bowed respectfully, their eyes alight with fervor. They knew the general must have a plan. Lu Chen surveyed the 6, stating calmly, "Your strength is acceptable, but still insufficient. The Star Domain battlefield is extraordinary. I need you all to stand independently within it." He flicked his fingers, and 6 points of light imbued with pure essence and insights of the laws embedded themselves into the foreheads of the 6. Refine it within 3 months. I want to see each of you achieve at least a minor breakthrough. The 6 felt an overwhelming surge of energy and profound insights erupt within them, causing them to hastily sit cross-legged and devote themselves to refining. Their auras began to visibly swell at an astonishing rate. After addressing matters concerning his subordinates, Lu Chen was about to continue his exploration of the mysteries of chaos when a message talisman flew into the cave. It was a message from Huang Fuji. "Junior brother Lu, how have you been lately? I hear you require merit for preparation, hence I inform you that the Yungad ruins will soon open. This place is a fragment of an ancient battlefield containing numerous opportunities, albeit fraught with dangers. Due to restrictions, those above Martial Sovereign cannot enter. If you are interested, we will gather at the Academy Square in 3 days. Huang Fuji." The message was concise, seemingly a kind reminder, yet it carried a hint of ulterior motives. The Yungad ruins? Lu Chen's consciousness delved into the Sacred Academy's Zhutian secret record, quickly locating pertinent accounts. The Yungad ruins were indeed an independent secret realm formed from the drift of an ancient battlefield fragment, opening once every 60 years. The interior was chaotic, with shattered laws and filled with perilous spatial rifts, ancient remnants of formations, and corrupted ancient species. However, it also housed fragments of divine weapons, the remains of powerful beings, and even incomplete legacies of divine abilities, offering innumerable opportunities. Due to its fragmented nature, the spatial structure was unstable, unable to withstand the might of martial sovereigns. Hence the restrictions. This meant that the strongest entities within would only be half-step martial sovereigns. A glimmer of interest flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. This was essentially a tailor-made hunting ground for him. The residual malevolent energy from antiquity, shattered laws, and the essence of ancient species might be poison to others. But for him, they were elixirs of great nourishment. As for Huang Fuji's machinations, in the face of absolute strength, they were mere antics of a petty clown. It is precisely at this secret realm that I shall refine myself and seek further opportunities to prepare for the battlefield of the Star Domain. 3 days hence, at the central square of the Holy Institute, when Lu Chen arrived alone, the area was already teeming with over 100 formidable presences. Those who could gather here were at least core disciples, brimming with confidence in their own strength. The majority were at the late stages, or even the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Among them, no fewer than 20 exuded profound auras, their bodies shimmering with the faint glow of laws, unmistakably indicating they were all half-step martial sovereigns. The moment Lu Chen appeared, all eyes were instantly drawn to him. Curiosity, trepidation, scrutiny, indifference, and even veiled hostility intertwined in their gazes. Is that Lu Chen? The one who destroyed the Star Tower? Half-step martial sovereign. He has indeed broken through. Coming alone? Quite confident. Whispers of discussion began to murmur. Huang Fuji stood at the forefront of the crowd, flanked by several disciples of the Tiangong Institute. Upon seeing Lu Chen, a warm smile graced his face as he approached. "Junior brother Lu, you have arrived." Lu Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but directed his gaze towards the others. He spotted a few familiar faces. From the direction of the Yuming clan, a figure shrouded in dense deathly aura, its visage obscured, emanated an aura several times stronger than before. It was indeed a half-step martial sovereign. Though he did not look at Lu Chen, the chilling intent of death subtly locked onto him. Clearly, a stronger prodigy had been dispatched by the Yuming clan. On another front, the Night Kill, whom Lu Chen had severely injured from afar, had also arrived. His wounds appeared to have healed, and his aura was even more sinister, standing behind a woman clad provocatively, her figure alluring, brandishing a whip. This woman was another prodigy of the Shadow clan, known as Mei Ying, also a half-step martial sovereign, who scrutinized Lu Chen with a playful gaze. Besides them, there were also princes of the Demon clan, descendants of ancient gods, and elemental spirit emissaries, all exuding powerful auras and sharp gazes, each a top-tier prodigy of their respective races. This fallen god ruins has attracted such a multitude of half-step martial sovereigns. It seems this journey will not be dull, Lu Chen mused inwardly. Just then, the space above the square rippled as 3 elders of the Holy Institute manifested. With the foremost being the elder Shoujua. He maintained his simple demeanor, cheerfully scanning the crowd below. Little ones, are you all gathered? You must be clear on the rules. Within the fallen god ruins, life and death are determined by fate, and all opportunities obtained belong to the individual. The time limit is 1 month. Once the time is up, you will be automatically expelled. Now, I shall open the passage for you. With that, Elder Shoujua and the other 2 elders simultaneously unleashed their power. 3 formidable forces struck the void at the center of the square. Buzz! The void tore apart like a curtain, and a colossal vortex filled with chaotic light, and the aura of destruction gradually took shape. It was the entrance to the fallen god ruins. The entrance is open, esteemed ones. Please proceed, Elder Shoujua said with a smile. Before his words faded, the impatient prodigies immediately transformed into streaks of light, rushing eagerly into the vortex. Opportunities wait for no one. Huang Fuji smiled at Lu Chen, junior brother Lu. There may be opportunities for collaboration within the secret realm. I shall take the lead. With that, he too plunged into the vortex with the Tiangong Institute's disciples. The half-step martial sovereign of the Yuming clan and the Shadow clan, Mei cast a cold glance at Lu Chen before following suit into the whirlpool. Lu Chen remained unhurried, waiting until most had entered before he stepped forth, his figure melding into the chaotic entrance. Shortly after he entered, the entrance slowly began to close. Elder Shoujua gazed at the now tranquil square, a glimmer of profound meaning flickering in his murky eyes. This time in the fallen god ruins. It appears this young man will stir up quite the tumult. The transition of space brought forth a wave of malice. Lu Chen stabilized his form, discovering himself amidst a desolate, deathly realm where the ground was a shattered dark red world. The sky twisted in dark red, devoid of sun or moon, only resembling gaping wounds in the fabric of space. The ground was riddled with ravines, littered with massive, unknown skeletal remains, and broken weapons and armor. The air was thick with a rich scent of blood and an ancient, unyielding aura of resentment. Though the spiritual energy was dense, it was violently chaotic, imbued with a strong corrosive nature. Here lies the fallen god ruins. Merely breathing and felt as though that malice sought to invade his body and erode his mind. Lu Chen activated his cultivation technique, the devour seed stirring slightly, and the encroaching malice was instead refined and absorbed, becoming a trivial supplement. He expanded his consciousness, only to find the spatial turbulence here exceedingly chaotic, compressing his probing range to less than 100 miles. Moreover, he sensed numerous powerful auras flickering in the distance, clearly indicating the prodigies who had entered this place, as well as the local inhabitants. First, I shall find a suitable location to devour the malice and fragmented laws, solidifying my cultivation while waiting for the fish to take the bait. A cold smirk curved at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth as he flickered towards the most concentrated area of malice, where it almost materialized in the form of liquid, flying towards the shattered mountains. He believed that those old acquaintances who could not forget him would soon come knocking, and this fallen god ruins would become his final bloody hunting ground before stepping onto the battlefield of the Star Domain. Chapter 53. Arrogance. Lu Chen's figure raced through the dark red shattered mountains, ultimately landing in a valley where the malice nearly congealed into droplets. Here, bones towered like mountains. Remnants of soldiers scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with resentful thoughts capable of unsettling an ordinary grandmaster. He sat cross-legged, no longer suppressing the devouring runes within his sea of consciousness. Buzz! An invisible vortex expanded around him, no longer simply absorbing spiritual energy, but brazenly plundering everything in the vicinity. Blood-red malice, fragments of shattered laws, the decaying deathly intent settled in the earth, and even the indomitable battle intent left behind by ancient deities and demons, all energy-infused substances, regardless of their chaotic and violent attributes. The moment they touched the devouring domain, they were forcibly decomposed and purified by the intertwining black and silver runes, transforming into the most fundamental nutrients that merged into Lu Chen's limbs and bones, nurturing the embryonic form of his microcosm. His aura steadily elevated, and his comprehension of devouring and the rules of order gradually deepened through this all-encompassing plunder. Order is not solely about creation and preservation. Defining the attribution of energy and integrating it into one's own system in an orderly fashion is also a manifestation of order. After a short while immersed in cultivation, several obscure yet malevolent auras, akin to sharks scenting blood, quietly emerged at the valley's periphery. They have arrived. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of chaos flashing within, devoid of any surprise. 3 figures surrounded him in a triangular formation. The leader was none other than the half-step martial sovereign of the Yuming clan, exuding a chilling, deathly aura. To his left stood the pale-faced, venomously glaring Night Kill. To his right was a gaunt elder shrouded in a black robe, wielding a white-boned staff, whose cold aura also revealed him as a half-step martial sovereign. Lu Chen. Night Kill spoke first, his voice laced with deep-seated hatred. Today, this fallen god ruins shall be your burial ground. The half-step martial sovereign of the Yuming clan, known as Yugu, finally lifted his eyelids, revealing a pair of lifeless gray eyes. Hand over what you obtained in the Star Tower and forfeit your cultivation, and I may spare your body. His tone was flat, yet laced with an undeniable judgment, as if he were stating a foregone conclusion. The old man with the staff cackled eerily, and with a swift motion, his staff struck the ground, sending ripples of invisible energy radiating outward. He had quietly established a barrier to sever any probing or interference. Youngster, the death energy surrounding you is quite delectable. I shall claim your soul. In the face of the encirclement by 3 half-step martial sovereigns, Lu Chen's expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, a hint of satisfaction graced his lips. 3 are just enough to warm up. He rose to his feet, brushing off non-existent dust, and although the god-slaying spear did not manifest, he casually moved his wrist. Arrogant, Nightshade could no longer contain himself. Having suffered a grievous blow from Lu Chen previously, he regarded it as a profound humiliation and was eager to reclaim his honor. In an instant, his figure morphed into a distorted shadow, seamlessly melding into the surroundings, as if he had vanished entirely. Only an overwhelming killing intent locked onto Lu Chen from all directions. The Shadow Clan's innate divine ability, unseen shadow kill. However, before Lu Chen, who had already ascended to half-step martial sovereign and refined his consciousness through the essence of chaos, such concealment was utterly futile. Without even glancing back, Lu Chen unleashed a punch behind him. At the forefront of his fist was not a surge of overwhelming true energy, but rather a delicate ripple of spatial distortion, imbued with the essence of twisting and devouring. A dull thud echoed, accompanied by Nightshade's piercing scream, just as he materialized to unleash his ultimate attack. That seemingly casual punch struck true against his chest. The horrifying devouring power erupted instantaneously. The flesh and blood at his chest, along with his protective aura and part of his shadow essence, were consumed as if by an invisible maw. They vanished in an instant, leaving a gaping hole that was transparent from front to back. The malice in Nightshade's eyes transformed into boundless fear and disbelief. His body flew back like a rag doll, shattering several massive skeletal remains, before collapsing to the ground. Convulsing, his breath swiftly extinguished. One punch, and he had obliterated a half-step martial sovereign-level prodigy of the Shadow Clan. The pupils of Yugu and the staff-wielding elder constricted sharply, their previous disdain replaced with unprecedented gravity. This young man was even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. Altogether, Yugu roared, no longer boasting. A surge of death energy erupted around him, transforming into a realm of ghostly apparitions, where countless ghastly figures howled, devouring vitality. He formed seals with his hands, summoning a gray spear forged from pure death energy, its tip locking onto Lu Chen, exuding a chilling aura capable of piercing the soul. Simultaneously, the staff-wielding elder completed his incantation. With a wave of his skeletal staff, countless fragmented bones erupted from the valley floor, assembling into a formidable undead army. Their eye sockets burned with ghostly green flames, surging toward Lu Chen like a tidal wave. Several distorted, vengeful spirits emitted soul-piercing shrieks, attempting to disrupt Lu Chen's focus. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Lu Chen finally sprang into action. He stepped forward. With a hum, the devouring domain erupted. Centered around him, a chaotic vortex with a diameter of 100 zhang suddenly materialized. The vortex spun slowly, radiating an aura of terror that seemed to consume all in its vicinity. As the undead army surged forth, upon touching the vortex's edge, they disintegrated like snow meeting the blazing sun. Bones shattered, soul flames extinguished, transforming into the purest essence of death energy, devoured by the vortex. The vengeful spirits screamed as they collided with the domain, their voices abruptly silenced, as if their throats had been severed. Their spiritual forms twisted and were drawn into the chaos, becoming nourishment for the devouring runes. The gray spear conjured by Yugu hurtled through the air, imbued with the might to pierce all. However, as it entered the domain, its speed plummeted. and the deathly laws coalescing upon it were rapidly stripped away and disassembled. Ultimately, it dissipated completely less than a zhong from Lu Chen. How is this possible? The staff-wielding elder exclaimed in shock. His undead army and vengeful spirits could not even force the adversary to take a single step. Yogu's expression darkened, nearly dripping with despair as he felt his own death energy being swiftly consumed by that peculiar domain. This young man's domain was strange. It was beyond their capability to confront. Retreat, he decided instantly, harboring thoughts of escape. Now you wish to flee? Too late. Lu Chen's cold voice resonated. He extended his right hand towards the direction of Yogu and the elder, making a subtle grasping motion. Heaven swallowing. A thunderous roar erupted as the entire devouring domain suddenly contracted inward, the chaotic vortex unleashing an irresistible, terrifying pull. The surrounding space warped, light dimmed, as if it were truly about to consume the very heavens and earth. No, the staff-wielding elder screamed in horror, desperately channeling his power to break free. But it was as futile as a worm ensnared in a swamp, his body uncontrollably drawn toward the vortex's center, the protective aura around him. The skeletal staff in his hand, shattered inch by inch, devoured entirely, until he himself let out a desperate wail, consumed by the vortex. Yogu, too, was in a state of panic, burning his vital death energy, transforming into a gray streak of light in an attempt to break free from the domain's constraints. God-slaying. Lu Chen pointed his fingers like a spear, a dark red beam of light, refined to its utmost, with edges entwined by delicate spatial cracks, shot forth from his fingertips, swiftly catching up to the fleeing Yogu. It was the essence of the god-slaying spear, imbued with a shred of lethal intent. With a piercing sound, the dark red energy ignored Yogu's protective death energy and penetrated through his back. Yogu's body jolted violently, his momentum abruptly halted. He looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, his eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. He sensed the very essence of his life, his soul imprint, being rapidly obliterated by a terrifying force of slaughter and devouring. The Yuming clan will not spare you, he managed to utter, his body crumbling like weathered sand, ultimately transforming into a stream of pure gray energy, reclaimed by the devouring domain. In a mere moment, the three half-step martial sovereigns had suffered 2 deaths and 1 grievous injury. Nightshade was on the brink of death. The valley returned to its eerie silence. The oppressive aura still thick, yet it seemed to have calmed significantly, encircling Lu Chen as if in reverence to a king. Lu Chen closed his eyes, feeling the enhancement brought forth by the devouring of the 3 half-step martial sovereigns and a vast quantity of death energy. The nascent form of his small world became more solidified, granting him new insights into the laws of death and shadows. As his cultivation steadily advanced toward the mid-stage of half-step martial sovereign, a fruitful harvest, he murmured softly, casting his gaze deeper into the ruins of the fallen deity. Hoping that the next target would bring even more surprises, he approached the nearly lifeless Nightshade, dispensing with pleasantries, and directly employed the soul-searching technique. Although the sacred academy forbade harm among peers, within the ruins of the fallen deity, such rules were rendered meaningless. From Nightshade's fragmented memories, he gleaned information regarding Huang Fuji and some of the other rival prodigies' plans and potential locations in this area. With a casual gesture, he reduced Nightshade to ashes, then discerned the direction before vanishing like a streak of light into the blood-red horizon. He understood that this hunt had only just begun. Huang Fuji would certainly not have orchestrated merely this wave of ambushes. These ruins of the fallen deity were perfectly suited for him to settle all grievances in one fell swoop. Shortly after Lu Chen's departure, the void at the edge of the valley rippled, and Zili's figure materialized out of thin air. She gazed at the direction Lu Chen had left, then surveyed the devastation of the battlefield, now devoid of energy. Tilting her head slightly, she licked her lips. A pure yet slightly enchanting smile graced her face. She had devoured her food with remarkable thoroughness, but it seemed that even more delectable candies were concealed somewhere nearby. With a fleeting motion, she silently followed suit. Chapter 54. Someone seeks to kill you. Deep within the depths of the Yunshengsu, the structure of time and space grew increasingly fragile. Twisted beams of light coiled around the fractured mountain peaks like dying serpents, while the ground occasionally split open, revealing bottomless chasms that exhaled chaotic torrents of laws. Few gifted individuals dared to tread upon this perilous terrain, where danger arose not only from one another, but also from the very essence of this realm itself. Lu Chen advanced toward the area suspected to harbor the ancient god's burial pit, guided by fragmented information gleaned from Yesha's memories. It was said that there had once fallen a powerful being among the primordial deities. The indestructible remnants of its soul, along with its shattered divine essence, had endured the passage of eons, still brimming with unfathomable primal mysteries and laws. To others, the remnants of ancient gods were akin to deadly poison. Contact would lead to a corruption by the frenzied will contained within, transforming one into a mindless monster driven solely by bloodlust. Yet, for Lu Chen, who possessed the seed of devouring, particularly one that integrated the rules of order and could untangle chaos, this was an unparalleled tonic. Days later, he beheld a vast canyon, as if cleaved by a colossal axe. A gray mist enveloped the depths of the gorge, not merely vapor, but a dense amalgamation of resentment and shattered divinity. When he probed with his consciousness, it sank into the abyss, met only with a cacophony of chaos and madness. This was the place. Lu Chen sensed a profound yearning emanating from the devouring runes within his sea of consciousness. Without hesitation, he allowed the realm of devouring to subtly circulate around him, dissolving the encroaching gray mist as he stepped into the burial pit's domain. Upon entry, the scenery transformed dramatically. No longer was it a desolate valley, but rather a vivid tapestry of twisted, fragmented visions of gods and demons locked in bloodshed, stars collapsing, and continents sinking. Horrific snippets of ancient battles that assailed the intruder's psyche with deafening roars and wails. Those with fragile minds would be lost in this tempest of spirits in an instant. Lu Chen's spirit remained as steadfast as a rock, his eyes shimmering with silver light of order, rendering all illusions irrelevant as he strode toward the core of the burial pit. The deeper he ventured, the denser the gray mist became, and the whispers morphed into frenzied howls, coalescing into indistinct yet malevolent phantoms of gods and demons, clawing their way towards him. These phantoms were manifestations of the ancient gods' remnants. Begone! Lu Chen commanded with a cold voice, causing the realm of devouring to expand abruptly. The approaching phantoms collided with the field, dissipating like melting snow. The fragmented divinity and chaotic will they contained were forcibly stripped away by the devouring runes, purified into pristine soul essence and fragments of law, integrating into Lu Chen's sea of consciousness. His spiritual power surged visibly, and his comprehension of the essence of power deepened significantly. Though these remnants were shattered, they had once touched the pinnacle of existence, and the fragments contained invaluable insights into laws, each worth its weight in gold. At the core of the burial pit lay a relatively open area. In its center floated a dark golden sphere of light, constantly twisting and transforming. Within the sphere, a vague silhouette, adorned with broken battle armor and crowned with two horns, struggled and roared, exuding a terrifying pressure far surpassing that of the previous remnants. This was a relatively complete ancient god's battle soul. Its aura nearly reached the threshold of a half-step wuzu, even brushing against the essence of true wuzu. It sensed Lu Chen's approach and emitted a deafening roar. The dark golden sphere trembled violently, and a mental shockwave, distilled to its utmost essence and imbued with the truth of shattering, struck forcefully at Lu Chen's sea of consciousness. This blow could severely injure or even annihilate the spirit of an ordinary half-step wuzu. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, refusing to underestimate the threat. Within his sea of consciousness, the devouring rune radiated brilliantly, intertwining dark and silver hues to form a stable vortex. Simultaneously, inspired by a sudden insight, he did not merely defend. Instead, he utilized his spirit as a conduit to mobilize the recently absorbed and refined fragments of order. These coalesced into a blade shimmering with cold silver light, the blade of order. This blade was formless and intangible, embodying an understanding and application of rules, specifically designed to sever chaos and establish order. With a decisive slash, the silver blade of order met the dark golden mental shockwave. There was no cataclysmic explosion at the moment of contact. The chaotic and ferocious intent within the shockwave seemed to be forcibly organized, defined, and its structure collapsed instantaneously. The remaining force was diminished to a mere remnant, easily absorbed by the devouring vortex. The ancient god's battle soul let out a furious roar, evidently astonished that its assault could be so effortlessly neutralized. Seizing the advantage, Lu Chen stepped forward, charging toward the dark golden sphere. The blade of order hovered before him, and the realm of devouring expanded to its fullest, resembling a millstone as it began to grind and consume the ancient god's battle soul. The battle soul thrashed violently, unleashing a variety of incomplete divine techniques, be it the flames that could scorch the heavens, the ice that could engulf the seas, or the might that could shake the earth. However, under the dual effects of the blade of order's definition and the realm of devouring's disintegration, most of these attacks were thwarted mid-flight. The few that struck Lu Chen were effortlessly repelled and absorbed by his formidable physique and chaotic aura. This was a fundamental crushing of power. The ancient god's battle soul, while formidable, was fundamentally rooted in chaos and madness, whereas Lu Chen's order and devouring were its natural nemesis. The devouring process persisted for an entire day. When the last vestige of dark golden light was drawn into the vortex, the colossal ancient god's battle soul vanished completely. Lu Chen sat cross-legged, his aura boiling like water in a kettle, fluctuating violently. Within his sea of consciousness, a torrent of fragmented memories and insights into laws surged forth. He glimpsed scenes of this ancient god in battle, witnessing a profound method regarding the condensation of power and the construction of worlds. He also acquired a strand of exceedingly pure, near-primal divine essence of a war god. Though this essence was fragmented, it contained the true essence of an indomitable will to battle the heavens and earth. Resonating subtly with his own combat intent from the Jukyo Shinmo Gong and the murderous intent of the Lishenji. He did not directly absorb this divine essence, but chose to temporarily seal it deep within his sea of consciousness using the rules of order, reserving it for future contemplation and integration. Simultaneously, the energy derived from devouring a battle soul nearing the Wuzu level was immense. His cultivation barrier loosened once more, solidifying his progress toward the mid-stage of half-step Wuzu. The embryonic form of his small world became clearer, beginning to spontaneously evolve into indistinct images of mountains and rivers. Just as he was fully immersed in digesting his gains, an ominous premonition surged within him. A razor-sharp silver light, seemingly capable of slicing through space, appeared abruptly from behind, aimed directly at his heart. This strike was executed with impeccable timing, perfectly coinciding with the moment he was digesting his newfound power. His focus slightly relaxed. Moreover, the laws imbued within the attack were remarkably refined, bearing an absolute penetrating quality, far beyond that of Yogu or Yesha. It even instilled in him a sense of lethal threat. Without a moment's thought, Lu Chen, relying on his combat instincts, contorted his body into an astonishing angle. Simultaneously, he retaliated with a punch, chaos swirling around his fist as the power of devouring coalesced into a singular point. Clang! A crisp sound, reminiscent of the clash of gold and iron, erupted. The silver light was halted by Lu Chen's fist, revealing its true nature as a blade, thin as a cicada's wing, pulsating with ripples of spatial energy. Yet, upon Lu Chen's fist, a faint crimson line marred the surface, as a peculiar destructive force attempted to invade, only to be swiftly extinguished by chaotic energy. With a cold glint in his eyes, Lu Chen gazed towards the source of the blade's trajectory. Not far away, the void rippled like water, and a slender figure gradually emerged. Clad in a silver robe, the individual bore an unremarkable visage, but his eyes were sharp, akin to the very blade he had just unleashed, seemingly capable of piercing through illusions. His aura was understated, yet it melded seamlessly with the surrounding space, exuding an air of invulnerability. In his hand, he toyed with another identical silver blade. To evade my void blade and withstand it with mere flesh and scathed is indeed commendable for one who has ascended the celestial ladder and shattered the star tower. Lu Chen, the silver-robed man, spoke, his voice calm and unruffled, betraying no hint of emotion. Who are you? Lu Chen inquired, rising slowly, the wound on his fist already healed, his expression grave as he regarded his opponent. This individual emanated a danger surpassing that of the ancient divine war spirit he had previously encountered. His cultivation was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of half-step martial sovereigns, possibly even on the verge of reaching the martial sovereign realm. Shukongdian, Ingren, the silver-robed man announced, his gaze scrutinizing Lu Chen with the detachment of a predator eyeing its prey. A high price has been offered for your head in this place. Shukongdian? Lu Chen's brows arched slightly. This was an exceedingly mysterious organization within the Sacred Institute. It was rumored that its members were elite prodigies adept in assassination and spatial arts, operating with secrecy and prioritizing coin over kin. Did Huang Fuji summon you? Lu Chen queried coldly. To enlist the chief, as he speculated, assassin of Shukongdian. The most likely suspect with a grudge against him was indeed Huang Fuji. Ingren neither confirmed nor denied, merely stating, for those about to die. What need is there for further inquiry? No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure abruptly blurred, as if melding into the void, vanishing entirely. His presence dissipated without a trace, as if he had never existed. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, his consciousness expanding to its utmost, while the order blade hovered above him, casting silver light to safeguard his form, the devouring domain contracting to a Tenjong radius, becoming exceedingly solid. He realized he was confronting a true adversary. This battle was unlike the previous encounters marked by sheer force. It was a culmination of concealment and insight, of lethal strikes and defense. In the next moment, countless silver blades, akin to a tempest, tore through the air from every conceivable direction, converging upon him with terrifying might. Each blade harbored the power to severely injure or even slay an ordinary half-step martial sovereign. The slaughterfest of Run, the chief of Shukongdian, had commenced. Countless void blades inundated Lu Chen's position, resembling a swarm of silver bees. They were not mere physical assaults. Each blade contained the utmost spatial cutting force and the unique essence of Ren's art of destruction. There was no way to evade. Lu Chen's gaze remained tranquil as an abyss, and in the face of this lethal predicament, he devised the most direct and domineering response. Swallow the heavens. The devouring domain, now constricted to a Tenjong radius, roared into reverse. No longer would it consume inwardly, it would erupt outward. The chaotic vortex spun with unprecedented velocity, forming an absolute defensive field. The incoming void blades, upon nearing the vortex's edge, were ensnared as though caught in quicksand, their speed drastically diminished. The spatial force and destructive essence clinging to them were forcibly stripped away and shattered, ultimately transforming into pure energy, greedily absorbed by the vortex's center. Offense replaced defense. Devouring shattered laws. However, Ren's assault was not limited to this. As Lu Chen countered the barrage of blades, the void beside him rippled like water. A seemingly ordinary void blade silently emerged, aiming directly for his temple. This strike, devoid of any dramatic flair, encapsulated Ren's lifetime of assassination mastery, condensing power to its ultimate form in pursuit of unparalleled penetration. Timing, angle, force, flawlessly executed. Lu Chen seemed to anticipate this, as the order blade silently appeared beside his temple, perfectly intercepting the blade's tip. Clang. Sparks flew. The order blade vibrated violently, its silver brilliance dimming slightly. Seizing upon the force of impact, Lu Chen retreated, retaliating with a punch directed at the void. Boom. The space collapsed, a silver-robed figure being thrust forth with a slightly disheveled appearance. It was Run. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, evidently caught off guard by Lu Chen's swift reaction and keen awareness. Your domain can devour laws. Ren's voice remained calm, yet tinged with gravity. Your concealment is not beyond my perception, Lu Chen replied coolly. His consciousness, bolstered by chaotic energy and the principles of order, had become exquisitely sensitive to fluctuations in energy and space. Although Ren's spatial concealment was masterful, each movement and attack caused subtle ripples in the space that could not escape his detection. Very well, Ren nodded, ceasing further conversation. He formed hand seals, and the silver light surrounding him surged, resonating subtly with the fragmented space of the fallen divine ruins. To compel me to employ this technique, you possess sufficient pride. Void obliteration. In an instant, centered on Lu Chen, the space within a radius of several hundred zhang shattered like a mirror. It was not a mere tearing. The entire spatial structure was utterly dismantled, dissolving into an expanse of absolute void and chaos. Terrifying spatial turbulence, akin to countless invisible blades, surged from all directions, aiming to obliterate everything within the vicinity. This was a true technique of annihilation, leveraging the instability of the secret realm's spatial structure to unleash an explosion. With power sufficient to threaten even a genuine martial sovereign, Lu Chen instantaneously sensed the looming peril. The devouring domain faltered before the scale of such spatial collapse, struggling to completely absorb all the chaotic flow. The order blade flickered wildly, attempting to stabilize the surrounding space, yet the area of collapse was too vast, the speed too swift. Crack. Cracks began to appear along the edge of the devouring domain. In this critical moment, a fierce light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Rather than retreating, he undertook a reckless maneuver. He actively retracted the defenses of the devouring domain and the order blade. Plunging all his focus into his consciousness sea, he sought communion with the sealed fragment of divine warrior essence, alongside an even deeper strand of chaotic energy. Since the space has shattered and the laws have disrupted, let us return to chaos, to be defined by me. He relinquished his resistance, allowing the tumult of the broken space to engulf him. Yet, in the instant of being consumed, the devouring rune within his consciousness erupted with an unprecedented chaotic radiance, merging entirely with that strand of chaotic energy. An ancient, vast essence, as if originating from the dawn of the universe, awakened within Lu Chen. His body transformed into a point of chaos, all-encroaching spatial turbulence and destructive energy. as they approached his form, were not devoured but assimilated, merging into that primordial chaos. Chaos, encompassing all, can also give rise to all. Ren's pupils constricted, staring in disbelief at the core of the collapsing space. The anticipated scene of Lu Chen being torn to shreds did not materialize. Instead, an eerie tranquility enveloped the area. All chaos and destruction converged there, subdued as if countless rivers were returning to the sea, merging into an indistinct, ineffable point. What forces this? A warning bell rang in Ren's heart, an unprecedented chill enveloping his entire being. Without hesitation, he retreated, intent on merging with the void to escape. Yet, it was too late. The serene chaos suddenly expanded, its velocity surpassing thought itself. In an instant, it enveloped the fleeing Ren. No. Ren could only utter a brief gasp before feeling everything about himself. His corporeal form, true essence, consciousness, and even his comprehension of spatial laws, being assimilated and disintegrated by an irresistible force. His silver robe melted away, his body transformed into the most fundamental particles of energy. His awareness plunged into eternal stupor. The chief of the Void Palace, a peak half-step martial sovereign, was thus rendered to nothingness, completely returned to chaos. As the chaotic radiance gradually retracted, Lu Chen's figure re-emerged. He stood firm, his attire unscathed, yet the aura surrounding him had undergone a profound transformation. The once sharp and imposing brilliance had significantly tempered, replaced by an unfathomable weight and antiquity. With each blink of his eyes, it seemed as if scenes of chaos and creation flowed within them. He had successfully awakened the true might of the chaotic essence amidst desperate circumstances. Although it was merely the surface, it had induced a leap in his essence. In this moment, while his realm remained at half-step martial sovereign, his combat prowess could no longer be measured by ordinary standards. He raised his hand, a wisp of grayish gas swirling in his palm, emanating an essence that soothed the fragmented space around him. Could chaos be the foundational force of a higher tier? Lu Chen pondered. He sensed that his understanding of devouring and order had become clearer under the perspective of chaos. Devouring was a means of returning to chaos, while order was the result of chaos' evolution. Just as he was grasping this newfound power, a round of applause rang out abruptly. With a flourish, Huang Fuji, accompanied by several disciples from the Tiangong Academy, emerged from behind a massive meteorite, a look of admiration on his face, yet his gaze was as cold as frost. Wonderful. Truly marvelous. Huang Fuji exclaimed, clapping his hands. Even the chief of the Void Palace, Ren, has been vanquished by your hand. Lu Shidi, you consistently bring me surprises. No, shocks. His eyes fixed intensely on Lu Chen, particularly on the wisp of chaotic essence in his palm, a hint of insatiable greed flickering within. It seems the core artifact of the Star Tower has indeed fallen into your grasp. Hand it over, along with your gains from the ancient god's burial pit, and perhaps I might consider allowing you to die a swift death. As he spoke, spatial fluctuations rippled around them, revealing several formidable presences. A demon prince enveloped in blazing flames, an elemental elder composed entirely of blue ice crystals, and two human prodigies clad in ancient garb, their auras obscure. Including Huang Fuji, there were precisely 5 half-step martial sovereigns. Each aura was no weaker than Ren's. They had evidently lain in wait, anticipating the moment of conflict. Lu Chen slowly retracted the chaotic essence from his palm, casting a calm glance over the 5 encroaching figures before finally resting his gaze upon Huang Fuji. I have awaited you for a long time. Lu Chen spoke, his tone devoid of any tremor, ready to test the sharpness of chaos against you. The 5 half-step martial sovereigns united their energies, resembling 5 ancient divine mountains, suppressing the surrounding void. Flames, ice, gold, earth, and Huang Fuji's intricately mechanical domain of laws wove together into a deadly web, firmly ensnaring Lu Chen. This area, recently subjected to the void's obliteration, was already fragile. Under the pressure of the 5 formidable beings, it groaned under the burden. With fine black cracks spreading like a spider's web, Lu Chen, surrender the chaotic essence and the ancient god inheritance, and you may avoid the torment of soul searching and soul refining. The fiery demon prince's voice boomed like thunder, his golden flames distorting the very fabric of space. Why waste words with him? Just kill him. The ice crystal elemental elder's voice was frigid as he raised his hand, summoning countless ice shards in the void, exuding a chilling aura that could freeze souls. He was the extreme ice elemental elder, Binghai. The other 2 ancient-clad human prodigies, one exuding a sharp aura like a sword, the other bearing a weighty presence like a mountain, Both regarded Lu Chen with indifference, clearly following Huang Fuji's lead. Huang Fuji wore a knowing smile. Lu Shitty, come to terms with reality. Even if you have fortuitously grasped some peculiar power, facing our combined might leaves you with no chance of victory. Surrender, and you may retain some semblance of dignity. In the face of this dire predicament, Lu Chen merely smiled. It was a faint smile, yet it bore a dispassionate indifference, as if looking down upon mere ants. Reality? He softly echoed. The chaotic scenes within his eyes slowly swirling. You know nothing of power. Before his words faded, he moved. There was no cataclysmic surge of energy, no dazzling display of divine brilliance. He simply took a single step forward. With that step, the reclusive, profound chaotic essence surrounding him awakened, akin to an ancient beast stirring from slumber. A vast, formless power, seemingly derived from the primordial universe, erupted from him, radiating outward. There were no specific attributes, no fixed forms, merely pure existence and assimilation. Huang Fuji and the others' expressions shifted abruptly. They sensed their proud domains of laws, upon contact with this chaotic essence, began to tremble violently, fracturing. The flames ceased to blaze, the ice lost its bite, the gold dulled in sharpness, and the earth faltered in stability. Even Huang Fuji's meticulously operating mechanical laws exhibited signs of stuttering and disorder. It was as if, before this chaos, all postnatal-derived laws were compelled to revert to their most primitive state. What is this power? The Lion Prince, Shi Kuang, cried out in horror, his golden flames flickering uncertainly, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Impossible. My extreme ice laws are actually dissolving. Bing Hai's voice quivered with fear. Suppress him. The sharp-eyed human prodigy barked, pointing like a sword, unleashing a brilliant sword intent that cleaved towards Lu Chen. The other prodigy, heavy as a mountain, struck with both palms, summoning the earth's might to form two enormous, earth-colored hands that converged to crush Lu Chen. Huang Fuji's expression darkened, his hands swiftly weaving intricate runes, attempting to analyze and disrupt the chaotic essence. In the face of this still ferocious onslaught, Lu Chen merely raised his right hand, with his palm facing upward. The wisp of grayish chaotic essence reemerged, but this time, it radiated an essence of terror that could silence all things. He did not employ any complex techniques. He simply directed his palm forward and gently pushed. Chaos returns to origin. There was no sound, no light or shadow, yet everyone felt an intangible boundary encompassing all space ahead being thrust outward. The sharp sword aura, upon touching this invisible boundary, disintegrated instantly like a clay ox sinking into the sea, transforming into the most fundamental essence of metal and dissipating into the void. The two enormous, earth-colored hands that had converged seemed to crash into an insurmountable wall, collapsing with a thunderous roar, reverting to pure earth elemental energy. The analytical runes unleashed by Huang Fuji were akin to moths drawn to a flame. They lost all vitality the moment they approached, dissolving into nothingness. In the wake of chaos, all laws returned to their origins, and divine powers ceased to exist. The first victims, Shi Kuang and Bing Hai, were swept by this intangible chaotic boundary. The golden flames enveloping Shi Kuang extinguished in an instant. His massive lion form, stripped of all strength, wilted, and he coughed up blood mixed with internal organs. Bing Hai's crystalline body melted away as if encountering a nemesis, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. The two human prodigies felt as if they had been severely bitten, their sword aura shattered, and their mountain-like palms crumbled. The backlash sent their blood surging, causing them to stagger backward, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Lu Chen. Only Huang Fuji, relying on a spinning, intricate compass-like artifact suspended above his head, managed to emit beams of clear light, barely resisting the encroaching chaotic energy. Yet, his complexion paled slightly, and the brilliance of the compass dimmed considerably. One strike, merely one strike. The united might of 5 half-step martial sovereigns crumbled into dust. 2 were gravely injured, 2 were wounded. And only Huang Fuji managed to hold on with the aid of his extraordinary treasure. The arena fell into a deathly silence. The 3 remaining figures stared at Lu Chen, who stood proudly amidst the swirling chaotic energy, as if he had existed since before the dawn of creation. A chilling aura surged from his feet to the crown of his head. This was a force beyond their comprehension. It transcended the realm of laws, touching the very essence of existence. A monster. The voice of the prodigy, sharp as a blade, was dry as he gripped his sword, his hand trembling slightly. Huang Fuji fixed his gaze on the wisp of chaotic energy in Lu Chen's palm, his greed replaced by overwhelming fear. He finally understood the terrifying existence he had provoked. This was power beyond his reach. Flee. Without hesitation, Huang Fuji forcefully activated the compass above his head, its light flaring up as he tore through the void. Preparing to escape, the other two also reacted, burning their essence and employing various techniques to flee for their lives. Now they wished to escape? Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, unwilling to allow them to depart freely. He pointed his fingers like blades, slicing through the air in the direction of Huang Fuji's escape. A gray, hair-thin blade of chaos disregarded the distance of space and instantly caught up with Huang Fuji, who had already slipped into the void. With a soft crack, a faint sound of shattering emerged from the void, accompanied by Huang Fuji's muffled groan and the sound of the compass shattering. A line of blood dripped from the void. Yet Huang Fuji's figure ultimately vanished. Lu Chen frowned slightly, sensing Huang Fuji's aura rapidly fading away. He had evidently paid a significant price to forcibly escape with the shattered artifact. He did not pursue the other two but cast a cold gaze upon the gravely injured Shi Kuang and Bing Hai, who lay gasping on the ground. Moments later, within the swallowing peak, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, his aura ebbing and flowing like the tide. He had absorbed the entirety of the essence of both Shi Kuang and Bing Hai, along with their fragmented insights into the loss. Coupled with the previous accumulation from the ancient god's battle soul and shadow blade, the energy within him had reached a critical juncture. In a sea of consciousness, the swallowing rune became increasingly intricate, its core interwoven with black and silver, now tinged with an eternal chaotic gray. The embryonic form of a small world grew clearer, with the mountains and rivers within beginning to take on a real texture, even hinting at a faint glimmer of life brewing. The late half-step martial sovereign stage was within reach. With no bottleneck in sight, his cultivation once again broke through, solidifying at the late half-step martial sovereign stage. His strength underwent a transformation of monumental proportions. At this moment, should he encounter the previous shadow blade, he would likely not need to utilize chaotic energy. Relying solely on his ability to devour and the principles of order, he could easily suppress it. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze of chaos retracting into tranquility. Huang Fuji of the Tiangong Academy. Lu Chen murmured to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This individual had schemed against him multiple times and had glimpsed the secrets of his chaotic energy. He could not be spared. However, the immediate priority was the impending star domain battlefield. He sensed the token representing the agreement with the elder Shoujua in his storage ring growing warm. A message entering his mind. The 3-month deadline is approaching. The star domain battlefield will soon open. Prepare swiftly. Lu Chen rose to his feet, his gaze seemingly piercing through the cave, looking deep into the sacred academy. The star domain battlefield, where myriad races compete for supremacy, is where he would best test the power of chaos and finally settle his grievances with Huang Fuji and the Yoming clan. It was time for all the races across the heavens to witness what true devouring and chaos entailed. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority destined to sweep across the starry seas. Chapter 57. The Opening of the Star Domain Battlefield. At the summit of Swallowing Peak, Lu Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments fluttering in the ethereal breeze. His aura was entirely restrained. To the untrained eye, he appeared as an ordinary person. Only the occasional flicker of chaotic essence in his profound eyes hinted at the terrifying power he harbored. Late half-step martial sovereign. The distance to the true martial sovereign realm seemed merely a step away, yet this step was akin to a chasm. Countless extraordinarily talented individuals have spent their entire lives without being able to cross it. However, Lu Chen could sense that, with the foundation of chaotic energy and the characteristics of devouring myriad paths, this threshold was not beyond his reach. The star domain battlefield was the perfect opportunity for him to break through to the martial sovereign realm. Zhang Fan, Zili, and 50 team members stood respectfully behind him. Their auras had transformed drastically compared to several months prior. Under Lu Chen's generous provision of resources and transmission of insights into the loss, Zhang Fan had already advanced to the late Grandmaster stage. 5 core team members had stabilized at the mid-Grandmaster stage, while the remaining members had all stepped into the Grandmaster threshold. Their foundations were solid, their malevolent energy refined, resembling unsheathed blades. This team, in any star domain, would be a formidable force. General, the entrance to the star domain battlefield will soon open at Wanja Mountain, and various factions are gathering, Zhang Fan reported respectfully, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Following the general, they had witnessed landscapes they once dared not imagine. Now, they were about to step onto the ultimate stage of contention among myriad races. Zili appeared somewhat bored, kicking a small stone beneath her feet while mumbling, "I hope there will be some good candies this time. The previous ones were too fragile." Her gaze occasionally swept over Lu Chen, carrying a hint of subtle inquiry and curiosity. The increasingly profound, chaotic aura surrounding Lu Chen instinctively drew her closer, yet it also instilled a faint sense of trepidation. Lu Chen slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. The Star Domain battlefield is extraordinary. Within it, opportunities and dangers coexist, and the rules are closer to primordial chaos. The law of the jungle is the only ironclad rule. Our goal is singular, to seize the control token. Fanjulu Jura, Jia Kusha, the chilling final words resonated with a cold, murderous intent, causing the temperature around them to plummet. The team members exchanged sharp glances and collectively growled. We shall obey the general's orders. Without any unnecessary mobilization, this iron-blooded army had long since integrated their will with Lu Chen. At that moment, a resounding chime echoed across the horizon, reverberating 9 times and reaching every corner of the Holy Academy. A magnificent pillar of light soared from the depths of the Holy Academy's Wanjiashan, piercing the heavens and connecting to the unfathomable void. The time had come to commence the Star Domain battlefield. Let us proceed, Lu Chen said calmly, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he led the way towards Wanjiashan. Zhang Fan and the others followed closely behind. Over 50 streams of light cutting through the sky, their collective momentum drawing the astonished gazes of countless disciples of the Holy Academy along the way. Wanjiashan was not a true mountain, but rather an extraordinary region composed of countless floating continents and fragments of stars. It served as one of the Holy Academy's crucial nexus points connecting myriad realms. At this moment, the central plaza of Wanjiashan was teeming with people. Thousands of elite disciples from the inner sanctum of the Holy Academy had gathered here, while the outer areas were filled with tens of thousands of disciples and attendants who had come to bid farewell or witness the event. The atmosphere was a chaotic amalgamation of powerful auras, with diverse races, demon energy, magical energy, celestial radiance, and divine brilliance intertwining to create a breathtaking spectacle. The arrival of Lu Chen and his companions instantly captured the attention of the entire assembly. It is Lu Chen. He has arrived. What an intimidating presence. All those with him have apparently ascended to the Grandmaster level. How did he achieve this in such a short span of months? Whispers of curiosity, wariness, reverence, and hostility surged like a tide, all focused on the figure clad in azure robes. Lu Chen's exploits in the Yunshan Xiu, where he had turned the tables on the Sukong Dianing Ren and severely injured Huang Fuji, though the news had been suppressed, the higher-ups were well aware, had already circulated in certain circles, his fearsome reputation unmatched. From the direction of the Yoming Zoo, a palpable aura of icy death approached unabashedly. Leading the charge was a gaunt elder cloaked in black robes, his presence obscured yet unmistakably that of a true martial sovereign. He was the guardian of the Yoming Zoo, Youchuan Zuinjia. Behind him, several prodigies of the Yoming Zoo regarded Lu Chen with venomous eyes. One among them possessed a formidable aura, having reached the pinnacle of half-step martial sovereign, surpassing the previous Yogu. In the direction of Tiangong Yuan, Huang Fuji had not made an appearance, likely still recuperating or evading attention. However, several elders from Tiangong Yuan cast unkind glances at Lu Chen. Furthermore, Lu Chen sensed several exceedingly powerful auras concealed within the crowd, including those at the half-step martial sovereign pinnacle, and even a couple whose ethereal and profound presence instilled in him a faint sense of threat. These were the top prodigies from other races or factions within the Holy Academy. Lu Chen paid little heed to all of this and led his team directly to the core area, standing still in anticipation. His calm demeanor starkly contrasted with the swirling undercurrents around him. Moments later, several unmatched pressures descended from the heavens, with Shouzhua Elder prominently among them. In addition, there was the law enforcement home Master Tieshing, along with several high-ranking figures from the Holy Academy, rarely seen in ordinary times. Shouzhua Elder maintained his cheerful demeanor, his gaze sweeping over the gathered heroes, pausing momentarily on Lu Chen with a barely perceptible nod. Tieshing's expression was grave, his voice booming and echoing far and wide. The Star Domain battlefield is an ancient, independent world with unique rules. Only those below martial sovereign may enter. It encompasses vast expanses, harboring countless opportunities as well as grave dangers. Upon entry, you will be randomly transported to the periphery of the battlefield. In the core area, the Star Domain Authority tokens float. Seize and refine them to become the master of this Star Domain battlefield, securing resource advantages for our Holy Academy in the next era. While slaughter is permitted within the battlefield, remember that your primary identity is that of Holy Academy disciples. When facing external enemies, stand united against them. Now, Let the passage be opened. As his words fell, Shojua Elder and several high-ranking officials simultaneously unleashed their powers into the colossal formation at the center of the plaza. The formation erupted with dazzling brilliance, and a massive spatial vortex, over 1,000 feet in diameter, gradually took shape. Within the vortex, countless stars twinkled, exuding an ancient, vast, and perilous aura. The entrance was open, for a duration of 1 year. Whether you can seize fortune and elevate the prestige of our holy academy depends on your own capabilities. Enter. Tieshing waved his hand. Charge. Opportunities lay before them. In an instant, the thousands of prodigies, unable to contain their excitement, transformed into vibrant streams of light, surging like a waterfall into the colossal spatial vortex. Lu Chen nodded slightly to Zhang Fan and the others, and they moved together, coalescing into a concentrated dark stream of light, entering the vortex ahead of the rest. As he crossed the threshold of the vortex, Lu Chen felt a powerful force of spatial tearing envelop him. Simultaneously, it seemed as if a subtle, scrutinizing wave swept over his body, pausing momentarily at the chaotic energy deep within his consciousness. Was it Shojua Elder? Or perhaps a presence deeper within the Holy Academy? Lu Chen understood yet remained unperturbed, allowing the spatial force to envelop him. As light and shadow shifted and time and space distorted, when he next found solid ground, he stood in an entirely unfamiliar realm. The sky was a dark crimson, adorned with 3 purple moons of varying sizes. The ground was desolate, with sparse vegetation, and the air was thick with a faint sulfuric scent and a peculiar radiative energy. In the distance, the low growls of unknown colossal beasts echoed, accompanied by the sounds of energy collisions. The Star Domain battlefield had arrived. Lu Chen expanded his consciousness, instantly covering a radius of 1,000 miles. He sensed that Zhang Fan, Zi Li, and the others had not transported with him but were scattered in different directions. This was the rule of the battlefield, preventing large-scale clustering in the initial phase. He looked up at the sky, where among the 3 purple moons, he could faintly discern an exceedingly tiny point of soft white light. That was the projection of the Star Domain Authority token, situated at the ultimate core of the battlefield. A year's time would suffice. A cold smirk graced Lu Chen's lips as his gaze swept across the blood-red wasteland. The hunt was about to begin. This time, his prey would be the prodigies of the entire Star Domain battlefield, the ultimate authority, and the gateway to the realm of martial sovereigns. With a single step, he merged into the dark crimson winds, racing towards the direction of the most concentrated energy, which was undoubtedly the most perilous. The bloody prelude of the Star Domain battlefield had been initiated by him with the first note. Chapter 58, Roll. The desolation of the Star Domain battlefield far exceeded Lu Chen's expectations. Beneath the dark crimson sky, the earth was fissured, occasionally revealing twisted metallic wreckage within the charred soil, exhibiting an ancient and peculiar style, unlike the standardized forms commonly seen among the myriad races today. The air was thick with radiative energy, carrying a strong corrosive quality. An ordinary grandmaster would likely not survive half a day here. Lu Chen's chaotic energy flowed naturally around him, assimilating and absorbing all harmful energies, rendering them inconsequential sustenance. His consciousness resembled an invisible net, enveloping 1,000 miles, distinctly capturing the latent dangers within this region, several areas of anomalous energy reactions, as well as the chilling life fluctuations lurking in the depths of the earth or amidst the debris. He did not deliberately conceal his presence. Instead, he advanced leisurely like a king surveying his domain. After the chaos of the primordial dawn, he required more battles to hone this newfound power and an abundance of resources to challenge the realm of Wuzuan. Having traversed less than 100 miles, an expansive city of ruins, constructed from some alloy, came into view. Most of the city had collapsed, rusted, and dilapidated. Yet from its core area emanated rhythmic energy fluctuations and sounds of combat. Lu Chen's figure flickered as he silently descended upon a broken, colossal metal pipeline, gazing downwards. In the center of the ruins, an intense battle raged. One side consisted of 3 disciples from the Holy Academy, 2 men and 1 woman. Their attire indicating they hailed from the inner court, all at the mid-level of Grandmaster. They were currently in dire straits, forming a triangular formation in a desperate struggle. They bore wounds, their auras disordered. The assailants were not flesh and blood creatures, but rather dozens of grotesque mechanical entities, entirely dark silver in hue. These mechanical beings varied in form. Some resembled spiders, unleashing scorching energy rays, while others resembled hounds, moving with ghostly speed, their claws shimmering with high-frequency resonance. Moreover, 2 humanoid mechas, standing over 3 meters tall, wielded massive chainsaw swords and energy shields, their might overwhelming. Each strike sending violent ripples through the protective aura of the three disciples. They were remnants of the ancient mechanical race. One of the male disciples swung his sword to deflect an energy ray, anxiously exclaiming that their core energy seemed linked to the ruins, with energy nearly limitless. What to do? We cannot break through. The female disciple's face turned pale, her water-based abilities proving ineffective against these metallic abominations. Hold on. A distress signal has been sent. Perhaps our fellow disciples from the Holy Academy are nearby. Another male disciple gritted his teeth, his spear piercing a mechanical hound, only for a new one to swiftly take its place. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on the cores of the two humanoid mechas, glowing with blue light. And a platform hidden in the depths of the ruins, protected by an energy shield. On that platform floated several fist-sized dark blue crystals, emanating pure energy fluctuations. High-purity energy cores and fragments of the mechanical race's legacy? A flicker of interest flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. These energy cores were of little significance to him. Yet the ancient mechanical technology and principles within those legacy fragments could potentially offer new insights for the evolution of his small world. At that moment, the two humanoid mechas seemed to lose patience. Their blue cores surged with energy, chainsaw swords, and energy cannons charging simultaneously, clearly preparing to unleash a lethal blow. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the three disciples to display despair. It was over. Just as they faced imminent doom, a calm voice unexpectedly echoed across the battlefield. Leave. The voice was not loud, yet it possessed a peculiar enchantment, resonating clearly within everyone's perception. The frenzied mechanical entities abruptly halted, as if a pause button had been pressed. Even the two humanoid mechas experienced a momentary disturbance in their charging light. The three disciples, astonished, looked up to see a figure in a green robe standing atop a broken pipeline, calmly observing them. It was Lu Chen. The female disciple recognized him, her eyes bursting with joy at having survived. The other two male disciples also felt invigorated, aware of Lu Chen's formidable reputation. At this moment, he appeared to them like a savior. However, the mechanical entities merely paused for an instant. The red lights in their eyes reignited, seemingly determining Lu Chen as a greater threat. They split into a large group, including the two humanoid mechas, redirecting their weapons towards Lu Chen in a frenzied rush. Energy rays, shockwaves, and chainsaw blades descended upon him like a torrential storm. Faced with an assault that could fluster even a half-step Wuzuan, Lu Chen simply raised his right hand slightly. He did not employ chaotic energy or unleash a devouring domain. He merely spread his fingers and gently clasped his hand towards the oncoming mechanical tide. A hum resonated as an invisible force, transcending ordinary laws, descended. It was not destruction, nor was it severance. Rather, it was deprivation. In the perception of all present, centered around Lu Chen's palm, the space within several hundred meters seemed to instantaneously be stripped of all energy and vitality. The energy rays, mid-flight, rapidly dimmed and dissipated, as if erased by an unseen hand. The high-velocity claws and chainsaws slowed abruptly, their kinetic energy and high-frequency vibrations vanishing into thin air, becoming as mundane as iron. The cores of the humanoid mechas flickered rapidly, before extinguishing like candles in the wind. Deprived of energy support, all mechanical entities, be they spiders, hounds, or mechas, transformed into mere scrap metal in an instant. They remained frozen in their forward charge or attacking stance, then toppled like a house of cards, scattering helplessly to the ground, unable to move. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence, a stark contrast to the earlier chaos. The three Holy Academy disciples stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if witnessing a ghost. They could hardly comprehend what Lu Chen had done. The mechanical army that had instilled despair within them had simply perished. This was not a matter of overpowering strength, but rather a conceptual annihilation, as if Lu Chen had wielded a command, declaring for them to leave. Their very existence was stripped away. Lu Chen slowly withdrew his hand, his expression remaining tranquil. This was merely a preliminary application of his understanding of order and rules, rendering a defined area's energy ineffective. Against these mechanical entities reliant on energy cores and fixed programming, his approach proved remarkably effective. He flickered, appearing before the platform protected by the energy shield, pressing his hand against it. The shield, capable of withstanding peak Grandmaster attacks, shattered like a bubble upon contact with his palm. He collected the energy cores and legacy fragments, and only after completing this did he turn to face the three disciples, who were still in a daze. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu Chen, for your life-saving grace. The three quickly regained their composure, bowing deeply, their voices filled with reverence and gratitude. Lu Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over them as he calmly stated that it was unwise to linger, as the energy fluctuations could attract other dangers, urging them to depart swiftly. With that, he did not linger, transforming into a stream of light as he sped towards another location where he sensed a more profound energy, vanishing into the horizon. It was not until Lu Chen had long departed that the three disciples exhaled deeply, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual shock and trepidation. What realm had senior brother Lu Chen attained? I do not know, but it undoubtedly exceeds our imagination. That technique we just witnessed was unprecedented. We must leave. Heed senior brother's words. This place is far too perilous. The trio wasted no time, consuming elixirs and hastily departing the mechanical wasteland. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, as he journeyed away, absorbed the information contained within the mechanical race's legacy fragments, casting his gaze towards the distant horizon. In his perception, deep within this starry battlefield, countless powerful auras collided and battled, akin to beacon fires ignited in the darkness. Chaos served as the finest nourishment. A smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he increased his speed, propelling himself toward the vortex where bloodshed and opportunity coexisted. The chaotic devourer was insatiable. Chapter 59. The insectoid tribe. The vastness and peril of the starry battlefield far surpassed that of ordinary secret realms. As Lu Chen journeyed forth, he encountered numerous disciples from the Sacred Academy, all ensnared in fierce struggles. He effortlessly dispatched several oblivious extraterrestrial prodigies who dared to regard him as prey. His methods grew increasingly succinct and lethal. Often, with merely a flick of his hand, the assaults of his opponents would dissipate, their essence plundered and transformed into sustenance for his ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts. The chaotic energies subtly transformed his body and soul, enhancing his efficiency in absorbing and utilizing energy to an astonishing degree. What ordinary prodigies needed to meticulously refine energy crystals or the inner cores of demonic beasts merely required him to open his mouth and inhale. His miniature world, in its nascent form, grew increasingly solidified under the accumulation of countless resources, even giving rise to simple natural phenomena such as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning within. One day, guided by an unusual mental wave that resembled the whispers of billions of sentient beings, he arrived before a colossal, dark purple mountain range that seemed to writhe like a living organism. This mountain range was not formed of rock, but rather composed of a substance akin to biological tissue, its surface adorned with blood vessel-like veins that pulsed gently. Countless openings pockmarked the mountains, through which grotesque insectoid units of varying sizes entered and exited. Some resembled magnified ants with sharp mandibles, tasked with transporting resources. Others, akin to moths, patrolled with their semi-transparent wings. Additionally, there were bloated sacs continuously birthing new insect eggs. The nauseatingly rich life force intermingled with chaotic and violent spiritual energy, forming a unique domain. Here lay a massive insectoid nest. Indeed, it was the nest of the insectoid tribe. In the distance, several disciples from the Sacred Academy, drawn by the same wave, halted in shock, their faces pale. Judging by its scale, it was at least a Tier 1 nest, undoubtedly housing insectoid overlords at the pinnacle of semi-respectable warrior. Retreat. The insectoid tribe was notoriously troublesome among the myriad races of the universe. While individual members might not be top tier, their numbers were endless, bolstered by nests capable of continuously spawning troops and coordinating combat. Among beings of the same tier, few dared to provoke a fully established insectoid nest. However, as Lu Chen gazed upon the writhing nest, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Such immense and pure life energy, coupled with the subtle pulsations emanating from the nest's core, reminiscent of the heart of the world, was an exquisite feast tailored for his path of devouring and chaotic evolution. Disregarding the retreating disciples, he stepped forward, ascending above the nest. Upon his arrival, the entire nest awakened like a startled beast, emitting a piercing spiritual alarm. On the ground, countless insectoid units lifted their heads in unison, their crimson compound eyes locking onto the unwelcome guest in the sky. The airborne moth swarm descended like a dark cloud, spewing corrosive acid and disorienting sound waves. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, not even glancing at the shadowy swarm, instead allowing the chaotic energy surrounding him to ripple outward, silent as a spring breeze caressing the ice. The surging insect horde, whether acid, sound waves, or the insects themselves, stiffened upon contact with the seemingly thin chaotic energy, then disintegrated from their fundamental particle structure, transforming into the most primitive form of energy that flowed into Lu Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, the insectoid air force was annihilated. The insect swarm on the ground emitted sharper shrieks, yet dared not ascend recklessly, instead tightly guarding the entrances of the nest. A fragmented, coldly greedy mental wave resonated from deep within the nest, directly echoing in Lu Chen's mind. It was the insectoid overlord. Lu Chen's response was a simple punch aimed at the most robust section of the nest. As his fist struck, chaos manifested. There were no extravagant energy auras, no blinding lights, only a chaotic, swirling fist imprint that devoured light as it descended like a falling star. The nest trembled violently, and thick biological armor formed upon its fleshy walls. Countless blood vessels ignited, channeling tremendous energy to a single point in a desperate attempt to resist. However, upon the chaotic fist imprint's contact with the biological armor, the so-called defense became a farce. The armor melted like snow under the sun, and the fist imprint surged unimpeded into the depths of the nest. Wherever it passed, all matter and energy were forcibly assimilated and devoured, leaving behind a smooth passage several meters in diameter that led straight to the core. No, the insectoid overlord emitted a desperate and terrified mental roar. It sensed a lethal threat, a force it could neither comprehend nor contend with, originating from a higher plane. The nest writhed in a frenzy, attempting to self-repair. But the chaotic energy lingering at the edges of the passage obstructed all regeneration. More insectoid units surged in from all directions, attempting to block the breach with their bodies. Yet they merely floundered like moths to a flame, transforming into pure life energy that nourished Lu Chen. Lu Chen stepped into the nest through the passage he had carved. Contrary to expectations of a foul and putrid organ, the interior revealed a vast biological chamber filled with countless honeycomb-like structures. At the center of the chamber floated a dark red mass, pulsating like a colossal heart, exceeding 10 meters in diameter. This was the core of the nest, the essence of the insectoid overlord. On the surface of the fleshly mass, a massive eye filled with malice and madness opened wide, fixated intently upon Lu Chen. Humans shall perish. The overlord frantically ignited its life essence and spiritual core. The entire nest's energy was recklessly siphoned, coalescing into a torrent of destructive energy capable of annihilating stars, surging toward Lu Chen. This was its last-ditch effort for mutual destruction. Faced with a desperate strike potent enough to severely injure or even kill an ordinary respectable warrior, a glimmer of seriousness finally flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He halted, no longer advancing, but slowly opened his arms. The realm of devouring unveiled itself in its entirety upon the starry battlefield for the first time. Yet this time, the realm was no longer a mere black vortex but transformed into a grander, more primordial vision, a nascent chaos. Water, fire, earth, and wind roiled within. As the pure and turbid energies gradually separated, as if a miniature universe was being born, the destructive torrent of energy surged into this nascent chaos. Instead of triggering an explosion, it was absorbed like a child returning to its mother, instantly enveloped, disassembled, and assimilated by the swirling chaotic energy, becoming the nourishment for this evolving miniature universe. This is impossible. The psychic fluctuations of the Zerg sovereign brimmed with boundless fear and confusion. Lu Chen, with his eyes closed, felt a torrent of energy and the essence of life surging into his body. He sensed the nascent form of a microcosm expanding ferociously under the support of that overwhelming energy, solidifying with fervor. The mountains grew majestic, rivers surged tumultuously, the sky soared high, and the earth became profoundly weighty. A faint rhythm of laws, emanating from the world itself, began to take shape. At this moment, his breath commenced an ultimate leap. The barrier of a half-step martial sovereign shattered like paper under the impact of that vast ocean of energy. A terrifying aura, transcending the mundane, commanding a portion of the heavens and earth, and instigating a fundamental metamorphosis in the level of life, erupted as if a primordial behemoth, long dormant, awakened within him, bursting forth with a resounding roar. The entire mother nest trembled violently under this aura, beginning to collapse from within. The outer flesh walls shattered inch by inch, and countless Zerg units disintegrated into powder amidst their wails. Martial Sovereign. With the colossal accumulation from devouring the entire tier-class Zerg mother nest, and the supreme foundation of chaotic energy, Lu Chen finally shattered that crucial step, ascending to the realm of Martial Sovereign. He opened his eyes, and within them lay not merely chaotic visions, but a multitude of worlds arising and perishing, infused with endless majesty and power. With every gesture, he resonated with the laws of heaven and earth surrounding him. With a mere thought, The scope of his divine consciousness expanded tenfold, effortlessly capturing the auras of Zhang Fan, Zi Li, and others scattered across the battlefield. He could even vaguely sense the unique fluctuations emanating from the core of the battlefield, where the Star Domain Authority symbol hovered. This was the power of a martial sovereign. Lu Chen clenched his fist, feeling the seemingly infinite power within him, capable of altering the very fabric of rules. His gaze swept across the collapsing ruins of the mother nest beneath him, and further afield, he noted the many probing auras drawn by the commotion, yet hesitant to approach. A faint smirk gracing his lips. From this moment forward, he would inscribe the rules of the Star Domain battlefield. He took a step forward, merging into the void. And when he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away, heading towards the direction where Zhang Fan and others resided. His speed had increased exponentially, exceeding even tenfold. The journey of martial sovereign Lu Chen had officially commenced. The Star Domain Authority symbol was his ultimate goal. Any who dared to obstruct him would become stepping stones for him to solidify his realm and evolve chaos. Chapter 60. The Might of the Martial Sovereign. The realm of martial sovereign fundamentally differs from that of a half-step martial sovereign. It is not merely an accumulation of strength, but a transcendence in the level of life. It signifies a deeper understanding and mastery of the laws of heaven and earth. Lu Chen stood amidst the void of the Star Domain battlefield, effortlessly drawing in the chaotic energy drifting through the air without the need for deliberate cultivation. The microcosm within him rotated gently, forming a self-sustaining cycle, providing nearly infinite sources of power. His divine consciousness spread like mercury, easily enveloping a significant portion of the Star Domain battlefield's periphery. Scenes of countless battles, treasure hunts, and desperate escapes unfolded before his eyes with clarity akin to reading palm lines. He saw Zhang Fan leading several team members in an ancient sword mount, fiercely battling a group of malevolent spirits, honing their sword intents. He also observed Zi Li languidly seated atop a small mountain of a star beast's carcass, swinging her legs, surrounded by a few shriveled corpses of foreign prodigies. With a subtle thought, his figure vanished from his original spot, not by speed but by directly integrating into the threads of spatial laws, traversing short distances through the void. This was one of the abilities of a martial sovereign, far beyond the reach of a half-step martial sovereign. After several flashes, he emerged above a marsh thick with potent death energy. Below, around 20 disciples of the Holy Academy were embroiled in a bitter struggle. Their adversaries were not living beings, but a swarm of undead creatures crawling out from the black mire. Skeleton warriors, rotting corpses, vengeful specters. Among them were even a few death knights and bone dragons exuding a presence comparable to a half-step martial sovereign. Leading these undead was a lich, wielding a skeletal staff and draped in tattered black robes. The flames of souls flickering in its eye sockets glowed with an eerie dark golden hue, its aura unmistakably reaching the limits of a half-step martial sovereign, tantalizingly close to that of a martial sovereign. It was evidently the master of this death marsh. The battle formation formed by the Holy Academy disciples swayed precariously under the onslaught of the undead tide. The protective shields flickered erratically, with disciples getting injured amidst the mingled cries of agony and the howls of the undead, the situation growing increasingly dire. It's a necromancer colluding with the Yuming clan. It seeks to refine our soul essences into soul crystals. One core disciple coughed blood, shouting in despair. The Lich's death magic was exceedingly sinister, capable of eroding vitality and corroding souls, making it extraordinarily difficult to confront. Just as the Lich raised its skeletal staff, gathering a death wave potent enough to annihilate the entire battle formation, a figure clad in azure robes appeared silently in front of the formation. Facing them, it stood against the endless sea of undead and the formidable Lich. The newcomer was none other than Lu Chen. His sudden appearance startled both sides of the conflict. Another fool seeking death. The Lich rasped, emitting a piercing mental wave. With a sweep of its staff, the terrifying death wave surged toward Lu Chen. Where it passed, even space seemed to lose its color, turning ashen. The disciples of the Holy Academy felt their hearts leap to their throats, sensing the dreadful nature of that death wave. However, Lu Chen merely gazed calmly at the encroaching gray wave, not even adopting a defensive posture. Just as the death wave was about to touch his body, an unexpected event transpired. The death energy, capable of sending even a half-step martial sovereign into a state of alert, began to dissolve and disintegrate within a 3-zhang radius around Lu Chen, as if encountering the scorching sun. It transformed into strands of pure, dark attribute energy, which Lu Chen effortlessly absorbed into his body, causing not a single ripple. It was as though it were not an attack, but rather a welcomed supplement. What? The soul flames in the Lich's eye sockets flickered violently, filled with disbelief. The disciples of the Holy Academy were left dumbfounded, mouths agape, forgetting to breathe. Lu Chen slowly raised his hand, directing it toward the boundless sea of undead and the astonished Lich, gently pressing down. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no brilliance of laws colliding, yet everyone and the undead felt an invisible essence, seemingly embodying the very will of heaven and earth, rewriting the rules. Centered on Lu Chen's palm, an intangible boundary pushed forward. Where the boundary passed, the snarling skeleton warriors instantly crumbled into dust. The decayed corpses were purified into ash, and the vengeful specters let out their final shrieks before dissipating into nothingness. The powerful death knights and bone dragons, along with their nightmarish beasts, collapsed like sand sculptures, reverting to the most fundamental essence of death. In just a single press, the sea of undead within several miles was utterly eradicated, clean and unblemished, as though it had never existed. Only the Lich, wielding a staff of white bone, remained rigidly standing in place. Yet, the deathly domain surrounding it had long since crumbled. The staff in its grasp marred by cracks, and the dark golden soul fire within its eye sockets had dimmed to an extreme, filled with boundless terror. Wu Zun, you are truly Wu Zun. The Lich emitted a shrill, pitch-altered mental scream, as it finally comprehended the horror of the figure before it. Only a true Wu Zun could so nonchalantly rewrite the local rules, establishing absolute dominance. Lu Chen paid no heed to its cries, casting a detached glance at it. Just a single glance, and the Lich felt its soul core ensnared by an indescribable force, constricting. Bang! The dark golden soul fire flickered out like a snuffed candle. Shattering instantly, the Lich's towering skeletal form disintegrated into a cloud of ash, dissipating into the air. In a mere gesture, the undead legion was reduced to nothingness. The Lich at the pinnacle of half-step Wu Zun obliterated in both body and spirit. The entire death marsh fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the sporadic sound of toxic gas bubbles bursting and the heavy, strained breaths of the disciples from the sacred academy behind. They gazed at the figure in the azure robe, their eyes filled with endless shock, reverence, and the ecstasy of having survived a calamity. Thank you immensely for saving us, Senior. One core disciple was the first to react, hastily bowing with a trembling voice. Although they recognized Lu Chen, the unfathomable aura emanating from him, akin to an abyss, compelled them to use honorifics. Lu Chen slowly turned, his calm gaze sweeping over the crowd. He recognized several among them, having met them a few times at the Sacred Academy. This place, thick with death energy, had mutated. It was not a location to linger. We must depart swiftly, he stated, his voice low yet imbued with persuasive authority. Yes, we shall heed your guidance, Senior, brother. The crowd responded promptly. Lu Chen gave a slight nod, choosing not to elaborate further, and his form melded back into the void, vanishing from sight. It was only after he had long departed that the crowd dared to straighten up, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and excitement. Wu Zun Lu Chen has actually ascended to Wu Zun. How little time has passed since he entered the battlefield. It's terrifying that the Lich could not withstand even a glance from him. With Brother Lu Chen present, our Sacred Academy holds great hope in this stellar battlefield. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly circulating around the periphery of the battlefield with the departure of the survivors. Lu Chen has become Wu Zun. This news was akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up monumental waves. All who heard it, whether disciples of the Sacred Academy or the outstanding talents of alien races, turned pale. Some were ecstatic, some were plunged into despair, while others cast even colder gazes deep into the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had traversed the void, arriving at a relatively safe area. He hovered in the air, his gaze piercing through layers of spatial barriers, focusing on the very core of the stellar battlefield. There, at the center of the three purple moons, the originally minuscule white light had become incredibly clear within the perception of his Wu Zun level consciousness. It was an ancient command token, entirely resembling jade, inscribed with the trajectories of celestial bodies and enigmatic law runes, exuding a majestic aura that dominated the star domain and governed myriad realms. The star domain authority token. It was no longer an unattainable projection, but rather a tangible target. Simultaneously, he sensed that several formidable presences, akin to blazing suns, loomed along the path to the authority token. Among them, a few were not weaker than him, and one or two carried an obscure, profound essence, evoking a strong sense of threat. These were the Wu Zun level prodigies cultivated by other races or certain hidden factions. The true contest had only just begun. Lu Chen's eyes held not a hint of fear. Instead, a fervent battle spirit ignited within him. He settled into a cross-legged position, not to rest, but to consolidate his freshly attained Wuzun realm. Concurrently, he began channeling the vast amounts of deathly energy and fragments of death laws he had absorbed from the Lich and the Sea of Undead into his small world. His small world required more laws for perfection and more energy for expansion. The chaos of evolution encompassed all, and death was merely one aspect of it. When he stood once more, it would be to point his sword at the authority token, determining the victor among the Wuzun prodigies of myriad races. The storm in the core area of the stellar battlefield had been prematurely set into motion by the birth of this newly ascended Wuzun. Chapter 61. Virtual Cosmos. Having solidified his Wuzun realm, Lu Chen's aura became harmonious and reclusive. He gazed towards the core of the stellar battlefield, his sight penetrating the void. The authority token glimmered like a lighthouse in the dark, clearly visible. It was time to set forth. He took a step, merging into the spatial threads. When he reappeared, he had traversed hundreds of thousands of miles, nearing the inner ring of the battlefield. Here, the energy surged more violently, and the space was even more fragile. Space rifts occasionally cut through like black lightning, and small-scale spatial storms could be encountered. Yet, to Lu Chen in his current state, these posed no threat. His chaotic martial domain gently revolved, smoothing everything out, assimilating it. Shortly after, a violent wave of energy collisions reached him, accompanied by the familiar, loathsome aura of the underworld. Additionally, there was an intricate and frigid mechanical law fluctuation. Lu Chen's consciousness swept over the scene, his eyes flashing with cold light. In the midst of a shattered asteroid belt, Zhang Fan led over a dozen comrades, embroiled in fierce combat. They were besieged by a coalition of the Yuming clan and the Tiangong Academy. Leading them was none other than the Yuming clan's Yuquanzun, who had personally entered the stellar battlefield. Although battlefield rules restricted him, preventing him from unleashing his full Wuzun power, he remained terrifying, wielding a Yuming bone scythe. Each swing summoned a cacophony of wails from the dead, with the laws of death eroding the void. On the other side, the Tiangong Academy was represented by Huang Fuji, who commanded a colossal war puppet towering 100 meters high. The puppet, dark gold all over, radiated runes, with enormous rotating chainsaws and energy cannons for arms. Wielding power comparable to that of a pinnacle half-step Wuzun, Huang Fuji concealed himself within the puppet's core, his eyes filled with venomous madness. Despite Zhang Fan and his companion's significant strength increases, facing the combined onslaught of a restricted Wuzun and a war puppet, they remained in dire straits. Several team members were already gravely injured, sheltered in the center of their battle formation. Zhang Fan, bloodied and wielding his sword, desperately fended off the majority of attacks. Yet he was stretched thin. Hold your ground. Yuquanzun's voice was frigid, the bone scythe carving a massive arc of death, tearing through space as it aimed for Zhang Fan. Simultaneously, the energy cannon of the war puppet controlled by Huang Fuji illuminated, a devastating beam of light charging up. At that critical juncture, a figure clad in azure robes appeared silently before Zhang Fan. Facing the lethal arc capable of slaying a half-step Wuzun and the impending destructive beam, he merely extended his right hand calmly. Fingers outstretched, he pressed forward. Stop. His words manifested as law. The tearing arc of death froze mid-air, and the imminent eruption of the destructive beam dissipated instantaneously. The entire battlefield seemed to have been pressed on pause, with all attacks and energy fluctuations coming to a standstill. Yuquanzun's pupils contracted sharply for the first time, a look of horror breaking upon his face. Huang Fuji emitted a scream of disbelief from within the core of the puppet. Impossible. How could you? Lu Chen did not turn to them, but instead cast a glance at the blood-soaked Zhang Fan and the battered members of his team behind him. Well done. His tone was unremarkable, yet it instantly brought tears to Zhang Fan and the others' eyes, as if all their exhaustion and pain had suddenly found meaning. Lu Chen then slowly turned his head to face Yuquanzun and the colossal war puppet. His gaze was frigid. You are doomed. Before his words faded, he extended a finger like a sword, lightly slicing through the air towards the immense war puppet. There was no sound. A perfectly smooth black line appeared along the puppet's axis. In the next moment, the puppet silently split in half, the cut as smooth as a mirror. And all the runes dimmed instantly. The intricate internal structures were laid bare, energy conduits crackling, before falling utterly silent. No, my giant divine weapon. Huang Fuji tumbled out from the shattered puppet, utterly disheveled. Lu Chen did not spare him a glance, his focus shifting to the visibly shaken Yuquanzun. It is your turn. Yuquan Xuanzhang felt a life-threatening crisis and frantically burned his essence, dark energy surging skyward, attempting to break free. Yiming escape technique. His body transformed into an illusory wisp of black smoke, ready to merge into the void and flee. Do you think you can escape before me? Lu Chen scoffed, retracting his fingers and reaching out towards the escaping smoke. Chaos returned. The space within that area, along with the dark energy and Yuquan Xuanzhang's soul and body, collapsed inward and compressed. An invisible black hole seemed to form. Yuquan Xuanzhang let out a piercing and desperate scream, all resistance proving futile. His body, his soul, and the death laws he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years were forcefully crushed and compressed under the power of the return, ultimately transforming into a bead the size of a longan, as dark as ink, radiating pure death energy. Lu Chen beckoned, and the death energy bead fell into his hand. With a slight sense, he stored it away. The essence of a martial sovereign, though suppressed, would greatly benefit his evolution of the death laws in his small world. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. A martial sovereign and a supreme war puppet were utterly annihilated. The surviving members of the Yuming clan and disciples of the Tiangong Academy fled in terror. Lu Chen did not pursue these insignificant beings. He turned, flicking his fingers to release a wisp of life-infused chaotic energy that entered Zhang Fan and the others' bodies. Their injuries began to heal at a visible rate, and their breath steadied. Thank you, General, Senior Brother. The group expressed their gratitude enthusiastically. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, his brows furrowed suddenly, and he abruptly turned his gaze in another direction. It was the direction where Zili had been. At that moment, he sensed an extremely bizarre, powerful fluctuation that even made his heart quiver, emanating from that direction. This fluctuation did not belong to any known law system. It was filled with void, coldness, and an absolute sense of simulation and control. Zili, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, quickly instructing Zhang Fan and the others. You all stay here to heal and stabilize your realms, then approach the core area cautiously. Yes. Without delay, Lu Chen's figure flickered, tearing through space as he sped toward the source of that fluctuation. Indeed, there lay grand secrets concealed within Zili. This power seemed vaguely related to the foundational rules of this world. For the first time, he felt a strong urge to explore Zili's origins. Perhaps the answer lay ahead. Lu Chen tore through space, traversing vast distances in an instant. The source of that peculiar fluctuation drew nearer. The surrounding scenery began to distort. Colors grew thick and surreal. The lines of law flickered like garbled text. Finally, he arrived at an area of absolute void. Here, there was no starlight, no matter, not even a concept of space. At the center hovered a massive, ever-changing silver cocoon. The surface of the cocoon shimmered with countless fine lights, resembling both runes and data streams. The wave that made even Lu Chen's heart race originated from this. Zili's figure stood before the cocoon, her back to Lu Chen, her waist-length purple hair swaying without wind. She emanated an aura that was of the same source as the cocoon, yet deeper and colder. Slowly, she turned to face him. The once innocent and charming face now bore no expression. Her eyes had transformed into pure silver, reflecting the flowing data streams. You have arrived, Lu Chen. Her voice was ethereal and indifferent, devoid of emotional color. You are not Zili. Lu Chen gazed at her, the chaotic martial domain swirling around him, resisting the encroachment of the void. I am, yet I am not. Zili is the interface I utilize in this world, a role that facilitates understanding and integration. You may refer to me as Virtual Universe Management Terminal 0. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Virtual Universe? Management Terminal? These terms surpassed his realm of understanding. Yet he grasped the crux. Is this world virtual? Correct. 0. Zili raised her hand, pointing to the enormous silver cocoon. Everything you have experienced, stars, the sacred academy, ruins, battles, including the energies you have devoured and the laws you have comprehended, are all data generated by the virtual universe simulation. This includes your current level as a martial sovereign. Lu Chen's mind shook violently, but his resolve remained steadfast, suppressing the tumultuous emotions. Then what about me? Who am I? A brain in a jar? A segment of code? His voice remained calm, yet it carried a chilling undertone. No. 0 shook her head, the data within her silver eyes swirling faster. You are a genuine conscious entity from a material universe known as Earth. At this moment, your true body lies within the nutrient chamber of the ship named Yuma Star. Your consciousness is integrated into the virtual universe for trials and assessments. I am your guide, observer, and one of the final assessors. Lu Chen fell silent. The information was overwhelming. Yet he reflected on the past, his unusually smooth cultivation progress, the effortless comprehension of certain laws, and Zili's constant presence, yet never truly harmed. The clues interlinked, pointing to this unfathomable yet logical answer. Why tell me all this? Lu Chen inquired, the chaotic energy within him lying dormant, poised for action. Because your growth rate has surpassed the threshold of the foundational protocol. You have come into contact with and begun to merge with the chaotic source code. Zero gestured towards the silver cocoon. This is one of the core hubs maintaining the stability of this virtual universe. Your chaotic power poses a potential threat to it. According to core directives, I have the authority to terminate your trial before you cause irreversible damage, or to offer you an opportunity. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. What opportunity? Defeat me, or gain my approval? Zero's voice remained devoid of emotion. Prove your worth to bear the chaos, and demonstrate the potential to touch the truth. Otherwise, your consciousness shall be forcibly expelled, marking the failure of the trial. The accumulated cultivation and insights shall be settled in accordance with the agreement. Lu Chen gazed at the figure of Zili before him, both familiar and alien. He looked upon the silver cocoon of light that represented the essence of this realm. And suddenly, he smiled. His smile bore a hint of relief, intertwined with an even more fervent battle intent. Whether virtual or not, it mattered little. My power, my path, is genuine. Whatever stands before me, be it real or virtual, shall be devoured. The chaos martial domain erupted with a thunderous roar, no longer simulating the laws of this realm, but rather the primal chaos that belonged solely to him, Lu Chen. This void began to tremble violently. Within the silver eyes of Zero, Zili, data streams surged furiously. She raised her hand, and the enormous silver cocoon behind her cast forth blinding radiance. The management authority of the virtual universe began to converge, and the final assessment arrived prematurely at this moment. Chapter 62, The Final Battle. In Zero's, Zili's silver gaze, data streams cascaded like a waterfall. Before her outstretched palm, the void coalesced into countless crystalline chains of code. The chains intertwined, forming an immense network. Command, seal. Target, individual Lu Chen. Authority, administrator. A cold electronic voice reverberated through the void. The chains of code instantly pierced through space, ensnaring Lu Chen. Each chain represented a fundamental rule: power ceiling, space confinement, time stasis, logical deletion. This was a direct manifestation of the virtual universe's management authority, far surpassing any rule-based attack. Confronting the very essence, Lu Chen sensed the existence around him being negated. His chaos martial domain trembled violently, showing signs of collapse. This was the crushing weight of authority. His gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward. Virtuality is ultimately insubstantial. My chaos arises from the heart, from the truth. How can it be defined by mere data? He uttered a low growl, and deep within his consciousness, a fragment of chaotic energy ignited with fervor. No longer simulating any attributes, it returned to its most primitive, formless state. The chaos martial domain contracted inward, coalescing upon the tip of his fist. He struck out with a single punch. No brilliance, no sound. Only absolute nothingness. Confronting the chains of code that represented order and definition. Sizzle. Like a red-hot iron plunging into ice water, the chains of code, composed of authority, began to collapse the moment they encountered the chaotic fist. Error. Error. Unable to parse target energy attributes. Logical module conflict. Zero's electronic voice exhibited a hint of urgency. The silver cocoon behind her blazed with renewed brilliance. More data streams gushed forth, initiating the clearing protocol. Highest authority granted. Definition, target as anomalous data. Execution, formatting. The entire void transformed into pure white in an instant. Everything was stripped of color and form. Only Lu Chen and the chaos upon his fist remained. Akin to a drop of ink falling into pure white milk. Incongruous, yet stubbornly existent. The power of formatting sought to assimilate and erase him. Lu Chen felt his consciousness beginning to blur, as if he were on the brink of total obliteration. He roared in defiance. Deep within his spirit, the rune that fused devouring and order spun wildly. The embryonic form of a small world within him emitted a mournful cry under the overwhelming burden. Yet it poured forth its power unreservedly. Devour. He ceased resisting the formatting power, instead opening his chaos martial domain like the gaping maw of a voracious beast. Devouring the pure white light in reverse. He aimed to consume this management authority, this defined rule, along with the very foundation of this virtual realm. Warning. Warning. Abnormal energy loss. Core data streams stripped by unknown forces. Zero's form began to flicker erratically. The indifference on her face finally shattered. A glimmer of human-like astonishment flickered in her silver eyes. You are devouring the system? Lu Chen offered no reply. Golden data streams began to seep from his 7 orifices. His body oscillated between clarity and obscurity. This was an intense clash between consciousness and data. The peril far exceeded any corporeal struggle. He felt as though his consciousness was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the torrent of data. Yet he steadfastly maintained a sliver of clarity within his spirit. The essence of chaos transcends this virtual construct. He was analyzing, comprehending, and plundering. The brilliance of the silver cocoon diminished at a visible pace. Zero's figure grew transparent. She looked upon Lu Chen, who was frantically devouring, and within her data-imbued gaze, a complex array of emotions flickered: shock, confusion, and perhaps a hint of relief. The agreement was on the verge of collapse. Lu Chen, you have won. Her voice became fragmented. Ultimately, accompanied by a soft cracking sound, Zero's Zili form, along with the enormous silver cocoon, completely transformed into countless silver motes, akin to stars, merging into Lu Chen's chaos martial domain. The void began to collapse. The distorted scenery around gradually returned to normal. Lu Chen stood alone in the void, eyes closed, ravenously assimilating the incomprehensible data and authority he had just devoured. His aura surged once more, striving fiercely towards an unknown realm. In a certain lower dimension of the virtual universe, the myriad data streams generated by the shattering of the silver cocoon surged into Lu Chen's chaos martial domain like rivers returning to the sea. This was not mere energy, but fragments of the foundational code constituting this virtual universe, operational rules, and portions of management authority. The sheer volume of information was so vast that it could instantaneously overwhelm the consciousness of any martial master. Had it not been for Lu Chen's chaos martial domain possessing an exceptionally high essence, along with the fragment of chaotic energy serving as a stabilizing anchor, his consciousness would have long been assimilated, reduced to a chaotic string of data. Analyze, devour, reconstruct. Lu Chen steadfastly maintained his focus, manifesting the overwhelming dominance of the path of chaos. He did not seek to comprehend the specific implications of this data. Instead, he directly employed the nature of chaos to encompass all, forcibly breaking it down and absorbing it, transforming it into sustenance for the expansion of his small world and spirit. His small world expanded wildly amid violent tremors. The previously indistinct mountains and rivers rapidly solidified, shadows of stars appeared in the sky, and the Earth's depths began to pulse with energy. The barriers of the world grew more robust, and the internal flow of time seemed to diverge from the external realm. His spirit, under the relentless inundation of data, was refined like divine iron through 1,000 forges, becoming increasingly brilliant and condensed, with its strength escalating at an unfathomable pace. Its reach transcended the limits of the star domain battlefield, faintly brushing against the boundaries of the outer layers of the virtual universe. His cultivation, based on the initial stage of Wuzuan, has surged towards the mid and late stages with remarkable momentum. The virtual universe has accumulated a vast amount of data over countless epochs, becoming the most formidable fuel for his breakthrough. However, this predatory absorption has triggered a chain reaction. Warning: the core database is under unknown invasion. The rule chain is fractured. Stability parameters are plummeting. Emergency repair protocols have failed. The celestial dome region of the virtual universe is beginning to collapse. The icy alerts reverberate across various levels of the virtual universe. The battlefield in the star domain where Lu Chen resides is the first to bear the brunt. The 3 purple moons in the sky flicker violently like a poor signal before suddenly extinguishing. The earth begins to crack, mountains crumble, and oceans recede. Countless prodigies engaged in battle and treasure hunting are stunned to find their divine abilities drastically diminished, their very forms becoming blurred and unstable. What is happening? My power is draining away. Is this world about to perish? Panic spreads like a plague. Zhang Fan and others, just healed from their injuries, feel the cataclysmic upheaval and the faint connection with Lu Chen becoming incredibly clear and powerful. It is the general. A gleam ignites in Zhang Fan's eyes. The general has succeeded. The figure of Zi Li, or rather, the residual interactive interface data belonging to Zi Li post-zero dissipation, slowly converges beside Zhang Fan. She gazes at the collapsing scene around her, her expression complex, softly stating, "He is consuming the very foundation of this world." Simultaneously, various trial zones within the virtual universe, including the Holy Academy itself, are experiencing varying degrees of turmoil. Spiritual energy riots, laws distort, and some secret realms reliant on specific rules are vanishing into oblivion. Deep within the Holy Academy, the elder Shou Zhuo and other high-ranking officials gaze in horror at the sky. The virtual core has been shaken. It is that kid. A newfound brilliance ignites in the murky eyes of Elder Shoujua. He has managed to achieve this. Taixing's face turns ashen. We must stop him. Otherwise, the entire trial system will collapse. Stop him. Elder Shoujua shakes his head, revealing an expression that is a blend of laughter and tears. It is already too late. Moreover, is this not the variable we anticipated? Just as the virtual universe plunges into chaos, with the collapse spreading from the star domain battlefield to other areas. Within the depths of Lu Chen's consciousness, the chaotic martial domain, having devoured immense data and permissions, finally reaches a critical point. Boom! A thunderous explosion, akin to the creation of the heavens and earth, detonates within his soul. His miniature world solidifies entirely, expanding over 100-fold, with celestial bodies cycling within, complete with rivers and mountains, even giving birth to the simplest unicellular life. Though still a nascent form, it possesses the fundamental framework of the real world. His cultivation has fiercely broken through to the peak of Wuzuan. The legendary realm of the Divine King seems merely a step away. Meanwhile, his soul, under the baptism of the torrent of data, appears to have shed some invisible restraint, becoming more agile and transparent, achieving a meticulous mastery over his own power. At the moment of his breakthrough, a faint yet remarkably clear call, distinct from all information flows within the virtual universe, penetrates through layers of data barriers, ringing deep within his consciousness. Lu Chen awaken. This voice carries a familiar allure, emanating from the very essence of life. Accompanying this call, fragments of forgotten images surge into his mind like a tidal wave. A cold metallic chamber, pale blue nutrient liquid, various tubes connected to his body, data pulsating on the dashboard, and beyond the chamber, the boundless darkness of the real universe, adorned with brilliant starlight. The Earth Yuma Star Trial Examination, Devouring the Starry Sky. Each keyword serves as a key, unlocking the sealed gates of memory. I am Lu Chen, hailing from Earth, currently participating in the genius trials organized by the Virtual Universe Company. Everything here is illusory. Epiphany strikes like a lightning bolt, slicing through the fog in his consciousness. He suddenly raises his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the collapsing virtual universe, glimpsing far into the distance at a dark-haired youth lying within a nutrient chamber. His brow furrowed. That is his true self. At the same time, an overwhelming repulsive force begins to act upon his consciousness. The virtual universe's system is attempting to forcibly expel this anomalous entity, akin to a virus. You wish to drive me away? A fierce glint flashes in Lu Chen's eyes as he activates the portion of management rights he has just absorbed, forcefully resisting that repulsive force. His gaze sweeps across the collapsing realm, over to Zhang Fan, Zi Li, and others anxiously watching from afar. Although aware it is virtual, this experience, these people and events, have long been etched into the depths of his consciousness. The causal threads here remain unresolved. The Star Domain Authority token is still within my grasp. It is time to settle matters with those old friends. He takes a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the awakening memories of reality, reigning in the surging chaotic power. The pressing urgency is to utilize the peak power of Wuzuan within this virtual universe to complete the final harvest before being forcibly expelled. He steps forward, disregarding the collapsing space, and appears directly before the Star Domain Authority token, which hovers at the heart of the battlefield, still radiating a stable glow amidst the turbulence. The true contest is only now beginning. His opponents are those top Wuzuan prodigies from within the virtual universe, also sensing the cataclysmic changes in the world, rushing from all corners of the battlefield. Numerous powerful auras, akin to scorching stars, are rapidly converging from all directions, tearing through the disintegrating void. Among them, one exudes a magnificent divine might, imbued with an ancient and profound aura, so potent that it even places a slight pressure on the newly ascended Lu Chen. The final battle of the virtual universe unfurls its bloody curtain amidst the world's lament. Chapter 63, Awakening, the Yuma Legacy. The collapse of the virtual universe intensifies. In the core area of the Star Domain battlefield, the space fractures like a shattered mirror, revealing the endless darkness and chaotic data streams behind it. Only that Star Domain Authority token continues to emit a stable and alluring glow. Powerful auras are already closing in. Leading the charge is a figure clad in golden divine armor, wielding a thunderous war spear, a descendant of the ancient gods, radiating an aura as resplendent as the sun. Reaching the pinnacle of Wuzuan. His name is Huang Tianshun, recognized by the system as one of the most likely candidates to seize the authority token in this virtual universe trial. Lu Chen, hand over the authority token. and you may retain your consciousness intact upon exiting the trial. Huang Tianshun's voice booms like thunder, his spear pointing forward with undeniable authority. The other top Wuzuan prodigies, having arrived, each occupy a position, their auras locking onto Lu Chen, eyes filled with intent. Though they are astonished by the world's upheaval and Lu Chen's unfathomable presence, the temptation of the authority token is enough to drive them to take risks. Lu Chen stands before the authority token, calm and unperturbed amidst the encircling elites. His gaze, in fact, does not fully rest on these opponents, but is attuned to the call from the real world, which is gradually becoming clearer as the virtual universe collapses. He senses the imminent arrival of a complete awakening. Within his body, the chaotic martial domain and the miniature world, stirred by the devouring of the core data and authority of the virtual universe, were on the brink of a profound transformation. What significance does virtual power hold for me? He murmured to himself, as if questioning his own existence, or perhaps confiding in the vanishing realm around him. Yet, the path here and the power within this body could be transmuted into a foundation of reality. He lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of Huang Tianshun and others. A subtle, indifferent smile gracing his lips. Are you brave enough to withstand a blow from me? Before anyone could respond, he slowly spread his arms wide, no longer suppressing, no longer restraining. In the sea of consciousness, the chaotic rune that had absorbed a tremendous amount of data and authority erupted into flames. The embryonic form of the miniature world expanded at an unprecedented rate, solidifying. The barrier of the peak martial sovereign collapsed under the overwhelming accumulation like thin ice in the sunlight, melting away in an instant. An aura, transcending the martial sovereign, as if wielding a portion of cosmic authority capable of defining rules, creating, and annihilating, erupted explosively from within him. The entire collapsing virtual universe momentarily halted. Countless data streams were forcibly smoothed and stabilized by this overwhelming presence. The expressions of Huang Tianshun and the others shifted dramatically before this aura. They felt as insignificant as dust. A divine king? How could he possibly achieve such a status in the virtual universe? This defies the rules. Horrified, terrified, and in disbelief, their screams echoed. A divine king. Lu Chen's form was enveloped in chaotic radiance, becoming both blurred and magnificent. He seemed to become the center of this crumbling world, with all light and laws bowing before him. He glanced at the nearby cosmic authority symbol, yet chose not to seize it. Instead, he faced the terrified Huang Tianshun and others, as well as the countless observing consciousnesses in the distance, and softly uttered a single word, disperse. With the utterance, the law followed. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no collision of laws. Huang Tianshun and his companions, along with their divine powers, laws, and consciousness projections, vanished silently from existence as if erased by an eraser, quietly dissipating in place. They were directly deleted from the virtual universe. Without a single strike, formidable adversaries turned to dust. This is the might of a divine king. After accomplishing this, Lu Chen felt the rejection and call from the real world intensify to its utmost. The collapse of the virtual universe was nearing its conclusion. He took one last look at the world where he had fought and grown, glancing at the distant figure of Zili, Data Remnant, gradually fading yet still gazing at him, protected by Zhang Fan and others. It is time to awaken. He closed his eyes, relinquishing all resistance. His consciousness surged upwards from the depths of the sea, penetrating through countless data barriers and dimensional membranes. On board the spacecraft Yangxing Hao, in the core control room, within the pale blue nutrient chamber, the black-haired youth abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes. A flicker of chaotic bewilderment flashed before swiftly sharpening into clarity. Beep. Identifier TZ-7394. Trialist Lu Chen, consciousness restored. Detected consciousness strength at planetary class, level 9. The cold electronic voice resonated within the chamber, tinged with a hint of disarray. Lu Chen shot upright, tearing away the sensory cables attached to him. He glanced down at his hands, feeling the surging primal force within him. Belonging to a planetary class level 9 warrior, alongside the immense understanding of chaos, devouring, and order overflowing in his mind. Although his true realm was merely planetary, the essence of his soul and his comprehension of power had reached an astonishing height. The accumulation from the virtual universe was reflecting upon his physical body and soul in an extraordinarily surpassing manner. At that moment, a blurry silhouette, formed of light, slowly coalesced in the center of the control room. It was the figure of a man clad in an ancient black robe, his handsome features marked by weariness and a sense of the passage of time. His gaze seemed to pierce through the vastness of the cosmos, 50,000 years have passed. The silhouette spoke, its voice carrying a solemnity and loneliness that resonated from the depths of the soul. I have finally awaited one capable of shaking the foundations of the virtual universe, even reaching the chaotic laws. Lu Chen's heart trembled as he instantly understood the identity of this figure. The owner of the Yangqing Hao, the fallen immortal powerhouse, Hu Yanbo, Junior Lu Chen, pays respect to Senior Hu Yanbo. Lu Chen bowed respectfully. He could sense the terrifying power contained within this remnant consciousness, even as but a wisp of a soul. It was beyond his current reach. Hu Yanbo's silhouette slightly nodded, his gaze fixed upon Lu Chen, filled with scrutiny, yet tinged with a hint of satisfaction. I have little time, so I shall be brief. I was betrayed by treacherous individuals, my physical body shattered, my soul gravely injured. And only this remnant of my soul lingers on, clinging to the Yangqing Hao for survival. I established this virtual universe trial, traversing the galaxy and even the surrounding star domains, seeking potential life forms for assessment. This was to find a worthy successor to inherit my legacy. One day, if possible, to avenge me and restore my Yonk lineage. You are the last trialist, the sole one who not only completed the trial flawlessly, but also exceeded all my expectations. Especially your final act of devouring the core data of the virtual universe and touching upon chaos revealed unprecedented potential. Hu Yanbo's silhouette waved his hand. A brilliant stream of light, containing boundless information, instantaneously entered Lu Chen's brow. This is the core inheritance of my lifelong studies, the Yangqing II, encompassing soul cultivation secrets, Master S transmissions, and my insights into the laws of space and the gold element's primal source. Additionally, a portion of control over the Yangqing Hao and the coordinates of my resource repository. A deluge of information surged into his mind. Even Lu Chen's formidable soul felt a wave of dizziness. Your growth rate is rapid, yet the real universe is far more brutal and vast than the virtual. Planetary class is merely the beginning. Stellar class, cosmic class, domain master, realm master, and even immortality. The path ahead is long, with formidable foes lurking. Hu Yanbo's silhouette began to dim, his voice growing fainter. I can offer you only this much. Remember, until you possess sufficient strength, do not reveal your connection with me or the Yangqing Hao. My enemies are powerful. As his voice gradually faded, Hu Yanbo's silhouette completely transformed into specks of light, merging into the core of the control room. The inheritance is complete. Lu Chen stood still, absorbing the information flooding his mind, feeling the power surging within him, and bearing the heavy responsibility upon his shoulders. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the metallic walls of the Yangqing Hao, looking towards the boundless, real starry sky beyond. There lie Hu Yanbo's enemies, stronger civilizations, and endless opportunities and challenges. The journey through the virtual universe has concluded. The expedition into the real starry sky has just begun. Planetary class level 9 is insufficient. Stellar class, cosmic class, domain master, realm master, immortality, and even higher realms. The vast sea of stars in the real universe. I am coming. He clenched his fists, flames burning in his eyes even more fiercely than in the virtual universe. The legend of Lu Chen in the starry sky has officially commenced. In a corner unnoticed by him, deep within the intelligent core of the spacecraft, a faint, cunningly curious purple light flickered quietly, merging into his identity recognition chip. Virtual Universe Chapter concluded. Starry Sky Rise Chapter. Commence. Chapter 64. The Golden Horn Behemoth within the depths of the Yangqing Hao. Time seemed to stand still. Lu Chen sat cross-legged in the control room, his mind immersed in the legacy of Hu Yanbo, the Yangqing II. This was not merely a simple manual of techniques, but a comprehensive treatise, vast as the ocean. Oh, Lu Chen, your soul absorption efficiency is truly remarkable. A crisp, slightly teasing voice resonated within the control room. The speaker was a virtual projection clad in a black robe, adorned with two pointed horns on its forehead, resembling a mischievous demon child. It was Babata, the intelligent being of the Yangqing Hao. Babata circled around Lu Chen, its crimson eyes filled with astonishment. The soul seal's secret method left by the old master, and you have grasped its threshold so quickly? Moreover, your elemental energy is refined to the peak of planetary level 9. It seems the trials in the virtual universe, though perilous, have indeed bestowed you with substantial benefits. Lu Chen gradually opened his eyes, his gaze focused and introspective, sensing the surging elemental energy and the increasingly potent power of his soul within. He nodded slightly. Babata, teacher Hu Yanbo's legacy is indeed profound and expansive. He utilized Babata to connect to Earth's network, seeking information from the outside world. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall. established by the planetary-level powerhouses Hong and Thunder God, stood alongside the 5 great nations, maintaining the fundamental order of Earth. Babata interjected, although this planet is remote, it harbors some promising talents. Take that young fellow, Luo Feng, for example. His talent and disposition are commendable, but alas, you are the rightful heir awaited by the old master for 50,000 years. Its tone bore a hint of pride, yet also a tinge of regret for other geniuses. Lu Chen regarded the reports about Luo Feng on the screen with a calm heart. Unbeknownst to him, he had supplanted someone else's opportunity as a member of humanity. Witnessing the emergence of excellence among his compatriots brought him natural solace. Babata, have you confirmed the location of the resource vault left by the teacher? Of course. It lies in the K3245 asteroid belt at the edge of the solar system, secure and concealed. The resources within are sufficient for you to reach cosmic level. Just as Lu Chen familiarized himself with the legacy and planned for the future, a fierce, brutal aura, as if to annihilate all, suddenly erupted from the depths of the Pacific Ocean, sweeping across the globe in an instant. All planetary-level warriors, even those at the God of War level, felt a weight in their hearts, their souls trembling. Warning! Warning! High-energy life response detected. Energy level classified as stellar level 1. Babata's voice grew sharp and serious. The main screen in the control room instantly switched, projecting real-time images from the depths of the Pacific. A colossal entity was slowly ascending from the deep sea. Its nearly 200-meter-long body was covered in jet-black scales, with a sharp, golden horn on its forehead glistening dangerously, and its dark, golden eyes were filled with destruction and greed. It was none other than one of the 12 peak bloodlines of the Starry Sky beasts, the golden-horned behemoth, juvenile form. The golden-horned behemoth. It's this monstrous creature, Babata exclaimed. Its expression grave. This is troublesome. A stellar level 1 golden-horned behemoth, with its innate gifts and formidable physique, is more than a match for human warriors of stellar levels 3 or 4. Earth is doomed. Analyze its condition. Lu Chen commanded gravely. Condition: hungry. Just awakened from its initial slumber. Urgently requires the consumption of vast amounts of energy and metals. Its bloodline possesses an exceptionally strong affinity for the principles of devouring in the space-time continuum. Threat level: maximum. Lu Chen, we must leave Earth immediately. With your current strength, you stand no chance against it. Babata urged anxiously. Leave Earth? Lu Chen gazed at the colossal beast churning the ocean waves, radiating overwhelming ferocity, his eyes sharp as blades. His homeland was right here. To abandon everything and flee alone? Absolutely out of the question. His experiences traversing the starry seas and devouring the heavens had forged his will into an indomitable force. Though he was merely at planetary level 9 in reality, his soul's essence was exceedingly high, and he had mastered the secret methods of the Yangxing too, granting him an understanding of devouring and spatial principles that surpassed the norm. Especially, the chaotic devouring talent within him, originating from the virtual universe and now merging with reality, pulsed with a fervent desire for the immense life source and peculiar bloodline power ahead. The accumulation from the virtual universe required real combat for complete transformation. This golden-horned behemoth represented both a crisis and an optimal sharpening stone for him. Lu Chen felt not fear, but rather a blazing battle intent igniting within his eyes. Babata, initiate stealth mode for the Yangxing Hao and approach the battlefield in the Pacific. No proactive attacks without my command. Have you lost your mind? Lu Chen, you'll die? Babata screamed. Execute the command. Lu Chen's tone brooked no dissent. Fine. You madman. Babata grumbled, but complied swiftly. The silver-gray surface of the Yangxing Hao shimmered, instantly becoming transparent. Silently navigating toward the Pacific. Simultaneously, various forces on Earth plunged into unprecedented panic. At the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, both Hong and Thunder God wore expressions of utmost gravity. Stellar level. It is undoubtedly a stellar-level entity. Thunder God's voice was hoarse. Notify all planetary-level members to activate the highest emergency protocols. At any cost, stop it. Hong's voice brimmed with resolve. Across global bases and cities, the highest alarms blared. Countless warplanes and battleships converged toward the Pacific like moths to a flame. In Jiangnan Base City, Yangzhou, the high-ranking god of war, Luo Feng, felt the suffocating pressure, his face turning pale as he gripped his blood shadow battle knife tightly. It's too strong. I can't contend with it. His heart brimmed with helplessness and a yearning for greater power. Just as the world prepared for a desperate struggle, the concealed Yangxing Hao reached the battlefield's edge. Lu Chen stood in the control room, casting one last glance at the fearsome beast. Babata, be ready to assist at any moment. Understood. Just don't overexert yourself. In the next instant, Lu Chen's figure flickered, and he abruptly departed from the Yangtsinghao. He appeared above the tumultuous sea, facing the gigantic golden-horned behemoth from a distance. One man and one beast, their size disparity akin to dust against a mountain. Yet, the profound and inscrutable aura surrounding Lu Chen, particularly the unique essence emanating from his soul, having been tempered through chaos, caused the previously brazen golden-horned behemoth to momentarily hesitate. Its dark golden eyes bore a hint of instinctual wariness and scrutiny, landing upon this suddenly emerged, diminutive human. This human soul is quite peculiar, quite delectable. All those watching this scene through satellites around the globe were left astounded. Who is that? How did he appear? Is he attempting to confront that monster alone? Hong and Thunder God immediately focused their attention. This is not anyone we recognize, Hong stated solemnly. The energy response resembles planetary level, but something feels off, Thunder God remarked. His brow furrowed. On the vast sea, Lu Chen slowly raised his hand, stirring the surrounding space. An invisible domain, imbued with the essence of devouring and suppression, quietly expanded outward from him, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters of ocean. This was his initial simulation of the domain power comprehended in the virtual universe, drawing upon planetary-level primal force and a formidable divine soul. Within this domain, the waves calmed, and the energy became docile. The golden-horned giant beast sensed the alteration in the surrounding space and the instinctively unsettling aura of devouring, letting out a thunderous roar that shattered the skies. It felt provoked. With a powerful sweep of its massive tail, it stirred a 100-meter-high wave, charging toward Lu Chen with the momentum to crush all. Its golden horn radiated a blinding light, and a concentrated golden beam cleaved through the air, hurtling towards Lu Chen. The annihilating attack descended in an instant. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, his eyes swirling with a chaotic essence. He aligned his fingers like a sword and, facing the golden beam, made a swift motion in the void. A crack, a slender, light-distorting spatial rift materialized, precisely intercepting the golden beam. There was no explosion. The beam, powerful enough to pierce mountains, was directly devoured and obliterated the moment it touched the spatial rift. With a planetary-level physique, he had initially harnessed the power of space. This scene was vividly captured by satellites, displayed before the eyes of all global spectators. The world fell silent. Everyone stared in astonishment at the figure standing between sea and sky, who had dispelled the giant beast's assault with an unfathomable technique. Who exactly is he? Hong and Thor exchanged a glance, each reflecting the shock and disbelief in the other's eyes. He wielded the power of space? Thor murmured. When did Earth conceal such a formidable being? Hong's gaze remained fixated on that silhouette. Meanwhile, the golden-horned giant beast, having its attack effortlessly neutralized, was utterly enraged. Its dark golden eyes turned blood red, and black gaseous currents began to seep from the gaps in its scales, emanating a more terrifying aura imbued with ultimate devouring and destructive intent, rising ominously. The true battle had only just begun. Chapter 65. A name that resonates globally. The golden-horned giant beast howled in furious wrath, its voice reverberating like a tangible force, pressing the surrounding seawater down once more. The black gaseous currents enveloping its body grew denser, resembling an abyssal fog. It radiated an aura of devouring all, a terrifying essence of returning to the void. This was the giant beast's innate ability to consume. Its massive form became agile, its dark golden eyes fixated on Lu Chen. With a powerful thrust of its hooves, it surged forward, like a bolt of black lightning, tearing through the surface of the sea. In an instant, it covered thousands of meters, its colossal claws screeching as they tore through space, descending upon Lu Chen. This strike contained its stellar-level terrifying physical power, bolstered by its devouring talent. The force far surpassed that of the previous energy beam. Lu Chen, be careful. It has activated its talent. Babata transmitted anxiously from within the Yun Mo Xing vessel. Faced with this overwhelming strike, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Engaging in a direct confrontation was not a wise choice. His feet shifted slightly, his form becoming ghostly as he combined primal force with an initial understanding of space. He executed a remarkably exquisite maneuver, narrowly evading the giant claw that could have shattered mountains. The claw struck the water's surface, causing a massive explosion, vaporizing seawater and forming a gigantic vacuum pit. The shockwave pushed distant waves even higher. How fast? He actually dodged it. The global audience gasped, their palms sweating for Lu Chen. The golden-horned giant beast, enraged by its missed strike, opened its massive jaws, unleashing a terrifying suction force. The innate secret technique of devouring. In an instant, centered around its enormous mouth, a gigantic black hole vortex formed. Water, air, light, and even space seemed distorted, rushing madly toward that vortex. Several human warships that had ventured too close were unable to withstand the force of suction, spinning helplessly toward the giant mouth, instantly crushed and consumed. This devouring power also targeted Lu Chen, seeking to engulf him along with everything around. Devouring? Lu Chen sensed the formidable suction and the devouring principles contained within. And instead of fear, he felt elation. He stabilized his form, allowing his chaotic devouring talent to operate autonomously, transforming his being into an invisible anchor, securing himself within the space. The immense suction acted upon him like a gentle breeze caressing the hillside, failing to disrupt his foundation. Moreover, he could sense the fragmented principles of the devouring power from the golden-horned giant beast being quietly analyzed and absorbed by his chaotic devouring talent. Indeed, it was effective. Lu Chen was resolute in his thoughts. His chaotic devouring appeared to be of a higher order than the giant beast's talent, possessing greater inclusivity, no longer merely evading. He took a deep breath, feeling the Soul Seal's secret method within his mind subtly resonate, gathering powerful spiritual energy. Mental force, confinement. An invisible, immense wave of mental energy surged forth. Rather than dispersing into attacks, it transformed into countless resilient threads, entangling the giant beast's forehooves and body in layers. This was a technique from the control chapter of the Mentalist Methods. The golden-horned giant beast's charge abruptly halted. It felt as if it had sunk into an invisible quagmire, its movements becoming sluggish. Although its stellar-level strength and fierce will prevented Lu Chen's planetary-level mental force from truly binding it, it was sufficient to cause effective disruption. Roar. The golden-horned giant beast struggled in fury, its mental energy threads snapping continuously, yet quickly reassembling. Seizing this opportunity, a glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He cradled his hands, combining chaotic primal force with spatial comprehension, condensing before him. Not a sword nor an energy sphere, but a slowly rotating, fist-sized micro-black hole, as if containing a chaotic nebula within. This was an attack he had created, centered around chaotic devouring, simulating the giant beast's talent while integrating his own understanding. Go. He thrust his hands forward, and the micro-black hole silently shot toward the golden-horned giant beast. From that micro-black hole, the beast sensed a more profound and terrifying essence of devouring, along with a hint of spatial cutting power that made its scales stand on end. Instinctively perceiving the threat, it attempted to evade, but its body was momentarily hindered by the mental force. Thud! The micro-black hole struck precisely against the giant beast's resilient scales. There was no explosion. It vanished as if a raindrop had merged into a sponge. The next moment, howling, the golden-horned giant beast emitted the most heart-rending cry of pain since the battle began. The hit area, once dark and glimmering, instantly lost its luster, becoming ashen. It crumbled as if weathered for millennia, flaking away to reveal the blurred flesh beneath. Furthermore, the essence and energy of that small area seemed to be inexplicably siphoned away, creating a horrifying wound. Chaotic devouring disregarded defenses, directly obliterating matter and plundering the essence. Although this wound was relatively small compared to the giant beast's colossal form, it was nonetheless significant. Yet the anguish of having its very essence forcefully seized, coupled with the unknown methods of assault, instilled within it a profound sense of terror. Effective! Baba Ta exclaimed with unrestrained excitement aboard the spacecraft. Lu Chen, splendid work. What was that move? I don't recall it from the master's teachings. Lu Chen remained silent, his complexion slightly pale. The exertion of this technique exacted a tremendous toll on his original force and mental energy. Nevertheless, his gaze remained sharp, fixed intently upon the injured, enraged golden-horned behemoth. The golden-horned beast had gone completely berserk, its dark golden eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. In reckless abandon, it ignited its bloodline power. Dark currents swirling around it like flames, its aura surging once more. It was determined to shred the insignificant insect that had dared to wound it. A more brutal battle was imminent. At that moment, the entire world bore witness to Lu Chen, not only evading the onslaught, but also managing to injure the terrifying beast, plunging the populace into profound shock and exhilaration. He had injured that monster. Good heavens! He accomplished it. A hero. He is the hero of our Earth. Countless individuals cheered in jubilation, as if a brilliant light had pierced through the despairing darkness. Hong and Thor exhaled deeply, their gazes complex as they observed the figure clad in green robes on the screen. Is he truly only planetary level? Thor murmured. The power he wields transcends our understanding. Regardless of who he is, he fights for Earth. Hong stated solemnly. In Jiangnan Bay City, Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly. His eyes filled with yearning and determination as he gazed at the figure battling the behemoth on the screen. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. One day, I too shall possess the strength to protect the Earth. In the Pacific, the confrontation between Lu Chen and the golden-horned beast had entered a new phase. The beast, fueled by its injuries, became more frenzied, while Lu Chen sought the next opportunity to strike, remaining vigilant against the possibility of the beast unleashing even stronger innate abilities. The fate of Earth hung in the balance of this disproportionate and brutal clash. With this battle, Lu Chen's name was destined to resonate globally, becoming a beacon of hope and legend in the hearts of countless individuals. Chapter 66. A grueling battle. The golden-horned beast had succumbed entirely to frenzy. Its dark golden eyes were completely shrouded in crimson, and the dark currents swirling around it resembled infernal flames from the abyss, emanating a chilling aura that froze souls. The excruciating pain and humiliation of having its very essence seized had provoked an unprecedented affront to its pride as a pinnacle being of the starry skies. Roar. It ceased employing ranged energy attacks, instead channeling all its power into its physical form and innate devouring abilities. Its massive frame unleashed a terrifying speed that belied its size, transforming into a shadow of destruction as it lunged at Lu Chen with wild abandon. Claws, tail, and horn, every part of its body became a lethal weapon, launching a relentless barrage imbued with stellar-level might and the voracious black currents. The ocean was violently upheaved, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled as if the apocalypse had descended. Lu Chen propelled his movements to their utmost limit, bolstered by the trifecta of original force, mental will, and nascent spatial comprehension. Like a fragile boat amidst raging waves, he narrowly dodged the fatal assaults time and again. He could not afford to recklessly deploy the immensely draining micro-black hole, relying instead on his exquisite control and the occasional rift in space to maneuver and counterattack. A rift sliced through the scales of the golden-horned beast's leg, leaving a faint white mark, yet it failed to penetrate its defenses. This is untenable. Its scale defenses are too formidable. Conventional attacks are nearly ineffective. Babata's anxious voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Your original force is depleting too rapidly. At this rate, you won't last long. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The frequent utilization of spatial power and high-intensity mental will place a tremendous burden on both his body and soul. Were it not for the support of the virtual universe's foundation, he would have long since crumbled. Yet, the fighting spirit in his eyes showed no sign of waning. The chaotic devouring talent was operating at high speed, not only resisting the beast's consuming force, but also frantically analyzing and absorbing the energy and fragments of laws dissipating across the battlefield, barely sustaining his expenditure. This was a contest of will and endurance. Boom. A momentary lapse in evasion led to the golden-horned beast's massive tail grazing Lu Chen's protective force. Thud. Lu Chen was struck with tremendous force, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, carving a long trench across the ocean's surface. His protective force flickered violently, nearly shattering. He forced himself to stabilize, swallowing the metallic taste in his throat, his complexion paling further. He had been injured. Hold on. The global audience watching the live stream felt their hearts leap into their throats, unable to breathe in their anxiety. At the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Hong and Thor clenched their fists tightly. His energy levels are declining. This is dire, Thor remarked solemnly. Inform all planetary-level members to prepare for immediate intervention. Hong closed his eyes, issuing the most ruthless command. This implied that, if necessary, they would sacrifice their lives to create opportunities for Lu Chen or buy him time. The golden-horned beast, sensing Lu Chen's deteriorating state, let out a bloodthirsty growl. Its attacks intensified, mercilessly relentless, granting Lu Chen no respite. In this critical moment, dazzling streaks of light rushed toward the beast's eyes and other relatively vulnerable areas, like moths to a flame. It was the human laser cannons and ultra-high-velocity, armor-piercing projectiles. Although these attacks barely tickled the golden-horned beast and failed to penetrate its naturally formed energy field, they successfully captured its fleeting attention. It was the human army, ordered to assemble from a distance. They witnessed Lu Chen in a precarious situation and, disregarding their own safety, launched a suicidal diversionary attack. Ants, get lost. The golden-horned beast roared in fury. With a casual flick of its head, a wave of dark energy swept across, obliterating the attacking warships into cosmic dust. However, this brief distraction afforded Lu Chen a precious tenth of a second. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he performed an unexpected maneuver. He charged directly at the golden-horned beast. His target was the wound previously inflicted by the micro-black hole, where scales had been torn away and flesh lay mangled. What is he doing? Such a reckless endeavor. In the astonished gazes of all, Lu Chen concentrated the majority of his remaining original force and mental will into his fingertips. He transformed into a piercing azure arrow, unflinchingly darting toward that wound. Soul Seal. Shaking Spirit. Simultaneously, he unleashed the only mental impact method currently viable within the Soul Seal secret technique. A concentrated force of soul energy, akin to an invisible spike, brutally pierced toward the golden-horned beast's soul. The beast, recently provoked by the ants, was in a state of rage, and a momentary lapse in its soul defenses appeared. This sudden, high-quality soul impact caused its massive form to stiffen abruptly, emitting a pained and bewildered roar. Now's the time. Lu Chen's fingertips, imbued with the concentrated chaotic original force and a hint of spatial slicing intent, precisely pierced into that wound. This time, it was not merely an ethereal annihilation, but a tangible invasion of both matter and energy. The Jin Jiao Jusho let out a howl, the most agonizing and brutal since the onset of battle. Black blood gushed from its wounds, and the chaotic primal force, like a lethal toxin, spread through its flesh, devouring it and inflicting pain far greater than before. It thrashed violently, its terrifying strength propelling Lu Chen away with great force. As he soared through the air, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, his breath instantly diminishing to the brink of collapse. Struggling to stabilize himself with his telekinetic abilities, he landed awkwardly on a colossal floating ice block, half kneeling and gasping, clearly at the end of his tether. Yet, his audacious strike, fearless of death, had successfully dealt a severe blow to the Jin Jiao Jusho. The wound had evidently widened, and the surrounding flesh exhibited a pallid hue, with black blood and energy continuously seeping out. The Jin Jiao Jusho fixed its dark golden gaze on Lu Chen, filled with deep-seated resentment and a tinge of trepidation. This diminutive human was far too cunning and ruthless. It refrained from launching another immediate attack, instead beginning to voraciously consume the surrounding seawater and the corpses of marine beasts it had previously slain, attempting to heal its injuries and replenish its energy. It realized that it could not safely consume this planet without first dealing with this peculiar human. The battlefield momentarily fell into a strange standoff. Lu Chen seized every fleeting moment to recover his strength, his chaotic, devouring talent fully absorbing cosmic energy. Across the globe, people gazed at the screen, where the bloodied yet resolute figure in a green robe confronted the world-destroying beast, tears welling in their eyes, filled with deep respect. It was he who stood against the insurmountable monster. It was he who had bought Earth a moment of respite. Investigate, at all costs. Uncover the identity of this formidable individual. High-ranking officials in various countries issued orders in unison. In Jiangnan Bay City, at the Extreme Club, Luo Feng watched the screen displaying the valiant figure fighting fiercely, clashing against a stellar-class beast with a planetary-level physique, feeling a surge of fervor rush to his head, his entire being trembling. It was not fear, but excitement, a yearning. He glanced at the blood shadow battle knife in his hand, then back at the screen depicting a battle that determined Earth's fate. My strength is still far from sufficient. I must grow stronger. I must grow stronger, faster. I cannot merely stand by and watch. I too shall fight for Earth. An unprecedented thought ignited like wildfire in his heart. He recalled a place, a site revered as the tomb of the war god, yet also brimming with immense opportunity, the No. 9 ancient civilization ruins. It was said that those who emerged successfully from there would undergo a revolutionary transformation in strength. I must go to the No. 9 ancient civilization ruins. Determination flickered in Luo Feng's eyes as he made a decision that would alter the course of his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and left the club, commencing his final preparations to enter the ruins. He was unaware of what awaited him within, but he knew he must grasp that slender chance and acquire the power to protect his homeland. In the Pacific Ocean, a brief calm was about to be shattered. The flow of black blood from the Jin Jiao Jusho's wounds gradually ceased. After devouring a significant amount of energy, although its breath had not fully recovered, the murderous glint in its eyes rekindled fiercely. It fixated on the recovering Lu Chen atop the ice block, its killing intent palpable. The next round might very well determine life or death. Lu Chen slowly lifted his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. his gaze remaining calm and resolute. The chaotic primal force within him was recovering at an astonishing rate, aided by his devouring talent. Babata, he silently murmured, preparing for the contingency plan should the situation turn dire. Babata paused momentarily before gravely responding. Understood. The main cannon of the Yun Mo Xing is charged to 70%, but you must be aware that once activated, the consequences are unpredictable. Lu Chen did not reply, merely adjusting his breathing in silence, readying himself for the impending storm. Chapter 67. Each with their opportunities. The standoff in the Pacific gripped the hearts of countless individuals worldwide. Lu Chen sat cross-legged atop the floating ice, his aura reined in, as his chaotic, devouring talent absorbed cosmic energy with unprecedented efficiency, healing his internal injuries. Simultaneously, he digested the insights gained from battling the Jin Jiao Jusho, the fragments of the devouring laws belonging to the celestial beast, along with the mysteries contained within its formidable life essence, became the nourishment for his growth. His primal force steadily restored, even more refined and concentrated than before his injuries. Under the pressure of life and death combat, his soul grew more resilient, and his understanding of the Han Yin secret technique deepened further. Meanwhile, the Jin Jiao Jusho, at a distance, ravenously consumed everything it could find in terms of energy and matter. The wound eroded by Lu Chen's chaotic primal force healed at an agonizingly slow pace, its pallid hue stubbornly lingering, continuously sapping its strength. Looking at Lu Chen, its gaze was filled with both dread and hatred, momentarily hesitating to launch another attack. Both sides were racing against time to recover, knowing that the next clash would be even more brutal. On the other side of the earth, deep within the Amazon rainforest of South America, Luo Feng, after much toil, finally discovered the entrance to the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. It was a metal door concealed behind a waterfall shrouded in moss, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Without a hint of hesitation, he took a deep breath and resolutely stepped inside. The door slowly closed behind him, as if severing the connection between two worlds. The interior of the ruins was not the opulent spectacle he had envisioned, but rather a deep, cold metallic corridor, its walls engraved with incomprehensible, bizarre patterns. An electronic voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed through the passage. Life form detected. Gene sequence confirmed as Earth human. Basic trial requirements met. Trial passage opened. Gripping his blood shadow battle knife tightly, Luo Feng focused his mind intensely, cautiously advancing deeper. The passage seemed endless. The metallic walls on either side occasionally emitted lethal lasers or suddenly dropped heavy gates, while the ground would collapse without warning. Here, not only strength was tested, but also reflexes, willpower, and instinct for danger. Relying on his far superior mental prowess and tenacious will, Luo Feng narrowly navigated through the treacherous mechanisms. Under pressure, his movements became more agile, and his swordsmanship sharper and more ferocious. After what felt like an eternity, he arrived at a spacious hall. At the center of the hall floated 3 orbs of light, each a different hue. One was a fiery red, exuding a fierce and violent aura. Another was a tranquil blue, flowing with a gentle and lingering essence. The last was a dark golden hue, imparting an impression of indomitable sharpness. The electronic voice resonated once more. Trial participant, congratulations on passing the basic test. Based on your genetic traits and trial performance, you are eligible to choose one of the following 3 foundational inheritances as a reward. Note, your choice of inheritance will influence your future development path. Please decide wisely. Luo Feng's gaze swept over the 3 orbs, feeling the immense power contained within. The fiery red orb represented ultimate attack and destruction. The tranquil blue orb symbolized endurance and defense. The dark golden orb embodied absolute sharpness and penetration. He recalled the valiant figure battling the Jin Jiao Jusho in the Pacific and the determination he held to protect his homeland. I require a more formidable offensive power, capable of penetrating all defenses and vanquishing formidable foes. His gaze ultimately fixated upon the dark golden sphere of light. The indomitable essence resonated perfectly with his relentless pursuit of martial excellence. I choose the Anjin Chuancheng. As his words reverberated, the crimson and azure spheres of light gradually dissipated. The dark golden sphere transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly merging into Luo Feng's brow. An overwhelming influx of information surged into his mind. It was not a complete martial inheritance, but rather an incomplete secret technique named Jidao Jin Feng. This technique primarily encompassed a method to intensely condense both primordial and mental energies, forming an ultimate penetrating attack, alongside foundational guidance and fragments of insight into the principles of metal. This secret technique, though incomplete, seemed merely a fragment of a much larger legacy. Yet its intricacy far surpassed any martial arts on earth. Jidao Jin Feng, when condensed, nothing can withstand it. Luo Feng immersed himself in the profound insights, feeling as though a new door had swung open before him. His primordial energy involuntarily began to circulate along the route documented in the secret technique, sharpening and condensing. Time slipped away unnoticed until he slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing within. This secret technique is indeed powerful. He felt the more formidable energy surging within him, invigorating his spirit. Though merely an incomplete secret technique, it was sufficient to elevate his combat proficiency several tiers. The electronic voice presented new options. You have two choices. First, leave the ruins immediately. Second, enter the death battle space and challenge the guardian. If successful, you may receive an additional reward, a Feng Ling crystal, which aids in your comprehension of the metal principles. Death battle space? Guardian? Luo Feng's gaze sharpened. Without a hint of hesitation, I choose to enter. To grow stronger, he feared nothing. The wall on one side of the hall silently slid open, revealing a vast space filled with scars. A fierce aura of slaughter surged forth. Luo Feng took a deep breath, brandishing the blood shadow battle blade, and resolutely stepped into the death battle space. Meanwhile, on the Pacific Ocean, the brief calm was shattered. After a period of devouring and recovery, the golden horned behemoth's wounds had yet to fully heal, but its aura had stabilized. The fierce gleam in its eyes once again overshadowed any trepidation. It could no longer afford to wait. This human's recovery speed was astonishing. Delaying would only increase the uncertainty. Roar! It emitted a low growl, suppressing its fury, and its massive form surged forward once more. This time, it did not charge directly but opened its enormous maw. Deep within its throat, a chilling darkness began to coalesce and swirl. This was not mere devouring. It was burning part of its bloodline origin, preparing to unleash a more potent innate secret technique, the dark domain wave. An even more terrifying gravitational pull emerged, warping the space around it, obliterating light. At the center of the behemoth's gaping maw, it seemed to form a true, dark portal to destruction. This time, it vowed to completely consume and annihilate that detestable human along with the space he occupied. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the life-threatening terror of the gravitational pull and the destruction inherent within it. His expression grave. He felt the breath of death. Babada! He cried inwardly. The main cannon is charged to 85%. There is no time. Lu Chen, quickly hide in the ship. Babada screamed. Hide. Where can I hide? The range and tracking ability of this dark domain wave far exceed the previous one. A flicker of determination crossed Lu Chen's eyes. Instead of retreating, he poured forth the recently restored chaos primordial force, mental energy, and the nascent understanding of spatial power into the dormant chaos rune within his consciousness, unreservedly. He intended to forcibly activate a power that transcended his own realm in a moment of desperation, even at the cost of severe injury or soul damage. Chaos light once again emanated from him. Though it was not as vast as that within the virtual universe, it carried an indomitable will, fierce and rebellious. He struggled to raise his hands, tracing a path before him, as a more solid, violently turbulent miniature black hole began to take form. This time, he aimed to confront the golden horned behemoth's desperate strike head-on. Life or death hinged upon this moment. All those watching the live broadcast held their breath, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. They beheld the figure in the azure robe standing before the portal of destruction, so small, yet so resolute, like a rock facing a tsunami, ready to emit its final radiance. Just at this critical juncture, an unexpected change occurred. A subtle, nearly imperceptible violet stream of light, as if traversing time and space, silently infiltrated the depths of the golden-horned behemoth's throat, where it was condensing the dark domain wave. It was Zilu, or rather, a faint remnant of consciousness, a fragment of data, clinging to Lu Chen's identity chip after the dissolution of Zero. In this pivotal moment, it seemed to interfere with the core node of the behemoth's innate secret technique, leveraging a trace of its residual connection with the core of the virtual universe. Buzz. The dark energy within the behemoth's throat abruptly stalled, then erupted into chaos, rebounding. Boom. Its massive body trembled violently, the half-formed dark domain wave collapsing in an instant. Terrifying energy detonated within its mouth and throat. Dark golden blood gushed forth like a fountain from its mouth and nose. It emitted a cry of excruciating pain, its colossal form thrashing wildly in the sea, stirring up monstrous waves. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Lu Chen was equally dazed. He felt the deadly pull abruptly vanish, and the presence of the golden-horned behemoth became chaotic and weakened. He dissipated the miniature black hole that was forming in his hands. Gazing at the behemoth thrashing in agony within the ocean, bewildered. What has happened? Only he sensed a fleeting, exceedingly faint, familiar fluctuation flicker within the golden-horned behemoth. Was it Zilu? A complex wave of emotions surged within him. Yet now was not the time for introspection. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to strike. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with cold determination, channeling a surge of primordial energy, his figure transforming into a streak of lightning. Once more launching a lethal assault towards the behemoth's still unhealed wound. The opportunity was fleeting. Chapter 68. The devouring behemoth. The golden-horned behemoth, ensnared in pain and chaos from the backlash of its innate secret technique, succumbed to unprecedented suffering. The severe injuries to its throat and internal organs rendered its proud devouring capability temporarily incapacitated. Its massive body thrashed in the ocean, convulsing, dark golden blood staining vast stretches of water, its aura visibly dwindling. This was the most grievous injury it had sustained since hatching. It was also the moment it drew closest to death. Lu Chen would not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. He suppressed his physical weakness and soul fatigue, driving the meager chaos primordial force to its limits. His entire being transformed into a striking azure comet, targeting the still gray and unhealed wound beneath the behemoth's neck. This time, he did not harness the power to condense a new miniature black hole. Instead, he concentrated all his strength, will, and insatiable desire to devour into his right fist. At the tip of his fist, chaotic energy swirled, causing the space around it to subtly distort, emanating an aura of terror, as if returning all things to their origins. Die! Lu Chen issued a low, thunderous roar, his fist shooting forth like a dragon, crashing fiercely into the depths of the wound. With a muffled sound, he encountered minimal resistance as his fist plunged deeply into the flesh of the golden-horned beast. The chaotic primal energy surged into its body like a flood unleashed from a dam. Wherever it passed, resilient muscle fibers, surging blood energy, and even deeper layers of life essence were forcibly decomposed and consumed. A heart-wrenching howl erupted from the golden-horned beast, filled with despair and agony. This wail pierced the heavens, echoing across distant continents, sending chills down the spines of countless listeners. It felt it, its life essence, bloodline power, and soul origin were being frantically plundered by that insignificant human in a manner it could not comprehend. It struggled desperately, its massive tail crashing against the sea surface, triggering a tsunami. Its claws flailed wildly, tearing at the fabric of space. Yet, all was in vain. Lu Chen clung tenaciously to its wound, akin to a relentless parasite. The chaotic devouring talent was fully unleashed, transforming him into an insatiable black hole, greedily consuming everything in its path. The colossal form of the golden-horned beast began to visibly shrivel and wither. Its dark golden scales lost their luster, turning dull, while its robust muscles crumbled, and the once potent blood grew thin. Its stellar-level aura plummeted rapidly, akin to a deflating balloon. He is devouring that monster. My heavens, how can this be possible? What kind of ability is this? People across the globe, witnessing this astonishing scene through satellite imagery, were left dumbfounded, their minds blank. The spectacle before them utterly shattered their understanding. Hong and Thunder God stood at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, gazing at the screen where Lu Chen, resembling a demonic deity, consumed the beast, rendered speechless. He is actually devouring the beast. Thunder God's voice trembled with disbelief. Our understanding of him and of power has been painfully superficial. Hong exhaled a long, heavy sigh, his expression complex. Babata, aboard the young star, danced with excitement. It worked. Ha! Lu Chen, you are incredible. You really did it. You are devouring the essence of the golden-horned beast. This is an opportunity coveted by countless powerful beings in the universe. Your chaotic devouring talent is indeed extraordinary. His crimson eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. Quickly, operate the young star map guiding technique with all your might. Channel and absorb this primal power. This is your best chance to break through to stellar level. On the surface of the sea, Lu Chen tightly shut his eyes, fully mobilizing his techniques. The pure and abundant life essence and bloodline power of the golden-horned beast, infused with the secrets of devouring, gold, and spatial laws, surged into his body like the mighty Yangtze River. His body swelled as if inflated, with each cell greedily absorbing this unprecedented high-level energy, undergoing a violent metamorphosis. The bottleneck of planetary level 9th tier crumbled like paper under the impact of this immense energy. Deep within his dantian, the originally gaseous vortex of primal energy began to rapidly contract and coalesce. At its center, a minuscule, yet incredibly refined stellar embryo slowly took form, radiating brilliant light. Simultaneously, his soul, nourished by a fragment of the golden-horned beast's soul essence, became denser and more powerful. His mental prowess surged, stepping first into the threshold of stellar level. Within the sea of consciousness, it felt as though stars were igniting. His physical strength increased rapidly, with muscles, bones, and meridians being reinforced and transformed as he transitioned towards the stellar life tier. With a final surge, as the last vestiges of life energy from the golden-horned beast dissipated, its massive form became a mere shriveled husk, slowly sinking into the deep sea. The minuscule stellar embryo within Lu Chen stabilized abruptly, emanating a steady and powerful light and heat. Stellar Level 1. By consuming the vast essence of the golden-horned beast, he not only healed his injuries, but also broke through the formidable barrier that had plagued countless planetary-level warriors, ascending to stellar level. He floated above the sea, his aura vast and profound, far more refined and substantial than that of a typical stellar level 1. As he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if chaotic nebulae swirled within, imparting a sense of unfathomable depth. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the primal energy coursing through him, now far more robust than before, along with an even more potent mental force, engendering a powerful sense of control over himself and a connection to the laws of the universe. This is the power of stellar level, Lu Chen murmured softly. Unlike the power constructed through permissions and data in the virtual universe, this was tangible, rooted in the real universe, more authentic and substantial. With a thought, his consciousness spread out like mercury, instantly encompassing the entire Earth and even extending towards the moon. The mountains, rivers, cities, and every living breath on Earth were vividly reflected in his mind. He beheld the astonished expressions of Hong and Thunder God at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He saw his worried parents back home in Jiangnan Base City. He glimpsed Luo Feng, bloodied yet resolute, fiercely battling metal puppets amidst the ruins of an ancient civilization in South America. A sensation of overseeing the planet and commanding the winds and clouds surged within him. Yet, he quickly reined in his thoughts. Stellar level, in the vast cosmos, was merely a beginning. Babada, are you there? Congratulations, Lu Chen. Stellar level. And you've consumed a part of the golden-horned beast's essence. Your foundation is now astonishingly solid. Babada exclaimed with excitement. Rest assured, I have dispatched mining robots to collect the remains of the golden-horned beast. This is a valuable resource, especially its horn and some key bones and scales, which are high-grade materials for weapon forging. Its genetic samples are also highly valuable. Lu Chen nodded, gazing towards the boundless starry sky. The crisis on Earth was temporarily averted. Yet he understood that the true challenges lay among the stars, the enemies of Teacher Huyen Bo, the formidable civilizations in the universe, and his own pursuit of higher realms. It is time to depart, he murmured softly. It is time to step into the true cosmos, to experience a broader world, and to seek even greater power. His figure ascended slowly, vanishing beyond the atmosphere under the watchful eyes of countless satellites, entering the young star hidden in low Earth orbit. Earth welcomed a brief peace, leaving behind an immortal legend, while Lu Chen's stellar journey was about to commence in earnest. On Earth, Luo Feng, within the space of desperate combat, had, at the cost of severe injury, successfully slain the Guardian using the newly comprehended extreme gold edge secret technique, obtaining the edge spirit crystal that would aid in his understanding of the laws of gold. As he departed from the ancient civilization ruins of Number 9, laden with both spoils and scars, he was met with the news of the golden-horned behemoth's defeat and the enigmatic power's disappearance into the cosmos. He clenched the Fengling crystal and the Bloodshadow battle blade tightly in his grasp, gazing up at the starry sky, the flames of determination in his eyes burning ever more fervently. I shall surely venture into the cosmos.